On January 31st, in the first year of Konoha, the weather was cleared out on this day. A red-haired youth arrived in Konoha village. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a youthful demeanor. Dressed in a black outfit, he had a somewhat slender build. A black headband adorned his forehead, lending him an energetic appearance. Most strikingly, he carried a large iron pot on his back and had a cloth bag tied at his waist, from which the hilt of a knife, reminiscent of a chef's knife, protruded. Upon gazing at the grand gates of Konoha, the youth broke into a smile. Konoha, I have finally arrived. Recently, the two most prominent clans in the ninja world, the Shinshu and Uchiha, had made peace and established the world's first ninja village Konoha. This year was thus referred to as the first year of Konoha under the extraordinary wood-release technique of the current Shinshu clan leader, Shinshu Hashirama. Konoha sprang up overnight. Clans allied with the Shinshu, such as the Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, flocked to Konoha simultaneously. Konoha opened its gates wide to welcome ordinary citizens, prompting many to move in, which initiated the village's economic development. At the entrance of Konoha, a bustling crowd formed a long queue. Numerous families, laden with their belongings, prepared to settle within the village. Konoha had gained the recognition of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, providing the citizens with a sense of security. As they sought residence, the youth ran his fingers through his red hair, a look of exasperation on his face. So many people. I wonder how long this will take. Well, I suppose I shall wait. At the gate, members of the Shinshu and Uchiha clans stood on either side, inspecting the incoming citizens. The youth was in the line managed by the Shinshu clan. Hello, may I ask your name and the purpose of your visit to Konoha? The question came from a middle-aged man of the Shinshu clan named Shinshuya. He wore a friendly expression, exuding an air of approachability. The red-haired youth grinned, his youthful exuberance evident. My name is Uzumaki Shinshu. I have come to Konoha to open a restaurant. My culinary skills are top-notch. As he spoke, he patted the iron pot on his back. Uzumaki, upon hearing this surname, Shinshuya's expression shifted slightly. Yes, I hail from the land of waves, the renowned Uzumaki clan, he chuckled. Shinshuya scrutinized the red-haired youth before him, noting the unmistakable red hair emblematic of the Uzumaki clan. A sensory-type ninja. He had been assigned to register incoming citizens to prevent spies from infiltrating the village. After a moment of sensing, he discovered that the youth possessed a remarkably robust physique, with a chakra reserve significantly greater than that of his peers. This characteristic was indeed typical of the Uzumaki clan. With this realization, Shinshuya's demeanor softened further. Uzumaki Shinshu, do you know Lady Mito? Lady Mito, the wife of Shinshu Hashirama, was known for her exceptional strength and was a prominent figure even among the elite of the Shinshu clan. Of course, I know Sister Mito. I came here hoping to see her, Shinshu replied with a smile. At this moment, a man beside Shinshu leaned in and whispered, Sir, I have heard that Lady Mito has a youngest brother who is disinterested in practicing ninjutsu, but has a great passion for cooking that he left 2 years ago and has yet to return. Given his age, he should be this very youth. Oh, is that so? Shinshuya expressed surprise. A ninja who favored cooking over ninjutsu was indeed an anomaly among ninjas. The man nodded affirmatively. Regardless, this individual is likely from the Uzumaki clan. Ryumu, please escort him to meet Lady Mito. If he truly is her brother, she will surely recognize him. Understood. The ninja named Ryumu responded, then approached Shinshu. Follow me, I will take you to meet Lady Mito. All right. Shinshu, with the pot on his back, followed Ryumu into Konoha village. The newly established Konoha was not yet as prosperous as it would later become, but it had already taken shape. It covered a vast area, sufficient to accommodate thousands of inhabitants. Such scale was remarkable for a village. Before the emergence of Konoha, there had been no village of this magnitude in the world. Upon entering through the gates, a massive rock face soon caught Shinshu's attention. That must be where the Hokage monument will be carved in the future. Since no work has commenced yet, it implies that the first Hokage's identity remains undecided. Shinshu mused silently, gazing at the barren rock face that, in his mind, he recalled the Konoha he had seen in the anime, noting the significant differences. After all, over 60 years had passed, making such variations understandable. I never expected to truly be reborn into this world. It's quite vexing I have little interest in fighting, that if only I were in the world of Shokyuchi no Soma, that would suit me much better. Speaking of which, I do notice that my appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of Soma Yukihira. Shinshu was originally a culinary enthusiast from Earth, born into a family of chefs and subjected to rigorous culinary training from a young age. Ultimately, he was admitted to the legendary culinary school, Tsuki Culinary Academy, becoming the youngest star chef in history. However, on that fateful day, he was transported to this world, a war-torn realm known as Naruto. Here, in the world of ninjas, Shinshu harbored little interest in the lifestyle of a ninja, that he did not comprehend the romance of being a ninja. He merely aspired to become an outstanding chef. Reborn as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Shinshu was indifferent to ninjutsu, having spent his life in the kitchen. Even at a tender age, he had captivated the palates of all the Uzumaki clan members with his exceptional culinary skills. Yet, this passion infuriated his father, Uzumaki Chao, the current clan leader, as the son of the clan leader. Shinshu not only failed to diligently pursue training, but also spent all his time in the kitchen, leading to accusations of self-indulgence. This resulted in ongoing conflicts between Shinshu and Uzumaki Chao. Ultimately, 2 years ago, the conflict reached a breaking point that, in desperation, Shinshu left the Uzumaki clan, partly to escape his father's nagging and partly to explore the culinary landscape of the ninja world. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos of war, he found little to satisfy his culinary cravings over the past 2 years. Upon hearing of the establishment of Konoha, curiosity prompted Shinshu to make the journey. He felt that perhaps he could uncover the true essence of culinary artistry in this place. He was determined to conquer the taste buds of all. Just then, a voice echoed in Shinshu's mind. The host has entered Konoha. The gourmet system is now officially activated. What is this? Shinshu was astonished to think that such a thing existed within him. Why had it only just emerged? Suddenly, a screen materialized before Shinshu, displaying dark text. The swirling figure of Shinshu was taken aback and glanced at Liangmu beside him, only to find that he seemed completely oblivious to this phenomenon, which brought a sigh of relief. It appeared that only he could perceive it. Shinshu pondered, directing his gaze towards the interface that resembled a game screen. The culinary system has been activated. Please select a system mode. 1. Culinary battle mode. 2. Culinary leisure mode. Note: once selected, it is difficult to change. This choice will determine the type of tasks to be issued subsequently. Please choose wisely. Quite user-friendly, Shinshu muttered, feeling rather pleased with the system. Battle or leisure? As a man of iron will, I naturally opt for leisure. What is this battle nonsense? Too crude. I am a civilized individual. After contemplative consideration, Shinshu gently tapped the screen. Ding. The host has chosen culinary leisure mode. The following leisure task is issued. Write a daily journal entry of no less than 100 words. Requirements: no fabrication or misspellings. Any violation of these rules will be deemed as an incomplete task. Completion reward: 1 point. Shinshu exclaimed, "What on earth is this ridiculous system? Writing a journal? Are you my elementary school language teacher sent to torment me?" His indignation was palpable, and the demands seemed absurd. "Shinshu, what's wrong?" Liangmu inquired, perplexed by Shinshu's emotional outburst. Nothing. Ha ha ha. I'm just so excited to see my sister." Shinshu forced a smile. Liangmu found this reaction strange, but deemed it inappropriate to pry further, merely commenting, I see. Your sibling bond is truly strong. Just 10 more minutes of walking, and we'll reach Lord Mito's residence." All right. The two fell into silence once more. Shinshu silently accepted the daily task. Writing a journal, how frustrating. He felt as if he had been transported back to his elementary school days. Congratulations, host. You have received a leisure task with an additional requirement. The journal must be heartfelt. Curse it all. Heartfelt sentiments. Shinshu grumbled inwardly, finding the system's demands laughable. Naturally, the system paid no heed to his disdain. The culinary leisure system has now issued a main task. Establish your very own small shop. Task reward: 1 5-star recipe experience card. A 5-star recipe experience card? What is that? Ding. The system will now provide knowledge to the host. System tasks are divided into main tasks and daily tasks. Task rewards vary. Recipe experience cards range from 1 star to 9 stars. The higher the star rating, the better the recipe. Daily task rewards are points. which can be exchanged in the point store. Note, the point store is not yet open. Recipes? A wonderful treasure. Jinshio's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he desired. What chef wouldn't yearn for innovative recipes? Jinshio felt a profound inadequacy in his culinary skills, realizing the necessity for further study. At this moment, his dissatisfaction with the system diminished slightly, albeit just a fraction. Opening a shop aligned perfectly with his initial intentions, so it posed no issue. Yet, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration towards the diary. With a resigned sigh, Jinshio acknowledged his lack of options to refuse the situation. As he emerged from his reverie regarding the system, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. The system was indeed a source of surprise. His demeanor transformed as he walked with a newfound detachment. He pondered the well-being of his sister. A sense of trepidation crept into his heart. In this world, he feared no one, save for his sister, Uzumaki Mizuho. This was due to her incessant nagging. Yet, she was also his closest confidant. The bond between them was profoundly deep, which was a significant reason for Jinshio's return to Konohagakure. After 2 years apart, he found himself yearning for her presence. Brother Liangmo, are there any delightful eateries within the village? After wandering for some time, curiosity got the better of him. Delightful eateries? The village is still under construction, so there are not many establishments. However, I have heard that a new barbecue restaurant has opened on the commercial street, and it has received positive reviews. A barbecue restaurant. Jinshio harbored little enthusiasm for such cuisine, but he was willing to give it a try, albeit uncertain if it would meet his expectations. Before long, they arrived at a modest dwelling. A sign hung prominently at the entrance, inscribed with the name Uzumaki. Young brother, this is the residence of Lady Mizuho, Liangmu announced. Gently knocking on the door. Mizuho, are you home? Who is it? A door swung open to reveal a young woman of striking beauty, her vibrant red hair cascading elegantly. She appeared to be in her 20s, yet in truth, she had reached the age of 30. This woman was none other than Uzumaki Mizuho. Before Liangmu could utter a word, Mizuho's gaze fixated on Jinshio, her expression oscillating between shock and delight, swiftly morphing into anger. Little Jean, you wretched boy, how dare you run away from home? As she spoke, her right hand seized Jinshio's ear, twisting it gently. Ow, ow, ow. Sister, be gentle. I still need this ear. Humph. You dare to speak back? Do you have any idea how long the clan searched for you when you ran away? Father was so enraged that he smashed several teacups. That's because he wouldn't allow me to cook. And you think you have a valid reason? Is it truly an honor for a member of the Uzumaki clan to merely cook? Sister, that's not fair. You've always enjoyed my culinary skills, haven't you? Besides, we haven't seen each other in so long. Isn't it a bit harsh to reprimand me right away? There are others present. Jinshio shot a meaningful glance at Mizuho, indicating Liangmu's presence. Liangmu, perceptive as ever, interjected, Lady Mizuho, a reunion between siblings is a joyous occasion. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. Mito's expression softened slightly as she released Jinshio's ear and smiled at Ryomo. Thank you for your hard work, Ryomo. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, Ryomu replied before departing. Jinshio, grinning, chimed in. Hey, sister. I heard that Brother Hashirama is planning to hold a wedding ceremony for you. Vortex Mito blushed and responded, You little gossip. You've only just arrived in Konoha, and already you've caught wind of such news. Indeed. Hashirama mentioned that he hadn't given me a proper wedding during the tumultuous times of war, so he intends to make amends now. The ceremony is set for a month from now, and our father will also attend. Sister, I just remembered that I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Come back here. Don't even think about running away. Mito once again grabbed Jinshio's ear and pulled him back into the small room. Ouch. Sister, be gentle. Are you planning to open a shop in Konoha? Yes. That way, I can see you every day. Jinshio replied cheerfully. Mito shot him a knowing glance. She certainly didn't believe that this was his sole intention. It's quite simple. There are plenty of rental opportunities in the commercial district. Since the village has just been established, the rents are quite affordable. All you need to do is apply. I'll take you to have a look shortly to find a suitable storefront. Jinshio aspired to be a chef, and though Mito wasn't entirely supportive, her affection for her brother compelled her to assist. After all, it wasn't a negative endeavor. Thank you, sister. I knew you would be the best to me. Hold on with the thanks. I have a request. Mito's expression shifted, revealing a hint of cunning. What is it? Jinshio felt a twinge of anxiety. His sister was known for her crafty schemes. It's simple. During the days when father is here, please behave yourself and don't provoke him. Over the past 2 years, he has already given up on the hope of you becoming a ninja. Just refrain from saying anything out of line. Well, alright then. I hadn't intended to argue with him anyway. Shinshu pouted, recalling the stubborn old man, and found it hard to believe Mito's words. Would he truly give up on wanting him to become a ninja? Shinshu remained skeptical. Then it's settled. Let us go. I'll take you to the commercial district now. Seeing Shinshu agree, Mito felt quite satisfied. Alright. Long live sister. The siblings set off joyfully. In the commercial district, the newly established Konoha boasted few shops, most of which were yet to be decorated. Applying for a storefront was not a complicated matter. And with Mito's status as Hashirama's wife, everything proceeded smoothly. Little Jean, this entire row of shops hasn't been chosen yet. Feel free to pick one. Mito indicated towards the long stretch of commercial space. Okay, let me take a look. Shinshu unhesitatingly walked from one end of the street to the other, finally making a decision. I'll take this one. The shop Shinshu chose was modest in size, merely 30 square meters. If he allocated space for the cooking area, there would be only about 10 square meters left for customer seating, making it quite small for a restaurant, similar in dimensions to the Ichiraku ramen from the original story. Moreover, the location is rather secluded, not situated in the heart of the commercial district, but rather tucked away in a narrow alley on the periphery. If one were not paying attention, they might easily overlook this quaint establishment. Here, are you certain? This does not seem like an ideal location. Rest assured, the rent here is quite affordable. If you're truly short on funds, I can cover the initial costs, and you can repay me later. Mizuho was quite perplexed by Masaru's choice, assuming that his decision stemmed from financial constraints. Masaru shook his head. No, this is quite suitable. I relish the joy of cooking. I do not wish to entertain a multitude of guests, as that would render me exceedingly busy, diminishing the pleasure of culinary creation. Seeing that Masaru was not jesting, Mizuho refrained from further argument. Very well, since you have made your decision, let it be this one. Thank you, sister. Spare me the formalities, just remember your promise. Understood. Masaru nodded obediently. Thus, the arrangements for the shop were settled, requiring only a few personal touches before opening. A 5-star menu. How exciting. What would it entail? Just as Masaru was lost in anticipation, a powerful chakra suddenly manifested nearby. This sensation startled Masaru. The formidable perception inherent in the Uzumaki clan was now on display. Mizuho, however, looked joyfully towards the newcomer. The individual, clad in a loose kimono with long black hair and a somber expression, held a leaf with a shattered circular hole at its center. He appeared to be searching for something. Hashirama, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to discuss important matters with Tobarama today? Indeed, the visitor was Hashirama Senju, the leader of the Senju clan and the future first Hokage. Upon seeing Mizuho, Hashirama's demeanor softened, and he smiled. Ah, Mizuho, the discussion has concluded. Have you seen Madara? Madara? No, I haven't. Why? Mizuho, keenly sensing something amiss, inquired anxiously. It's nothing. Just a minor incident that has left me a bit uneasy. By the way, who is this? Hashirama then noticed Masaru, his curiosity piqued. Hello, brother-in-law, Masaru said with a cheerful grin. Encountering this legendary figure excited Masaru greatly. Although Hashirama and Mizuho had been married for a decade, Masaru had never met this iconic person. He was barely 5 years old when Mizuho attended the Senju clan's wedding, making it impossible for him to join. Masaru's close relationship with Mizuho stemmed from the crisis faced by the Uzumaki clan 6 years prior, during which Mizuho brought the Senju clan back to defend for 4 years. Hashirama quickly connected the dots. You are Mizuho's youngest brother? Yes, indeed. I am Masaru Uzumaki. Oh, so you are the famed Masaru. Mizuho has spoken highly of your culinary skills. Hashirama laughed heartily, his joy infectious and somewhat endearing. You have quite the discerning eye, brother-in-law. As it happens, I am planning to open a shop, Masaru remarked, gesturing towards the small establishment behind him. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Observing the unkempt little shop and the joyous expression of Masaru, Hashirama felt a deep appreciation. To discover something one truly enjoys is indeed a stroke of luck. I must savor your culinary skills soon, he remarked with a smile, patting Masaru's shoulder, developing a fondness for this newly acquainted brother-in-law. Hashirama, no need to wait for another day. It is nearly noon. Why not return home for a meal and allow Masaru to prepare something for you? That rascal's cooking is quite commendable, Mito suggested, tugging at Hashirama's robe. That sounds agreeable. Since we have lost track of Madara, it is better to eat first. However, I only have half an hour. I have a meeting shortly, Hashirama replied, acknowledging the pressing matters at hand as one of the initiators of the newly formed Konoha. Only half an hour? It seems there are no ingredients here. Mito glanced around, feeling somewhat disappointed. Masaru then produced a cloth bag, stating, I have some bok choy I picked up on the way here. It's quite fresh and should suffice. Just bok choy? What kind of dish can be made from that? Perhaps I should use the body flicker technique to fetch some groceries, Mito quipped. No need for that, Mito. Bok choy is perfectly fine and healthy. Let us go with that, Hashirama replied cheerfully, not overly concerned about the meal. In a time of relentless warfare, one could hardly afford to be finicky about such matters. Ding. A temporary mission has been issued. Impress Hashirama Senju with exquisite cooking to earn a reward of kitchenware, the 7-star blade. Masaru was elated, not expecting such a delightful surprise. This only fueled his enthusiasm further. All right, I shall get started right away, Masaru declared confidently, retrieving a portable iron pot. He looked at the two and announced, Now, let us witness the moment of deliciousness. Masaru, you haven't even set up a stove. How do you plan to cook? Did you not say we were going to my house? Mito inquired, puzzled. Heh, sister, we are ninjas. How can we adhere to conventional cooking methods? Masaru replied, readying his black forehead protector as his red hair danced in the breeze. How can you even call yourself a ninja? If our father were to hear that, he might feel a twinge of pride, Mito retorted, her sarcasm evident. Hee, Masaru flashed a toothy grin, placing the iron pot on the table before forming hand seals with both hands. Is that the water release seal? Mito gasped, astonished to discover Masaru possessed the ability to use ninjutsu. Water release. Water formation. Suddenly, a substantial amount of water materialized above the iron pot, cascading into it. Hashirama expressed mild surprise, thinking, the ability to condense moisture directly from the air. This boy's water release skills are certainly impressive. Of course, this was merely the beginning. Masaru's hands began to move again. Earth clone technique. From the ground emerged a figure identical to Masaru. Earth release. You've learned quite a few ninjutsu techniques in these 2 years, haven't you? Mito exclaimed in astonishment, realizing Masaru had changed in ways she had not anticipated. In truth, Masaru possessed remarkable talent as a ninja, though he had previously shown little interest in such pursuits. In the past 2 years of relentless wandering, if Shinshu had not possessed any skills, he would have long since been undone by others. After all, this world is far from peaceful, and there is still much to unfold. Shinshu once again formed hand seals. Earth release. Cooking stove technique. With a resounding boom, an ancient cooking stove emerged from the ground, perfectly supporting the iron pot brimming with clear water. Mizuhito, what peculiar ninjutsu is this? And yet, this was merely the beginning. The earth clone formed hand seals once more. Fire release. Ignition technique. A searing flame erupted from the mouth of the earth clone. The flames surged into the cooking stove, instantly illuminating the previously darkened hearth. The fire began to heat the iron pot, and in the blink of an eye, signs of boiling water became apparent. This display left Mizuhito and Hashirama utterly astonished, rendering them momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Shinshu's right hand delved into the bag he carried, retrieving a handful of bok choy and tossing it skyward. Water release. Water bullet technique. Shinshu unleashed another torrent of water, forcefully washing the bok choy suspended in midair. Each leaf emerged pristine, glistening with a faint green luminescence under the sunlight. Coupled with the splashing droplets, a delicate rainbow arched gracefully between the bok choy and the iron pot. How beautiful! Mizuhito's eyes widened at the sight of the rainbow. Meanwhile, Hashirama marveled inwardly. Water release, earth release, fire release. This young lad, despite his tender age, has mastered 3 distinct chakra nature transformations with remarkable proficiency. Truly worthy of being Mizuhito's brother. Unbeknownst to Hashirama, Shinshu was merely beginning his culinary endeavor. At some point, his right hand had grasped a chef's knife, and Shinshu soared into the air. The blade flashed. In an instant, the bok choy, freshly washed by the water release, was cleaved into perfect quarters. Each leaf was flawlessly sliced, achieving disassembly without inflicting harm upon any part of the leaves. This technique was nothing short of perfection. Impressive. Hashirama could not help but exclaim. Such a technique was indeed effortless. Though he was no expert in culinary arts, he had a keen appreciation for knife skills. It was a pity to use such mastery for mere cooking. Once sliced, the bok choy cascaded into the iron pot, where the boiling water enveloped it. At this moment, Shinshu produced 3 cloves of garlic, and with a swift motion of the knife, they transformed into minced garlic. Setting down the knife, he picked up a spatula and gently tossed the bok choy into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he drained the boiling water from the pot, while the earth clone intensified the flames. The iron pot was instantly scorched dry. Oil. Pour in the cooking oil and heat it. The previously minced garlic was added to the oil, now heated to a perfect temperature. Sizzle. The high heat released an enticing aroma. The iron pot erupted with delightful sounds, and the fragrant scent of garlic wafted through the air. How delightful! Mizuhito and Hashirama exclaimed in unison. The tantalizing aroma of sautéed garlic was irresistibly alluring. At this moment, the semi-cooled bok choy fell into the iron pot. The flames erupted once more. Shinshu grasped the handle of the pot with his left hand. Tossing the contents up and down, he flipped the pot. With a swift motion of the spatula, he coaxed the flames. The bok choy shimmered brilliantly in the scorching fire. Just a second, the flames receded, preventing the excessive heat from charring the delicate greens. It was perfect timing. A sprinkle of white salt was added by Shinshu, melding seamlessly with the vibrant bok choy. The flames subsided. The bok choy was removed from the pot. The earth clone dissipated. Shinshu's right hand grasped the countertop, summoning a golden yellow plate. The bok choy tumbled into it, appearing lush and vibrant. The aroma wafted through the air. The verdant hue seemed untouched by the cooking process. Yet, the enticing fragrance spoke volumes. Shinshu grinned widely, presenting the bok choy before the two. A special creation. Stir-fried bok choy. Please enjoy. 2 pairs of chopsticks were placed before Mito and Hashirama, signaling that they could begin. Mito and Hashirama exchanged a glance and wasted no time. One picked up the chopsticks, delicately lifting a leaf of bok choy. The leaf was oval-shaped, a rich green, with a slender waist, and the stalk was white and plump. This leaf was remarkably intact, retaining the bok choy's natural form to the fullest extent. The alluring aroma stirred their appetites. Hashirama could not help but exclaim, "I'm digging in." With that, he placed the bok choy leaf into his mouth. Crunch. The crisp texture exploded in his mouth. Soon after, the moisture within the bok choy released, carrying the subtle fragrance of garlic, tantalizing his taste buds. The juicy crunch of the stalk revealed itself fully in that moment. After the garlic aroma dissipated, the bok choy's original flavor emerged, harmonizing beautifully. The garlic was not overpowering, nor did the bok choy lose its essence. A few more bites revealed the resilience of the leaves. Unlike the succulent stalks, the leaves appeared much more delicate. Yet, it was the unique flavor contained within them that captivated the palate. Compared to the stalks, the leaves were more cherished by many. At this moment, the fragrance that had been locked within the leaves by the high heat surged forth like a storm upon being bitten into. The taste buds that had just enjoyed the richness of the stalks were now invigorated by the bok choy's aroma. This small bok choy had ignited a tempest of flavors in Mito's mouth. Hashirama closed his eyes in enjoyment, then suddenly opened them wide. Delicious. There were no superfluous comments, just those simple 2 words. Yet, those 2 words conveyed everything. Seeing Hashirama's reaction, Shinshu's lips curled upward. In his mind, the system's notification echoed. He had conquered Hashirama's taste buds. The task was complete. The rewards had already been activated in the system. Please check it at your convenience. Task accomplished. Shinshu removed the black headband from his forehead, clasping it in his right hand, and smiled. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. At that moment, Mito also tasted the bok choy. Unlike Hashirama, Mito had previously savored Shinshu's culinary skills. Even so, Mito was still astonished by the flavor of this bok choy. 2 years prior, the culinary skills of Masashi were not at such a level. There was no excessive seasoning. It was simply the inherent taste of the bok choy. Yet, it was this very flavor that captivated her palate. What intrigued her even more was Masashi's cooking technique: fire release, water release, and earth release, skills she had never encountered before. In his time with the Uzumaki clan, Masashi had only been compelled to practice physical techniques, and had not engaged in the study of other ninjutsu. Yet now, his abilities were surprisingly impressive. Just those few techniques alone would be more than sufficient to handle an ordinary ninja. Remarkably, Masashi was only 15 years old. This level of skill, while not extraordinary, was certainly commendable. Moreover, Mito was well aware of how lazy Masashi was when it came to training. Coupled with his progress in cooking, She had reason to believe that the time he dedicated to his training was certainly less than 1/10 of the time he spent on his culinary pursuits. This boy truly left Mito in a state of bemusement. How could she possibly have a younger brother whose interests were so misplaced? Ignoring Mito's grievances, the plate of bok choy was soon devoured by Hashirama. With the recent busy days, Hashirama had scarcely eaten anything, but now he was ravenous. Finishing an entire plate of bok choy, Mito had only managed to take a single bite herself. It was simply delicious. She had never encountered bok choy so delectable. The flavors were unimaginable unless one tasted them firsthand. Masashi, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. No wonder Mito has mentioned you to me several times. Hashirama chuckled heartily. Thoroughly satisfied, Mito shot a glare at Hashirama. Hashirama, you didn't leave me even a morsel. Ha ha, I didn't realize I'd finished it all. I truly apologize. Mito. Hashirama expressed his regret, though not with much remorse. It would have been a pity not to savor such a delicious dish. Sister, it's fine. I'll cook for you again later. It's only because brother-in-law was hungry that he ate so much, Masashi quickly interjected. All right, humph, Mito huffed. Though her expression bore little reproach, she understood that Hashirama had been working hard these past few days. She had invited him to dinner to ensure he had a good meal. However, the sight of the bok choy had stirred her appetite, and now that it was gone, she felt quite tormented. Seeing Masashi speak on her behalf, Hashirama cast a grateful glance at him. Although Mito was usually gentle, if she truly lost her temper, Hashirama would certainly have to face the consequences. Ha ha ha, Masashi, what will you name your little establishment? I will certainly come by often when I have the time. After tasting your dishes, I fear I won't be able to eat anything else. A name? Masashi pondered, his mind swirling with ideas. Yet, he soon made up his mind. Let us call it Kaiju. The cuisine encompasses 7 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, numbing, and fresh. This place shall be dedicated to offering the finest of these 7 tastes. Kaiju? What a splendid name. Then let me give you a gift. Consider it as payment for the meal. As Hashirama spoke, he formed hand seals. Wood release. Wood style technique. A surge of formidable chakra erupted within him. And as he drew apart his clasped hands, he produced a wooden sign measuring over 1 meter in length. This sign, crafted from wood, bore several characters that, upon closer inspection, read 7 Flavors Restaurant. The sign was imbued with Hashirama's vibrant and life-filled chakra, emanating a refreshing aura that instilled a sense of tranquility. Jinshio's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. How is it? Quite impressive, isn't it? I infused it with significant chakra, ensuring it remains intact for hundreds of years without decay. If shattered, it will even mend itself, Hashirama remarked, cradling the plaque with a smile. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Jinshio exclaimed in admiration. Mito cast a satisfied glance at Hashirama. This is more like it. Seeing Mito's approval, Hashirama felt a wave of relief. Though the plaque appeared to be a gift for Jinshio, it subtly served as an apology to Mito. Judging by the outcome, it seemed effective. Hashirama tossed the plaque, which gracefully hung at the entrance of the small shop. Let this suffice for now. I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't linger. Jinshio, once your shop opens, I shall return to sample your offerings. All right, thank you, brother-in-law, Jinshio replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Hashirama addressed Mito. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, take care of yourself, she replied. The two exchanged a silent moment of affection, while Jinshio endured their camaraderie. Observing the plaque and the shop, Jinshio felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At last, it's taking shape. Xiaojun, I'm still hungry. Quickly prepare another plate of bok choy. Of course, no problem. After satisfying Mito's hunger, Jinshio finally had the opportunity to examine his task reward, the 7-star knives. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The 7-star knives, originating from Chinese cooking master, were forged by the renowned knife craftsman Roche and possessed by Rain. True to their name, there were 7 knives, corresponding to the Big Dipper, Breaking Army Knife, Lianjin Knife, Lu Xiyuan Knife, Wenchu Knife, Giant Gate Knife, Wuchu Knife, and Tanlang Knife. These knives could be utilized for various culinary techniques and handling different ingredients, akin to divine weapons for chefs, comparable to legendary swords for swordsmen. Upon claiming his reward, Jinshio was overjoyed to behold the 7 kitchen knives that suddenly appeared before him. The 7-star knives, what a splendid acquisition. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7-star knives. Please promptly enhance your knife skills to avoid wasting the potential of the 7-star knives. The system's voice interjected abruptly, revealing its disdain for Shinshu's current proficiency. While ordinary individuals might deem Shinshu's knife skills impressive, the system perceived them as lacking. System: what is my current level of knife skills? Host: please refer to the data. Host: Vortex, Shinshu knife skills. Basic knife skill proficiency. 90-100 floral knife skill proficiency. 80-100 dreamlike knife skill proficiency. 0-100 super divine knife skill proficiency. 0-100. Upon reviewing this information, Shinshu was left in stunned silence. What are dreamlike and super divine knife skills? I've never even heard of them. Once the host attains proficiency in basic knife skills and decorative cutting to 100, the system will provide an explanation. Very well, you are impressive. A gentle reminder from the system. The host has yet to complete a 100-word diary entry today. Should there be insufficient points, the host's basic attributes will be deducted. So please think carefully. True record, January 31st, Year 1 of Konoha weather. Clear on my first day in Konoha. I encountered my long-lost sister Mito and the long-admired brother Hashirama. Indeed, brother Hashirama possesses a certain foolish charm, difficult to reconcile with the image of the god of ninja. My culinary skills have garnered the approval of the god of ninja, which brings me joy. However, the gourmet system is quite a trap. As night deepens, I meticulously inscribed today as diary entry on the system screen, each word deliberate. Including punctuation, I finally reached 100 words. It is undeniably sincere. And I believe the system will have no objections now. Including this entry, I have revised it several times, primarily due to a lack of genuine emotion. It feels as if I have returned to the nightmares of elementary school. Ding. The host has submitted the diary task. Time, 23:56. Approval granted. Task completed. Points awarded. 1. I hope the host continues to strive. Seeing that the task was approved, I breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been approved, a deduction of my basic attributes would have been a significant loss. The thought of having to write a diary every day in the future gives me a headache. Thankfully, it is only 100 words. I initially thought 100 words were plentiful, but upon writing, I found it manageable. How could I not have been able to compose a 100-word diary in elementary school? Truly puzzling. Casting these thoughts aside, I intended to head home, but at that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Midnight has arrived. Please commence business operations. I was utterly perplexed. What business should I be starting at such a late hour? The daily gourmet task has commenced, with operating hours tentatively set from 0 to 6 o'clock. Task reward, 1 point. This can be adjusted in the future. This is absurd. Opening a business in the middle of the night? Are you asking me to run a late-night snack stall? Frustration welled up within me. Although Konoha does not have a curfew, I have not heard of any late-night stalls. Please open for business promptly. Arrive at the shop within 10 minutes for a reward of 10 points. You are ruthless, I muttered through clenched teeth, then shouldered my belongings and sprinted toward Shichimi restaurant. Points to be earned. How could I refuse? With full effort, I reached the shop in precisely 9 minutes. This wretched system, is it toying with me? I gasped for breath, unable to suppress my complaints. Please maintain decorum. This system harbors no such inclinations nor enjoy such antics. Task completed. Reward, 10 points. This system certainly has a lot to say. Sighing, I pulled open the door of Shichimi restaurant. With a loud clang, I turned on the lights inside the shop. Ding. Main task completed. Opening your own establishment. Reward. Experience card for a 5-star recipe. Heart-wrenching rice. Usable times. 0-1. Is this truly the completion of the task? However, I have yet to prepare anything. Gazing at the desolate little shop, I can't help but feel exasperated. The darkness outside is palpable, leaving me in a state of ennui. Will there truly be customers? Since I have little else to occupy my time, I might as well tidy up this place. Observing the somewhat cluttered interior, I promptly set about organizing it. In no time, the shop appears revitalized. Now it possesses a semblance of charm. I look upon my little establishment with satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment swelling within me. Ding. The system evaluates the shop, rating it as a mediocre establishment. What a timely downpour of cold water, I remark. The low rating is unacceptable to the system, which now initiates renovations. As the words leave my lips, a flash of white light envelopes the entire shop. Instinctively, I shield my eyes, and when I finally open them again, I am astounded by the transformation before me. The system has completed its renovations, rating the shop at 1 star, with a deduction of 10 points. This was your decision to renovate. Why must I incur the debt? I protest angrily. The system, unwavering in its principles, explains that the original cost was 20 points, and the host has only repaid half. This is considered a shared asset between the host and the system. I have no desire for shared assets with you. This is my purchase. You demand half ownership for merely sprucing it up? What a scam. Do you have any idea how exorbitant property prices are now? You're not even my spouse. Please maintain decorum, host. The system does not wish to be your subordinate. If you prefer, I may consider a paternal role. Additionally, property prices in Konoha are not particularly high. Are you admitting to having cheated me? This service concludes here. Until next time, thank you. With that, the system fades into obscurity. I am left speechless. It appears I possess little capacity for resistance. Suppressing my frustration, I turn my gaze to the newly renovated shop. The antique decor indeed exudes a certain charm. The original bar has vanished, replaced by a long table. One end serves as the kitchen, while the other accommodates diners. However, this space can accommodate only 2 patrons. Surrounding the area are intricately carved floral and avian motifs, and beside the long table flows a small waterfall, accompanied by lush green bamboo, creating a scene of pristine nature. Although the system has been somewhat unscrupulous, the ambience of this decor is quite delightful. Dining in such an environment would undoubtedly enhance the experience. After surveying the surroundings, I find it within myself to forgive the system's transgressions. Venturing into the kitchen, I discover that it is equipped not with a gas stove, but rather a traditional earthen stove. Next to it lies a pile of firewood, appearing to be of exceptional quality. I am thoroughly pleased. Food prepared on such a stove would undoubtedly be more delectable. Placing my iron pot upon the stove, I find it fits perfectly. The system has indeed been considerate. Turning my attention to the opposite side, I find a freezer designated for storing ingredients. Upon opening it, I discover it to be utterly empty. It seems I must procure my own supplies. I had naively assumed the system would provide them. I realize I have misjudged the system. How could it be so generous? Ding. The host has activated the system's storage function. It can accommodate 1 cubic meter, exclusively for food ingredients and cooking utensils, ensuring absolute freshness. Ingredients available: a portion of the soul-devouring rice. Oh, no longer feigning silence. Shinshu jested. This service concludes here. Thank you and farewell. Just as Shinshu was about to express his thoughts, a deep voice suddenly resonated from outside. Are you open for business? Shinshu was taken aback, not expecting anyone to arrive at this hour. Welcome, we are indeed open for business. When he turned around, his heart skipped a beat. The newcomer donned a blue robe, his countenance grave. His long black hair cascaded elegantly, obscuring his right eye. An aura of solitude and arrogance surrounded him. The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Even standing there in silence, Shinshu could sense a formidable presence bearing down upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Such an overwhelming aura. Unlike Hashirama's restraint, Uchiha Madara exuded an uncontainable might. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and most households in Konoha had already succumbed to slumber. This tranquil existence filled them with a profound sense of happiness. Reflecting on the chaotic battles that had raged mere months prior, they had to sleep with one eye open, fearful of an enemy's stealthy approach. But now, that was no longer the case. Konoha village boasted powerful barriers, rendering nocturnal intrusions impossible. Thus, they could sleep soundly, relishing the joy that peace brought. Yet, on this night, a solitary figure wandered the streets. His raven-black hair seemed to merge with the night, while his eyes sparkled like stars. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge who beheld his face would likely tremble in fear, for he bore a name that commanded the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. In the current ninja realm, only Senju Hashirama could contend with him. Others were no match for his might. Yet at this moment, he appeared somewhat desolate. His head hung low, his disheveled hair cascading down, revealing a hint of despair. Madara's mind lingered on the events of the day. Madara, let it be you who becomes Hokage. Am I truly capable? Absolutely, though Azuna is no longer with us. You can regard the villagers as your brothers and protect them well. Do not hesitate. Very well. The scene swiftly shifted, revealing a starkly different discussion between Hashirama and Tobirama in their chamber. Brother, it is impossible for Madara to become Hokage. The villagers would never consent, and the Uchiha clan is inherently tainted by darkness. The villagers wish for you to assume the role of Hokage. Hashirama fell silent. Meanwhile, Madara outside the window listened intently. By the time Hashirama realized, Madara had already departed alone. Beneath the night sky, Madara lifted his gaze. The moon was full, yet it lacked the feeling he yearned for. Hashirama, are you too naive? Or am I the one who is naive? Madara sighed, his empty stomach trembling slightly, but to him, it mattered not. Suddenly, a surge of chakra caught Madara's attention. It felt like Hashirama's chakra. He looked up. Hashirama's chakra radiated like a beacon in the night. After navigating a few turns, Madara arrived at the entrance of the Seven Flavors Inn. Was this plaque crafted by Hashirama? To his astonishment, Madara realized the excessive use of chakra. While Hashirama often engaged in foolish antics, such a level of absurdity was indeed rare. Even if his chakra held little value, there was no need for such self-detriment. Was it a restaurant? Did it have any connection to Hashirama? In a moment of contemplation, an inexplicable force compelled Madara to step into Shichimi. The elegant decor, however, failed to evoke any emotion within him. It was merely the sight of a young lad with crimson hair that piqued his curiosity. Crimson hair? Uzumaki. In an instant, Madara made the connection. Are you open for business? Welcome. We are indeed open. Their eyes met. Madara's gaze was as calm as a still lake, while the young chef, Shinshu, was filled with excitement. Uchiha Madara. Even if Shinshu was not a fervent follower of shonen anime, he had certainly heard this name. Madara paid no heed to Rinshu's expression and simply took a seat. I'm hungry. Serve me the food. His terse words lacked any unnecessary embellishments or formalities. Perhaps it was genuine hunger, or perhaps the allure of Hashirama's signature dish drew him in, but Madara settled down, seemingly intent on savoring Rinshu's culinary skills. Rinshu, regaining his composure, suddenly received a notification. Ding. Task activated. Conquer Uchiha Madara's palate. Reward, dragon pattern pot. Rinshu jolted. Another task had appeared so swiftly? This was delightful indeed. Yet, to conquer Uchiha Madara's taste buds would not be a simple endeavor. Even if he managed to create something delectable, it was unlikely Madara would exhibit much enthusiasm. A smirk crept onto Rinshu's lips as he devised a plan. Very well. Please wait a moment. An exquisite dish will be served promptly. Removing the black headband from his wrist, Rinshu tied it around his forehead. Humph, if it's unpalatable, I shall take down your sign, Madara stated coldly, his gaze emanating a chilling aura that sent a shiver down Rinshu's spine. This man certainly bore a fierce temperament. Was it possible he had just quarreled with Hashirama? The thought unnerved Rinshu. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I guarantee your satisfaction. Rinshu placed his right hand beneath the long table, secretly accessing his system inventory. System. Activate the soul-devouring rice experience card. Ding. Activation successful. He withdrew his hand, grasping a piece of pork shoulder, known as Uemi head meat, which was prized for its tender texture and marbled fat, ideal for making char siu. Placing the pork on the cutting board, Rinshu suddenly closed his eyes. Madara furrowed his brow, sensing an odd emotion radiating from Rinshu. Soul-devouring. Gazing at Rinshu, Madara felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy rise within him once more. The sorrow he had just subdued returning with a vengeance. What was happening? Was this an illusion? No, it couldn't be. There was no fluctuation of chakra. Madara was astonished, his gaze on Rinshu now imbued with gravity. Few could influence his emotions in such a manner. Just as Madara pondered this, Rinshu opened his eyes. At that moment, those eyes no longer held the clarity of youth. Instead, they bore the weight of a middle-aged sorrow. Soul-devouring technique, if only to part ways. Soul-devouring hand. With a low exclamation, Shinshu coalesced his right hand into a claw, launching a furious assault upon the piece of mayhead meat. A strike, a punch, a grasp, a release, a knead. With each impact, the intricate meridians within the flesh were obliterated. What an intriguing martial technique, murmured Ban to himself. In mere seconds of relentless pounding, the mayhead meat had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shinshu did not cease there. His left hand produced a pre-prepared sauce, pouring it over the meat. As his right hand clenched, the sauce and the meticulously tenderized mayhead meat harmonized exquisitely. His left hand emanated a gentle warmth, as if the mixture had been marinating for hours. With a swift kick, 2 sticks of fire leapt onto the chopping board, his hands forming seals. A light tap of his right hand ignited flames from the 2 sticks of fire. Such precise control over fire-based ninjutsu. Shinshu retrieved an iron skewer, threading the prepared mayhead meat onto it, placing it over the flames to roast. Simultaneously, his left hand produced a clay pot, which he discovered contained rice and water. Unbeknownst to him, With a deft motion, he swiftly rotated the rice within the pot, washing the grains. In a flurry of movement, the rice was soon ready. He covered the pot and placed it atop the second stick of fire. Taking a deep breath, Shinshu unleashed his left hand, causing the flames to surge. He infused fire chakra into the flames, amplifying their intensity. Cooking, Ban felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. The roaring flames brought the pot of rice to a rapid boil. Steam billowed from the junction of the lid, creating a rhythmic clattering and splashing. Clang, splash. After 30 seconds, Shinshu reined in his power, grasping the pot's handle and rotating it clockwise over the flames to ensure even heating. He then placed the pot back atop the fire. With one final surge of heat, he forcefully slapped the pot lid, sending it flying off to reveal perfectly cooked rice within. The fluffy, white grains emitted an enticing aroma, wisps of steam rising gracefully. This fragrance was the essence of nature, unrefined and pure. Yet, despite its simplicity, the rice was utterly captivating. Shinshu seized the handle once more, inverting the pot so that the rice cascaded into a pre-prepared bowl. Just then, the barbecued pork that had been roasting was also ready. He retrieved one of the qishing knives, the wenchong knife, specifically designed for slicing cooked meats, which was perfectly suited for the freshly roasted pork. With a flash of the blade, the barbecue was deftly sliced into 7 neat portions, resting atop the pristine mound of rice. The sauce atop melded seamlessly with the steaming grains below. Shinshu then picked up a stalk of vegetable, briefly blanching it in boiling salted water before placing it beside the barbecue, artfully curving it to occupy the edge of the bowl. Just when Ban thought Shinshu had completed his culinary masterpiece, he produced an egg. The humble chicken egg appears unadorned. Shinshu extended his right hand, concentrating his chakra within. "Huh," he exclaimed softly, and a flame unexpectedly erupted from his palm. The legendary Shaolin technique, fire cloud palm. Of course, such secret arts do not exist in this world. Thus, it was merely a unique application of fire release. To directly condense flames upon one's palm, this manipulation of chakra was quite intriguing. Ban was taken aback. He had never contemplated such an approach. In just over a minute, Ban had witnessed Shinshu employing 2 distinct fire release techniques, both of which had eluded his previous thoughts. In that moment, Ban felt a surge of inspiration. If he were to incorporate these ideas into his own fire release, it might ignite a plethora of novel sparks. A ninja must possess creativity as well. Observing Shinshu, as the flames danced upon his right palm, he gently grasped the egg with his left hand and tapped it lightly against the table, creating a slender crack. Then, with a firm grip, he squeezed the egg open. A one-handed egg cracking. The yolk and egg white separated distinctly, cascading downwards, landing squarely amidst the flames of his right palm. In that fleeting moment of contact, the yolk and egg white fused perfectly, resting atop the rice. At this juncture, the rice was already adorned with char siu, sautéed vegetables, and a soft-boiled egg, showcasing the art of plating. The arrangement of the dish is a culinary discipline in itself. A well-presented plate not only enhances its visual appeal, but also elevates its market value. Each element occupied its own territory: red, green, white, and yellow, distinct and vibrant, representing the essence of color. A subtle fragrance wafted from the rice, complemented by the savory aroma of the char siu and the sweetness of the greens, epitomizing the essence of scent. With these elements of color and fragrance, this bowl of char siu rice reached its zenith. Shinshu flashed a toothy grin, placing the chopsticks atop the bowl before gently nudging it forward. The bowl glided along the long table, coming to an abrupt halt before Ban. "Shinshu special, heart-wrenching rice. Please, indulge." As Ban gazed upon the bowl of char siu rice, he regained his composure. "Heart-wrenching rice? Humph, merely an ordinary bowl of char siu rice, surely. You wouldn't attempt to deceive me with such a dish?" Shinshu smiled with confidence. "One bite, and you shall understand." Ban, though skeptical, picked up the chopsticks, his curiosity piqued by the flamboyant preparation methods he had just witnessed. He lifted a piece of char siu and placed it in his mouth. With a gentle bite, Ban's expression transformed. The flavor, Ban fell silent, the speed of his chopsticks increasing dramatically. A whirlwind of consumption ensued. In less than a minute, the entire bowl of char siu rice had vanished into Ban's mouth. The once tranquil Shichimi house was now resonating solely with the sounds of Ban's swallowing. With a decisive clap, he set the empty bowl upon the table, revealing a satisfied smile. Not a single grain of rice remained. The final taste was self-evident. How was this achieved? Ban's mind brimmed with questions. Each morsel of char siu held its juices locked within, akin to rivers converging. The tender meat was completely shattered, melting in the mouth, yet maintaining a delightful chewiness. The rice was fluffy and delectable, neither too soft nor too hard, with a subtle hint of sweetness. The sauce, mingling with the rice, created an exquisite sensory explosion. Logically, such rich meat juices would induce a feeling of greasiness. But the crispness of the vegetables swiftly washed that sensation away before it could even manifest. Ultimately, the runny poached egg was nothing short of extraordinary. Its delicate white encased a yolk that resembled a savory broth, devoid of any fishy taste, only exuding a rich egg aroma. Upon breaking it, the yolk flooded into the mouth, bringing immense satisfaction. Ban reflected on the recent sensory bombardment, bewildered by the multitude of feelings it evoked within him. He thought it peculiar to eat this bowl of rice without expressing something. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy surged within him. Memories of his friendship with Hashirama flooded his mind, alongside the joys and sorrows shared with his brother Izuna, while the events of the day flickered through his thoughts. Tears unexpectedly began to slide uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Realizing this, Ben immediately steadied his mind. How could he experience such emotions? He was taken aback, having long forgotten the sensation of wanting to cry. Since he could remember, tears had been foreign to him. Yet, after consuming this bowl of rice, he felt an impulse to weep. "It's the onions. I added onions," Shinshu remarked at the opportune moment. "Onions? So that's the secret behind the dish's name." Soul-stirring rice, Ban mused, closing his eyes as the taste lingered, still vibrant upon his palate. This was an experience he had never encountered in his life. He had never known that food could evoke such profound emotions. He had never realized that a mere bowl of rice could tug at his heartstrings. This feeling was simply exquisite. Suddenly, Ben opened his eyes wide, gazing ardently at Shinshu. "This flavor, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Among all the dishes I have tasted, I, Ban, shall name you the strongest." Ding. Mission accomplished. Conquer Uchiha Ban's taste buds. Reward, dragon pattern griddle, placed in storage space. Please retrieve it yourself. Shinshu smiled lightly, removing his headband and holding it in hand. "I apologize for the lack of hospitality. A friendly reminder, payment for the meal is required. Price for soul-stirring rice, 1,000 ryo. Naruto currency system, 1,000 ryo equals 10,000 yen, or 640 renminbi. Shinshu paused for a moment, muttering to himself, "System, you are quite ruthless. For this bowl of char siu rice and a poached egg, it should sell for only about 20-some bucks. Charging over 600 is rather harsh. The essence of cooking lies not in the cost of ingredients, but in the chef's skill. The system is fair. A 5-star recipe is priced at the lowest rate." The system replied, "I fear that if I charge so much, Ban might retaliate. The system is not responsible. Within Shichimi, no free meals are allowed. If payment cannot be collected, the system will deduct 100,000 ryo from the host's funds." Shinshu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why did this system always threaten to deduct his funds? As Uchiha Madara rose to depart, Shinshu hastily exclaimed, 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? Madara was taken aback. He had never dined on such an extravagant meal. Yet, contemplating the exquisite flavor, it seemed justified. Indeed, this delectable dish was worth 1,000 taels. As Madara spoke, he reached for his purse. Shinshu sighed in relief. Fortunately, Madara was not the type to dine and dash. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. However, the next moment, an awkward expression crossed Madara's face. His right hand reached for his wallet, but it was nowhere to be found. "You must be Shinshu, correct?" Shinshu replied, puzzled, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. "You should know Hashirama, right?" "Yes." "Ah, well, I had Hashirama pay for my meal today. We're quite familiar. So just tell him Uchiha Madara dined here, and he will certainly reimburse you. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, Madara vanished in an instant, leaving Shinshu bewildered, unsure of how he had disappeared. "Wait, are you serious?" Shinshu rushed outside, but there was no trace of Madara. The night was heavy and unsettlingly quiet. What a disastrous start. His first customer was a dine-and-dash perpetrator. Shinshu felt like weeping. He could never have imagined that such a notorious figure in the ninja world would venture out without money. What a troubling habit this was. But what followed was even more disheartening. Host incapable, unable to collect payment. Current debt to the system, 100,000 taels. Please repay promptly. Shinshu grimaced. System. That was Madara. How could I possibly collect from him? Host incapable. No further explanation necessary. Shinshu covered his face, beginning to doubt whether he might become the first chef in the Star Eastern realm to possess negative assets due to unpaid dues. No, I cannot allow others to dine without paying. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes as he vowed to rectify the situation. Glancing at the desolate street, Shinshu felt disheartened and retreated indoors. At this hour, it was unlikely anyone would arrive. With time to spare, he retrieved the reward from this mission, the dragon pattern pan, from the Ultimate Class series. It was said to be the protective weapon of the protagonist Wang Dadong, rumored to be crafted from dragon scales and tempered steel, imbued with supernatural energy that could identify its master and grow stronger in their presence. Once bonded, the dragon pattern pan would appear in its owner's hand, regardless of distance. It resembled a flat-bottomed pan. Shinshu lifted the dragon pattern pan, tapping it lightly with his left hand, producing a crisp sound. Pleasant indeed, it is a fine pan. He murmured, it's quite substantial. I wonder how dishes cooked with this would taste? After a brief encounter, Shinshu felt an inexplicable connection to the dragon pattern pan, as if they were bonded by blood. Has it recognized me as its master? It possesses quite a spirit, intriguing indeed. Shinshu tossed the dragon pattern pan towards the door, and to his astonishment, it soared several meters before instantly reappearing in his hand. If this were to be used as a concealed weapon, it would serve admirably. Could it be that I will wield this to strike at others in the future? Why does it feel so much like the Red Wolf? Shinshu quietly murmured, before placing the dragon pattern spatula on his back and vanishing from sight. As for the principle, there was none. The dragon pattern spatula possessed passive attributes. Although it had its base attributes deducted, it also received task rewards, making it ultimately a profitable venture. However, it appeared that this foundational knife skill would require several days of practice to regain its former state. With nothing else to occupy his time, Shinshu decided to hone his knife skills. He retrieved a white radish and placed it on the cutting board. Under the moonlight, Shinshu took out one of the 7 stars knives, the windy knife. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself. Ah! Shinshu shouted, and then the kitchen knife moved. Tap, 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 tap. The knife sliced into the white radish, striking the cutting board, with this motion repeating endlessly. The speed was truly astonishing. The powerful force sent the sliced radish pieces soaring into the air, forming a graceful arc before landing in a pre-prepared plate. Within mere seconds, Shinshu had sliced a 20-centimeter white radish into hundreds of pieces. Each slice was approximately 1 millimeter thick. At that moment, half of the radish remained. Shinshu furrowed his brow, picked up one of the radish slices, and aimed it at the moon in the sky. The moonlight filtering through the radish appeared somewhat dim. Not sufficient yet. Slicing the radish must achieve a certain thickness. It cannot be too thick, nor too thin, and certainly not broken. The optimal standard for inspection is known as the lunar halo. It must remain intact, yet translucent. When viewed through the moonlight, the full moon should resemble a halo. Only then would the radish slices melt in the mouth, achieving the finest thickness. Shinshu estimated that by that time, his foundational knife skills would reach a level of 100. Not only should there be the effect of a lunar halo, but the speed must also be remarkable, with each slice identical to the last. Good. He set a small goal. Within a month, he would complete the training for lunar halo knife skills. While the world slumbered, Shinshu quietly embarked on his knife skill training. From this day forth, he would formally commence his journey to becoming a legendary culinary master. The path of gastronomy was just beginning for him. A night passed, and aside from the gluttonous band, there were no other patrons. Shinshu found the operating hours set by the system utterly perplexing. The world of Naruto was different from his previous life. The turmoil had just subsided, leaving little room for nightlife, as everyone went to bed early. With dark circles under his eyes, Shinshu returned home and collapsed into sleep. This house was also arranged for him by Mizuho, located conveniently near her residence. Currently, houses in Konoha were truly undervalued. Most constructed using Hashiramas would release 3-room, 1-hall technique. One could say these were assets of Hashirama himself. Therefore, Mizuho naturally did not hold back. Shinshu was even less inclined to be modest. Reflecting on his previous life, where he toiled for 30 years to purchase a 100-square-meter home, now receiving a luxurious residence in the village center felt quite amusing. Indeed, the fortunes of individuals vary greatly. Some are born standing at the pinnacle, just like Shinshu. Sister Mito Uzumaki and brother-in-law Hashirama Senju, soon to become the first Hokage. The younger brother of my brother-in-law is Tobarama Senju, the future second Hokage. This relationship is akin to that of royal kin. However, the slumbering Shinji was abruptly roused by Mito's clamor. "Wake up! The sun is already shining down," Mito exclaimed, hands on her hips, drowsy and reluctant. Shinji instinctively covered his head. "Sister, stop making noise. I'm tired." "Still tired? It's nearly 9 o'clock. Were you out last night?" Shinji, still in a daze, ignored Mito's remarks. Frustrated, Mito swiftly drew back the curtains, flooding the room with sunlight. Then, seizing the blanket, she yanked it away, revealing Shinji's dinosaur pajamas. A rush of cool air hit him, instantly awakening him. "Sister, what are you doing? Can't a person sleep in peace?" With great effort, Shinji opened his eyes to see the red-haired woman before him, resembling a large tomato. "Honestly, how can you be so lazy, sleeping in so late? Don't you realize the morning hours are precious? I only fell asleep after 6. I'm still drowsy." "Fell asleep after 6? Were you truly out stealing?" Mito questioned skeptically. "No, I was opening the store." "You were working at night? Aren't you running a restaurant? Do you have other businesses?" Observing the dejected expression on Shinji's face, Mito's own countenance turned curious. Then, with a serious demeanor, she grasped Shinji's shoulders and spoke earnestly. "Little Shin, you are still young. There are certain matters that a sister cannot address too directly, but you should understand." "What nonsense are you talking about? I only attended to one customer." Mito narrowed her eyes, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Who?" "Uchiha Madara. That scoundrel didn't he even pay." "Madara? That guy again?" "Wait. Why do I say again?" Mito's expression tightened, her gaze scrutinizing Shinji from head to toe. Feeling uneasy under Mito's scrutiny, Shinji pushed her away. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Little Shin, tell me, what unspeakable acts has Madara committed against you? Speak up, and I shall ensure justice is served." "Really?" Shinji suddenly appeared invigorated. Observing his excitement, Mito's heart sank. How much injustice had he endured to react so eagerly to her promise of support? "That detestable Madara. Is it not enough that he monopolizes my husband's time every day? Now he must also torment my brother? Are you to be my lifelong adversary?" A gentle expression graced Mito's face as she resolved not to provoke Shinji further. "Of course it's true, little Shin. Whatever grievances you have, share them with your sister. Leave no detail unexamined, all right?" "All right, sister. Let me tell you, that scoundrel Uchiha Madara actually dined and dashed. Isn't that outrageous?" Just as Mito was about to agree, her expression shifted to one of greater peculiarity. "You mean to say Madara dined and dashed at your restaurant? Indeed, is it not excessive? Is there nothing more to say?" Mito suddenly realized that perhaps she was overthinking. Yet, she could hardly blame herself. Who wouldn't entertain such thoughts during the late hours of the night? Little Jean, too, should have been clearer in her words to avoid such misunderstandings. Is there more to consider? This alone has nearly driven me to exasperation. "Sister, you must advocate for me." He even suggested that my brother-in-law assist him in settling his debt. Isn't that outrageous? What? He has the audacity to place the bill on Hashirama's tab. Truly excessive. Pray tell, how much did Madara consume? Not much, merely 1,000 ryo. 1,000 ryo? Mito was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Jinshio's expression as if assessing a swindler. "Little Jean, what on earth did you sell? Such a steep price?" Jinshio answered, enunciating each word. "Soul-devouring rice." "Soul-devouring rice? What is that? Such a name is impressive. Could it be some exotic delicacy?" "Not particularly expensive. To put it simply, it is just char siu rice." "A bowl of char siu rice costs 1,000 ryo." Mito stared in shock at Jinshio, re-evaluating him from head to toe. "Indeed, it is not exorbitant. Consider this. Madara Uchiha is, after all, a founding figure of Konoha, akin to my brother-in-law. How could he possibly skip out on the bill?" Upon hearing this, Mito anxiously regarded Jinshio. "Little Jean, do tell me you weren't assaulted by that scoundrel Madara? He is not one to be trifled with. If you are in need of funds, do not hesitate to confide in me. Extorting Madara is out of the question. He can be quite ruthless." Jinshio replied with a hint of exasperation. "Sister, do you truly think I am that sort of person? I am a respectable chef, conducting legitimate business. This is no ordinary char siu rice." Madara was nearly brought to tears by it. At this moment, Mito began to wonder if Jinshio had been dazed by Madara. "Madara Uchiha? Crying? What a jest. It would be quite remarkable if he didn't frighten you into tears. Sister, you must help me retrieve the payment for the meal. You promised. Fear not. This matter rests in my capable hands." Once your brother-in-law returns, I shall inform him of the situation. Your brother-in-law left early today, did he not? He has not returned since last night. Mito sighed. Not returned. Indeed, there has been much to attend to in the village. Hashirama has not slept at home for several days, spending his time with Tobirama and Madara, discussing who knows what. I see. By the way, little Jean, I need to deliver lunch to them at noon. Since you are here, please assist your sister in preparing something delicious, and we shall go together. They have been working tirelessly these past few days. Consider it a reward for their efforts. Additionally, sister will help you collect your dues. Certainly. No problem at all. Leave it to me. Ding. Daily task activated. Prepare a bento to earn praise from Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Reward, 3-star recipe experience card. The marketplace. Many of the newly established facilities in Konoha remain incomplete, yet the marketplace has gradually taken shape. Villagers can procure all the necessary ingredients for their daily needs here. Lord Mito, you've arrived. The yellowfin tuna is particularly fresh today. Take a piece home to sample. Lord Mito, the seaweed is exceptional today. Do take some to try. Lord Mito, today, along the way, vendors continuously delivered vegetables, fish, and meat to the water household, who graciously accepted each offering, of course, after settling the payments. Initially, these farmers were reluctant to accept the goods, but under the insistence of the water household, they acquiesced one by one. Sister, you are indeed cherished in the village, remarked Shinshu with a sense of admiration. It is not I who is cherished, but Chujan. These individuals have come to Konoha primarily due to Chujan's esteemed reputation, she replied. Is that so? Brother Chujan is indeed quite popular, Shinshu mused. Upon reflection, it became clear that among the 3 leaders of Konoha, Chujan, Tobirama, and Madara, it was Chujan who exhibited the most affable demeanor. Moreover, Chujan was also the most formidable among them. Indeed, Chujan possesses a kind temperament, and any villager who has encountered him tends to hold him in high regard. It is no wonder he was appointed as the first Hokage. Water household, taken aback by this revelation, turned to Shinshu. What is it? Little Jean, such statements should not be made lightly. Both Chujan and Madara have the potential to become the first Hokage. Chujan genuinely wishes for Madara to assume the role, yet other clans oppose this notion. This is a sensitive topic and not suitable for discussion at present. Very well. I am merely a chef. Such matters do not concern me, Shinshu said, skillfully diverting the conversation. Although he was aware of the implications, it was indeed not the right time to delve into such discussions. That is understood. Now, let us focus on what flavors of sushi to prepare. Sushi? Why sushi? Shinshu inquired, puzzled. Recently, both Chujan and Tobirama have been exceedingly busy. When we deliver their meal, they may not consume it immediately. They tend to eat only after their tasks are completed. Other dishes would not taste as good once cooled, but sushi remains delightful even when chilled. I wish for them to enjoy a proper meal, considering the burdens they bear for the village. Ah, I see, Shinshu said, resting his chin on his fist in contemplation. Sister, leave it to me. This time, I will ensure that both Brother Chujan and Brother Tobirama relish something exceptional. It is naturally your responsibility. My culinary skills pale in comparison to yours. I shall learn a few tricks from you, so that both Chujan and Banshu can enjoy a splendid meal. Banshu? Who is Banshu? Shinshu asked, bewildered. Water household playfully tapped Shinshu on the forehead. Ouch! Sister, what was that for? How could you forget your own nephew's name? Tell me, do you not deserve a reprimand? Shinshu suddenly realized, all right. Banshu, that little rascal must be 10 years old now, if I recall correctly. Remarkably, you still remember. Yet, as an uncle, you have never even met him, she teased. Hee hee, I almost forgot. What is that little fellow up to these days? Why haven't I seen him? He is off on a mission with his teacher and will not be home for a few days. Impressive. At such a young age, he is already undertaking missions. My nephew is truly a prodigy. As they continued their grocery shopping, Shinshu gained a clearer understanding of the current state of Konoha. The new village had just been established, and numerous issues remained unresolved. Various systems were still in their infancy, which accounted for the busyness of Chujan and Tobirama during this period. Their objective was to finalize a viable system for the community. This endeavor had never been attempted before, leaving one at a loss for references, thus proving to be quite a cerebral challenge. Even with Tobirama's prodigious intellect, contemplation was necessary. However, this bore no relevance to the matter at hand. He was merely tasked with preparing lunch for the two of them. In the kitchen, crafting a delectable and nutritious meal that also retained warmth was indeed a formidable undertaking. Yet, such a challenge would not daunt me. With the 7 stars blade in hand, the culinary battle commenced. A flurry of swift movements ensued, as blades glimmered and ingredients danced through the air. After an hour of fervent effort, Tobarama unveiled his creation, 2 bento boxes. "Little Jun, is this what you have prepared?" "It appears rather ordinary," remarked his sister. "Sister, you fail to grasp the essence of it. Cuisine need not be extravagant, but rather should be attuned to the moment. The hallmark of a dish is its flavor, followed closely by timing. Only those gaudy dishes lack promise," he replied confidently. "Is that so?" "Absolutely. In this domain, I am the connoisseur. Trust me, there is no cause for concern." "Very well, let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Indeed, at the Hokage building, Tobarama mused that the Ninja Academy was on the verge of commencement. Not yet. Numerous issues remain unresolved, such as the curriculum and educational methodologies. To initiate matters now would be too hasty. We require a flawless plan. Flawless? Perfection is not easily attained. I shall contemplate this further and summon the clan leaders in a few days for a thorough discussion. However, the most pressing matter remains the prompt selection of the Hokage. Brother, you must cease your deliberations. You are the sole candidate. Others will not endorse Madara. If absolutely necessary, you could allow Madara to build his reputation within the village before appointing him as the second Hokage. The speaker, with silver hair and an icy demeanor, was none other than Shinshu Tobarama, the younger brother of Hashirama. Renowned for his unparalleled speed, he had no equal in the ninja realm, save for Hashirama and Madara. He was also a prolific inventor. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes brightened. That is indeed a viable strategy. Yet, Madara has been elusive since yesterday. I fear he may be in some predicament. That fellow's troubles are merely a matter of time. I have long maintained that Uchiha Madara is unreliable. Tobarama, Hashirama, slightly irritated, was about to respond when a knock echoed through the door. "Enter," he called, regaining his composure. The visitors were Mito and Jinshio. "Hashirama, I have brought you lunch. And Tobarama, there is a portion for you as well." Seeing this, Hashirama smiled. "Thank you for your efforts, Mito." "Thank you, sister-in-law. However, today's creation was not my doing. It is the masterpiece of Little Jean. You both must savor it. If it pleases you, I shall learn to cook as well." Hashirama's delight was evident as he turned to Jinshio, exclaiming, "So it was you who prepared this? I am eager to taste it, as I find myself rather famished." Tobarama scrutinized Jinshio, his brow furrowing. He was a stranger. With the multitude of events transpiring in recent days, Hashirama had not mentioned Jinshio to Tobarama. However, through their brief exchange, Tobarama had discerned Jinshio's identity, Uzumaki Jinshio, the brother of his sister-in-law. Before Tobarama could utter a word, an enticing aroma surged into his nostrils. Frowning slightly, he sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. His piercing gaze fixated on the bento box, realizing that something was amiss. When Hashirama opened the bento box, he discovered a 3-tiered design, one layer for side dishes, another for soup, and the bottom layer for rice. "Wow, 3 layers. And it's still warm." Hashirama exclaimed in delight. "Brother-in-law, my sister mentioned that you both have been eating cold food lately, which is detrimental to your health. Therefore, I specifically prepared this insulated bento box, ensuring it remains warm even if you eat it 2 hours later." "Thank you, Shinshu, your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated." Hashirama replied with a grateful smile. Being cared for is a source of joy, especially when that concern comes from family, providing energy after a day of toil. This is the life Hashirama yearns for. Having ended the tumultuous era, he aspires not only for peace, but also to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. With parents above him, children below, and a virtuous wife and brothers beside him, he envisions a harmonious household. For a clan like the Shinshu, which places great importance on family, such relationships are of utmost significance. The concept of family has permeated the thoughts of all warring clans, while the notion of community is still in its nascent stages, not yet the prevailing trend. Hashirama turned to Tobarama and said, "Tobarama, come and eat." Shinshu's culinary skills are exceptional. Tobarama, with a stern expression, contemplated the multitude of tasks awaiting him and initially intended to decline. However, the irresistible aroma continued to beckon, causing him to waver slightly. Despite his aversion to indulgence, he found himself intrigued. After all, a little time spent wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Tobarama settled beside Hashirama. Each had a bento box with identical contents. "Shinshu, what have you prepared?" Hashirama inquired with curiosity. Observing the first layer filled with side dishes, he felt compelled to ask out of politeness. It's a special creation, nori bento. The top layer features side dishes, including soft-boiled eggs, nori-wrapped fish cakes, and fried cod. How delightful. The aroma is simply irresistible. I shall not hold back. Hashirama chuckled, picking up his chopsticks to seize the soft-boiled egg. Upon taking a bite, the delicate egg white cracked open, and the runny yolk flooded his mouth. The rich flavor of the egg enveloped his palate. Delicious, Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though he had tasted soft-boiled eggs before, he had never experienced such a texture. The yolk was neither too runny nor too thick, carrying a unique egg essence. While the oft-overlooked egg white became the piece de resistance, delicate and smooth. Together, they harmonized perfectly. Shinshu grinned, revealing his pride as he declared, "This soft-boiled egg is my specialty. It is something that others could never replicate. It is the signature dish from the renowned soul-stirring rice recipe. Having experienced a 5-star dish, while I have not mastered the entirety of it, I have learned about 70 to 80% of the technique for the soft-boiled egg. This egg pales in comparison to the one enjoyed by Tobarama, yet it is not far behind. It is sufficient to elicit expressions of astonishment from Hashirama and Tobarama. Unlike Hashirama, who first savored the soft-boiled egg, Tobarama opted to sample the seaweed-wrapped fried fish cake. Crunch. A single bite unleashed an exhilarating crispness. Despite being deep-fried, it bore no trace of greasiness. Following the refreshing texture, the umami of the fish surged forth. The sensation was akin to gliding through the ocean. Tobarama closed his eyes, enveloped in this delightful flavor. "This fish cake is no ordinary fare," he remarked. "Brother Tobarama has a discerning eye. I crafted this fish cake from the very fish itself. It is unavailable in any market. The batter, instead of being mixed with water, incorporates sake, evaporating more swiftly to yield a non-greasy, refreshing treat." "Ah, I see. Your creativity knows no bounds." Tobarama nodded, consuming the remainder of the seaweed-wrapped fish cake in a single bite. Known for his ingenuity in forbidden techniques, Tobarama also relishes intellectual challenges. This innovative dish perfectly aligns with his palate. Indeed, it is delectable. At this moment, Hashirama too indulged in the seaweed-wrapped fish cake, enveloped by the fragrance of the sea. The final dish, fried cod, followed. After the sensory stimulation from the previous 2 courses, they anticipated this third dish with great eagerness. Tobarama lightly tapped his chopsticks against the fried cod and effortlessly sliced through it. Oh, surprisingly tender. Tobarama was taken aback. Typically, fried foods are characterized by their crispness. Yet this fried cod seemed to diverge from that norm. The batter was not heavy, allowing the flavor of the cod to shine, rather than the crunch of a fried product. In this case, the flavor relied entirely on the cod within. This batter resembled more of a garment, enveloping the essence of the cod. However, to transcend the oiliness of the batter, the cod must possess a notably refreshing texture. Yet the flavor of the cod itself is not particularly strong. Tobarama, adept in water techniques and fond of seafood, could glean some understanding. With this curiosity, he took a gentle bite. "What is this?" Tobarama's eyes widened. Contrary to his expectations, the aroma of the cod was extraordinarily rich. No, to be more precise, it was not merely the flavor of the cod. There were other layers of umami. This additional umami did not overshadow the cod. Rather, it accentuated it, transforming the originally mild taste of the cod into something strikingly bold. The sensation was akin to the waves of the sea, crashing one after another. "Does this cod contain something else?" Tobarama could not help but inquire. "Indeed. Before frying, I simmered the cod in a broth made from bonito flakes and kelp, which not only preserves the cod's tender texture, but also enhances its flavor. The 2 elements form a splendid combination." "Ah, I see. Hidden within this modest cod lies a meticulous process. Next, the second layer, the soup. It demands warmth. No matter how exquisite the broth, once it cools, its flavor diminishes significantly. Heat ignites the fullest flavor of the soup. As the lunchbox is opened, the aroma of the broth wafts into the air. The warm soup, even before tasting, promises a delightful experience. Is this miso soup crafted from bacon and onions? After savoring the fried cod, a sip is indeed fitting. As he speaks, Hashirama lifts the lunchbox for a taste. How exquisite. This is no ordinary miso soup. It is enriched with a broth of tuna, complemented by the sweetness of onions and the unique richness of bacon, creating a harmonious symphony of flavors. This bento, labeled as a nori bento, finds its essence in the freshness of the tuna. Brother-in-law, Tobarama, the grand finale awaits. The rice. With a mysterious smile, Masashi unveils the final lunchbox. The pristine white rice appears unassuming, yet it emits a sweeter fragrance than typical rice. There is an extraordinary taste to it. What kind of rice is this? The flavor is remarkably intense. Hashirama and Tobarama wear expressions of astonishment. Rice? How many variations could there be? Just ordinary rice? How could such a simple grain possess such an alluring aroma? Hashirama finds this hard to believe. Rice is a staple for everyone. Yet he has never encountered such a fragrant variety. Yet, the whiteness of it seems devoid of anything else. Take a bite, and you shall understand, Masashi confidently smiles, awaiting the revelation in their expressions as they succumb to the deliciousness. As a chef, witnessing that look of delight brings the greatest satisfaction. While labeled as a nori bento, after the previous two dishes, only a single nori fried fish cake remains. Is the final nori hidden within the rice? In an instant, Tobarama discerns the secret of the rice, yet he is still puzzled about where the nori is concealed. Truly, Tobarama is astute, indeed. The exquisite flavor of the nori is nestled within the rice itself. At that moment, Tobarama and Hashirama no longer hesitate, each taking a bite. Crack! The sound resonates. The popping continues. Tobarama and Hashirama feel as though something within their mouths is bursting forth. The delightful explosion of flavor is none other than the essence of the nori. Within the nori's deliciousness mingles the sweetness of the rice, culminating in a hint of fishiness. What is happening? Hashirama is astonished, unable to fathom how such a rich flavor could emerge from the plain white rice, not to mention the sensation of popping. Do you still not understand, brother? Tobarama gestures towards the rice in the bento box. Underneath the portion they have taken, two layers are revealed. One layer is green, the other brown. The green elements consist of small green granules, similar in size to the rice, appearing quite peculiar. The brown layer is composed of tuna flakes, harmonizing with the earlier miso soup and cod. Just rice made with nori? Its delicate appearance resembles an artwork more than food. Tobarama takes another bite, savoring the combination. The fusion of rice, nori, and tuna flakes transforms the rice into a texture that is not only soft, but also delightfully crisp. The harmonious blend of seaweed and tuna flakes imparts a flavor to the rice that rivals that of a seafood fried rice. It is no wonder that the delightful aroma permeated the air. The rice absorbed the essence of both the seaweed and the tuna flakes as they simmered together. Both individuals bore expressions of contentment, yet this was not the conclusion. With a flourish, Shinji lifted 2 bowls of miso soup that remained untouched and declared, "Let us embark on a final gustatory adventure. Let us unleash all the flavors." As he spoke, Shinji simultaneously poured the miso soup into the rice boxes of both diners. This miso soup was thicker than the average broth, as Shinji had deliberately thickened it with a touch of cornstarch, all for this very moment. The rich miso soup melded with the rice, creating a delightful dish known as soup-soaked rice. Even the most unremarkable rice paired with a simple broth could ignite an unparalleled enthusiasm for dining. Shinji reminisced fondly about his childhood, recalling how he relished this particular way of eating, though his parents often disapproved due to its strain on digestion. Nonetheless, such a delicacy could be indulged in occasionally without dire consequences. As the warm miso soup infused the rice, the aroma melded into a symphony of flavors. Just by sight, one could ascertain its deliciousness. Kushina immediately wielded her chopsticks, devouring the dish with fervor, while Tobarama displayed a modicum of restraint, though the frequency of his movements had noticeably increased. Observing the two savoring their meal, Shinji smiled gently, removing the headband from his hair, and remarked, "I apologize for my inadequate hospitality." Mito, watching Kushina and Tobarama relishing their meal, felt a surge of curiosity about the bento's taste, having yet to sample it herself. She was astonished to see the usually stoic Tobarama displaying signs of enjoyment. Indeed, this dish was extraordinary. Soup-soaked rice, a culinary method imbued with the flavors of childhood. In this moment, Tobarama and Kushina felt as if they had been transported back to their youth when their parents were still alive. In times of peace, their mother would prepare hearty meals for them. While not as exquisite as Shinji's creation, those flavors brought a warmth to their hearts. Upon finishing the bento, both Kushina and Tobarama fell into a contemplative silence. A truly remarkable dish not only delights the palate, but also resonates with the soul. Culinary art transcends mere seasoning. It demands sincerity. Only that which is crafted with genuine care can truly move hearts. While it may seem profoundly intricate, it can be summed up in two simple words: dedication. What an unforgettable meal, Kushin mused. Tobarama gazed at the now empty bento, the disdain he once harbored for Shinji gradually dissipating. In his mind, it was a disgrace for a ninja to take on the role of a chef. Yet now, he began to understand why Shinji chose this path. Kushina, Tobarama, seeing you both like this brings me great relief. I was worried you might neglect your meals and suffer. Mito said with a smile. Haha, how can we be so shameless? Shinji has plans to open a restaurant, after all. He must be quite busy. When we have some free time, we can simply go to the shop to eat, Chunin chuckled. Although Mito's suggestion was quite appealing, Chunin felt somewhat reluctant to keep troubling Masashi. After all, this dish seemed to require considerable effort. Brother-in-law, if you wish to visit my shop, it can only be at dawn, as that is when I open, Masashi stated. Dawn? Chunin exclaimed in surprise. Little Masashi, are you truly planning to run your business at night? Is your body able to withstand it? Masashi felt tears of frustration welling up. He had no desire for this. However, the system demanded it, and what could he do? Indeed, sister, let us not dwell on that. Brother-in-law, Tobarama, what were you just discussing? Masashi hastily shifted the topic, eager to avoid further entanglement in that issue. The individuals present were not strangers, and Chunin had no intention of concealing anything. We were deliberating on matters concerning the Ninja Academy. Tobarama aims to devise a flawless implementation plan. A perfect plan, indeed, is quite a challenge, Mito reflected. Tobarama remained silent, his expression stern. Masashi, however, smiled and replied, Brother Tobarama, in this world, is there truly such a thing as perfection? Many endeavors require a step-by-step approach, gradually improving over time. That may be the case for others, but I possess the confidence to foresee perfection, Tobarama retorted. Chunin, upon hearing this, could only look on helplessly, as Tobarama had always been this way. While Chunin's strength was innate, Tobarama's forbidden techniques stemmed entirely from his intellect. Masashi's eyes sparkled as he unexpectedly produced an egg from somewhere, placing it before Tobarama with a mischievous grin, and asked, So, Brother Tobarama, can you fry a perfect fried egg? A perfect egg? Tobarama glanced at Masashi with curiosity. Are you trying to challenge me, fat tiger? No, challenge me, Tobarama? How about it, Brother Tobarama? Can you fry an egg that satisfies everyone? Masashi laughed, his smile reminiscent of a playful fox. Tobarama snorted disdainfully. Chunin and Mito struggled to suppress their laughter at Tobarama's discomfort. Upon receiving a glance from Tobarama, they instantly reverted to solemn expressions, unwilling to meet his gaze. In terms of authority, unless in grand circumstances, Tobarama certainly overshadowed Chunin. Even Chunin felt a tinge of fear towards his younger brother, albeit a fear laced with fraternal affection and a touch of indulgence. It is often said that the Uchiha clan members are doting towards their younger siblings. Chunin was no exception. Not everyone could reprimand Chunin, as even the god of ninjas has his pride. Yet, Tobarama could. Chunin frequently bore Tobarama's scoldings without any retort, merely managing a forced smile. So Brother Tobarama is incapable, but I can, Masashi declared with a fox-like grin. Tobarama's scrutinizing gaze fixated on Masashi's face, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity behind his words. How could it be possible to fry an egg that pleases everyone? Some prefer it well done, others like it tender, and some favor it runny. One egg could never satisfy all, Tobarama replied coldly. This statement indeed holds considerable truth. A single egg cannot possibly cater to the diverse palates of all individuals. Such an egg cannot be deemed perfect. It is akin to the soft-boiled eggs prepared by Shinshu prior to his transformation, which are undeniably delectable. However, for those who cannot tolerate soft-boiled eggs, they might still hesitate to indulge. Shinshu offered no explanation. Instead, he placed his hand behind his neck and then grasped a frying pan. Both Hashirama and Tobarama were momentarily taken aback. How had this fellow concealed a frying pan behind his back? They had not noticed it moments ago. Could it be a spatial ninjutsu? No, there was no fluctuation in space. Perhaps it was merely well hidden? As Tobarama, skilled in spatial ninjutsu, pondered this, Shinshu remarked, Brother Tobarama, perfection is merely a definition. In my perspective, this is what perfection entails. With his right hand gripping the handle of the dragon-patterned griddle, he infused it with fire chakra. The intense heat caused the entire griddle to radiate warmth. His left hand produced a small vial of oil from an unknown source, which he gently drizzled into the pan. The golden oil spread out in a circular formation. Once the oil began to sizzle, Shinshu lightly tapped a freshly retrieved egg against the table and then cracked it into the pan. The egg met the oil with a satisfying sizzle, and the aroma of the cooking egg began to permeate the air. The egg was indeed of high quality, but how could it be considered perfect? Tobirama was perplexed, as were Hashirama and Mito. At that moment, Shinshu smiled and said, "Brother Tobirama, as you mentioned, preferences for fried eggs vary from person to person. Some prefer them soft, others well-cooked, and some enjoy them runny. An egg cannot satisfy everyone's desires. Now, this egg is gradually being fried. Should you wish to add a pinch of salt or vinegar, you may do so immediately. When it reaches the moment you desire to consume it, that egg will be perfect." His words resonated profoundly within Tobirama. The moment one wishes to eat it is perfection? Tobirama gazed at Shinshu with a contemplative expression, awaiting his elaboration. "Brother Tobirama, the same principle applies to the ninja school system. There is no institution that is perfect from the outset. Even what you perceive as perfection may not suit everyone. Because you are a genius, you might believe that mastering a D-rank ninjutsu requires only a few minutes, while for others, it could take months or even longer. Geniuses often fail to comprehend the learning journey of ordinary individuals. The existence of schools is to accommodate the presence of the ordinary. Each ordinary person is unique, and this uniqueness can only be discovered through the process of learning, which then leads to transformation. When every student can smoothly graduate from a ninja school, then that institution is perfect." Well said, Shinshu. The ninja school should indeed function as you described. Hashirama exclaimed joyfully, his gaze toward Shinshu filled with admiration. Tobirama appeared contemplative. He absorbed Shinshu's words. This was a perspective he had never before considered. It was indeed surprising to be instructed by a junior. But what if someone simply does not like eggs? How could this egg possibly be deemed perfect? Much like cilantro, celery, and other such garnishes, no matter how they are prepared, those who do not enjoy them remain unwilling to partake. While the number of individuals who dislike eggs may be few, they undoubtedly exist. Perhaps, for the sake of appearances, Tobirama could not help but speak. "Brother Tobirama, individuals like that should never have requested eggs in the first place. Just as those lacking the talent of a ninja should not aspire to become one. The existence of the village is, after all, to protect those commoners who cannot become ninjas. I assent it." Tobirama fell silent. "Tobirama, Masashi speaks the truth. The Ninja Academy can indeed be established. Any system can be improved gradually during its implementation," Hashirama reassured. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tobirama finally nodded in agreement. Masashi smiled with satisfaction, gently gesturing with his right hand, causing the fried egg in the dragon-patterned pan to soar into the already empty lunchbox. Not a morsel of this egg was wasted. With the lunchbox in hand, Masashi and Mito departed from the Hokage's office. "Masashi, where did you hear those words you just spoke? They don't sound like something you would say." "Sister, do you truly see me as so lacking in knowledge?" Masashi retorted. "You? With your mind solely occupied by cuisine, you could articulate such philosophical thoughts?" Mito expressed her disbelief. "Sister, your assertion is misguided. Every profession, upon reaching a certain level, embodies the essence of philosophy. So those thoughts genuinely originated from you?" Mito inquired, astonished. "Not exactly." Mito wore an expression of "as I suspected. I knew it." "Was it relayed to you?" "I encountered a culinary master previously, and he shared a story with me. As expected. Regardless, it has assisted Hashirama and the others in resolving an issue. On that account, when father arrives later, I shall speak favorably on your behalf. Then I am most grateful, dear sister. It's but a small matter." The siblings conversed amiably as they returned home, and only then did Masashi find the opportunity to access the system. Ding. Task completed. Receive praise from Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Reward: 1 3-star recipe experience card. National Hero S Unique Alkaline Noodles 01. Alkaline noodles? That dish sounds intriguing. Are we beginning to see some unconventional recipes? Within the system space, a dark stone suddenly materialized, resting quietly. Recipes are classified from 1 star to 9 stars. The 5-star mark serves as the dividing line. Stars 1 through 4 differ merely in tastiness, while 5 stars and above can evoke emotions and even possess an illusory effect. The cerebral storm triggered in Uchiha Madara after consuming the soul-dulling meal exemplifies this phenomenon. However, With Masashi's current culinary skills, he would be unable to fully recreate dishes of 5-star quality or higher without the aid of a recipe experience card. At best, he could replicate the taste without capturing its spirit. System, what is my current chef level? The chef ranking, like the recipes, ranges from 1 to 9 stars. 2 stars. What? Only 2 stars. Surely that cannot be right. The host's basic knife skills have yet to reach maximum level. 2 stars is already the limit. I urged the host to strive for improvement. Shinshu scratched his head, surprised to discover how poorly he was rated in the eyes of the system. Indeed, it was evident that he needed to exert more effort. Shaking his head, he returned home and nestled under his blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. With his day and night turned upside down, he felt genuinely fatigued. When he awoke once more, the sun was already setting. Stretching lazily, Shinshu felt considerably revitalized. After tidying up a bit, he decided to explore the village. Having only just arrived in Konoha the previous day, he had yet to truly appreciate the charm of this village. Changing into a fresh set of black attire, he secured a black headband around his right wrist and stepped outside. Konoha, having been established not long ago, had just completed its first month. Although the villagers moved about in haste, they radiated a palpable sense of happiness. With the tumult of war beginning to settle, it seemed as though they all glimpsed a promising future. The village was expanding rapidly, with an increasing number of ninja clans flocking to Konoha. Over the past month, Konoha had been continuously welcoming new ninja residents. However, Shinshu paid little attention to these developments. As a chef, his primary concern revolved around the availability of grains and vegetables. Regrettably, this land of fire lacked the bounty of the sea. The market for vegetables dictated the quality of ingredients a chef could procure and the dishes he could create. Currently, the inventory at his restaurant, Kawijia, was dismally sparse. The morning purchases had already found their way into the bellies of Tobarama and Hashirama. Thus, Shinshu required a second round of shopping, especially since his establishment would open that evening, albeit with the likelihood of few patrons. "How much for this pork, my good sir?" he inquired. "What? 50 ryo per pound? Such a high price. Could you possibly lower it? I see this pork isn't freshly slaughtered." Shinshu, like a seasoned general navigating the battlefield, maneuvered through the marketplace with authority. The art of shopping lay in the display of confidence. Only by overpowering the seller's resolve could one secure the desired price. As Shinshu departed, laden with bags of assorted produce and wearing a satisfied smile reminiscent of a victorious commander, the vendors could not help but beam with delight. "You may earn a small profit, but I shall never incur a loss." This sentiment, when applied to the market vendors, posed no contradiction. Upon returning to Kawijia, Shinshu organized his purchases, finally giving the kitchen a semblance of order. With the addition of some exquisite tableware, his little restaurant was now fully equipped. Gazing upon this space that belonged solely to him, Shinshu couldn't help but smile foolishly. This shop would henceforth be his domain, where he reigned supreme. February 1st. Year 1 of Konoha weather. Clear. The seaweed bento was a resounding success. The newly developed seaweed rice was indeed as delicious as I had anticipated. However, the fire cloud soft-boiled eggs are yet to reach perfection. They require further practice. At last, I met my serious elder brother Tobarama. I never imagined I would one day earn his wholehearted respect. February 4th. Year 1 of Konoha weather. Clear. My brother-in-law has finally assumed the position of the first Hokage. Everything has returned to square one. That Hokage robe looks rather splendid. Today, I encountered the board tree. This young lad bears a striking resemblance to my brother-in-law, as if he has donned the facial features of his sister. The marvels of human reproduction are indeed extraordinary. My culinary skills have progressed well today. I shall strive for a breakthrough soon. Date, February 5th, Year 1 of the Leaf Village, weather, rain. Uchiha Madara has once again quarreled with my brother-in-law and has defected from the village today. It is rather pitiable for Madara, as even his kin refused to accompany him in his departure. He has truly become a solitary figure. Yet, it is often said that those who are pitiful may also possess contemptible traits. After all, he has yet to repay me the 1,000 taels. How infuriating! In my daily journal, I meticulously document everything, unperturbed by the potential scrutiny of others. Having written for 6 days now, I have accrued a modest 6 points. Though the points are few and their purpose remains unclear, I am unconcerned. In the early hours, I opened my establishment as usual, despite having been operational for 6 days. The late hour has resulted in scant patrons. However, today appears to be different. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? I was taken aback to see Hashirama approaching. He has been preoccupied with numerous matters lately and had not returned home for several days. I did not expect him to find time to visit. Hashirama looked somewhat lost, offering only a faint smile as he settled into a seat. I speculated that perhaps it was due to Madara's predicament, as only Madara could evoke such emotional turbulence in him. Shinshu, I heard from Mito that Madara dined here a few days ago and left without paying. Is that true? Oh, yes, that did happen. Mr. Madara requested that you cover his expenses. Have you come to settle the bill? If that is the case, it is unnecessary. My small establishment requires personal payment. No, I am not here to pay. Just as I was at a loss for words, Hashirama suddenly said, Shinshu, could you prepare a bowl of that char siu rice for me? You are interested as well? Hashirama nodded, though his expression was tinged with sorrow. I chose not to inquire further and simply replied, certainly. However, I must mention that my previous performance was exceptional. This time may not replicate the same exquisite flavor. That is fine. I wish to try it. Very well. I removed the black headband from my wrist and secured it upon my forehead. The culinary endeavor commences. Without the experience card for the soul-stirring rice, I find it challenging to recreate that particular flavor. Nonetheless, I have been practicing diligently over the past few days. While I may not fully capture the essence of that transcendent dish, I am close to achieving a satisfactory result. Cooking is such that even a novice, armed with a recipe, can master the essence through repeated attempts. However, the soul-stirring rice is no ordinary dish. The most challenging aspect lies within the mindset, rendering replication somewhat arduous. Moreover, I am currently only a 2-star chef. With the completion of the fiery cloud egg, the soul-stirring rice is finally ready. Please enjoy. I gently nudged the dish forward, and it rested before Hashirama. Is this it? He murmured, picking up his chopsticks to delicately lift a piece of char siu and place it into his mouth. The heart-wrenching dish, known as the soul-stirring rice, encapsulates the essence of sorrow within its very name. A dish capable of tugging at the heartstrings is infused with the chef's heartfelt intentions, which may be aptly referred to as the soul of the cuisine. At this moment, the bowl of soul-stirring rice lacks the profound intensity of sorrow. It is but a mere imitation of such sentiment, albeit a delicious one, reflecting the true skill of the chef. Yet, the emotional state of Hashirama resonates deeply with the essence of this dish. As he takes a bite of the char siu, he pauses momentarily, and soon the pace of his chopsticks quickens noticeably, leaving only a blur in their wake. It is hard to fathom that the god of shinobi could indulge in such a ravenous manner, akin to a famished refugee. However, the chef finds no humor in this. Rather, a sense of melancholy washes over him. The intoxication of wine is a personal affair, just as the consumption of rice stirs the soul. A flicker of sorrow envelopes Hashirama, propelling him into a reflective state, even more exaggerated than when Uchiha Madara savored his meal. The bond Hashirama shared with Madara is elusive to outsiders. Their childhood encounters forged a friendship rooted in shared dreams and steadfastness. Yet family ties ultimately led them down divergent paths. However, they reconciled their differences, uniting to establish a prosperous era in the shinobi world and founding the foremost village, Konoha. The name Konoha was bestowed by Madara, while the title of Hokage was proposed by Hashirama. These seemingly ordinary titles conceal the profound friendship between the two. Hashirama's mastery of wood release aligns with Madara's naming of the village after leaves, while Madara's proficiency in fire release complements Hashirama's designation of the leader as Hokage. Furthermore, the term Konoha bears additional interpretations, which symbolizes Hashirama's wood release, while leaf represents the Uchiha clan's emblem, a singular leaf. Regardless of the veracity of these interpretations, it is evident that Hashirama and Madara, though not brothers by blood, shared a bond akin to that of siblings. This was the very sentiment Hashirama aspired to cultivate among the villagers, an unbreakable brotherhood. Regrettably, the moment Madara departed from Konoha marked the shattering of Hashirama's aspirations. The cyclical nature of loss and recovery left Hashirama's emotions akin to a roller coaster ride. This time, however, he senses an irrevocable distance between himself and Madara. For this departure stems not from family obligations, but from Madara's own volition. In this peaceful village, Madara has chosen to leave in pursuit of his own vision of peace. In the blink of an eye, Hashirama has devoured the soul-stirring rice entirely, and a tear escapes the corner of his eye. Life unfolds like a fleeting dream. And in this moment, Hashirama's dream is steeped in melancholy. It's delicious, Hashirama remarked, a smile gracing his face as if the sorrow had vanished without a trace. The bowl, immaculate as if washed clean, reflects Hashirama's visage, resolute, radiant, yet tinged with sadness. Shinshu, your culinary prowess is remarkable. No wonder that rascal Madara relished it so. Alas, he began, but the smile on his face faltered, as an emotion named regret slowly engulfed his heart. Sister-in-law, are you still pondering over Mr. Madara? Hee, truly remarkable. Isn't it? Do you think I am a failure for not being able to keep my best friend? Hashirama let out a bitter smile, his expression laden with complexity. Brother-in-law, friendships do not require clinging. They need not always be in close proximity. There are numerous instances where friends part ways due to differing ideologies. Perhaps Madara felt that the peace he sought was not aligned with his vision, which is why he chose to depart. However, as long as the village continues to prosper and meets Madara's expectations, he may come to recognize it, and perhaps return. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Brother-in-law, you must understand Madara's character, he replied, his demeanor slightly improving. You still have Konoha, and there are many others who depend on you. This burden is far too great to allow any complacency. Hashirama's heart surged with emotion. Indeed, he still had Konoha. A larger responsibility awaited him. Konoha was the culmination of his life's work, a faith he would never forsake. He was tasked not only with protecting the Shinshu clan, but the entirety of Konoha. It was not just him. The entire Shinshu clan must serve as a shield for Konoha. Truly remarkable. You are a unique child, said his brother-in-law. Mito had previously mentioned you to me. She said you have many siblings, yet your ninja talent is unparalleled, with a strong possibility of inheriting the various secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Your father, the esteemed Uzumaki Cho, has great expectations for you. Regrettably, your interests lie not in the path of a ninja, but rather in cuisine. Initially, I found it difficult to comprehend, but now, I seem to grasp it. Oh, what have you come to understand, brother-in-law? Shinshu inquired curiously. I can understand your passion for cooking, akin to Tobirama's obsession with developing ninjutsu. Everyone has their own preferences. However, your passion does not quite align with the tumultuous era of ninjas. Nonetheless, with the establishment of various ninja villages, peace is on the horizon. Whether you become a powerful ninja or not is no longer of paramount importance. Shinshu, however, shook his head in disagreement. No, brother-in-law, regardless of the era, there will always be a need for someone to stand against the darkness. It is precisely because of strong individuals like you that ordinary people like me can pursue our dreams. Hashirama, intrigued, noted the maturity of this young man, who was over a decade his junior, juxtaposed with the youthful exuberance that surfaced when he spoke of his culinary aspirations. This paradoxical nature only deepened Hashirama's curiosity about Shinshu. What dream do you wish to realize? He asked. Shinshu beamed with a bright smile, removing the headband from his forehead and holding it in his hand. My dream is to bring happiness to people through my cooking. The youthful spirit was unmistakable, and in that moment, he seemed to radiate light. Can cuisine truly bring happiness? Hashirama reflected on the delightful experiences he had savored with Shinshu, and indeed, there was a sense of joy, although their methods differed. Both Hashirama and Shinshu shared a common aspiration, to bring happiness to others. Different paths, yet the same destination. Shinshu, I possess an intuition that you will emerge as the most formidable chef in this world. Indeed, that is an absolute certainty. Not only will I become the most powerful chef in this realm, but I also aspire to be the mightiest chef throughout all of history and across every conceivable domain. I yearn to attain the status of a true culinary deity. As he spoke, a flicker of brilliance seemed to ignite within Shinshu's golden pupils. Ding! The host has awakened the heart of a chef, receiving the reward, tongue of the divine, and establishing the ultimate goal, culinary deity. Shinshu paused, sensing an immediate transformation in his tongue. Looking at the spirited Shinshu, Hashirama appeared to see reflections of his former self alongside Madara. In those days, they, too, like Shinshu, were filled with boundless aspirations for the future. I believe in your success. Ding! Received encouragement from the god of ninjas, awarding 10 points. Shinshu was overjoyed, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. Hashirama rose, stating, Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Hashirama prepared to depart. Wait, brother-in-law. What is it? You forgot to pay me. Gazing at the 1,000 taels in his hand, Shinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his brother-in-law had money on him. Otherwise, my little treasury would have suffered again. I have yet to repay that 100,000 taels. Ever since the incident where Uchiha Madara dined and dashed, Shinshu has harbored a lingering shadow. Host, Vortex, Shinshu knife skills. Basic knife proficiency. 91-100 dreamlike knife proficiency. 0-100 supreme knife proficiency. 0-100 spoon skills. 70-100 strength. 11-100 seasoning. 70-100 creativity. 50-100 points. 16 items. Dragon pattern griddle. 7-star knife. 3-star recipe experience card. Unmatched alkaline noodles. 0-1. Talent. Tongue of the Divine overall evaluation. 2-star chef assets. 90. 000. Aside from a slight increase in basic knife skills and strength, Shinshu's other attributes remained unchanged. This journey of advancement is indeed a lengthy one. The Tongue of the Divine is quite intriguing. If memory serves correctly, it is a talent skill belonging to Arena Nakiri from Food Wars. It grants unparalleled sensitivity to ingredients and an extraordinary palate capable of discerning even the subtlest of flavors. It can trace flavors back to their ingredients, seasonings, and cooking methods. For a chef, this is an enticing skill. After spending several days with the system, Shinshu gradually comprehended the assistance it could provide. Currently, the greatest support arises from 3 aspects. First, the recipe experience card, which allows Shinshu to recreate dishes from various anime or cinematic works. Second, the culinary tools. Both the dragon patterned griddle and the 7-star knife are essential instruments for any chef. Of course, the utility of the dragon patterned griddle is still up for debate. However, it serves excellently as a frying pan. It is also adept at frying eggs. Thus, it seems plausible that the divine artifacts witnessed on screen in his past life could manifest as rewards in Shinshu's hands. Third, the talent skills, such as the Tongue of the Divine. As a chef, one must possess a heightened sensitivity of the 5 senses beyond that of an ordinary person. The divine tongue is the most crucial asset for a chef. Shinshu is uncertain whether his other senses will also be enhanced, yet he eagerly anticipates it. Although the auditory, olfactory, visual, and tactile senses may not hold the same significance as taste for a chef, they are nonetheless indispensable. Shinshu is quite pleased with the enhancement in these 3 areas. Ding. The system kindly reminds him that while the divine tongue has been bestowed upon him, it still requires activation. He is advised to carefully review the instructions for use. The sudden sound momentarily startles Shinshu. It is then that he notices a line of small text in the lower right corner of the divine tongue section on the system panel. Instructions for use? Curiosity piqued. Shinshu clicks on it. A line of text materializes before his eyes. Activation condition. Taste stimulation. Activation ingredients. 1 bottle of soy sauce, 1 bottle of vinegar, 1 bottle of chili water, 1 bottle of bitter melon juice, 1 bottle of sugar water. Note, 1 bottle equals 1 liter. Shinshu exclaims. Is the system out of its mind? Are these even consumable? The system remains silent, merely displaying a line of small text. Limited time of 10 minutes. Countdown begins now, 1000-0959. Shinshu's complexion fluctuates from pale to red, then to black, green, and finally yellow. Ultimately, he manages to utter 3 words. You are ruthless. After speaking, he hastily retrieves the specified items from the kitchen. A bottle of soy sauce is 500 milliliters, thus 2 bottles equal 1 liter. The same applies to the others. Taking a deep breath, Shinshu gazes at the dwindling time and resolves to act without hesitation. For the path of a chef. He opens the bottle of soy sauce and begins to gulp it down. The taste is something he would not recommend to those with daring ideas. Soy sauce, vinegar, chili water, bitter melon juice, sugar water, 5 liters down the hatch, and Shinshu feels he is reaching his limit. Were it not for his ninja constitution, these 5 liters could very well have cost him his life. After finishing the last sip of sugar water, Shinshu collapses onto the floor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task within 10 minutes. The divine tongue has been activated. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shinshu feels that the agony he just endured was all worth it. However, at that moment, he notices something peculiar on the system panel. The page displays 12. This indicates there is a second page. Intrigued, Shinshu swipes over to the next page. There. He reads, Divine Tongue Instructions Part 2. If the host fails to complete the challenge, the activation condition for the divine tongue will change to automatic activation 3 days later. Shinshu bolts upright, his eyes widening at the brevity of the text. System, can you not consolidate all the information onto one page? His lament echoes throughout the Seven Flavors Pavilion. Had it not been for the soundproofing of the establishment, his woeful cries would likely have resonated throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. Host, you should be grateful to the system. This is for your own benefit. For my benefit? Is this what you call being for my benefit? The system has detected the host's carelessness, intending to impart a lesson for the host to remember. The system does not offer lectures. Society will ultimately teach the host how to conduct themselves. Please comprehend the system's benevolent intentions. It is all for your benefit. Shinshu yearned to curse vehemently, yet an unsettling sensation surged within him, rendering him speechless. Ugh, perhaps it was the fluctuation of emotions. Or perhaps it was the unbearable burden of those 5 ultimate beverages. Shinshu leaned against the sink, retching uncontrollably. Host, persevere. As you continue to vomit, you shall grow accustomed to it. Silence. Shinshu felt utterly deranged, as if the system was deliberately tormenting him. This service has concluded. Farewell. Shinshu felt as though he was falling apart. Why did the system seem intent on ensnaring him in its traps? Just then, as Shinshu was on the verge of tears, a knock echoed through the air. A figure clad in blue attire, with silver hair, appeared at the door. 2 red markings on his face added an air of wildness. Konoha. Shinshu, my little ghost, what are you doing? Upon seeing Shinshu clutching the sink in agony, Konoha looked on in confusion. Nothing, just feeling the bitterness of life. Bitterness of life? Umph, how old are you to have such trivial sentiments? Perhaps you have overeaten? At that moment, Shinshu truly wished to retort, it is not overeating. It is overdrinking. However, the embarrassment was too great, and he refrained from voicing it, fearing mockery. Stifling his discomfort, Shinshu forced a smile, saying, Brother Konoha, why are you here at this late hour? Have you come for a midnight snack? Yes, I am hungry. Huh. Taken aback by Konoha's succinct response, Shinshu pondered if this was still the aloof deity he admired. Less chatter, let us prepare a meal. Seeing Shinshu's astonishment, Konoha commanded. His icy demeanor exuded an undeniable authority. While others might feel intimidated, Shinshu's carefree nature rendered him unfazed. Of course, it was paramount to note that Konoha was not genuinely scolding him. His tone remained perpetually detached. If he were like Madara, with a menacing glare, Shinshu would have felt a twinge of fear. Very well, since Brother Konoha is so gracious, I shall not disappoint you. What would you like to eat? Konoha glanced around, his brow furrowing. Is there no menu in this establishment? Shinshu scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. I know too many dishes to list them all. Humph, quite the boast. I dare you to pick one at random, Brother Konoha. Upon hearing this, Konoha fell silent for a moment. Then, with focused intensity, he gazed at Shinshu, a look that sent a chill down his spine. Brother Konoha, you wouldn't have any audacious ideas, would you? Audacious ideas? What might that be? Nothing at all. Ahem, have you made your decision? I have. Whatever your request, I can fulfill it. I meant in terms of cuisine. Noticing Shinshu's peculiar manner of speaking, Konoha felt somewhat puzzled, but chose not to dwell on it. It is quite simple. I wish for you to create a dish tailored specifically for me. Tailored cuisine? Shinshu was left bewildered. It is often said that clothing is tailored to fit, yet I have never heard of cuisine being custom crafted in such a manner, until now. What? Is that not feasible? Tobirama cast a sidelong glance. The fists of the true master rested thoughtfully upon his chin. Tobirama Senju, renowned as the fastest in the ninja world, is more frequently referred to as the great inventor. Throughout the annals of the Naruto series, he holds the patent on nearly every non-bloodline forbidden technique. Reanimation. The multiple shadow clone technique. These are all jutsu that have significantly altered the landscape of the ninja world. In terms of village governance, Tobirama pioneered various institutions such as the Ninja Academy, the 4-man teams, and the Umbu, thereby refining the system of the hidden villages. While it can be said that the foundations of Konoha were laid by Hashirama and Madara, it is Tobirama who contributed most to the village's administration. Such an individual can only be described in 4 words: unparalleled national talent. With this thought, the true master had already formed a plan in his mind. Very well. However, Tobirama, do you have any money? The stingy ones have made him wary. Humph, do you take me for someone who dines without paying? Tobirama replied with indignation. How could he, the second in command of the illustrious Senju clan, be perceived as someone who would evade payment? Then it is settled. The true master grinned, readying his headband upon his forehead. Next comes the moment to witness the culinary marvel. Ding. Task initiated. Earn Tobarama Senju's commendation. Task reward. Enhancement of divine tongue proficiency. Specifics contingent on completion. Ignite the flames. Add water. A piece of black stone appeared in the true master's hand. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, pondering what the true master intended to do with that peculiar stone. With a swift motion, the true master picked up a small hammer and, with a resounding crack, shattered the black stone into uneven fragments. He took a few of these pieces and tossed them into the boiling water, instantly clouding it. Cooking with stones? What on earth is this young lad attempting? Tobarama mused, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. How could a grand inventor deign to ask a child for clarification? Unbeknownst to him, the true master was in full creative fervor. In another pot, he poured a bag of wheat, gently sautéing it to evaporate excess moisture while retaining just the right amount. The spoon stirred, and perfectly cooked wheat flew out. Thanks to the effect of his 70-point foundational skill, the wheat landed accurately in a nearby mortar. Gently, he pushed the mortar, and fresh flour began to cascade forth. With this single step, the aroma of wheat pervaded the quaint establishment. Flour? Is he planning to make noodles? Upon witnessing this, Tobarama grasped the true master's intent. Once the flour was prepared, he took 2 eggs, cracked them into the flour, and kneaded it gently. By the time this step was completed, the stones had been simmering long enough. The previously murky water had now become crystal clear, with the black stone fragments settling serenely at the bottom. Upon witnessing the scene, Shinshu revealed a satisfied smile. With a gentle scoop of the ladle, he extracted a portion of clear water and poured it into the dough. After the addition of water, the dough, under Shinshu's diligent kneading, had taken on a perfect form. This is nearly done, Shinshu murmured, and with a swift motion, he flung the dough onto a rolling pin. At this moment, the dough had transformed into several strips, albeit still quite thick. Shinshu grasped another rolling pin and secured the dough between the 2 pins. What is this little imp attempting to do? Stretching the noodles? His movements were indeed quite extravagant. Shinshu's technique flowed effortlessly, exhibiting an enchanting grace. However, this was merely the beginning. Grasping one of the rolling pins firmly, Shinshu called out, "Let the stretching commence." With that, he sprang into action, chakra surging into his feet, propelling him forward with great speed. To the astonishment of onlookers, the dough elongated with Shinshu's every stride. In no time, he dashed out of Chiwai residence and onto the bustling commercial street. That small lump of dough had been stretched to an astonishing length of several dozen meters. Tobarama was left in utter shock. What kind of noodle is this? How can it be stretched to such lengths? It was simply astounding. If such a noodle were to be used to constrict an enemy's neck, it could suffocate dozens in an instant. Feeling the elasticity in his hands rapidly retract, Shinshu promptly released his grip. Whoosh! The dough instantly contracted, its speed rivaling Tobarama's instantaneous body flicker. In the blink of an eye, the dough coalesced into a single mass. The raw noodles were complete. Observing the self-retracting noodles, Tobarama's astonishment deepened. This dough, if utilized as a ninja tool, could yield unexpected results. At this moment, Shinshu returned, ready to proceed. 2 pots were set to action. 1 pot boiled water, while the other heated up with lard, green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers being sautéed. The noodles were cooked. With a swift motion of the ladle, the noodles were drained and poured into the pot of fragrant spices. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The plain noodles were now enveloped in aromatic lard, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Flames danced. In an instant, the dish was complete. With a deft flip of the pot, Shinshu transferred the noodles into a large bowl. The seemingly unremarkable noodles had no accompaniments, not even broth. "Shinshu, are you intending for me to consume this?" Tobarama expressed his dissatisfaction. Before Shinshu could explain, the noodles erupted in a dazzling golden light. The entire Chiwai residence was instantly enveloped by this radiant glow. The golden brilliance illuminated all directions. The blinding light compelled even Tobarama to shield his eyes with his arm. The brilliance persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. At this moment, the stoic expression on Tobarama's face transformed into one of incredulity. A dish that emits light? How could such a phenomenon exist? Tobarama found it utterly unfathomable. Even Shinshu himself was momentarily taken aback. A luminous dish? It truly exists? Shinshu felt as though he had opened the door to a new realm. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though doubts lingered in his heart, Now was not the time to inquire of the system. Tobarama was right before him. Brother Tobarama, do you still find this dish ordinary? Tobarama was taken aback. A dish that glows could hardly be deemed ordinary. To his astonishment, even his extensive knowledge failed to unveil the mystery behind the luminescence of the dish. In that moment, his curiosity was thoroughly ignited. How was this achieved? Tobarama, brimming with wonder, could not resist asking. It's a secret. Seeing that Shinshu was unwilling to divulge, Tobarama refrained from pressing further. Grasping a pair of wooden chopsticks from the bamboo holder, he lifted the bowl of noodles. The bowl was neither too large nor too small, perfectly fitting in one hand. The enticing aroma of the noodles surged into Tobarama's nostrils, far more impactful than the previous seaweed bento. The fragrance was uncomplicated, primarily featuring the freshness of the noodles, complemented by the richness of pork fat, chili, and a touch of green onion. These flavors intertwined harmoniously, enticing yet devoid of conflict. Unconsciously, Tobarama felt an abundance of saliva pooling in his mouth. I shall begin, he murmured, deftly picking up a noodle. An unremarkable noodle, devoid of any garnishes, yet exuding an astonishing aroma that piqued his curiosity. Furthermore, the earlier golden glow was peculiar. There were no chakra fluctuations. It was not a ninjutsu. What manner of dish could this be? A multitude of questions surged within Tobarama's mind, yet there was only one action to undertake now: to eat. As he placed the noodle into his mouth, it swiftly entered with a whoosh, propelled by his suction. The rich aroma of pork fat erupted alongside the piquant blend of ginger, garlic, and chili. Yet, this was not extraordinary. The next moment, Tobarama's expression changed dramatically. Crack, crack, crack. With each chew, the noodle snapped in his mouth, bouncing off his teeth like a rubber band. The astonishing texture was not the tough resilience of well-done beef, but rather perfectly balanced. Neither soft nor hard. It felt as though he were consuming a lively little fish, swimming ceaselessly in his mouth. With each movement, the fragrance of pork fat intensified. Tobarama was astounded and took another bite, savoring it with meticulous attention. The remarkable texture, regardless of how many times he experienced it, continued to astonish him. The noodles, slipping and bouncing against his teeth like a slippery loach, eluded his grasp. Yet, once swallowed, the warmth radiating from the noodles enveloped him, seemingly warding off the chill. Before long, Tobarama had polished off the entire bowl, leaving nothing behind. What an astonishing dish! Such simple noodles could yield such exquisite flavor. You, young one, are truly remarkable. Hee. Thank you for the praise, Brother Tobarama. However, there is one question. What question? How can this noodle be considered tailored for me? Tobarama's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Shinshu, eager for clarity. The system's prompt had yet to resonate. Yet Shinshu understood that without presenting a compelling reason that could win over Tobarama, the task would remain unfulfilled. It was no wonder that rewards were to be distributed based on proficiency. Nevertheless, Shinshu had already devised his speech and felt no anxiety at this moment. It was quite simple. This noodle is named the National Scholar's Unmatched Noodle. National Scholar's Unmatched Noodle? Tobarama pondered this phrase, finding it rather poetic. He cast a glance at Shinshu, signaling him to continue. Brother Tobarama, you must be aware that the term National Scholar's Unmatched refers to an unparalleled talent within a nation. In my eyes, you are that unique genius, a true ninja. A wave of flattery washed over Tobarama, who found it quite gratifying, though he did not immediately respond. As if to say, your praise is insufficient. Please continue. Brother Tobarama, I hold in the highest regard those who ascend to greatness not through innate bloodline limits, but through their own capabilities. Much like this noodle. Even without accompanying dishes or a delectable broth, its intrinsic quality alone embodies deliciousness. Such individuals deserve the title of National Scholars Unmatched. Their existence not only signifies personal strength, but also enables them to articulate their prowess into methods for future generations to learn from. That is their true greatness, and you, Brother Tobarama, epitomize such a person. Tobarama nodded in satisfaction upon hearing these words. Shinshu, the little rascal, spoke with remarkable insight. Indeed, this noodle is quite impressive. The concept of National Scholar's Unmatched Noodle is indeed a splendid idea. Ding. Task completed. Received high praise from Senju Tobarama, well articulated. With a completion rate of 100%, reward, proficiency in divine tongue increased by 30. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shinshu felt a surge of joy. Truly, verbal dexterity remains the most potent weapon, Even a powerhouse like Tobarama enjoys flattery. However, Jinshio did not utter insincere words. Tobarama genuinely qualifies as a national scholar's unmatched hero. In both ninjutsu and village governance, Tobarama stands as a paragon, excelling in both forbidden techniques and administration. Among all Hokage throughout history, Tobarama is arguably the most competent. His iron-fisted approach, coupled with a keen understanding of circumstances, continually refines the management system. Had he not passed away prematurely, Konoha under Tobarama's leadership would undoubtedly have ascended to even greater heights. Having savored the noodles and relished the compliments, Tobarama's spirits were notably uplifted. Today, due to the situation with Madara, he felt considerable concern and had just departed from the Hokage building. Starved and seeing Hashirama exit, he decided to pay a visit. This encounter with Jinshio deepened Tobarama's impression of the youth. This boy was not as simple as he appeared. A mere culinary enthusiast would not articulate such astonishing words. Perhaps he could inspire Tobarama further, much like the noodles he had just crafted. Jinshio, the Ninja Academy has been established, and the first intake consists of 1,000 students, with classes commencing in 3 days. Really? That's splendid news. Witnessing the establishment of the ninja school is indeed a momentous occasion in history. The curriculum has already been outlined. Do you have any suggestions? Me? Jinshio was taken aback. Why would such a question be directed at him? I believe you possess insightful thoughts. Under the shroud of night at the Kaiju, Tobarama slowly articulated his words. His crimson eyes regarded Jinshio, subtly imbued with a hint of anticipation. In truth, Tobarama felt somewhat fatigued. With such a vast village freshly established, an overwhelming array of tasks awaited his attention. His elder brother, Hashirama, was indeed the god of shinobi. Yet his aptitude for village management was woefully lacking. Hashirama and Naruto were of a similar ilk. Both possessed formidable combat prowess, yet fell short in administrative capabilities. Since Naruto ascended to the position of the 7th Hokage, he had been inundated with an incessant barrage of responsibilities. Never before had a Hokage been as relentlessly busy as Naruto. Moreover, Naruto's challenges arose during an era of peace, when, logically, one would expect fewer obligations. Yet, even under such circumstances, Naruto remained utterly exhausted. This exemplifies the issue of capability. Without Tobarama's assistance, Hashirama would struggle to uphold the responsibilities of such a large village. While Hashirama was well suited to serve as the face of Konoha, he was ill-fitted for its governance. What frustrated Tobarama further was that his elder brother, instead of aiding him, was perpetually entangled in conflicts with Madara. To Tobarama, this seemed excessively melodramatic. The arrival of Jinshio sparked a glimmer of hope for Tobarama. Despite their brief interaction, Jinshio's words provided Tobarama with considerable enlightenment. It was a minor detail, yet it led Tobarama to perceive that Jinshio was no ordinary individual, at least, not merely a common chef. Thus, Tobarama sought to glean more from Jinshio. After laboring for over a month, Tobarama's thoughts had begun to wane. He was in dire need of fresh inspiration. After consuming a bowl of noodles, Tobarama felt considerably more at ease, and his anticipation for Jinshio grew. Hearing Tobarama's remarks, Jinshio was utterly astonished. He had never expected to receive such an evaluation. How intriguing. Jinshio smiled broadly, removing the forehead protector and readying it around his right wrist. Finding a chair, he settled down. This might well be the beginning of a lengthy dialogue. Tobarama, it is rare for you to regard me so highly. To be honest, I am not particularly well versed in the matters of the ninja school. However, since you have posed the question, I cannot claim ignorance. Please, enlighten me about what has been decided regarding the ninja school. Tobarama remained silent, merely producing a piece of paper from his robe, densely inscribed with notes. He handed it to Jinshio, stating, "Everything is detailed here." Jinshio accepted it and carefully scrutinized the contents. While the information appeared extensive, it could be summarized into several key points. 1. The academic year spans 6 years, with an option for early graduation. The enrollment age is between 5 and 6 years. 2. The teaching staff consists of chunin, who must possess a solid foundation of knowledge. 3. The established curriculum includes survival skills, shuriken techniques, body flicker technique, taijutsu, theoretical knowledge, and combat courses. 4. Those who fail to graduate after 6 years, if lacking shinobi aptitude, will have their eligibility to become a ninja revoked. After graduation, the middle-ranking ninjas would act as team leaders, guiding 3 lower-ranking ninjas in their missions. Among them, The exceptional lower-ranking ninjas would be paired with upper-ranking teachers for focused development. These 5 points bear a striking resemblance to the ninja academy that Shinshu is well acquainted with, showing no significant differences. Tobirama, through his own ingenuity, formulated these ideas without any references, truly deserving the title of genius. Shinshu sincerely admired Tobirama's remarkable ability to conceive such detailed plans. Enough flattery, share your thoughts, Tobirama urged. Well, I do have some ideas, though they are rather trivial and can be discussed later. I would like to converse with you about a broader perspective. What is it? Noticing Shinshu's enigmatic demeanor, Tobirama's interest was piqued. Ninjas ought to be categorized. Categorized? Tobirama pondered for a moment before responding. Please elaborate. As the saying goes, every individual is distinct. Not all ninjas are suited for combat. Some possess kind hearts and cannot overcome their fear of killing, while others struggle with chakra control, rendering their ninjutsu ineffective. Moreover, there are those with limited chakra who must resort to physical techniques to confront their foes. These ninjas can indeed be further classified. How shall we categorize them? Tobirama inquired. It's quite simple. Establish several specialized classes to nurture exceptional talents. The first 3 years at the Ninja Academy should involve no categorization, but by the 4th year, a selection process must take place to differentiate these students. Those skilled in physical techniques would enter the body technique class. Those proficient in ninjutsu would join the ninjutsu class, and those adept at strategy would be placed in the strategy class, and so forth. This meticulous classification would allow ninjas to specialize in their respective areas, facilitating their growth. Otherwise, it would be a mere waste of time to compel a child lacking talent in ninjutsu to continue studying it. Naturally, if students from these classes have the capacity to learn more, they may explore other disciplines as well. After all, geniuses often excel in multiple domains. Shinshu's insights illuminated Tobirama's mind, and a gleam of surprise flickered in his crimson eyes. Categorizing ninjas? This indeed seems like an excellent notion. If implemented, the efficiency of the Ninja Academy's training may see significant enhancement. Only then would the purpose of the Academy's establishment be truly fulfilled. Excellent! Tobirama exclaimed, rising with excitement. This idea had never crossed his mind before. Now that he heard it, it felt like a revelation. In essence, Shinshu's proposition could be distilled into 4 words: teaching according to individual aptitude. Furthermore, it aimed to maximize the potential of young ninjas. This approach represented the most suitable educational method for this world. What is paramount for a ninja? Survival. And what does survival depend upon? Strength. To aspire for comprehensive development is, in reality, a luxury for ninjas. Instead of squandering time on endeavors for which one lacks talent, it is far more prudent to focus on cultivating one's strengths. Take Lee, for example. He excels in physical techniques and should dedicate himself to mastering them. Otherwise, dedicating a lifetime to ninjutsu might only render him a lower-ranking ninja. Tobirama gazed at Shinshu, his expectations becoming increasingly evident. Brother Tobirama, your gaze is rather intense. It makes me somewhat uneasy. Ha ha ha. Am I truly that fearsome? I would never consume you. Tobirama chuckled lightly, revealing that even his icy demeanor could melt at times. Really, Shinshu, the special talents you just mentioned cannot merely be confined to these categories, can they? Pray, disclose all at once. Tobirama's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. I shall speak plainly. In my view, ninjas can be categorized into 4 distinct types. The first comprises conventional combat ninjas, who dwell beneath the sun. The second includes covert combat ninjas, who operate in the shadows. Before Shinshu could elaborate further, Tobirama interrupted. What exactly do you mean by ninjas engaged in dark operations? With a serious expression, Shinshu replied, these are the ninjas involved in assassination, espionage, interrogation, and other clandestine endeavors. They bear the weight of darkness, all for the light that ordinary people can perceive. The evening breeze was cold and melancholic, and Shinshu's words carried a palpable weight, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. After pondering for a moment, Tobirama nodded gently. He too had entertained this thought and had solidified it into a concept he named the Special Forces for Assassination Tactics, abbreviated as the UMBU. He had not anticipated that a youth like Shinshu would share such insights. In that moment, Tobirama was further convinced that Shinshu was far from simple. A 15-year-old possessing such foresight was indeed a prodigy. Tobirama felt fortunate to be present at that moment. I understand now, he continued. The third category is medical ninjas. Medical ninjas? Shinshu's explanation was once again interrupted by Tobarama, who furrowed his silver brows in confusion. What are medical ninjas? Are they ninjas engaged in healing? Shinshu paused, realizing that in this era, the concept of medical ninjas had not yet emerged. The term, in fact, was introduced by Tsunade in later generations. However, medical ninjutsu was not solely her invention. Hashirama Senju possessed formidable healing abilities. Tobarama had extensively studied medical ninjutsu. Indeed, they are ninjas dedicated to healing. Medical ninjas are essential during both wartime and peacetime. In times of war, they significantly enhance the survival rate of teams, while in times of peace, they can establish hospitals in Konoha to treat injured ninjas and civilians. The presence of medical ninjas can greatly extend the lifespan of all. In wartime, the average lifespan is under 30, but with medical ninjas in peacetime, it can rise to 60, 70, or even 90 years. Tobarama furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This endeavor requires substantial resources." "Brother Tobarama," Shinshu replied, "this is a task that must be undertaken sooner or later. To act early signifies an advantage. Consider this, a critically injured jonin, if aided by a medical ninja, can survive and return to the battlefield after a month or two of recuperation. But if that jonin perishes, how many resources would it take to train another?" Shinshu's words stirred something within Tobarama. "You are correct. This matter is indeed of great necessity. Medical ninjas serve as the logistical support for all ninjas." At this moment, Jinshio proposed the concept with the intention of fostering better development for Konoha. Tobarama nodded, signaling Jinshio to continue. As for the final classification of ninja, it was the culinary ninja. Tobarama gazed at Jinshio, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. A culinary ninja? The name itself was suggestive. While he could comprehend the role of a medical ninja, which indeed benefited Konoha's growth, the notion of a culinary ninja left him perplexed. "Jinshio, are you suggesting that this culinary ninja is akin to yourself?" Tobarama inquired. "Indeed, brother Tobarama, you are quite astute. I am indeed a culinary ninja." Jinshio responded with a grin. "Jinshio, your earlier arguments were somewhat compelling, but is this culinary ninja merely a superfluous addition?" Tobarama pressed. "How could you say that, brother Tobarama?" "Allow me to explain. The role of a culinary ninja is indeed essential." Jinshio retorted. "Really? Pray, enlighten me," Tobarama urged. "You see, my culinary creations are quite commendable, are they not?" Jinshio asserted, to which Tobarama nodded in agreement. "Is it not true that exquisite cuisine can elevate a ninja's spirit? An uplifted spirit can enhance work efficiency, thus improving task completion rates. Furthermore, culinary ninjas can meticulously balance nutrition, allowing ninjas to replenish their energy far superior to the military rations," Jinshio elaborated. However, Tobarama shook his head at this juncture. "Jinshio, the existence of a culinary ninja is a luxury for ninjas. In a context where life cannot be guaranteed, such indulgences are implausible. For a ninja, merely avoiding hunger is a blessing. Military rations are akin to heaven. As for sensory enjoyment, well," Tobarama scoffed. As a formidable figure who had emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield, he held a certain disdain for such notions of indulgence. These considerations could only be entertained in times of peace. The profession of a ninja, after all, requires one to risk their life at every turn. Within the village, such enjoyment may be acceptable, but beyond its borders, during missions, such indulgence could prove fatal. Tobarama would not permit the inclusion of a ninja with minimal utility and fighting capability in a mission team. It would be irresponsible to the other ninjas. Jinshio felt somewhat chastened by Tobarama's words yet attempted to defend himself. "Brother Tobarama, a culinary ninja need not partake in missions. They can manage logistics within the village. But then, wouldn't a restaurant owner suffice? Why expend resources to cultivate culinary ninjas?" Tobarama countered. Jinshio yearned to articulate a further argument, yet Tobarama rose abruptly. "Jinshio, unless you can substantiate the significance of a culinary ninja's existence, I shall not acquiesce to your request." Upon hearing this, Jinshio found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The significance of a culinary ninja's existence? He struggled to conceive of it. Unless culinary skills could provide tangible benefits to ninjas, it seemed rather lacking in purpose. Tobarama regarded Jinshio with a profound look and remarked, "Jinshio, your abilities are far from simple. Merely being a chef is somewhat of a waste for you. Consider this. Becoming a ninja may not be a negative endeavor." Jinshio shook his head, rejecting Tobarama's goodwill. His dream was solely to be a chef, and nothing else. that represents the essence of his existence. Were it not for this unwavering obsession, it is likely that the culinary system would not have bound itself to him. Witnessing the resoluteness of Shinshu, Feijian ceased his attempts at persuasion, leaving behind a solitary remark before departing. Shinshu, since you so deeply venerate the culinary ninja, allow me to witness its significance, and thereby prove the worth of your own existence. This statement plunged Shinshu into contemplation. In this era rife with conflict, is it truly audacious to aspire to be a chef? This question had crossed Shinshu's mind before, posed by an elderly figure, his father, Vortex Chow. Now, this inquiry resurfaced before him. Should one strive for dreams or bow to reality? Shinshu found himself engulfed in confusion. As time ticked away, with the sun rising anew, its rays graced Shinshu's visage. The mottled sunlight danced upon his vibrant red locks. The perplexity in his golden eyes began to dissipate, restoring their brilliance. In times of peace, one should fight for dreams. In turbulent times, one must engage in bloody endeavors. Yet, regardless of circumstance, I am a culinary ninja. Even in battle, I shall employ the methods of a culinary ninja. I, Vortex Shinshu, will never abandon my aspiration to become a deity of cuisine. As dawn broke, the emblem of hope illuminated the Sichuan residence, bathing the entire room in a golden glow. With this realization, Shinshu unveiled a radiant smile. However, it was short-lived. A chime sounded, heralding a system notification. Gentle reminder, guest Senju Feijian has not settled his bill. A dine-and-dash incident has occurred once more. A deduction of 100,000 taels will now be applied. Shinshu felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. He had barely attended to a handful of patrons, and already two had defaulted on their payments. How could it be that such exquisite dishes went unpaid? Is there no sense of justice? No rule of law? Were these individuals so oblivious to the concept of payment? He had thought himself sufficiently cautious, yet a single remark from Feijian had clouded his judgment. Now, he found himself entirely forgetful of the necessity to collect payment. Ah, Feijian, you have led me into a pitfall. Did you not assure me there would be no defaults? How could this happen again? Oh heavens! Shinshu clutched his head and banged it against the wall in despair, feeling as though he might bleed from frustration. He had just settled a debt of 10,000, and now an additional 100,000 loomed over him. The path of indebtedness was treacherous indeed. Shinshu was at a loss, tears unwept. The resolute spirit he had just harbored vanished without a trace, leaving only anguish in its wake. As he sighed in dismay, the system's voice resonated once more. The host has completed 7 days with the system. The points marketplace is now accessible. Please explore at your leisure. A points marketplace? Shinshu snapped back to reality and opened the system interface. At the bottom of the homepage, he noticed the addition of a points marketplace option. With a delicate touch, he activated it. Common ingredients: rice, 1 point; pork, 1 point; Xinjiang vegetables, 1 point. Upon perusing the first page, Shinshu sensed something amiss. Common ingredients? Surely there must be some that are extraordinary? With this thought, he navigated to the next page. Dreamlike ingredients: flame mushroom, 10 points; ice spirit chives, 10 points; waterfall okra, 10 points. Turning the page reveals an array of ingredients previously unheard of by Shinshu. System, what purpose do these ingredients serve? Why have I never encountered them before? They are utilized to concoct dreamlike dishes. Dreamlike dishes? What are those? Culinary creations imbued with a sense of wonder. Shinshu, feeling exasperated, retorted, is that truly an adequate explanation? System, your definition would surely earn you a reprimand from any instructor. Would you kindly elucidate further? Ding. In light of the host's limited cognitive grasp, the system shall provide an explanation. Dreamlike dishes are those that, once consumed, enhance the abilities of the corresponding ninja. For instance, a dreamlike dish crafted from flame mushrooms can amplify the concentration of fire chakra within a low-ranking ninja, enabling the release of potent fire techniques. The duration of this effect is contingent upon the host's culinary skills, with a maximum lasting no more than a month. Is it truly so? Shinshu was astonished. Such effects resemble those of restorative potions. Am I truly destined to become a master of medicinal concoctions? This is rather intense. Have you ever tasted a dish infused with potent restorative properties? Have you ever inhaled the fragrance of a chain composed of aromas? Have you ever witnessed a dish coalesce into a formidable tiger? Everything is encapsulated within dreamlike cuisine. Anticipate it. System, you increasingly resemble an employee from a leather factory. Shinshu remarked, rolling his eyes. The system is merely the system. Please refrain from analogies. Shinshu continued to browse the ingredient list, discovering an abundance of over 1,000 varieties, overwhelming him momentarily. However, he stumbled upon a query. System, how does one prepare dreamlike dishes? Is there a specific dreamlike recipe required? Ah, splendid. The host has learned to draw inferences. Indeed, that is correct. Shinshu, uninterested in the system's playful banter, pressed on. The dreamlike recipes aren't prohibitively expensive, are they? The system offers fair pricing. The host may rest assured. For detailed costs, please refer to the display. The interface transformed, revealing the recipe page. Star-rated recipes, dreamlike recipes. A simple layout, presenting merely two options. The so-called star-rated recipes presumably include the previously encountered national champion noodles and soul-stirring rice. Curiosity piqued, Shinshu clicked on the page. 1-star recipe, 100 points, 2-star recipe, 200 points, 3-star recipe, 300 points, 4-star recipe, 400 points. Recipes rated above 4 stars are currently unavailable due to the host's insufficient level. Not overly expensive, he mused. Given the points bestowed upon him by the system, these aspirations seemed attainable. Yet, he pondered the cost of 5-star recipes and beyond, as the system had indicated that they diverged significantly from previous levels. With this thought in mind, Shinshu navigated to the dreamlike recipe section. Beginner dreamlike, 500 points. Intermediate dreamlike, not displayed. Advanced dreamlike, not displayed. Well, it appears to be the same situation. However, it seems that dreamlike recipes indeed command a higher price. This dreamlike recipe holds potential. It seems imperative to swiftly perfect my foundational knife skills to unveil the unique qualities of dreamlike cuisine. As a chef, Shinshu possesses a unique fascination for these peculiar dishes. Listening to the system's explanations pales in comparison to the delight of personally preparing and tasting the creations. The accumulation of points must take precedence. Earning merely 1 point a day raises the question of when he will have enough to purchase a recipe. System, are there alternative methods to earn points? In response to the host's request, point-earning tasks are now assigned. Task 1. Assist an elderly lady across the street. Reward, 1 point. Task 2. Help an elderly gentleman with his cart. Reward, 1 point. Task 3. Buy groceries for the neighbor. Reward, 1 point. Shinshu cannot help but feel exasperated. Could there not be a more constructive set of point rewards? What sort of tasks are these? The system responds that the host must enhance their abilities to unlock additional point-earning opportunities. All right, I understand, Shinshu sighed, waving his hand, feeling somewhat fatigued. It was already closing time, so he decided to return home for some much-needed rest. After a week in Konoha, Shinshu had begun to adapt to this routine. It must be said, the nightlife in Konoha is rather dull. In the days that followed, Shinshu fervently practiced his knife skills, hoping to swiftly attain the realm of extraordinary culinary artistry. One day, while he was blissfully asleep, he was abruptly roused by a voice. Uncle, wake up. Hurry. A boy of about 10 years old was pushing Shinshu on the bed, calling out loudly. This boy was none other than Hashirama and Mito's son, Banshu. Huh? What is it? Stop bothering me. I'm tired, Shinshu groaned, turning over to continue his slumber. Uncle, get up quickly. I need to talk to you. With no choice but to respond to Banshu's relentless nagging, Shinshu exclaimed in frustration, What is it? Are you itching again? Oh, uncle, why do you always think about that? Banshu pouted, visibly displeased. Shinshu rolled his eyes at the young boy, feeling quite helpless. Seeing that Shinshu remained unmoving, Banshu threatened, If you don't get up, I'll tell Mom that you bullied me. Startled, Shinshu sprang up. No, I'm getting up right now. Upon witnessing this, Banshu broke into a smug smile. Shinshu sighed in resignation. This nephew, merely 5 or 6 years his junior, was quite the clever little rascal. Previously, he had been reprimanded by Mito after being reported by Banshu. Speak up, what is so urgent that you had to disturb me in the middle of the day? Shinshu yawned, lacking enthusiasm. Uncle, this is a big deal. What could possibly be so significant? Just get to the point. Isn't it that my father opened a ninja school a few days ago? I went there too. Do you really need to attend a ninja school with your abilities? Shinshu replied, astonished. As the son of Hashirama and Mito, Banshu was indeed a prodigy, already possessing the strength of a chunin before turning 10. Such prowess hardly necessitated the need for school. It wasn't required, but my father insisted that all children aged 6 to 12 in the village attend. As his son, I must also go and set an example. Shinshu pondered for a moment and conceded that it indeed made sense. It was entirely normal for Hashirama to harbor such thoughts. However, he questioned, what relevance did it hold for him? After all, he was already 15. Yet, it held significant implications. This afternoon, there was an outing class, and he wanted assistance. What could I possibly help with during an outing class? He inquired. It's quite simple, Shinshu replied. I need you to prepare a bento. Make a bento? Why not have my sister do it instead? Absolutely not. Mother's culinary skills are woefully inadequate. They cannot be compared to yours. Shinshu protested. If I were to present such a bento at school, I would surely be ridiculed by my classmates. So, I implore you, uncle, to work your magic swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shinshu cast a mischievous glance at Banshu, one that sent a chill down Banshu's spine. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? Banshu, I distinctly heard you remark that my sister's cooking is atrocious. Should you dare to report my misdeeds to her again, I shall inform her of your comment. Let us see which suffers first, my ears from her twisting or your backside from her wrath. Banshu hastily covered his mouth upon hearing this. Truly, misfortune befalls those who speak without thought. Uncle, shall we make a manly pact? Go on. Henceforth, I shall refrain from reporting your mischief. And you must not divulge what I just said to mother. However, you must first prepare my bento. Is that a promise? Indeed. Excellent. It is settled. Should you renege on this agreement, I shall proclaim your lack of manliness in a public notice, plastered in every corner of your school. Banshu shivered at the thought. That's rather cruel, uncle. We all care about our reputations. You need not be so harsh. As long as you uphold your end of the bargain, I shall certainly grant you face. Very well. Banshu's expression wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Having finalized their peace treaty, Shinshu rose with satisfaction. At last, he had dealt with this little rascal. Otherwise, who knew when he would be blackmailed again? Previously, he merely wished to see how Banshu would react after being reprimanded by Mizuho. Yet he had turned around and reported his grievances. How petty. After preparing a delightful bento, Shinshu presented it to Banshu, who inhaled its aroma with delight and beamed. How fragrant. Uncle, why doesn't your shop open during the day? That way, I could bring my classmates to enjoy your culinary creations. Shinshu waved his hand dismissively. Such matters are beyond your comprehension. Just as he was about to retreat to his bed for a much-needed slumber, the door swung open once more. Little Jean, why are you still in bed? The intruder was none other than Mizuho. Sis, what's the matter? Stop lounging about and get up. We have serious business to attend to. Serious business? What kind of serious business? It wouldn't involve making a bento again, would it? What bento? Are you still dreaming? Hurry. Change your clothes and come with me to school. School? Shinshu was utterly bewildered. What were these two up to? One was demanding he prepare a bento, and the other insisted he go to school. At 15, surely he was no longer required to attend the ninja academy? Sis, what's the purpose of going to school? I'm not a student. You may not be a student, but today, you shall play the role of a teacher. What? A teacher? I have no experience in that. I just secured the position for you. The ninja school has just been established, and there is a severe shortage of teachers. Today, one teacher fell ill, leaving a vacancy that could be filled. Sister, why don't you go yourself? I'm not a ninja. Why would I teach? This class doesn't require one to be a ninja, and besides, it aligns perfectly with your strengths. My strengths? Eating and sleeping. Does the ninja school offer courses in those? Yes, indeed, in eating. This afternoon's lesson is about wilderness survival. Aren't you quite adept at that? Teach the students about what is edible in the wild and what is not. How splendid. Shinshu wanted to refuse. But the system's prompt sounded once more. Daily task activated. Serve as a wilderness survival instructor for a day. Reward, 10 points. Shinshu was startled. A task worth 10 points. What a fortune. It would take 10 times helping an elderly lady across the road to earn that. All right, I shall go. Waterhouse was somewhat astonished by Shinshu's sudden enthusiasm, but as long as he agreed, that was all that mattered. Just as they were about to leave, Shinshu felt something was amiss. How strange. Didn't Banshu mention this was an autumn excursion? How did it turn into wilderness survival? What is that boy scheming? In the forest, over 110-year-olds gathered in a clearing, taking a break. These were the students from the ninja school who were to participate in wilderness survival that afternoon, currently awaiting assembly. Banshu sat with another boy of similar age. Risen, I tell you, this wilderness survival will definitely have us eating some bizarre things. Should be, Risen replied. I heard from those who attended the previous class that they even ate a nearly rotten sheep carcass. It's utterly revolting. At this thought, little Risen scrunched up his face. So, Risen, I've learned to be clever. I've brought a secret weapon. What secret weapon? Risen inquired, curious. Tada. Banshu carefully revealed a lunchbox hidden behind his back. You actually brought a lunchbox. Aren't teachers prohibiting that? Risen exclaimed in surprise. Shoo, keep it down. This is all for our benefit. Look, who could eat that rotten sheep? This is different. Exquisite delicacy. I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave it again and again. Humph, Banshu, you're cheating. Before Risen could respond, another boy scoffed. Tozo, keep your voice down. If the teachers hear us, we'll be in trouble. Banshu quickly covered the boy's mouth and whispered. This boy was strikingly handsome, a true beauty. He was Shimura Tozo, a close friend of Risen and Banshu. At this moment, he wasn't the brooding figure he would later become, but was instead a charming youth. Among the three, Tozo's appearance was the most striking. He enjoyed considerable popularity at school. Tozo disdainfully pushed Banshu aside and looked at the lunchbox, saying, Banshu, the existence of this lunchbox is a profound disrespect to wilderness survival. I advise you to dispose of it immediately. If the teachers discover it, you're finished. I absolutely refuse. I went through a great deal of effort to have my uncle make this for me. I cannot throw it away. Upon hearing this, Towanzo shook his head and chose to remain silent. Risen grasped Banshu's arm and admonished, Banshu, cease your antics. If the teacher discovers this, we shall certainly face reprimand. If I report this to Lord Mizuho, your behind will surely suffer. Banshu shivered at the recollection of a previous incident when he had been punished for dozing off in class. His backside still throbbed at the memory. With his head bowed, Banshu sighed. All right, I understand. Honestly, this wilderness survival nonsense is quite tormenting. Seeing Banshu relent, Risen felt a slight sense of relief. Then hurry and dispose of it. Towanzo commanded curtly. Banshu puffed out his cheeks and shot Towanzo a glare. No, even if I cannot take it on the wilderness survival trip, I cannot discard it. I shall eat it now. Towanzo gazed at Banshu in exasperation, thinking this fellow was beyond redemption. Risen chuckled, finding Banshu rather endearing. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling their nostrils. How delightful! Risen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the bento box in Banshu's hands. The scent instantly ignited his appetite. Towanzo's gaze lingered on the bento box as he slightly turned his head, feigning disinterest. Isn't it fragrant? I told you. My uncle's culinary skills are unrivaled. Just look at this runny egg, this seaweed tempura fish cake, and this soup. Absolutely divine. Banshu proudly showcased his meal to Towanzo and Risen, the aroma swirling around their senses. It truly smells amazing. Banshu, are you not tempted to discard it? Humph, I find it quite ordinary, Towanzo retorted, receiving a scornful glance from Banshu, whose demeanor was less than charming. You have no taste. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Risen, shall we share it? We can satiate our hunger first, so we won't feel ill after consuming those peculiar items later. Very well. Though Risen initially intended to decline, the allure of the aroma compelled him to agree with a nod. Banshu seized his chopsticks and took a hearty bite of the seaweed tempura fish cake. The crisp texture brought him immense satisfaction as he devoured a third of it in one go. Delicious. Risen, you must try this, Banshu exclaimed, offering a piece to Risen. Risen took a delicate bite, experiencing an explosion of flavor. This is the best seaweed tempura fish cake I have ever tasted. The texture is simply marvelous. He was astonished that the taste surpassed even the enticing aroma. Is it truly that good? It looks rather unremarkable, Towanzo muttered, turning his head away. It is exquisite, Towanzo. Would you like a taste? Risen inquired. I would rather not. Ugh, what are you doing? Towanzo protested, but before he could finish his sentence, Banshu had already shoved the remaining seaweed tempura fish cake into Towanzo's mouth. Quit your chatter. Eat it. Let me show you the deliciousness of my uncle's cooking. And then let us see if you dare to speak so dismissively again. Banshu's authoritative words echoed in Towanzo's ears, but he refrained from retorting, for he was momentarily speechless as the savory flavor of the seaweed tempura fish cake burst in his mouth. The crisp texture resounded with each gentle bite, creating a delightful crunch. The taste was simply irresistible. An expression of obsession flickered in Towanzo's eyes. After a few chews, he swallowed the deep-fried seaweed and bamboo shoot, exclaiming, Delicious. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted his enthusiasm, his face flushing a deep crimson, clearly embarrassed. Now you understand the prowess of my uncle, right? This bento is the most exquisite in the entire world, Banmu declared with pride, savoring a sip of the onion and bacon miso soup, his satisfaction evident. Your uncle is truly remarkable, Banmu. This bento is simply outstanding, Riri praised. Indeed. Unfortunately, my uncle's Shichimi restaurant only opens at dawn, otherwise, I would certainly have taken you all for a splendid meal. Only at dawn. What a pity. Riri responded, disappointment etched on his face, while Tawanzo appeared to contemplate something. Come, let us quickly finish this bento. Otherwise, it will be a hassle when the teacher arrives. All right, let's do it. Riri eagerly leaned in, and though Tawanzo hesitated, he soon joined. In no time, the three of them had devoured the bento entirely. Banmu licked his lips, still yearning for more, while Riri even licked the bento box. Unsatisfied, Tawanzo discreetly picked a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and popped it in, feeling similarly unfulfilled. In short, none of them felt satiated. Oh, the torment of insatiable delicacies. Banmu lamented. Just then, two individuals approached. One was a teacher from the Ninja Academy, and the other was the esteemed Shinshu. Students, assemble. With this command, over 20 students gathered. Oh, uncle, what brings you here? Banmu inquired, puzzled by Shinshu's presence beside the teacher. Before Shinshu could respond, the teacher explained, today, your teacher, Yao, is unwell and unable to conduct class. This is teacher Vortex Shinshu, who has come to substitute. He will be guiding you in today's outdoor survival lesson. Please give him a warm welcome. Hooray! Banmu cheered, clapping enthusiastically, while others clapped half-heartedly. Shinshu grinned, scanning the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Vortex Shinshu. I will be leading you in this outdoor survival course. However, I assure you, this lesson will differ greatly from those you have previously attended. Allow me to enlighten you. Even in the wild, one need not resort to eating bizarre things. A true warrior can savor exquisite food, even in such wilderness. The students exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his meaning, yet Banmu grew more excited. Today is going to be extraordinary. Surviving in the wild is no simple feat. Various dangers abound, and it is not solely beasts that pose threats to life. Poisonous flora and toxic miasma can inflict fatal harm. Above all, the issue of sustenance is paramount. Even ninjas cannot endure days without food. They would succumb. Thus, securing food is the most critical aspect of outdoor survival. After all, poisonous plants and flowers are not easily encountered, yet the predicament of lacking food is quite common. Jinshio, having traveled alone for 2 years, has amassed considerable experience in wilderness survival. As a chef, Jinshio believes that not only must one eat enough in the wild, but one must also eat well. This is the sole insight he has gleaned from his experiences in the great outdoors. Observing the young boys around the age of 10, Jinshio smiled broadly. What a beautiful age, he thought. Let me create lasting culinary memories for them. All right, youngsters, your first task today is quite simple. You have 1 hour to find all the edible items you can within this forest and bring them back here. However, remember, absolutely no tasting along the way. There is a strong possibility that what you bring back could be poisonous. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. The students responded in unison before dispersing. Yet, the trio of Banshu did not leave immediately. Banshu approached Jinshio, asking, Uncle, what brings you here? Don't mention it. Your mother, my sister, summoned me. She said you were in need of a wilderness survival instructor. So here I am, Jinshio replied, a playful glint in his eye. Leaning closer to Banshu, he whispered, Banshu, this is clearly wilderness survival. Yet you told me it was an autumn outing and even tricked me into preparing lunch for you. Is that not cheating? You'll be in trouble if your mother finds out. Banshu gasped, suddenly recalling that detail. However, upon realizing that he had already consumed the lunch, he felt fearless. Uncle, it's not what you think. That lunch was merely what I brought for myself. See, I finished it, he said, placing the empty lunchbox before Jinshio. Jinshio, seeing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he misjudged this little rascal? After all, he certainly had the appearance of a cheat. All right, I'll take your word for it. Now, hurry and find some ingredients. Okay, Risen, Tawanzo, let us go. The three boys departed together, leaving Jinshio momentarily stunned. Risen? Tawanzo? Saratobi Risen? Shimura Tawanzo? As Jinshio regained his composure, he was astonished to discover that these two future leaders of Konoha were associated with Banshu. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. After graduating, Risen and Tawanzo would become Tobirama's disciples, and Banshu would likely accompany them. After all, as the son of Hashirama, he would not be treated poorly, and it was only natural for the three to form a close bond. The sons of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan would naturally gravitate towards the son of the Senju clan. Such is the nature of the world. Individuals within the same circle tend to congregate. Jinshio shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on it. Each must forge their own path, and he had no intention of intervening. Even if he wished to intervene, he wouldn't know where to begin. With the students having departed, Jinshio found himself with some leisure time and leaned against a tree to rest for a while. At this moment, his life seemed to revolve solely around a single word: fatigue. An hour later, the students returned one by one. Jinshio's ears perked up slightly, and he opened his eyes. The young lads returned with an assortment of items, and to their credit, they even brought back a wild boar. "Uncle, look at this magnificent beast. Surely it will suffice for our survival," Banshu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he pointed to the freshly hunted wild boar. With this boar, they could forego the prospect of consuming decayed mutton. "Indeed, quite impressive," Banshu declared with pride. Risen and Toanzo exchanged glances, harboring a sense of curiosity about Jinshio. As the younger brother of Lord Mizuho, his culinary prowess was quite peculiar. "Well, everyone has returned with a fair share of treasures, and now they are all laid out here for your inspection. Allow me to introduce them one by one." Before long, Jinshio had before him a collection of over a dozen peculiar items. "This is the enchantment herb. Consuming it will induce dizziness. This here is the harmful blossom. It can lead to myocardial infarction if ingested." Jinshio elaborated on the various plants, sharing his knowledge with an air of expertise. The group listened intently, their eyes widening in realization, astonished by the myriad of uses these items possessed. Though these substances posed certain risks to human health, they were not entirely inedible. When utilized correctly, they could yield delightful culinary results. "Uncle, what should we do?" Jinshio glanced at the others and replied, "Now, I shall demonstrate for you. Pay close attention." A kitchen knife appeared in Jinshio's hand, as if by magic. In a swift motion, he expertly sliced a piece of fresh wild boar meat. The precision of his technique left the onlookers in awe. Could we manage such a feat on ourselves? They silently pondered, most shaking their heads. Toanzo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He mused, what astonishing knife skills. This individual's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Risen regarded Jinshio with heightened curiosity. This youth, merely 5 years his junior, exhibited a resilience that belied his appearance. With another deft motion, the knife flashed once more, yielding dozens of neatly cut meat slices that fell gracefully onto a prepared stone slab, which Jinshio had meticulously cleaned. The slices were arranged with such care. They were a feast for the eyes. While both the enchantment herb and the harmful blossom were harmful when consumed separately, their combined essence neutralized each other's toxins, producing a pure, savory flavor akin to soy sauce, thus proving ideal for marinating the meat. Jinshio, as he spoke, mashed the two plants together, blending them before applying the mixture onto the wild boar meat. Next came the task of igniting a fire. Those with the ability to wield fire could bypass this step. Jinshio scoured the vicinity for some dry grass and twigs, placing them beneath the stone slab. He then produced 2 stones, striking them together with vigor. Sparks flew, igniting the dry grass in an instant, and a fire was born. Wow! The group of 10-year-olds had never witnessed such a spectacle, their faces alight with excitement. The flames danced, licking the stone slab, and before long, the meat began to sizzle, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. How delightful! Banshu inhaled deeply, his expression one of utter bliss. This does not appear to be a mere barbecue. At this moment, Jinshio retrieved a vibrant purple-green leaf from the pile of plants and introduced it, saying, "This is perilla, which carries a hint of cumin fragrance, making it an excellent accompaniment to grilled meat." As he spoke, Jinshio wrapped a piece of grilled meat in the perilla leaf and handed it to a squinting-eyed student. "You should give it a try." "Me?" "Yes, you." The squinting-eyed student, surprised, accepted the offering, and with a tinge of skepticism, placed the perilla-wrapped meat into his mouth, chewing gently a couple of times. At that moment, his eyes widened dramatically, resembling ping-pong balls, eyes he had never exhibited before, at least not in front of his classmates. "It's delicious," the chubby, squinting-eyed boy exclaimed with excitement. Witnessing this, the others became immensely intrigued by the grilled meat. This was no ordinary response, as the chubby boy was a member of the renowned Akimichi clan, Akimichi Fu. The Akimichi clan is famed not only for their formidable strength, but also for their insatiable appetites and discerning taste for delicacies, well known throughout the ninja world. A dish that could garner such praise from the Akimichi clan is undoubtedly exceptional. In an instant, everyone was eager to partake. Teacher, I want to eat too. Me too. Me. The enthusiasm of over 20 classmates surged dramatically. Shinshu observed the scene with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. All right, there's no need to rush. Everyone will have their share. However, you must promise me that after tasting it, you will begin grilling your own. The flavor must meet my satisfaction for it to count. Understood? Understood. The grand barbecue event officially commenced. Shinshu skillfully sliced the remaining grilled meat into 20 portions, each wrapped in a perilla leaf, igniting their appetites. With this burgeoning desire for food, their eagerness to participate surged as well. Each student busied themselves with the task at hand. Some sought stones for grilling, while others procured more perilla leaves, creating a scene of delightful chaos. There was ample wild boar meat to satisfy the 20-plus individuals, eliminating the need for further hunting. Shinshu leaned contentedly against a nearby tree, observing the bustling group. This tableau resembled a joyful outing from a past life. In this world, the children could finally relish the joys of a peaceful era. In this regard, Hashirama and Madara have truly achieved great merit. Atop the Hokage rock, Hashirama's visage had been meticulously carved. Unlike his usual amiable demeanor, the sculpture exuded an air of authority. At this moment, two figures stood upon the Hokage rock. One wore the Hokage mantle with dark hair, while the other donned a blue robe with silver hair. These two were none other than the current leaders of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Together, they gazed into the distance, seemingly observing something. A shift in perspective revealed that they were watching the outdoor survival activities of Shinshu and his peers. Ha. This boy Shinshu certainly possesses ingenuity. He has managed to gather so many seasonings for a barbecue in the wild, though I did not partake in a single bite. The mere sight of its luster attests to its exquisite flavor. How I long to savor it. Hashirama laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Yet, this satisfaction was not directed towards Madara, but rather towards the children. It was indeed one of Hashirama's aspirations in establishing the ninja village to allow children to grow up joyfully and without worries beneath the azure sky. It now appears that this aspiration has undoubtedly been fulfilled, although one cannot help but wonder how long it can be sustained. Brother, are you still thinking about eating? Tobarama glared at Hashirama, displeasure etched upon his face. Oh, Tobarama, do not be so stern. Look at how happy the children are. Humph, I am conducting a survival exercise. Yet that little rascal Madara has turned it into a picnic. Just wait and see how I handle him. Do not speak so disparagingly. The knowledge Madara imparts is indeed useful. Just consider the applications of the mind-altering herbs and the poisonous flowers. Should they fall victim to these two toxins, they will know how to counteract them. It is education through enjoyment. Tobarama harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Madara, while Hashirama regarded Madara's efforts quite favorably. With a cold huff, Tobarama ceased to pursue the matter further. Brother, we have merely begun. There remains much for us to accomplish. The 5 Kage Summit will convene in a month. Have you devised a strategy to persuade those obstinate elders to cease hostilities? Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression turned grave, and he slightly shook his head. Not yet. Each village is formed by clans, and the enmities between these clans make it exceedingly difficult to achieve complete reconciliation. Despite racking my brain, I have yet to conceive a viable strategy to balance their interests. I have thought of a solution, Tobarama suddenly interjected. Really? Hashirama's excitement was palpable. Generally speaking, whenever Tobarama claimed to have a plan, it was highly likely to be effective. After all, Tobarama was a perfectionist, and he typically refrained from presenting immature ideas. What is it, Tobarama? Speak quickly. Military balance. Tobarama uttered these 4 words, leaving Hashirama utterly perplexed. Military balance? How can we achieve that? The strengths of each village vary greatly. Tailed beast bombs. Tailed beast bombs. Hashirama paused, grasping Tobarama's intent. Tailed beasts, extraordinary creatures in this world, possess formidable powers. Their most devastating attack is the tailed beast bomb. One tailed beast bomb could reduce an entire village to rubble, rendering them a terrifying presence. Among the tailed beasts, there exist potent entities that even a village leader might struggle to contend with. Only 3 elements can effectively counter the tailed beasts. Hashirama's would release, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. If each village could harness the power of the tailed beasts, A situation of mutual restraint would likely arise in the face of such overwhelming strength. No one would dare provoke the other. For should a Jinchuriki unleash a tailed beast bomb upon an opposing village, no one could expect to emerge unscathed. However, there remains one crucial question. How can we ensure that each village possesses an equitable share of tailed beast power? The strength of the tailed beasts is but one aspect. The challenge lies in enabling their hosts to wield this power effectively. My dear brother, the tailed beasts are akin to a double-edged sword. They may prove beneficial in the current circumstances, yet one cannot guarantee their implications for future generations. Tobirama sighed, reflecting on the gravity of his proposal, which was rooted in careful consideration. From a broader perspective, there was no issue. However, he feared that future generations might exploit the power of the tailed beasts to incite even more dreadful wars. A sword can both save and harm. Hashirama remained silent for a moment before ultimately conceding. Let us proceed, as you suggest. With time until the 5 Kage summit, he resolved to capture all the unclaimed tailed beasts during this interval, intending to distribute them at the summit. His words carried no hint of reluctance, as if capturing all the tailed beasts were but a trivial task. Such was the audacity of the god of shinobi. To him, the tailed beasts seemed merely larger beasts. Observing the joyful scene of Shinshu and the youths in the distance, Hashirama clenched his fist. This is a scene I must protect at all costs. No one shall stand in my way. Sister, why haven't I seen brother-in-law lately? What has he been up to? Hashirama has been occupied with matters outside the village. She replied, Really? With the wedding approaching, why venture outside? As the village chief, Hashirama had numerous responsibilities. Mito's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Given Hashirama's role as Hokage, it was understandable that he was preoccupied, especially with the urgent task of capturing tailed beasts for the upcoming 5 Kage summit. Thus, all wedding preparations were entrusted to their clan. Mito accepted this with understanding, feeling content that Hashirama would arrange a proper wedding for her. Though it was termed a wedding, it was not solely about the union of Hashirama and Mito. They had been married for over a decade, and even without an initial ceremony, there was little need for one now. The reasons for hosting this wedding were twofold. First, Hashirama felt guilty for not providing Mito with a grand celebration initially, and second, the village of Konoha needed a festive occasion to convey the joy of its establishment. A wedding was the most fitting choice, particularly one involving the Hokage. This wedding, intertwined with various factions of Konoha, was deceptively simple yet profoundly intricate, especially with the 5 Kage summit approaching. It served as an opportune moment for all parties to observe and assess the situation. After all, these clans had previously prioritized their family interests. Even now, as members of a united village, such entrenched mindsets would not easily shift. Hashirama's aim during the wedding was to alter this perception. Mito's expression shifted, and Shinshu noticed the change. Being the woman behind the Hokage was no simple matter. His sister had tempered her fiery disposition, growing considerably more composed. Jinshio gently patted Mito's shoulder and said with a smile, Sister, fret not, for your brother shall accompany you. When the day of your grand wedding arrives, I will surely present you with a splendid gift. What could you possibly give me, being utterly destitute? Has the restaurant made any profit? At these words, Jinshio's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, his previously cheerful demeanor suddenly overshadowed by clouds of despair. Don't even mention it. There have been hardly any patrons at this late hour. The villagers have long since retired to bed. Who told you to open at such an ungodly hour? You brought this upon yourself. Do you think I desired this? I am compelled by circumstances beyond my control. What is it? Is someone coercing you? Jinshio wished to exclaim that it was indeed the system oppressing him. Yet he could not voice it explicitly. Alas, it's a long story. I once apprenticed under a master whose stipulation for accepting disciples was to commence operations at dawn. I am merely honoring my teacher's wishes. Such a perverse requirement? Indeed, it is indeed perverse, Jinshio retorted with indignation. Beep. Attention. Host, please be mindful of your words and actions. Do not speak ill of the system, or your rewards will be halved, and the points required for recipe exchange will double. Upon hearing this, Jinshio immediately fell silent. The system was truly ruthless. Observing Jinshio's peculiar demeanor, Mito had long since grown accustomed to it. Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. In a couple of days, father will be arriving. When he does, I implore you to behave yourself and refrain from arguing with him. He is nearing 80 and cannot afford to be angered any further. I understand. You needn't keep reminding me. As long as he does not oppose my culinary pursuits, I shan't bother to quarrel with him. Shinshu raised his chin and gazed elsewhere. Speaking of that old man, he found himself missing him a bit. Although he had arrived in this world with memories from his previous life, the bond between Vortex Chao and his son was undeniably genuine. Vortex Chao had many children, yet many had also perished. Mito was not his firstborn, but he was the eldest to survive, while Shinshu was the youngest. When Shinshu was born, Vortex Chao was already in his 60s, a case of late fatherhood, which made his affection for Shinshu even more pronounced. Until the age of 6, Shinshu was showered with unparalleled love. While most children might not recall such early memories, Shinshu remembered every detail vividly. However, after turning 6, when Shinshu expressed his interest in cooking rather than becoming a ninja, it infuriated the old man. Consequently, their father-son relationship became somewhat strained. Vortex Chao's perspective was understandable. In tumultuous times, to forsake the path of a ninja for that of a chef seemed to him a wasteful choice. In principle, Vortex Chao was not in the wrong. Unfortunately, Shinshu was aware that the chaos was nearing its end, ushering in a prolonged era of peace, thus rendering the path of a ninja less appealing to him. Everyone harbors their own dreams. Shinshu had no desire to conquer the world. He merely wished to open a modest establishment, prepare a few signature dishes, pour a glass of homemade liquor, and joyfully tend to his little shop for the rest of his days. Shinshu's aspirations were not grand. One might even say they lacked ambition. Yet, individuals are entitled to their choices. Neither right nor wrong can be definitively stated. For Shinshu, the essence of life lay in finding joy. Since his conversation with Tobirama, he has been contemplating what he can contribute to Konoha. Observing the stubborn demeanor of Masaru, Mito felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, with her presence, even if the father and son were to quarrel, she could mediate, ensuring the atmosphere would not become too awkward. Consequently, she allowed Masaru to express himself freely. Mito held a deep affection for her younger brother. Beneath the moonlight, the Shichimi establishment lay empty. Nearly a month had passed, and aside from occasionally hosting Tobirama and Hashirama, Masaru had not encountered any other patrons. However, he had grown accustomed to this solitude. The leisure time afforded him the opportunity to diligently refine his knife skills. With each swift stroke, slices of daikon flew forth, gracefully arching onto the plate in perfect order. His culinary technique had improved notably, achieving a proficiency level of 99, which imbued his work with a newfound essence. After finishing a daikon, Masaru stood still, the blade in his hand unmoving, his eyes gently closed. The moonlight enveloped him like a cloak of snow, creating a serene and beautiful tableau as if the world had paused in reverence. Suddenly, Masaru opened his eyes with a burst of inspiration. A peculiar sensation surged within him. His right hand twirled the blade lightly, spinning it in his palm before returning it to its original position. With swift motion, he grasped another daikon with his left hand. This was the feeling he sought. He deftly maneuvered his left hand from the right side of the daikon to the left, applying pressure before his right hand's knife sprang into action. The sound of the blade striking the cutting board echoed, as if the daikon were non-existent. Yet, the knife had indeed penetrated the vegetable with precision. Slices of daikon soared once more, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a halo. Each piece mirrored the others in both thickness and height, showcasing his remarkable control. As the final slice ascended, Masaru brought the blade down decisively onto the board. Task accomplished. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the basic knife skill successfully. Reward, 1,000 points. Please continue your efforts. 1,000 points? Masaru's expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. What a windfall. Reflecting on the past month, he had completed numerous minor tasks, accumulating merely 99 points. To his astonishment, achieving mastery in basic knife skills had yielded such a generous reward. This sudden fortune filled him with joy. Oh my! The system had shown unexpected generosity. Tears of joy streamed down Masaru's face. What an incredible turn of events. Previously disheartened by his inability to exchange recipes, he now felt elated. With 1,000 points, he could procure several exquisite recipes. Deeply moved, Masaru gazed at the recipe exchange interface, his heart racing as he selected a 4-star recipe and a 3-star recipe. In an instant, 700 points vanished. Earning money was indeed a challenge, as he found his points diminished by more than half in one fell swoop. Shinshu shook his head, gazing at the 2 culinary experience cards he had purchased. His spirits lifted considerably. With a chime, The system announced that the host had achieved fundamental mastery in knife skills, unlocking the first phase of the dreamlike knife technique, sharpening. Sharpening? Shinshu was utterly perplexed. What manner of task was this? While it is true that chefs need to sharpen their knives, it is not a skill that requires practice. Merely understanding the method suffices to achieve a proper edge. Before he could emerge from his confusion, two beams of white light flickered before him. As the light dissipated, a whetstone and a rusted kitchen knife appeared. The host is required to hone this kitchen knife to the level where it can effortlessly slice through a single hair to complete the sharpening task. Shinshu picked up the knife. Its blade was thick, resembling 5 knives stacked together, heavily tarnished as if it had been neglected for centuries. Where did the system procure such an antique? It felt as though it were toying with him. Hey, system, what kind of training is this? Is a chef also expected to double as a knife sharpener? Please refrain from doubting the system. Once the host accomplishes the task, the underlying secrets will be revealed. Sighing, Shinshu regarded the rusted knife with a sense of nostalgia. In ancient times, Levi witnessed an old woman grinding an iron pestle into a needle. Now I, Shinshu, shall transform rust into a blade. It must achieve the ability to slice a hair with a mere breath, a true technical feat. Sharpening a knife is a common practice, essential in both 5-star restaurants and ordinary kitchens alike. Over time, knives become dull and lose their edge, necessitating the need for honing. While the act of sharpening may not be inherently difficult, achieving a razor-sharp edge poses a significant challenge. What does it mean to slice a hair with a breath? It entails placing a strand of hair upon the blade and, with a gentle puff, severing it cleanly in two. Legendary weapons are not so different from this. Glancing once more at the rusted knife, Shinshu sighed deeply. It seemed that his nocturnal training would henceforth involve sharpening. Having just concluded his moonlit practice, Shinshu wore a forlorn expression, akin to a fish out of water, devoid of dreams. He submerged the whetstone in water, allowing it to soak, a step intended to lubricate the stone. For those without water, oil may be used as a substitute, providing a similar effect. After a few minutes of soaking, he removed the whetstone and secured it in place. He then positioned the rusted knife, now referred to as the rusted blade, on the whetstone and began the delicate process of sharpening. Convention dictates that one should start at a 15-degree angle to the blade and work in a single direction. However, given the thickness and rust of this knife, the initial task was to remove the rust, followed by grinding it down to an appropriate thickness before finally sharpening the edge. Observing the knife, nearly 2 centimeters thick, Shinshu braced himself for a lengthy endeavor. The long night lay ahead, filled with the promise of labor rather than sleep, a potentially worthwhile pursuit. Just as Shinshu was on the verge of becoming an emotionless sharpening machine, the system chimed in once more. The system gently prompts that the host has reached the pinnacle of a 2-star chef. Shall the breakthrough examination be undertaken to ascend to a 3-star chef? Upon hearing this, Shinshu's spirit surged with excitement. Has the moment finally arrived? The system had previously stated that if he could refine his knife skills, he would have the opportunity to advance to 3-star chef. It appears that this chance has indeed come. With determination, the host accepts the 3-star chef examination, wherein the task is to craft a 3-star dish, the unparalleled national delicacy, alkaline water noodles. Success in this endeavor would confirm his elevation to 3-star chef, with the reward being the Beichen Tianlang blade, a weapon from Chinese cooking master. To create the unparalleled national noodles, Shinshu raised an eyebrow, sensing the challenge ahead. Although he had experienced it once, it was not truly his own skill. He pondered whether he could accomplish it now. As for the reward, the Beichen Tianlang blade, Shinshu did not place significant value on it. In essence, it was merely an ice blade, a disposable tool that would shatter under temperature and force during use. Unless in a special circumstance, its utility was rather limited. Nonetheless, Shinshu was unfazed. The priority now was the examination. Tying a black headband around his forehead, he revealed a bright smile. Now, it was time to witness the birth of deliciousness. Let us begin. Wheat, lard, eggs, green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili. The essence of the unparalleled national noodles, alkaline water. Everything came together in a seamless flow. Within the small establishment of Chi, a delectable creation was unfolding. Outside, a youth approached the eatery. Under the moonlight, his handsome features appeared even more refined. In this age, there was only one in Konoha who possessed such a visage, Shimura Danzo. Young Danzo gazed at the sign of Chi, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had heard from his father that Lord Tobarama often dined at Shiwai during the night. Perhaps he might encounter the esteemed lord here. This thought filled Danzo with excitement. Compared to the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, Danzo idolized Tobarama Senju even more. The latter's stern countenance and formidable prowess exuded an indescribable allure. Danzo aspired to become such a person in the future, hence his desire to meet this great man. Regrettably, Tobarama was a busy figure, not someone easily met on a whim. After some inquiries, Danzo learned that Tobarama occasionally visited Shiwai for late-night meals. The proprietor of this establishment was presumably the uncle of the renowned chef, Shinshu. Recalling Shinshu, Danzo reminisced about the exquisite flavors from half a month ago. Indeed, he was an intriguing individual. As Danzo hesitated at the entrance, contemplating how to enter, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed from within Shiwai. Through the window, it reflected in Danzo's eyes, leaving him astonished. What could this be? How could it shine so brilliantly? Congratulations to the host for independently completing the 3-star dish. The unparalleled national alkaline water noodles, thus fulfilling the criteria to become a 3-star chef. You are now upgraded to 3-star chef. As a reward, your strength attribute is increased by 1 point, and you are bestowed the Beichin Tianlang blade. Proficiency in basic knife skills, 100 perfect. Proficiency in dreamlike knife skills, 1100 proficiency in super god knife skills, 100 spoon skills, 100 strength, 100 seasoning, 100 creativity, 100 points, 399 equipment, dragon pattern griddle, 7-star knife, North Star celestial wolf blade. Talent, divine tongue, 3100, overall evaluation, 3-star chef. As the radiant glow of the exquisite alkaline noodles gradually faded, Shinshu wore a satisfied smile. Despite a minor setback, he ultimately achieved a flawless completion. At last, he could perceive a semblance of progress. A chuckle escaped his lips. Creaking open, the door to Kawujia revealed a visitor. Hello, may I inquire if you are open for business? The newcomer possessed striking features and an appealing visage. Shinshu expressed mild astonishment, not expecting to encounter this youth again at such an hour. It was Tuanzang. Shinshu had met this future culinary maestro during a survival drill a fortnight prior. Regardless of the disdain Tuanzang may evoke in the future, the handsome youth before him was undeniably likable. It was inconceivable to associate him with the future culinary tyrant. He carried himself with humility and composure, a clear indication of his noble lineage. Being regarded by Tobarama as one of the potential successors for the Hokage position, competing with Sarutobi Hisashi for the title, Tuanzang exhibited extraordinary traits even then. Had Tobarama not been hesitant, he would have directly chosen Hisashi as the Hokage instead of subjecting them to a trial. This indicates that in Tobarama's eyes, both Tuanzang and Hisashi were equally worthy. Ultimately, however, Tobarama favored the more compassionate Hisashi over the colder Tuanzang. In the dichotomy of eagle and dove, Tobarama opted for the dove, akin to Hashirama. Choosing Hisashi perhaps reflected Tobarama's acknowledgement of Hashirama. Had Tuanzang not strayed down a misguided path later on, he might not have garnered such animosity. Ah, Tuanzang, welcome. What brings you to my humble establishment? Shinshu greeted. I spotted a glimmer outside and, driven by curiosity, decided to investigate, Tuanzang replied, concealing his true intentions, though this statement bore a kernel of truth. It's quite late for you to be wandering about, Shinshu remarked. Yes, I find it difficult to sleep, and I am rather hungry, Tuanzang admitted, drawn in by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Without this hunger, his presence here would indeed seem illogical. Ha ha ha, so you've come to dine at my establishment. However, I must inform you that my dishes do come at a considerable cost, Shinshu indicated toward the menu nearby. Intrigued, Tuanzang cast his gaze upon the menu, which bore a notable inscription. The prices of our delectable offerings are as follows. Should you find any dish unsatisfactory, feel free to request the chef to prepare something to your liking. Note, payment is required prior to dining. The final clause represented Shinshu's newfound wisdom. After enduring the experience of a diner who left without paying, he had pondered for quite some time before devising this strategy. With this measure in place, incidents of unpaid meals would assuredly be a thing of the past. Shinshu felt a surge of cleverness. Upon reviewing the price list, Tuanzang was taken aback. This establishment was indeed not inexpensive. The soul-crushing rice, 1,000 taels. The unparalleled noodle, 600 taels. The menu is sparse, featuring only these two dishes. However, The prices are indeed quite daunting for the average person. 600 taels is sufficient for an individual to dine for an entire week. Yet here it is merely a single dish, and a relatively inexpensive one at that. Nevertheless, for Danzo, such a price is not beyond comprehension. As the son of the leader of the Shimura clan, Danzo's allowance is considerable. He gazes at the bowl of unparalleled noodles on the table. The golden light has faded. Yet just moments ago, he perceived its brilliance vividly. That radiance emanated from the dish itself. Moreover, it has been said that Lord Tobirama frequents this establishment solely for the noodles. Could it be that this very bowl is prepared for him? The thought sends Danzo's heart racing. If that is the case, he might soon encounter Lord Tobirama. Master Shinshu, I wish to try the unparalleled noodles. Oh, you possess discerning taste. Lord Tobirama also favors this dish. Receiving Shinshu's affirmation, Danzo's heart swells with joy. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Just in time. This bowl of noodles has just been completed, and it is yours. Rest assured, the flavor is absolutely identical. Is this noodle truly meant for Lord Tobirama? Danzo hesitates, pondering whether consuming the noodles intended for Lord Tobirama might diminish his favor. Not at all. Lord Tobirama did not mention a visit today. I merely prepared it casually. At these words, a flicker of disappointment crosses Danzo's mind. Did he not say he would come? Will he arrive or not? Shaking his head silently, Danzo quickly regains his composure. At his tender age, he has already mastered the art of concealing his emotions. In that case, savoring a dish favored by Lord Tobirama is rather delightful. Then I shall begin. As Danzo picks up his chopsticks, preparing to indulge, Shinshu suddenly halts him by placing a hand over his utensils. Danzo looks up in confusion, puzzled by Shinshu's gesture. Shinshu points to a phrase on the menu. Pay first, then eat. Realization dawns on Danzo, and he quickly exclaims, apologies, I nearly forgot. The practice of paying before dining is indeed uncommon in Konoha, and even throughout the Land of Fire. He retrieves his wallet, placing 600 taels on the table, which elicits a smile from Shinshu. Enjoy your meal, don't let it cool. With a grin, Shinshu collects the payment, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Danzo once again lifts his chopsticks, eager to taste the noodles. Lord Tobirama is truly modest, opting for such simple noodles. Indeed, it appears that Lord Tobirama's thoughts are solely focused on the village's development, and he is remarkably frugal. Danzo completely overlooks the fact that this large, round bowl filled with lengthy, wide noodles costs 600 taels. Perhaps he assumes that dining here incurs no expense for Lord Tobirama. Blowing gently on the steaming noodles, Danzo inhales deeply. Slurp. The noodles swiftly glide into Danzo's mouth, their fragrance unfurling within. The chewy texture bursts forth. Danzo's eyes widen in astonishment. These noodles. With no further words, Tawanzo devoured several more bites, unable to stop himself. Observing Tawanzo's frenzied eating, Jinshio revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, meals should be this delectable. Such flavors evoke a sense of happiness. In the blink of an eye, Tawanzo had consumed all the noodles, leaving not a trace behind. Sighing with satisfaction, he finally understood why Lord Tobirama favored this particular dish. Truly, the noodles adored by Lord Tobirama were exceptional. Even the name resonated with his noble character. The unparalleled gentleman could only refer to Lord Tobirama himself. Tawanzo closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the lingering taste. The unparalleled gentleman. The unparalleled gentleman, he repeated, his expression shifting continuously between seriousness, confusion, and sudden enlightenment. This fluctuation of emotions was akin to the art of face-changing. Shinshio, observing from the side, found it quite fascinating. What could this young culinary master be contemplating at this moment? Suddenly, Tawanzo sprang to his feet. I understand now. Is this what Lord Tobirama aspires to? The unparalleled gentleman. Jinshio was startled by Tawanzo's sudden excitement. Subsequently, Tawanzo composed himself, noticing Jinshio's astonishment, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Thank you for your hospitality, teacher Jinshio. I have matters to attend to and shall visit again. Oh, take care, Jinshio replied, regaining his composure and not insisting on his stay. As Tawanzo exited the Shichimi establishment, he already harbored intentions. Every action of Lord Tobirama carried profound significance. The phrase the unparalleled gentleman must refer to the person he admired the most. If he were to possess such lofty aspirations, surely he would be valued by Lord Tobirama. Tawanzo returned home exhilarated, having gained not only a delicious meal, but also valuable insights. Of course, Shinshu remained unaware of Toanzo's myriad thoughts, just as Lord Tobarama was oblivious to Toanzo's extensive musings. The implications of the unparalleled gentleman on Toanzo remained uncertain, whether they would prove beneficial or detrimental. After all, the culinary master was indeed a unique talent in his own right. As the night passed, dawn broke gently. 2 days later marked the wedding of Hashirama and Mito. In the preceding days, Konoha was abuzz with visitors. Various allied small ninja villages arrived in succession, among them the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools, situated near the Land of Fire, was not far away. Logically, the Uzumaki clan should have joined Konoha upon its founding. However, the reality was quite different. The reason was simple. The Land of Whirlpools was a sovereign nation with its own daimyo. The daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools did not permit the Uzumaki clan to leave and join Konoha. The Uzumaki clan, residing in the only armed village of the Land of Whirlpools, served as its sole military force. If the Uzumaki clan were to abandon the Land of Whirlpools, it would signify the nation's annexation by the Land of Fire, an unacceptable outcome for the daimyo. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan had familial ties with the daimyo, which naturally discouraged them from forsaking their homeland. Thus, the two parties became allies. Their relationship, though amicable, remained distinctly separate. Nevertheless, with Mito as a connection, the citizens of both nations managed to coexist harmoniously. "Father, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly," exclaimed the elderly man with a head full of white hair, seated comfortably in a chair, while Mito grinned beside him. "Mito, I heard that troublesome boy, Masashi, has also come to Konoha. Where is he? Why isn't he here to greet his father?" Vortex Chow inquired directly about Masashi's whereabouts. He had been deeply concerned for his youngest son. 2 years prior, Masashi had run away from home, and after months of searching in vain, Vortex Chow's initial anger had transformed into profound worry. He understood his son well. Masashi had demonstrated commendable strength among his peers, yet in a tumultuous era of conflict, such prowess was hardly sufficient. Moreover, venturing out alone posed a formidable challenge for survival. Vortex Chow was engulfed in anxiety, occasionally regretting whether he had placed too much pressure on Masashi. Ultimately, he simply wished for his son's safe return. Of course, this shift in sentiment was known only to him. A month ago, upon receiving word from Mito that Masashi had been spotted in Konoha, Vortex Chow was overwhelmed with joy. He initially contemplated rushing to Konoha immediately, but out of paternal pride, he restrained himself, feeling that such a hasty visit would be undignified. Thus, he decided to arrive under the pretext of attending Mito's wedding. Once here, he could no longer contain his emotions and posed his question eagerly. Mito, upon hearing this, lowered his head, thinking how similar the father and son truly were. "Father, Masashi is still asleep," he replied. "Humph. This is outrageous. It's already midday. Still sleeping. He is becoming increasingly lazy. Come, take me to him," Vortex Chow exclaimed. "Father, please calm down. Don't let your temper affect your health." Masashi practiced late into the night and only fell asleep at dawn. "He is not being lazy," Mito explained, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Vortex Chow's white brows furrowed slightly as he regarded Mito with skepticism, which made Mito feel somewhat guilty. "He is practicing late? I might believe that he was cooking late. But that boy? Humph." Mito secretly chuckled, realizing the truth that no one knows a son better than his father. At Masashi's residence, after a night of hard work, he enjoyed a deep slumber. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged within him, and he awoke with a start. Grabbing instinctively at his back, he seized the dragon-patterned staff, which he held firmly in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Masashi blocked the incoming shuriken with the staff, the sounds ringing out sharply. "Who goes there?" Masashi's expression hardened, his golden eyes narrowing towards the source of the attack. It was the window. A shadow leaped through the window and landed before him. The figure obscured its face, rendering it indistinct, yet the chakra emanating from it felt unsettlingly familiar. "Quite skilled, are we? You managed to maintain your vigilance even while asleep?" The shadow rasped, seemingly altering its voice deliberately. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Do you not recognize where you are?" Masashi demanded. His dragon-patterned staff pointed menacingly at the shadow. "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end." The shadow exhibited no semblance of courtesy, launching a powerful punch right from the outset. Clang. The dragon-patterned pan emitted a crisp sound once more, and under the force of the blow, the true cultivator staggered back several steps. How formidable! The The true cultivator was astonished, his right hand slightly numb. The strength of this mysterious figure was astonishing. Even with the dragon pattern pan to absorb the impact, there was such an intense recoil. Seeing that the true cultivator had withstood his assault, the shadow was taken aback but felt a surge of anger upon gazing at the pan-like dragon pattern pan. Let us see how long you can endure, the shadow bellowed. Launching another attack, the true cultivator dared not be careless, responding with a series of counterattacks. Ding! A system task was activated. Endure for 10 minutes against the mysterious figure. Reward: mastery of the pan technique. The true cultivator's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. 10 minutes? This mysterious person was indeed powerful. Yet perhaps there was still hope. A fleeting smile crossed his face as he pulled down the hood of his dinosaur pajamas, a serious expression taking its place. Then let us engage in a proper contest. The shadow snorted coldly, his fists showing no mercy as they struck again. This punch was characterized by both speed and strength. And although the true cultivator's face tightened, he felt no fear. The dragon pattern pan met the blow head-on. Clang! The sound resonated even louder than before. The shadow was increasingly astonished. He realized that the true cultivator's strength had indeed increased slightly from before. Was it merely an illusion? No, it was not. The dragon pattern pan possessed a unique property. It grew stronger when faced with greater force. In essence, the dragon pattern pan was simply a frying pan, and its inherent characteristic was heat absorption. It converted the power of the enemy's attacks back into strength for its wielder. This notion of growing stronger when faced with strength encapsulated this principle. Of course, this absorption had its limits. Any attack surpassing the user's capacity would render it ineffective. Yet, the mysterious figure currently exhibited no such overwhelming power. With the dragon pattern pan successfully blocking the shadow's strike, the true cultivator grinned widely and declared, "Now it's my turn." For a chef, wielding a pan was as commonplace as breathing. In the hands of the true cultivator, the dragon pattern pan transcended its ordinary nature, becoming a formidable weapon. Gripping the dragon pattern pan tightly, feeling the energy surging through it, the true cultivator struck with fervor. The pan surged forth with an overwhelming momentum directed at the shadow. The wind surged, scattering the surrounding furniture. The shadow furrowed his brow, opting to retreat a step rather than confront the onslaught head-on. "If it's wind you bring, then I shall respond with fire." The shadow formed hand seals. Fire release. Fireball. Puff. Two small fireballs erupted from the shadow's mouth, leaving the mask unscathed. As the fireballs approached, the true cultivator remained composed, unperturbed, and did not evade. With a swift motion of the dragon pattern pan, he returned the attack as if playing tennis. "Here is your own attack back." The two fireballs struck the pan, momentarily pausing before merging into one, racing back toward the shadow at an even swifter pace. The shadow's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the true cultivator could execute such a maneuver. How could he transform the enemy's attack into his own? It was utterly unfathomable. In a moment of curiosity, the shadow did not simply stand there to endure the blows. It swiftly transformed its form and leapt out of the window. A fireball followed closely behind, crashing out after it. In the courtyard, the shadow waved its hand nonchalantly, and the fireball was instantly extinguished. Shinshu immediately followed suit, determined not to let this mysterious figure escape, as it represented his reward. "Show me what you've got," the shadow scoffed, releasing its limbs and launching another assault with its fists towards Shinshu. This individual exhibited formidable martial prowess, indeed quite impressive. Shinshu's expression turned grave, and he dared not show any negligence. In the confines of the room, the limited space had hindered the shadow's performance. Now, within the expansive courtyard, the shadow unleashed its strength, each punch and palm strike resonating with power. Shinshu relied on the might of the dragon-patterned walk to fend off the attacks, occasionally launching counterstrikes. The sounds of clanging echoed throughout the courtyard as the shadow's fists repeatedly struck against the walk. It seemed as though the shadow had activated a passive skill, achieving a perfect mastery of the walk. As time passed, the shadow grew increasingly impatient. Striking the walk inevitably pained its fists. "Damn it, can't you just put down that walk? What kind of ninja fights with a walk?" The shadow seethed with frustration, feeling a sense of exasperation akin to that of a disappointed teacher. "Hell, why should I? This walk is exceptionally useful. How does it feel to have your fists hurt from striking it?" Shinshu replied, brimming with pride, completely oblivious to any impropriety. This was his first experience wielding the dragon-patterned wok in combat, and he found it thoroughly satisfying. Using a wok in battle was indeed befitting of his identity as a chef. To wield his beloved chef's knife against an opponent would be a disgrace to a cook's dignity. Although Shinshu wielded the wok with considerable ease, his strikes were somewhat chaotic and lacked finesse. Were he to systematically train in the art of wielding the wok, his prowess might ascend to greater heights. With this thought in mind, Shinshu eagerly anticipated the forthcoming wok techniques. Judging by the name, it should involve the manipulation of the wok, perhaps akin to swordsmanship or knife techniques. The shadow placed its right hand behind its back and gave it a gentle shake. Indeed, it was feeling a bit of pain. How could a mere mortal's body withstand the impact of such an extraordinary artifact as the dragon-patterned wok? The sight of Shinshu's smug expression only fueled the shadow's ire. Watch me shatter your pathetic wok. It formed hand seals once more. Earth release. Earth spike technique. 2 earthen spears erupted from the ground, lunging violently towards Shinshu. The spears were sharp. A direct hit would undoubtedly result in grievous injuries. Undeterred, Shinshu swung the wok with abandon. Clang. The wok vibrated. Yet the earthen spears were shattered into fragments. So sturdy. As debris flew, Shinshu narrowed his eyes, targeting several pieces with intent and striking forcefully. Receive this. Fragmented stone technique. Clang, clang, clang. The shattered stones from the wok shot towards the shadow like a barrage of projectiles. Caught off guard, the shadow swiftly attempted to evade. But the scattered debris, combined with the close range, resulted in several shards slicing through its mask, revealing a white beard in an instant. Shinshu paused, recognizing that familiar beard. As the familiar aura of chakra enveloped the air, Shinshu immediately recognized the presence. Father? Once his identity was exposed, the shadow ceased to feign. With a swift motion, he tore off the tattered mask from his face, revealing a countenance imbued with authority. Humph, do you still remember me? His tone bore the semblance of a slighted spouse. Shinshu awkwardly scratched his head, returning the dragon-patterned sword to his back with care. Ding. The host has completed the task. Enduring 10 minutes under the mysterious figure's scrutiny. Reward, mastery of cooking techniques. At that moment, Mito rushed in from the side. Father, look. I told you Shinshu has made considerable progress. You couldn't defeat him in 10 minutes, yet he disowned your identity. We're still far from it. I barely exerted myself. Otherwise, I would have subdued this brat long ago, Vortex Chow replied, stroking his beard with an air of arrogance. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of satisfaction towards Shinshu. His prowess had evidently improved since their days in the Vortex clan. His physical skills were commendable. It was no wonder he could thrive outside for 2 years. Humph. You clearly exerted yourself, Shinshu retorted, pouting. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare to challenge me? Vortex Chow exclaimed in anger. Come on, let us see who is stronger. Shinshu boldly declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Hey, you've got some spirit. Come and take a hit. Bring it on. Who is afraid? The two, one large and one small, were once again at odds, resembling 2 children embroiled in an argument. Mito, feeling exasperated, intervened, saying, All right, you two, stop bickering. Can't you hold off the quarrels for today of all days? It's my wedding. Vortex Chow and Shinshu exchanged fierce glares, then each turned away with a huff. Fine, on account of my sister, I won't hold it against you today. You brat, that line should be mine. Hearing this, Mito sighed with relief. The temperaments of these two were strikingly similar, both excessively proud, yet deeply caring for one another, perpetually caught in disputes. For now, it was best to separate them to avoid chaos on such an important day. Xiaozhen, didn't you say you'd prepare a gift for me? Shinshu suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling something significant. I almost forgot. Sister, I'll get it ready right away and bring it to you shortly. With that, he dashed off in a blur. This little rascal, thinking he's improved, yet remained so scatterbrained, Vortex Chow remarked, his face stern as he watched Shinshu's retreating figure. All right, father. Xiaozhen has done admirably. Look at how much his strength has increased. I've seen him perform fire, water, and earth techniques far better than before. Humph. It's merely superficial. He still has a long way to go. Enough about that little brat. Mito, today is your wedding day. Let us not waste time here. I'll accompany you back. Seeing Shinshu safe and making progress, Vortex Chow chose to focus on his daughter's wedding, for that was the most significant matter at hand. Very well, father. The grand wedding of the Hokage is a momentous event in the ninja world. The entirety of Kanehagakure is adorned with vibrant decorations. The plaza is teeming with numerous well-wishers, and the banquet tables stretch out to hundreds, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Hashirama, who had been out capturing tailed beasts, returned just 2 days prior. Aside from the already claimed 1 tail, the elusive 9 tails, and the 7 tails that remains unfound, all other tailed beasts have been successfully captured by Hashirama. Such efficiency is truly astonishing, perhaps even easier than the subsequent generations of Naruto and his companions catching kittens. On this day, Hashirama, draped in a black robe, exudes maturity and composure. Mito, adorned in a white gown with an exquisite makeup, stands beside him. In the room, their eyes meet, and smiles blossom on their faces. Despite being married for many years and with children on the verge of graduating elementary school, the couple still feels a wave of nervousness about this wedding. Mito, you look beautiful today, Hashirama expresses, not one to utter sweet nothings, but this sincere compliment reflects his genuine admiration. His wife has endured countless hardships beside him, and now it seems they are finally reaping the rewards. Even though the path ahead remains uncertain, they have made a promising start. The establishment of the ninja village may very well signify the dawn of a peaceful era. Mito shyly lowers her gaze, remaining silent, yet a sweet smile graces her lips. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Uzumaki Taijima and Tobarama enter simultaneously. Taijima approaches the couple, first glancing at Mito, then at Hashirama. Hashirama, you have done exceptionally well over the years. I hope that in the days to come, you will take good care of Mito, for that would bring peace to this old man's heart. Taijima speaks with a warm smile. He is thoroughly pleased with his son-in-law, as there is no man in the ninja world who offers more security than Hashirama. In tumultuous times, such a man is undoubtedly a worthy match. Were it not for the distant kinship between the Uzumaki and Shinshu clans, perhaps these two would not have come together. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will take great care of Mito, Hashirama assures, earning a satisfied nod from Taijima. He takes Mito's hand in his left and Hashirama's in his right, bringing their hands together. I trust you both. Tobarama, it is nearly time. You both should head out, Tobarama gently urges. Hashirama and Mito rise in unison. For today they are the protagonists. Upon stepping outside, they are met with a sea of people. The wedding proceeds as scheduled, with an outpouring of blessings. However, the situation is not as straightforward as it seems. Various clans within Konoha are subtly probing one another. Following the establishment of the village, the distribution of interests will be a significant issue to address. Among the village, 3 clans hold the most power: the Shinshu, the Hyuga, and the Uchiha. The Shinshu are the strongest, followed by the Uchiha, with the Hyuga trailing behind. Yet overall, aside from Hashirama and Tobarama, the strength of these 3 clans is relatively comparable. Logically, it would be expected that more than half of the substantial Konoha pie would be consumed by these 3 families. Nevertheless, an unexpected situation has arisen. Uchiha Madara has defected. The Uchiha clan, having lost their esteemed leader Madara, finds themselves in a rather precarious situation, even inferior to the Hyuga clan. In stark contrast, the Shinshu clan is truly at the zenith of power, holding the position of Hokage and boasting 2 formidable warriors upon whom the entire village of Konoha relies. This circumstance raises a pressing concern. The voice of authority in Konoha now rests firmly in the hands of the Shinshu clan. Consequently, other clans are left to ponder whether they might become mere sustenance for the Shinshu's growth. If this were the case, their aspirations for joining Konoha would not culminate in the desired outcome. Thus, during this wedding, the heads of various clans discreetly conspired amongst themselves, forging connections to preempt any future dilemmas that might leave them floundering. Both Hashirama and Tobarama observed these clandestine machinations with keen awareness. They understood that in this nascent village, the vital task was to unify the hearts of the people. Yet, it is well known that swaying human sentiment is a formidable challenge, particularly when it involves the steadfast convictions of adults. Even with their extraordinary prowess, they could not alter the hearts of men. Their only recourse was to stabilize those sentiments, and they had conceived a method to do so. As Hashirama and Mito stood before the wedding altar, they surveyed the crowd. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. The aura of the god of shinobi was not to be trifled with. Hashirama's commanding gaze swept across every face, and those who met his eyes felt a flicker of trepidation. Though they had joined Konoha, many had once felt the sting of defeat at his hands, a memory that lingered painfully. As the sun sank towards the western peaks, Casting a dusky glow, Hashirama began. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for gracing Mito and me with your presence at our wedding. Your attendance serves as the finest blessing. His voice resonated throughout the square, exuding the overwhelming strength that accompanied every gesture. I understand that many of you harbor concerns regarding your integration into Konoha. There are apprehensions about the Shinshu clan's intentions, fears that we may exploit this opportunity for our own aggrandizement. I can empathize with such sentiments. However, having just emerged from the throes of war, we must collectively embrace peace. Harboring such doubts will only serve to fracture the unity of Konoha. Therefore, following discussions with Tobirama, we have devised a solution. The crowd stirred, a wave of astonishment rippling through them. Could such a dilemma truly have an answer? To soothe their apprehensions and validate the Shinshu clan's sincerity was no trivial undertaking. Would one solution suffice? Skepticism lingered, particularly among the Uchiha clan. Having lost Madara, they feared that the Shinshu might seize this moment to further their own agenda. Had it not been for their reluctance to forsake the hard-won peace, many Uchiha would have willingly followed Madara into the abyss. Yet, caught between peace and Madara, they chose the former, even with its inherent risks. However, the next words uttered by Hashirama sent shockwaves through the crowd. I, Hashirama Senju, in my capacity as the leader of the Shinshu clan, hereby declare that from this day forth, no descendant of the Shinshu clan shall bear the Shinshu name. They may remain nameless, or adopt the surname of their partner. If one were to marry into the Sarutobi clan, they would adopt the Sarutobi surname. If into the Uchiha clan, they would take the Uchiha name, and similarly, if into the Haruno clan, they would assume the Haruno surname. Regardless of the clan, the name Shinshu must never be used. Henceforth, there shall be no Shinshu clan in the world, only Konoha. Upon the conclusion of Hashirama's declaration, a wave of murmurs enveloped the entire square. The only individuals remaining silent were likely the members of the Shinshu clan themselves. Hashirama's decision was evidently made after prior consultation with them. This was not an easy proposition to accept, yet through his own prestige and persuasion, he managed to secure unanimous agreement from the Shinshu. The extent of resolve and sacrifice hidden within this decision was known only to Hashirama himself, for its weight was immeasurable. This pronouncement effectively marked the Shinshu clan's exclusion from the world. In the ages to come, the name Shinshu would indeed cease to exist. Neither Tsunade nor Tobirama would bear a surname in the annals of history. With the extinction of the Shinshu clan, the concerns of the clan leaders regarding its potential resurgence were rendered moot. The privileges once belonging to the Shinshu would be redistributed among the other clans, alleviating their worries entirely. Nevertheless, this decision was profoundly shocking to them. The Warring States period, defined by clan-based conflict, had only just concluded. Hashirama's actions were akin to personally interring the Shinshu clan. The clan leaders believed themselves incapable of such a deed, and it required an extraordinary heart to make such a choice. In that moment, they felt a twinge of guilt. Previously, they had underestimated Hashirama's intentions, viewing him through a lens of suspicion. At this instant, they grasped the true depth of his resolve. He genuinely wished for the flourishing of Konoha, devoid of any bizarre ulterior motives or ambitions. Lord Hokage, your remarkable magnanimity fills us with profound remorse. From this day forth, the Sarutobi clan shall steadfastly follow your lead, contributing to the prosperity of Konoha. The Uchiha clan shall do likewise. So shall the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan as well. The head of the Akimichi clan interjected. I too shall follow. In that moment, the voices of the clan leaders resonated in unison. Though their words varied, they all conveyed a singular sentiment. I too shall follow. Observing this scene, Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he finally witnessed the vision of prosperity he had long anticipated. It was a flawless beginning. Meanwhile, Tobirama stood quietly, a glimmer of a smile breaking through his austere demeanor. Brother, perhaps you are indeed correct. Only you possess the ability to unite these people, Tobirama mused, gaining a deeper understanding of Hashirama. This quality of sincerity in his dealings with others was an essential trait that made him the first Hokage, solidifying his unparalleled status. As darkness enveloped the sky, the solitary moon shone brightly, while not a single star adorned the heavens. In the distance, upon a rocky precipice, a solitary figure observed this moment unfold. With dark hair obscuring his eyes and a complex expression on his face, Hashirama observed with a sense of innocence. I shall demonstrate that this piece is but an illusion, Only I can discover true tranquility," he whispered, as Tobirama quietly departed. In the midst of the square, Hashirama's heart stirred, his gaze drawn to a particular direction. Yet there was naught but emptiness. Was it an illusion? He mused internally, ultimately shaking his head. That individual must have already left. Hashirama's words elevated the atmosphere of the wedding to a crescendo, with cups clinking and laughter resonating all around. Bonfires blazed brightly, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Mito glanced around in confusion, seemingly searching for something. "Mito, what troubles you?" Hashirama inquired, having noticed her unease. "Where's Masashi? I haven't seen him. He promised to prepare a gift for me, yet it's so late, and he hasn't arrived. It's quite strange. I hope nothing has happened." Mito expressed her concerns, sensing something was amiss. "Masashi?" Hashirama surveyed the vicinity, indeed finding no sign of Masashi. Drawing Tobirama aside, he whispered, "Tobirama, could you locate Masashi? Mito is rather worried. That brat is absent." "What a nuisance," Tobirama grumbled, yet obediently extended his right hand, fingers poised to the ground. With his sensory abilities unleashed, Tobirama furrowed his brow, swiftly detecting Masashi's presence. "What news?" "That little rascal is en route and will arrive in 1 minute," he reported. "What on earth is he up to?" Mito complained. Hashirama, with a smile, tenderly tucked Mito's stray hair behind her ear and softly reassured her, "There's no need to fret. You shall soon find out." 1 minute later. "Everyone make way. Step aside. Don't get burned." Masashi, accompanied by 3 Earth clones, hurriedly approached Hashirama and Mito, struggling to carry a massive pot. The urgency of his demeanor compelled the crowd to part swiftly. "Who is that? Why is there such a commotion? Who knows? With that red hair. He must be from the Uzumaki clan." From the Uzumaki clan? Silence fell, for who would dare speak ill of the wife of the first Hokage? Such a figure was beyond their discussion. Masashi placed the enormous pot before Hashirama and Mito and dispelled the 3 Earth clones. "Sister, brother-in-law, I apologize for my tardiness." "Masashi, what took you so long?" Masashi grinned widely, patting the 3-meter-wide pot. "I was preparing this." "Humph, you can be late to your own sister's wedding? What were you thinking?" Mito's voice was filled with exasperation, though she had yet to speak. "Dear father, you wouldn't understand. This is a gift for my sister and brother-in-law." "Is a pot truly a gift?" Mito's father grumbled. As the two began to bicker, Mito quickly interjected, "Masashi, what exactly is this?" "Hee, sister, just wait and see. You'll be amazed." Masashi laughed heartily, forming hand seals. "Wind style? Fire extinguishing technique. Before us stands the true master, whose breath of fresh air extinguishes the flickering lights, plunging the entire square into darkness." "What are you doing, you little rascal?" the ever-displeased Vortex Tide retorts, ignoring the protest. The master seizes the lid of the earthen pot and lifts it with a flourish. The immense lid is cast aside, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance emanates from within the pot. As the background music swells, the pot reveals a realm of darkness, seemingly filled with obsidian waters. Upon closer inspection, one can discern twinkling specks of starlight scattered throughout, resembling a boundless night sky. These luminous points connect to form a bridge, and at either end, 2 particularly radiant stars begin to glide towards one another. In a fleeting moment, the 2 dazzling lights converge, their brilliance intensifying. The onlookers, whether it be Hashirama, Tobirama, or even Vortex Tide, are all struck with astonishment. It is not merely the golden and starry lights that captivate them. An enticing fragrance, akin to a barrage of fireworks, envelopes the entire wedding venue. This is the master's signature dish, the galaxy noodles. Mizuho's eyes widen in delight as she gazes into the vast pot containing the galaxy. Tonight, devoid of stars, had previously felt like a missed opportunity for her. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the master would encapsulate the starry sky within his culinary creation. The broth, reminiscent of a celestial river, is undoubtedly the most exquisite dish Mizuho has ever encountered. Its beauty transcends that of ordinary landscapes. Entitled the Galaxy Noodles, the dish radiates with the splendor of the cosmos. Countless stars shimmer within the expansive galaxy, evoking the sensation of gazing down upon the universe, a truly majestic and dream-filled spectacle. As Hashirama beholds this astonishing sight, he feels a surge of grandeur akin to a summer starry night. Galaxy noodles? Quite intriguing. Little master, are those starlights made of pearl powder? Huh, Tobirama. You truly possess a discerning eye. You recognized it at a glance. utilizing the luster of pearls to emulate the stars. What a clever idea. Tobirama chuckles lightly, expressing admiration for the master's ingenuity. Creativity is indeed what he values most. Little master, how did you concoct this dish? Why is the broth so dark? After the initial surprise, Mizuho is filled with curiosity. She has never encountered such a dish before. The exceptionally dark broth may appear unappetizing at first glance. However, the celestial display evokes a different kind of beauty, igniting a unique appetite. This broth is crafted from cuttlefish ink, which eliminates any strange flavors while retaining its freshness. Not only does it appear as profound as the galaxy, but its taste is also exquisite. Cuttlefish ink? Mizuho pauses, recalling that such an ingredient is often deemed unpalatable. Yet, how can this bowl of noodles exude such an alluring aroma? It is truly perplexing. While Mizuho contemplates the broth, Hashirama is far more intrigued by the moving stars. Master, what causes these stars to move on their own? Is there a story behind it? Brother-in-law, there lies a poignant tale within. Oh, what story is that? Please, do share. The words of the true cultivator piqued the curiosity of all present. It seems that this dish, reminiscent of the galaxy, is not crafted casually. It harbors profound illusions. A chef, too, must possess the ability to reference classics. Otherwise, how could countless establishments claim that the emperor, enamored with the southern rivers, once savored their delicacies? It is said that in the heavens dwells a host of celestial beings, cold and unyielding, devoid of earthly affections. Yet, among them is a fairy named Shinshu, who yearns to experience the essence of love. One fateful day, she descends to the mortal realm and encounters a man named Nyolong. Swiftly, they fall deeply in love and bear 2 children, leading a harmonious life of farming and weaving. However, this act of love eventually comes to the attention of the celestial beings, who, incensed, carve a river of stars to separate the lovers. Only on the 7th day of the 7th month are magpies permitted to form a bridge, allowing them to reunite across the celestial river. Despite such trials, their love endures, untainted by regret. The 2 bright stars symbolize Nyolong and Shinshu, while the smaller ones represent their offspring. In this world, love often succumbs to the ravages of time. Yet they have withstood centuries of solitude, remaining as devoted as ever. No adversity could hinder their affection. This dish is a heartfelt plea for their love to remain eternal and unwavering. I wish for my sister and brother-in-law to share such an indomitable bond. Of course, they do not need to wait a year to meet. The true cultivator recounted the tale of Nyolong and Shinshu, slightly reimagined, to convey blessings and imbue the dish with profound significance. What is essential when gifting? It is not the price, but the meaning. Only gifts filled with significance can truly touch the heart. Wealth? That holds little importance. Zhu Jian and Shui who share no interest in riches. As the story concluded, it seemed to resonate with everyone present. Couples exchanged glances, while those unaccompanied looked at their own right hands, their eyes brimming with love. Zhu Jian and Shui who locked eyes, their hands tightly clasped together, as if the stars themselves shimmered within their gaze, a radiant testament to their love. Little Jean, you have a thoughtful heart, Shui who beamed. It was rare for her usually indifferent brother to show such sentiment today, making this the finest gift she has ever received. Hey sis, don't just talk. Try this dish. It was made not long ago and is at its most flavorful now. Culinary excellence lies in the harmonious blend of color, aroma, and taste. The appearance of this galaxy-inspired dish has already transcended expectations. Now, only the flavor remains to be savored. As Shinshu spoke, he served a bowl of noodles. Dots of starlight flickered within the bowl, and the white noodles danced like waves in the cosmic sea. Delightful. Shui who accepted the bowl and chopsticks from Shinshu, delicately lifting the noodles to her lips. Ding! A string in her mind seemed to resonate. A storm of exquisite flavors erupted in her consciousness. This taste, Mito could not help but indulge, one mouthful after another, until she had consumed all the noodles in her bowl. She even downed the rich, dark broth in one go. What exquisite noodles! They surpassed any she had previously tasted. A satisfied smile graced Mito's face, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Observing her enjoyment, the others around her wasted no time, each diving into their own bowls. The freshness and chewiness of the squid were astonishingly pronounced, and the texture of the noodles was simply remarkable. Hashirama could not contain his admiration. Each encounter with Masaru's culinary creations was a delightful surprise for him. The crowd displayed expressions of contentment, but only Naruto watched Masaru, whose presence in the midst of the gathering shone as if illuminated by a spotlight. At that moment, he radiated not the brilliance of a ninja, but that of a chef. In this instant, Masaru conquered everyone with his culinary prowess. Those who savored Masaru's dishes would likely carry the memory of those flavors for a lifetime, never forgetting the happiness that the food bestowed upon them. Naruto was among them. The deliciousness had indeed captured his heart. Suddenly, Naruto began to understand the words Masaru had once spoken. Dad, why can't you see it? Cooking can bring happiness to people. I want to be the chef who brings joy to everyone. After casting down those words, Masaru had vanished. For years, Naruto had struggled to comprehend how a mere chef could bring such happiness. Now, it seemed he was beginning to grasp it. Alas, that troublesome boy. I can't help but admire you. You shall forge your own path from here on. Gazing at Masaru, who sparkled amidst the crowd, Naruto finally allowed a comforting smile to grace his lips. Bring happiness to others in your own way. At a wedding, amidst Masaru's celestial noodles, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Following the delectable feast, the wedding concluded. Filled with love, politics, and gastronomy, this wedding encapsulated an abundance of elements. It bore a weight that a wedding ought not to carry. For Konoha, it signified a turning point, heralding the disappearance of the Shinshu clan and the initial formation of unity within the village. The will of fire took root at that moment. As the cool night breeze wafted in, Masaru lay in the comfort of his bed, relishing a long-awaited tranquility. Ding! The host has received gratitude from Hashirama Shinshu and Mito Uzumaki, along with a reward of flexible business hours. Daily operating hours must not be less than 6, with at least 1 hour of operation between midnight and 6 in the morning. The remaining 5 hours are at the host's discretion. This notification came as the wedding festivities concluded. Masaru was moved to tears. He could finally enjoy a restful night. System, what is your obsession with midnight operations? Even after adjusting the schedule, you still require me to work in the middle of the night? Host, have you ever seen Konoha at 4 in the morning? Of course. I have. I've seen it every day for the past month. It is said that only those who frequently witness the world after midnight can achieve great things. This serves as a test for the host by the system. Shinshu, having enjoyed a restful slumber, arrived at Kaiju at 5 in the morning. Regardless of the circumstances, this was certainly preferable to staying up late every night. After all, even the robust physique of the Uzumaki clan cannot withstand such torment. With that thought, Shinshu considered the prospect of selling breakfast. With this in mind, he accessed the system menu and selected a particular recipe. The 2-star recipe, 3-egg xiaomai, seemed quite suitable for breakfast. Muttering to himself, Shinshu spent 200 points to acquire this 2-star recipe. Previously, he had already spent 700 points on a 4-star recipe and a 3-star recipe. The 4-star recipe was for Milky Way noodles, while the 3-star recipe would be reserved for later, as it was intended to demonstrate the culinary prowess of a ninja to Tobirama, warranting his utmost dedication. Setting aside these thoughts, Shinshu activated the 2-star recipe for 3-egg xiaomai and gathered the necessary ingredients. As a 3-star chef, he grasped the 2-star recipe with remarkable speed. Even without experiential learning, he could replicate it from the recipe alone. Of course, employing an experience card would enhance the learning process even further. He collected the ingredients: flour, eggs, century eggs, and crab eggs. This dish, inspired by the culinary masterpiece from Chinese cooking demon, possesses a unique flavor, combining the nutritional benefits of chicken eggs, duck eggs, and crab eggs, making it an excellent choice for breakfast. He whisked the chicken eggs and incorporated them into the dough, rolling out the skin for the xiaomai, thin yet resilient. He then filled it with crab eggs and adorned it with century eggs before placing it into the steamer, cooking it over high heat. The entire process flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. Were there any observers present, they would likely exclaim, "What an exquisite art!" Cooking is indeed an art form. The mastery of knife skills can leave one in awe, rivaling that of the finest sculptors. At this hour of 5 in the morning, the summer sky begins to brighten earlier. Shinshu could already see the dawn light illuminating the eastern horizon. What a vibrant day it promises to be, he mused, only to suddenly notice a figure approaching. With a head full of white hair and a beard to match, it was Uzumaki Chao, Shinshu's father. Seeing the familiar elder, Shinshu paused momentarily. "Father? What brings you here so early? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come?" Uzumaki Chao scoffed, taking a seat. Surveying the ambience of Kaiju, he nodded approvingly, saying, This decor is quite tasteful. Not only have you grown taller over the years, but your discernment has also improved. Shinshu, unperturbed by his father's teasing, recognized that this was simply his nature. He never offered praise without a twist. So, are you preparing breakfast? Uzumaki Chow inquired, observing the steaming basket. Indeed. Would you like to try some? Shinshu responded. Since you've offered, as a father, I cannot refuse. Shinshu pouted and remarked, here, one cannot indulge without compensation. Even my own father must pay. Vortex Chow, with a head full of black lines, pondered how his son, whom he had not seen for 2 years, had become so fixated on money. Impudent child, are you itching for a beating? Even if you were to strike me, you must still pay. With a sense of resignation, Vortex Chow contemplated the difficulty of educating such a son. Very well, if you are so resolute, how much do you require? 200 taels, Shinshu replied. 200 taels? What are you selling in this steamer? Giant crabs? How exorbitant! Vortex Chow exclaimed, astonished. He began to question whether his son had opened a shady establishment. Indeed, there are crab ingredients. Good food comes at a price, you wouldn't understand. When did you become so reasonable? Vortex Chow retorted. Fine, bring me a portion. Prepayment, please. All right, I shall provide you with the finest. Vortex Chow shook his head and handed over the money. Shinshu, grinning, placed a steaming basket of xiaomai before him. The rising steam wafted enticing aromas, with the delicate fragrance of eggs being the first to tantalize the senses, followed by the striking appearance of broken preserved egg bits as the vapor dissipated. Xiaomai, green xiaomai. I have never seen such a thing before. That is the protein part of the preserved egg. Preserved egg? Vortex Chow expressed his confusion. As the leader of the Vortex clan, he had never tasted such delicacy. What is it? It is a specially processed duck egg. You wouldn't comprehend. Hurry and eat it before it cools down. Not wishing to press further, Vortex Chow seized the freshly made xiaomai with 3 fingers and tossed it into his mouth. Relentless iron mouth. As his teeth chewed, the delightful flavors of the 3-egg xiaomai erupted at that moment, a trifecta of taste sensations, particularly the exquisite flavor of crab egg. The sensation of bursting in his mouth was reminiscent of the popping candy he had enjoyed in his youth, yet the taste was incomparable. The preserved egg opened a new realm of culinary delight for Vortex Chow. With 1 serving of xiaomai, he experienced 3 distinct delights, and he closed his eyes to savor them. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed breakfast prepared by Shinshu. In the past, this child would always prepare breakfast for him, but later, he had driven him away with his scolding. Returning to the moment, Vortex Chow felt his eyes slightly moisten. Yet, in his stubbornness, he utilized his chakra to draw back the impending tears. Before Shinshu, he could only be a strong father. Not bad. Your skills have indeed improved significantly. Vortex Chow's praise left Shinshu momentarily stunned, as this was an unprecedented occurrence. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Something must be amiss. What does this old man intend to do to me? Seeing the apprehension on Shinshu's face, Vortex Chow could not help but find it amusing. Perhaps he sensed that he was again contemplating how to discipline him. It was no wonder, for he rarely offered praise. Even when Shinshu performed admirably, he was stingy with his commendations. I still recall the year I turned 6, when Shinshu proudly showcased his mastery of the earth wall technique to Vortex Tide, seeking his praise. Yet, Vortex Tide simply retorted, you have a long way to go, leaving Shinshu feeling deflated. From that moment onward, Shinshu ceased to boast to Vortex Tide. The latter remained oblivious to this change until last year, when it suddenly dawned on him. As one ages, memories of the past inevitably resurface. And Vortex Tide experienced this sensation deeply. The more distant the recollections, the more vividly they seemed to emerge over the years. Reflecting on Shinshu's 15 years of growth, Vortex Tide felt a pang of guilt. As a father, he recognized that he had been excessively stringent, to the extent that his affection for Shinshu became obscured. While others perceived Vortex Tide as doting and attentive towards Shinshu, the latter felt devoid of freedom and choice, as everything unfolded according to Vortex Tide's expectations. He was weary. Moreover, his aspirations did not lie in becoming a ninja, but rather a chef. A steaming basket of 3 egg dumplings contained 8 pieces, ample for a regular person's breakfast. Vortex Tide savored the last dumpling, relishing the final wave of flavor, and grinned in satisfaction. Ah, this is truly delightful. You little rascal. Do you genuinely intend to be a chef for the rest of your life? Of course, I've made up my mind. You won't sway me. Let's not argue this early in the morning. Shinshu turned his face away, adopting a haughty demeanor, making it clear that he was unwilling to negotiate. If you're going to scold me, just get on with it. In the past, Vortex Tide would have commenced a lecture. Such exchanges had occurred numerous times before. However, this time was different. Vortex Tide, instead of getting angry, merely chuckled and shook his head. You little rascal, your stubbornness truly resembles mine. No wonder Mito always claims we look alike. Shinshu turned his head in curiosity, scrutinizing Vortex Tide until the latter felt a twinge of embarrassment. What are you staring at me for? Are you my father? Have you transformed into someone else? Your tone has changed. What? Do you need a good scolding to feel better? Vortex Tide retorted playfully. No, of course not, Shinshu replied, shaking his head vigorously. He was not one to relish being berated. Vortex Tide gazed at the red-haired youth before him, the vibrant essence of youth still radiating as it had in the past. Meanwhile, he himself felt like a fading elder. Vortex Tide retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Shinshu. Take this. Shinshu, puzzled yet compliant, accepted it. What is this? It contains the various secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, including sealing techniques, sensory abilities, and in sealing. Father, what are you doing? I told you I don't want to be a ninja, Shinshu protested disdainfully, attempting to return the scroll to Vortex Tide. Should others learn of Shinshu's indifference towards these secret arts, they would surely admonish him. Don't give that to me. The swirling tide, however, pressed down on Shinshu's hand and said, whether you wish to be a ninja or a chef, I no longer mind. But there is one condition, or perhaps one might say a request. Shinshu was taken aback. He never expected the swirling tide to utter such words. Was this an expression of support for his dreams? Even the mention of a request? Could it be that the old man had truly changed his disposition today? What is the condition? Learn all the ninjutsu contained within this scroll. Perhaps you may never need them, but should the moment arise, they could save your life. Proficiency is never a burden. And besides, you possess such innate talent. The swirling tide spoke with heartfelt sincerity. At that moment, he was merely an old father, a father wishing to protect his child. The stubbornness of the past had been relinquished. Now, all he desired was to witness Shinshu's happiness and health. Shinshu felt a subtle stirring within, gazing into the old man's eyes, and in a fleeting moment, memories flooded back. Once upon a time, he had gleefully ridden upon this elder's shoulders, laughing freely. Now, he seemed to have aged considerably since those days. Reflecting on this, Shinshu couldn't help but tighten his grip on the scroll. I understand, I will learn. The swirling tide smiled as he patted Shinshu's right hand and continued, You little rascal, after attending Mito's wedding, I shall return to the land of whirlpools in a couple of days. I know you plan to stay in Konoha for a while, and I will not force you to come home. Here, you can support each other with Mito. Otherwise, she would be quite lonely without a kin by her side. Shinshu remained silent, yet his eyes grew warm. By the way, if you find the time, visit the land of whirlpools with Mito. It has changed significantly since your last visit. Peace has finally arrived, and people no longer shout for bloodshed as they once did. When I arrived, your Uncle Ko had mentioned that he had not tasted Ajan's cooking in ages, and he misses it dearly. If you can, return and prepare a meal for him, lest he constantly yearn for it. Do you understand? Shinshu nodded slightly, still silent, his head bowed as his eyes grew increasingly teary. In that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over him, and he felt an urge to cry. His usually stern father had suddenly softened, filling Shinshu's heart with joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, he also felt a sense of sorrow. The abrupt gentleness of a once strict elder brought forth thoughts too profound to ponder. When a father no longer urges you to grow, it signifies his acknowledgement that you are capable of living well without his guidance. At that moment, he must also confront his own aging and the loss of his role in guiding his children. Whether this brings joy or sorrow, or a blend of both, Shinshu could not discern. He merely sensed that the old man before him now bore an air of desolation, a feeling that unsettled him. The thought of bickering as they usually did seemed rather appealing. Well, today's breakfast was delightful. I shall return to savor it again, making sure to indulge a bit more before I depart. Otherwise, when the time comes to eat again, one may lose track of the years and months. Vortex Tide gently patted Shinshu's shoulder and departed with an air of nonchalance. The smile gracing his lips bore no trace of reluctance or insincerity. In that moment, he fully embraced Shinshu's choice. Being a chef is indeed a commendable profession. As he watched the retreating figure, Shinshu suddenly realized that his father was, without a doubt, the best father in the world. All past grievances and discontent dissipated in an instant. It was not only Vortex Tide who had matured, but Shinshu as well. A few days later, Vortex Tide left with the members of the Vortex clan. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, even among family. There comes a day of parting. Yet this time, the bond between Shinshu and Vortex Tide was imbued with a newfound understanding, their previous stiffness replaced by warmth. Father, rest assured, I will return to visit you with my sister in due time. Haha, that is wonderful. I shall await your return. With a smile, Vortex Tide departed. This farewell left uncertainty as to when they would meet again. At the Hokage building, Shinshu gazed at Hashirama and Tobirama with wide eyes. Brother-in-law, Tobirama, are you suggesting that I join you for the 5 Kage summit? Indeed, this idea was proposed by Tobirama. He suggested taking you along to prepare a culinary delight to ease the atmosphere of the discussions, and I found this proposal quite agreeable. Ding. The system task has been activated. Conquer the taste buds of the 5 Kage, reward, 1,000 points. Note, during the task, the host is exempt from the obligation of operating a shop. Shinshu was overjoyed upon hearing this. What a splendid opportunity to earn points. All right, brother-in-law, no problem. I promise to complete the task. Little Shinshu, this matter is of great importance. Take the time to consider what dish you will prepare. It cannot be taken lightly. Rest assured, Tobirama, I will handle it with care. Hashirama smiled. I have faith in Shinshu's abilities. Shinshu, prepare yourself. We will set off together this afternoon. Together with you? Isn't Tobirama coming along? Shinshu inquired, puzzled. There are matters in the village that require my attention. Once I arrive in the land of iron, I will join you instantaneously. Instantly, Shinshu's face was initially marked by confusion, but then realization dawned upon him. The Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama cast a glance at Shinshu and affirmed, indeed, it is a most convenient ninjutsu. Shinshu gazed at Tobirama with envy. After leaving the Hokage's office, he remained immersed in the excitement of his new task. Preparing a meal for the 5 Kage, what an extraordinary level of culinary challenge. This was akin to being a royal chef. Shinshu eagerly anticipated the endeavor. Conquering the 5 Kage was merely a small step toward my journey to becoming a culinary deity. I must tread this path with diligence. On the way, Shinshu continuously contemplated the dishes he would create, gradually forming ideas. In the afternoon, Hashirama and Shinshu set off as scheduled. Brother-in-law, are we going alone? It feels rather underwhelming. Ha! Dear Shinshu, the two of us are more than sufficient. The village is currently short-staffed. We cannot afford to waste resources. Rest easy. With me around, there will be no safety concerns. To this, Shinshu wholeheartedly agreed. The god of ninjas is nearby. Ensuring safety is undoubtedly guaranteed. Anyone who arrives is merely a provider of provisions. More importantly, with Hashirama's wood release technique, there's no need to endure the elements at night. It is indeed a delightful experience. Along the journey, Shinshu and Hashirama engaged in lively conversation, and before they knew it, they were nearing the borders of the land of fire. As the wooden house arose, Shinshu began to prepare the ingredients for dinner. This evening's fare was a wild rabbit. Roasted rabbit offers a unique flavor. Shinshu, it is truly a blessing to accompany you on this journey, indulging in such delicious treats. If I had ventured out with Tobirama, it would have merely been a matter of military rations. Haha, brother-in-law, do you now recognize the advantages of a culinary ninja? Yes, it is indeed pleasant. Though Tobirama is not entirely incorrect, in times of war, having a culinary ninja is a luxury. Just wait, brother-in-law. Soon I shall unveil the brilliance of a culinary ninja to you. Oh, observing Shinshu's confident demeanor, Hashirama felt a hint of anticipation. Could it be that Shinshu truly possesses the potential to create the value of a culinary ninja? If so, that would be immensely intriguing. Suddenly, a chill ran down Shinshu's spine, a sense of imminent danger. An ambush was upon them. Ding! A kunai shot forth from a concealed location, aimed directly at Hashirama. Hashirama's expression remained unchanged as he instinctively reacted. With his right hand, he effortlessly grasped the incoming black kunai, as if capturing an ant. Yet, Shinshu could discern the tremendous speed of the kunai. He himself could never have caught it so nonchalantly. Hashirama turned to where the kunai had originated, narrowing his eyes as if sensing something. The enemy was 800 meters away. Judging by the chakra, their strength was formidable. Shinshu, remain here. I shall investigate. Hashirama declared before darting off in an instant. Brother-in-law, Shinshu called out hurriedly, contemplating for a moment before following suit. The spectacle of Hashirama in combat was not to be missed. With a few agile movements, Hashirama quickly located the assailant. Clad in a black cloak, with emerald green eyes and half of his face obscured by a mask, he appeared decidedly enigmatic. The forehead protector he wore identified him as a member of the Takigakure. A Takigakure ninja? Why would they attempt to ambush me? Hashirama's expression grew serious, perplexity evident in his voice. It was not so much the strength of the individual before him that troubled him, but rather the mystery of why a Takigakure ninja would seek his life. At that moment, Shinshu arrived, and upon seeing the Takigakure ninja, he was taken aback. It's Kakuzu. I never expected it to be him. Indeed. The Takigakure ninja was none other than Kakuzu. No comment. My mission is simply to eliminate you. I did not anticipate you would so easily evade my kunai. Truly, you are the man known as the god of ninjas. But do not believe that this will suffice to defeat me, Kakuzu proclaimed with unwavering confidence, propelling himself into the air with a swift motion. To Shinshu's eyes, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu appeared before Hashirama. His right fist clenched. It transformed into a shade of deep black. A powerful strike. Kakuzu aimed a fierce blow at Hashirama. Yet, Hashirama remained still, slowly extending his right hand, palm open. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A formidable force shattered the ground beneath Hashirama's feet, creating cracks and debris. Yet, Hashirama remained utterly unmoved. How powerful! The ever-anxious Jinchuriki clenched his fists, watching the two combatants with a tumult of emotions. Is this truly the legendary battle between Hashirama and Kakuzu? In the blink of an eye, beads of cold sweat appeared on Kakuzu's forehead. A full frontal assault. Yet, it was effortlessly countered by his opponent. Attempting to retreat, he found his right hand firmly ensnared, rendering him incapable of escape. The terrifying aura of the god of shinobi enveloped him, and Kakuzu was drenched in cold sweat. The confidence he had mere moments ago vanished without a trace. Hashirama gazed coldly at Kakuzu, his demeanor no longer that of a congenial interlocutor. Tell me, what is your purpose in assassinating me? What does Takigakure seek? As he spoke, Hashirama exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, and Kakuzu could distinctly hear the creaking of the bones in his palm. Excruciating pain. In an instant, the clash determined the victor and the vanquished. This was a disparity of an entirely different magnitude. I will not divulge that. Hashirama's grip tightened. Crack. Kakuzu's palm shattered. No, I will speak. The young Kakuzu had his right hand forcibly broken by Hashirama. Despite Hashirama's typically amiable visage, to assume he was merely a benevolent figure would be a grave misjudgment. Once engaged in combat, he displayed no semblance of mercy. A man who attained the title of god of shinobi amidst chaos would never be soft-hearted. Discarding Kakuzu's broken hand, Hashirama coldly commanded, Speak. I have heard that you have been capturing tailed beasts, and fearing you would target the 7 tails of Takigakure, I was sent to assassinate you. Kakuzu divulged the information as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Hashirama furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, he had been capturing tailed beasts. Yet he had not laid a finger on the 1 tail or the 7 tails, both of which were claimed. Clearly, Takigakure had misconstrued the situation. A sigh of relief escaped Hashirama. Fortunately, it was not a grave misunderstanding that could escalate into war. Since the 7 tails belonged to Takigakure, Konoha would never resort to plunder. Takigakure could rest assured. Konoha's aim was peace, and it would not initiate hostilities against other villages without cause. This forthcoming summit of the 5 Kage was also aimed at fostering peace. Understanding the situation, Hashirama softened his initial rigidity, restoring his amicable demeanor. The stark transformation bewildered Kakuzu. Standing before him was Hashirama, evoking a feeling of unattainable greatness. The Konoha forehead protector etched deeply in his mind. Very well, you may leave. You won't kill me? Kakuzu was further astonished. Why would I kill you? Your strength is commendable. You must hold an important role in Takigakure. Go and convey my message. Konoha does not wish to attack Takigakure. Kakuzu staggered to his feet, incredulous as he gazed at Hashirama. In times of turmoil, he had never heard of anyone sparing the life of an assassin. At that moment, Hashirama extended his right hand once more, reaching out toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu was taken aback, filled with regret for having so easily placed his trust in another. Was this individual truly intent on taking his life? Indeed, it seemed that the earlier assurances were mere fabrications. How could such a foolish person allow an assassin to escape unscathed? Despairing, Kakuzu shut his eyes, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, he felt a refreshing sensation enveloping his right hand. Confused, he opened his eyes to see Hashirama gently touching his hand, a flash of green light illuminating the moment. The severed hand was restored to its former state. How do you feel? Is it all better now? Kakuzu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his hand. Ha. That is splendid. I sincerely apologize for the earlier mishap. It was an accident. Consider this my compensation. All is well now. Let us return, Shinshu. Certainly, brother-in-law. Shinshu and Hashirama resumed their journey as if nothing had transpired, leaving Kakuzu in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the god of ninjas? He murmured, overwhelmed with emotion. The man heralded as the one who ended the era of chaos was indeed extraordinary. Feeling the restored hand, Kakuzu contemplated returning to the village. Although the assassination mission had failed, a silver lining emerged. He believed this would mitigate any punishment for his failure. Meanwhile, Shinshu and Hashirama had returned to their humble abode. Brother-in-law, allowing that individual from Takigakure to return unscathed is not a wise decision, Shinshu suddenly remarked. Why do you say that? Hashirama inquired, puzzled. The penalties for failure in Takigakure are severe. That man, having failed his mission, will certainly face consequences upon his return. Moreover, given his temperament, it is evident he is not one to passively accept such a fate. There is a strong possibility he may defect from the village. Thus, the ninja world could soon be burdened with a formidable S-rank rogue. Hashirama chuckled. Shinshu, you are overthinking this. That man possesses considerable strength. Takigakure should accommodate him. A powerful ally is invaluable to a village, especially in these times. Shinshu shook his head. No, brother-in-law. This world is never short of those who seek to eliminate dissent. To you, a strong individual may be a pillar of support for the village, yet to others, he may merely be an obstacle. Such an opportunity will undoubtedly be exploited. They remain oblivious to the dangers lurking beyond their immediate concerns, preoccupied only with their own dominion. Hashirama pondered these words. Brother-in-law, with you and Tobarama supporting Konoha, such issues may not arise for now, but the future remains uncertain. Power corrupts the heart and distorts one's nature. Not everyone can remain unchanged. Even a once innocent youth may eventually transform into a cynical elder. No, that will not happen. I shall carefully select my successors and ensure Konoha remains a beacon of hope. Hashirama declared with conviction, yet Shinshu understood that the future may not unfold as Hashirama envisioned. The current peace in the ninja world is bound by a temporal limit, tethered to Hashirama's lifespan. For he is so formidable that while he stands, none would dare to ignite the flames of war. Yet, once Hashirama's life ceases, the flames of war shall undoubtedly reignite within the shinobi world. At that juncture, tragedy shall merely repeat itself. Alas, what is even more lamentable is that this is an inevitability that cannot be averted. Fortunately, Hashirama's lifespan still extends for at least another 15 years, allowing us to set aside such concerns for the time being. The recent conversation cast a pall over the atmosphere. Shinshu gazed toward the direction in which Kakuzu had departed. That man's fate was equally grim. As Shinshu had just articulated, Kakuzu's return to Takigakure would mark his betrayal as a rogue ninja, seizing the village's treasured relic. The earth grudged fear, and, 60 years hence, he would ascend as a member of the Akatsuki. Today's battle would serve as fodder for his future boasts. For Kakuzu, whether this day's events were a stroke of luck or misfortune remains uncertain. Shinshu, I believe Tobarama has made a rather astute observation, Hashirama remarked. What is it? The suddenness of Hashirama's words left Shinshu perplexed. Tobarama mentioned that you possess a wealth of knowledge and an insight beyond that of ordinary individuals. Initially, I harbored doubts, but now I find myself beginning to comprehend Tobarama's sentiments. You are indeed a remarkable individual, Hashirama chuckled. Ha, brother-in-law, you jest. I am merely a humble chef, hardly one to grasp such profundities. At present, my sole desire is to prepare some exquisite dishes to earn your honor at the 5 Kage summit, Shinshu laughed, deflecting the praise. Hashirama affectionately tousled Shinshu's crimson hair, unperturbed by the modesty. Very well, it seems you have a plan in mind. Indeed, a plethora of ideas. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. I am quite eager. Absolutely no problem. The 5 Kage summit was to be convened in the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron holds a unique position within the shinobi world, remaining uninvolved in the conflicts of any nation and maintaining neutrality. More importantly, It is a nation of samurai, distinct from ninjas, fostering amicable relations with each country. The decision to host the inaugural 5 Kage Summit here was influenced by this very fact, and subsequent generations have regarded it as an unwritten convention. The 5 Kage represent the martial might of the 5 great nations. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the first Kazekage, Ryoto, the first Raikage, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and the first Mizukage, Hakuren. These 5 individuals are formidable figures within the shinobi realm, each accompanied by their respective guards, who are destined to become the future second Kage. This summit is, without a doubt, a gathering of immense significance, not only as the inaugural assembly, but also as the most powerful one to date. One might even refer to it as the 10 Kage Summit. On this day, Hashirama and Shinshu formally arrived in the Land of Iron. At last, we have arrived, Shinshu exclaimed, gazing at the imposing city walls, stretching luxuriously and inhaling deeply. The unique, briny scent of the sea wafted towards them. I never anticipated that the Land of Iron would be coastal, Shinshu remarked in astonishment. In contrast to Shinshu's excitement, Hashirama regarded the Land of Iron with some trepidation. This anxiety stemmed from the forthcoming 5 Kage Summit. Although the summit ostensibly sought to deliberate on the distribution of tailed beasts, Hashirama's true intention was to forge a peace treaty, aiming to impose limitations upon the nations to achieve the desired harmony. To achieve this objective, a spirited exchange of words is inevitable. Until it is accomplished, Hashirama clearly cannot afford to relax. Just as the two were about to enter the city, a swift sound signaled the appearance of a white figure beside them. Tobarama, brother. The newcomer was none other than Senju Tobarama. Tobarama nodded, surveying the iron country before him, and remarked softly, "It aligns closely with my anticipated timeline. Rinshu, brother. Let us proceed." Both men nodded in agreement and ventured towards the iron country. As the initiator, Hashirama arrived first. The leader of the iron country, Mr. Dabyun, welcomed Rinshu and the others with warmth. Currently, Hashirama Senju enjoys unparalleled prominence in the ninja world, and Mr. Dabyun is a man of astute understanding. Observing the scene before him, Rinshu felt a sense of disinterest, sensing that what lay ahead would likely be the mundane affairs of those in power. The true 5 Kage Summit is set for tomorrow, and he needed to prepare a few items. Brother-in-law, Tobarama, I shall wander the city for a while, seeking some ingredients. I will contact you later this evening, Rinshu announced before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Tobarama suddenly called out coldly. What is it? Rinshu replied, puzzled. Tobarama produced a token from his pocket, engraved with peculiar patterns. Take this. Should any danger arise, channel chakra into it, and I will come at once. Rinshu's heart warmed at Tobarama's concern. Indeed, he was a man of a seemingly cold exterior but a warm heart. The token bore the seal of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you, brother Tobarama, Rinshu said, clutching the token as he walked away. Hashirama watched Rinshu depart, chuckling. Rinshu is truly an intriguing young man. At times, he seems wise beyond his years, and at others, he exudes youthful exuberance. He is a complex character. It is indeed remarkable that a stubborn one like Uzumaki Chao could raise such a son. Hashirama, please refrain from calling me old, Tobarama interjected, glancing around discreetly. Understood, brother. Let us be on our way. Ignoring the dynamics between Hashirama and Tobarama, Rinshu made his way toward the market of the Iron Country. He could not be careless when it came to procuring food for the 5 Kage. Meticulous effort was essential. Rinshu recognized this as an opportunity to showcase his talents. Thus he approached it with utmost seriousness. This was not solely for the 1,000 points granted by the system, but also to lend assistance to Hashirama and Tobarama. Although the original narrative suggests that the 5 Kage Summit proceeds smoothly, contributing positively to the event would be beneficial. Within the bustling market, Rinshu glanced around, exploring the various ingredients available. During his 2 years of travel, Rinshu had visited numerous locales across the 5 great nations and possessed a certain familiarity with local cuisines. This time, he aimed to infuse that knowledge into his culinary creations. The Iron Country is indeed a wondrous realm, where one can procure ingredients from every nation, saving him considerable trouble. After assessing the situation, Rinshu refrained from making immediate purchases. While the ingredients available at the market were commendable, they lacked freshness. The freshest produce arrives just before dawn, and Rinshu decided to return at that hour. As for the culinary creations to be prepared, Masahiro has already devised 2 exquisite dishes. In order to align with the theme of the Five Shadows Summit and cater to the preferences of the Five Shadows, Masahiro has indeed exerted considerable effort. Had he not advanced to the rank of a 3-star chef, he would have found this workload insurmountable. At this moment, the other 4 shadows gradually arrived in the Land of Iron. Tomorrow is destined to be a day etched in history. It is also the moment when the legendary god of cuisine in the ninja world will first radiate his legendary brilliance. In future recollections of this day, what will resonate is not the details of the peace treaty, but rather the unforgettable flavors that danced upon their tongues. It was then they realized that such indulgence exists in this world. Time swiftly progressed to the next day. The 5 shadows gathered, each adorned in their respective attires, representing the colors of red, green, blue, brown, and yellow, reminiscent of the characters from a beloved folklore. The atmosphere of the 5 Shadows Summit was solemn, with each shadow scrutinizing the others. To become a founding leader, one must possess extraordinary strength and character, far beyond the grasp of the ordinary. Throughout the annals of history, the architects of dynasties have invariably been exceptional individuals, and their descendants have seldom been able to measure up. At best, they could only share the glory equally. This is an established truth. The founders who conquered the land differ significantly from their descendants who maintain it. It is often said that seizing power is easy, while preserving it is challenging. However, this holds true primarily for the founders. Their descendants find both endeavors equally arduous, having only experienced the trials of governance without the struggles of conquest. The founders typically share a distinctive trait. Not only are they remarkable themselves, but they also surround themselves with numerous talented individuals, each rigorously vetted. Mediocre talents would have been eliminated long before this point. Hashirama gazed at the 4 shadows present, his heart swelling with emotion, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. His childhood dream was unfolding step by step, and how could he not feel exhilarated? Regrettably, Madara was not by his side. The sight of the 5 shadows convening to discuss significant matters filled him with immense joy. Thud! Hashirama's head collided heavily with the table, his expression one of heartfelt gratitude. Beside him, Tobirama was taken aback, his expression marked by exasperation. What an embarrassment! Although accustomed to Hashirama's antics, Tobirama still felt his own dignity was compromised. This behavior was decidedly unbecoming for the Hokage of the Land of Fire. The other 4 shadows shared a puzzled glance. Brother, as Hokage, how could you so easily bow to the other shadows? Tobirama chastised. Hashirama looked up, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at Tobirama. But I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Lord Hokage, lift your head. This is not the conduct befitting a leader. The first Raikage, folded his arms, his voice low and resonant. I have indeed come here to acknowledge the 5 Shadows Agreement, but that does not imply I will sign it without due consideration. The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, appeared as a venerable elder with flowing locks, exuding a stubbornness reminiscent of the later Inoki. If one were to be overly obsequious, it might suggest ulterior motives. The first Mizukage, Hakurin, the eldest among them, sported a magnificent beard. The terms of the agreement stipulated that the Hokage would allocate the collected tailed beasts among the various villages. This was a transaction that ought not to be swayed by emotions. The first Kazekage, Retsudo, maintained an air of indifference, embodying a mercantile demeanor. Indeed, while the allocation of tailed beasts would take balance into consideration, it required each party to contribute financially. Tobirama remarked that the negotiations were beginning to take shape. However, Hashirama timidly interjected, it would be acceptable to receive them for free. Silence. Tobirama retorted vehemently, prompting Hashirama to retreat into silence. Our village has long possessed the tailed beast Shikaku, sealed within the temple. We do not require additional beasts. Should we sign this agreement, unlike the other villages, we demand recompense. Is that agreeable? The first Kazekage, Retsudo, surveyed the expressions of the gathered Kage and spoke softly. What do you desire? The first Raikage, directly inquired. Our land is parched and barren. Thus we seek not tailed beasts from Konoha, but rather the fertile lands of the neighboring Land of Fire. Furthermore, we demand 30% of the funds allocated by other nations for the purchase of tailed beasts. The declaration stunned all present. It was nothing short of blatant extortion. There were 9 tailed beasts in total, with Hashirama possessing 6. Thus, each of the other 3 nations would procure 2 beasts. Extracting 30% of the funds equated to the financial means for acquiring 18 tailed beasts, in addition to the cession of fertile lands from the Land of Fire. The first Kazekage aimed to secure vast wealth and territory without offering anything in return. The overall value far exceeded that of three-tailed beasts, perhaps even more. While his calculations were astute, they were utterly unattainable. The first Kazekage likely intended to exploit the situation. But such a high yield could not escape the discerning eyes of the Kage. Even if Hashirama were to acquiesce, the other three Kage would surely object. "What nonsense is this, Kazekage?" exclaimed the forthright first Reikage, leading the charge against the proposal. "What?" The first Tsuchikage appeared astonished, perhaps not anticipating the Kazekage's audacity. "You have gone too far, Kazekage," the first Mizukage admonished directly. Yet, the first Kazekage, Retsudo, seemed resolute, stating, "Should these terms not be accepted, I shall refrain from signing the agreement." The Wind Country, being a desert land, could not engage in agriculture. Thus, to contend with the four great nations, it must leverage its existing advantage of possessing tailed beasts. The first Mizukage, Hakurin, threatened, "We four great nations can equally unite to obliterate the Wind Country." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. The current predicament, if mishandled, could ignite a war among the ninja world. Should Hashirama intervene, it was likely that he would leave all Kage and their guards behind. However, such an outcome was not what Hashirama envisioned. Just then, the door to the conference room was flung open with a resounding bang, and a colossal steamer was wheeled into the room. Come, let us take a moment. It is time for a break. Distinguished guests, let us first partake in some lunch before continuing our discourse." The individual pushing the enormous steamer is none other than Shinshu. His cheerful demeanor suggests he remains blissfully unaware of the gravity of the occasion. Who is this mischief maker disrupting our gathering? Why is he pushing such a steamer? Is he here to entertain us? The first Wind Shadow, Ridu, admonished. Having just been threatened, his mood was far from pleasant. "Lord Wind Shadow, this is our esteemed chef from Konoha, whom I specially invited to host a banquet for the 5 Kage Summit. Given the current difficulties in negotiations, perhaps we should dine first and then resume our discussions?" The arrival of Shinshu instantaneously diffused the previously tense atmosphere, allowing Hashirama to smoothly navigate the discord by suggesting a meal. Seeing Hashirama's approach, Ridu could hardly refuse him, thus alleviating his earlier embarrassment. Had he persisted with his obstinacy, the other Kage might have seized the opportunity to obliterate the Wind Country. He could not afford such a gamble. These Kage were formidable individuals, with Hashirama being his sole potential ally. "Lord Hokage, you are indeed thoughtful, even providing us with lunch." Rita chuckled. The founding Kage, who sought to avoid further conflict, now descended from their lofty positions, all thanks to Shinshu. "Oh, is this culinary delight contained within the steamer? It appears rather intriguing," the first Water Shadow remarked, his curiosity piqued by the colossal steamer. "Surely, it cannot be filled with buns?" The first Lightning Shadow interjected, his distaste for buns evident. "You shall discover the contents shortly." Young Shinshu, commence. "Very well, Brother Tobarama." Shinshu responded. Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of hand seals, 2 shadow clones materialized before him. After interacting with Tobarama, Shinshu unapologetically acquired the technique and, in no time, mastered it. The 3 figures, including the original, arranged themselves at the 3 corners of the steamer. "Begin," Shinshu commanded, and all 3 lifted the steamer simultaneously. In an instant, steam billowed forth, creating a gust akin to a miniature wind jutsu. The garments of the 10 individuals fluttered. Hair danced in the air, yet none shielded their faces. At their level of prowess, such a breeze was hardly worthy of their attention. However, the commotion caused by a mere dish did indeed astonish them. As the steamer lid was tossed aside, it revealed a full steamer of shaomai, and only one. A singular shaomai shaped like a volcano. "How immense!" Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. The expressions of the others varied as they gazed speechlessly at the gigantic shaomai. Shinshu grinned widely and proclaimed, Shinshu's special creation, the Cosmic Big Shaomai. The Cosmic Big Shaomai, a remarkable dish, was astonishingly large, encapsulating the exquisite flavors of an entire pig. Yet, there was no golden sheen, only the rising steam. In truth, it was merely a 3-star dish. It resides at a level comparable to the unparalleled Guoshi Wushuang noodles. However, in terms of flavor, it pales in comparison to Guoshi Wushuang noodles, ranking as the least impressive among 3-star dishes. At his current skill level, Shinshu is entirely capable of replicating it. The primary allure of this dish lies in its creativity rather than its taste. Nevertheless, to earn the esteemed 3-star rating. The flavor must undoubtedly be exceptional. Ah, the cosmic dumpling. It truly is colossal. I have never encountered such a culinary marvel. The first-generation Reikage, in awe, found that the immense shape indeed complemented his taste. As a master of the shinobi body technique, Reikage possesses a hearty appetite, requiring substantial sustenance at every meal. Such a dumpling would undoubtedly provide him immense satisfaction. At that moment, he felt an urge to indulge. Would such a large dumpling steam thoroughly? The first-generation Mizukage expressed skepticism. Although he lacked culinary expertise, he understood that the steaming process could be quite intricate and required precise temperature control. Achieving adequate heat in such a massive dumpling to reach the center would be challenging. Even if it did, uneven heating could compromise the flavor, rendering it far from delectable. If only he could utilize his steam explosion technique, perhaps he could steam it thoroughly in an instant. Rest assured, Lord Mizukage, it is absolutely cooked. Shinshu assured as he handed out 10 sets of chopsticks and bowls to the group. Everyone, please eat. It has just come out of the steamer. And this is the most delightful moment. Consuming it this way is the most delicious. Shinshu picked up his chopsticks and gently punctured the skin of the cosmic dumpling. The dumpling skin was as smooth as silk. The delicate skin made a delightful popping sound the moment the chopsticks pierced through it, a sound both pleasing and melodic. A beautiful sound indeed. A delectable taste awaits. Shinshu lifted the skin, extracted a small piece, and wrapped it around the succulent filling, forming it into a dumpling shape before placing it into his mouth, chewing heartily while displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. This sensation greatly stimulated the appetites of those watching. At that moment, Shinshu embodied the essence of a food broadcaster, enticing the gathered shadows online. All right, allow me to try first. The first-generation Reikage, brimming with eagerness, observed Shinshu savoring the dish and could hardly contain his anticipation. Mimicking Shinshu, he adeptly picked up a portion of the cosmic dumpling. As a shadow-level ninja, the first-generation Reikage executed this maneuver with remarkable skill, finding it effortless. In an instant, he had the dumpling in his mouth. The taste. The first-generation Reikage's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an expression of disbelief. Exquisite. At that moment, the world was reduced to the singular notion of deliciousness. Ordinary pork. Ordinary dumpling skin. The combination of the two unleashed an astonishing flavor that was utterly unbelievable. You truly have a talent. How did you create this dumpling? I've never tasted one so delectable. This filling must be ham, right? Savory yet not greasy, simply delightful. The first-generation Reikage gazed at Shinshu with admiration. Hee, Lord Reikage. The deliciousness of this dumpling extends beyond this. Do try another part. Another part? With curiosity piqued, the first-generation Reikage picked up a different dumpling. As the first Hokage savored the delectable giant dumpling with evident pleasure, others gathered around, eager to partake in the culinary delight. The sound of chopsticks puncturing the dumpling's delicate skin echoed as everyone emulated the method of true mastery. The flavors exploded in their mouths. Extraordinary. How could something so delicious exist? Had they previously feasted on mere swine fodder? A chorus of admiration erupted. Is this pig intestine? No, it's clearly pig stomach. You're mistaken, it's pig tendon. It's tenderloin. Each ninja proclaimed a different part of the pig, creating a lively atmosphere, yet they were all united in their conquest of this exquisite dish. Without further explanation from the true master, it seemed they had all grasped an understanding. Clearly, they were all correct, yet not entirely so. They began to move about, continuously indulging in the immense dumpling. The entirety of its flavor erupted in their mouths. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by expressions of sheer enjoyment. Conquered by the exquisite taste. What was this dumpling? How could every bite offer a unique flavor? The first Hokage gazed incredulously at the colossal dumpling, his chopsticks trembling slightly in his grip. Tobirama, with a swift motion, unleashed 1,000 needles imbued with powerful water chakra. Water release. Water blade slash. The formidable water-infused needles sliced through the dumpling, revealing its cross-section. The marbled filling appeared before the onlookers. What is this filling? What accounts for its color? Exclaimed the first Hokage in astonishment. Tobirama turned to the true master and said, Explain, little master. Certainly, brother Tobirama, responded the true master, relishing the moment to elaborate. As you can see, this magnificent dumpling encapsulates the myriad flavors of an entire pig. To be more precise, I have enveloped the essence of a whole pig within. A whole pig? The first Hokage marveled anew. Indeed, The true master replied, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he observed the first Hokage. This fellow was truly a splendid foil, almost making him believe he had been invited for this very purpose. As he pointed out the structure of the filling, he continued, the robust leg meat is pounded to ensure it is thoroughly cooked, producing an intensely savory flavor. The same applies to the pork belly. Once pounded, its fat becomes frosty, allowing the rich, oily essence to emerge fully. The delicate flavor and airy texture belong to the pig's stomach, while the pig intestine offers a chewy, yet non-greasy experience. Here lies the pig tendon. This dumpling conceals the entire universe of a living being. Hence it is aptly named the cosmic giant dumpling. How splendid! Such a creative concept. The first Hokage exclaimed once more. This dumpling resembled the ninja world itself, although it contained an array of diverse ninjas. They all coexisted within the universe of the ninja realm. As long as they were organized and allowed to develop individually, they could ultimately achieve a grand fusion, a blooming of myriad flowers. No one could overshadow another's brilliance. This was the very essence behind my culinary creation. Shinshu spoke with fervent intensity, directing his gaze at the various shadows. As long as one diligently dedicates oneself to every undertaking, regardless of position or the type of ninja, one can unearth their inherent value and unleash their brilliance. Why should one envy others? Much like the grand universe of dumplings, everyone can discover their preferred niche within it. The confluence of all these delectable flavors, complementing and enhancing one another, renders this dish even more extraordinary. The universe of dumplings symbolizes inclusivity, unity, and the splendid uniqueness of each individual, mirroring the current state of the ninja world. In this realm, great nations stand tall while smaller nations rise. What is essential is not a forced unification, but rather individual stability and development. Those capable of unifying have already done so. After all, the so-called 5 great nations were established only upon the conclusion of this chaotic era. The inability to unify signifies their lack of intention to become one family, as well as the improbability of such a bond forming. Compulsion is futile. Enforced unity will only lead to the demise of more clans. Shinshu's words left the assembled shadows exchanging glances. This was not merely profound wisdom, but rather a philosophy encapsulated within a culinary creation. Yet, it struck a chord of trepidation among the shadows. The pursuit of commonality. This is the essence of the grand universe of dumplings. The shared identity of all ninjas. The commonality of pork. What a magnificent dish it is. Shinshu, you are indeed much more than just a chef. Hashirama clapped his hands in hearty laughter. Shinshu's remarks perfectly articulated his thoughts, even more so than Hashirama himself could express. The way Hashirama reacted led the other 4 shadows to ponder if he had orchestrated this fiery-haired youth's words. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unnecessary. This young man was indeed quite extraordinary. Even Tobirama's typically indifferent countenance broke into a smile of appreciation. Did he truly summon Shinshu merely to serve as a chef? No, that was certainly not the case. The primary objective of the 5 Shadows Conference was dialogue, not mere feasting. While it appeared that Shinshu's presence was for the sake of cuisine, the more crucial aspect was the philosophy he embodied. Each conversation with Shinshu had enriched Tobirama's understanding immensely. He recognized that Shinshu possessed thoughts and foresight that transcended the ordinary, ideas that even surpassed those of the Hokage. His culinary creations conveyed his philosophies. In such a setting, Shinshu would undoubtedly not present just any dish. He would express his perspectives and aspirations for the 5 Shadows Conference through his cuisine. A chef's words might be dismissed by the shadows, yet if the underlying wisdom astonished them, their perception would shift towards reverence. At this moment, Tobirama had achieved his goal. Shinshu's notion of seeking common ground was sufficient to provoke deeper contemplation among the shadows. However, Tobirama knew this was not the conclusion. For Shinshu had mentioned, he had 2 dishes. This was merely the beginning, not the end. And now, Tobirama was increasingly intrigued about what Shinshu's second dish might entail. As the esteemed guests pondered, Shinshu unveiled his second culinary creation. Once again, it was presented on a grand platter, showcasing an enormous sea bream. Yet, the fish appeared almost raw, with the peculiar addition of numerous minuscule steel wires adorning its surface. If one did not observe closely, their presence would go unnoticed. However, the gathering comprised individuals of exceptional perceptive abilities, well aware of the peculiarities before them. What kind of dish could this be? The first Raikage inquired with curiosity. The previous cosmic dumpling had already left a profound impression on the assembly, though this dish seemed rather unremarkable at first glance. Anticipation lingered in the air, not solely for its taste, but for the deeper significance it might convey. This was not merely an exhibition of culinary prowess, but a spark of philosophical insight. The moment had arrived to witness the unfolding of flavors. Shinshu smiled gently, wielding two seemingly inconspicuous small knives. These were, in fact, two of the 7-star knives, remarkably sharp and capable of not only slicing ingredients, but also delivering lethal precision without a trace of bloodshed. As the blades pressed against the steel wires, Shinshu deftly sliced through, severing both wires simultaneously. With a resounding ping, the fish seemed to spring to life, erupting with an astonishing array of ingredients cascading from its belly. At the same time, a blinding golden light burst forth. What was this brilliance? The dazzling radiance was so intense that even the most formidable shinobi shielded their eyes instinctively. Had they sensed any peril, these powerful beings might have reacted violently, potentially obliterating the entire structure in an instant. Thankfully, they remained composed and refrained from action. As for Hashirama and Tobarama, having experienced such phenomena before, they remained unfazed. As the momentary golden glow subsided, the true nature of the dish was revealed. The explosion of the bream unveiled a culinary masterpiece resembling a map's contours. Was this the outline of the shinobi world? As the Tsuchikage, Ishikawa recognized it at first glance. Such keen eyesight, Tsuchikage, Shinshu praised. The contours of the shinobi world? These 5 distinct colors of dishes, could they represent the 5 great nations? Arranged meticulously atop the bream were 5 dishes, each of a different hue. A closer inspection revealed that these culinary creations indeed mirrored the geographical outlines of the 5 great nations. A stunning display of culinary artistry. Who could have imagined that within this single sea bream lay such an abundance of exquisite flavors, each arranged with meticulous precision, free from any overlap? The aromas of 5 distinct scents wafted through the air, each shadowing familiar notes for the 5 kages present. This was Shinshu's special creation, the True Bream Map of the Shinobi World. The True Bream Map was a refined adaptation of the 4-star dish, the True Bream Continental Map. Not only had the name changed, but the dish itself had undergone significant transformation, leading to an exhaustive depletion of Shinshu's points. Yet, in his eyes, it was a worthy endeavor. Spending 400 points on the recipe experience card for the True Bream Continental Map and 10 points for its modifications was, in his estimation, a reasonable investment. Certainly, the reason the modification costs are inexpensive is related to the fact that Shinshu is now a 3-star chef. Otherwise, the price would be significantly higher. The True Snapper Ninja Realm Map? It is indeed a dish of remarkable grandeur, incorporating the essence of the 5 great nations. The first water shadow expressed astonishment, gazing at the sashimi within the dish as if it imparted some enlightenment. Shinshu, young lad, this dish of yours appears to be quite extraordinary. I observed 5 different snapper preparations atop it, Tobarama remarked. Indeed, elder brother Tobarama. This True Snapper Ninja Realm Map encapsulates the culinary characteristics of the local cuisines from the 5 great nations, Shinshu explained, gesturing towards the 5 dishes featuring snapper. This dish features snapper sashimi, prepared in the most favored style of the water country. The snapper is sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, accompanied by a touch of a specially crafted sauce, allowing one to savor the most authentic essence of the water country, Shinshu elaborated. The gathered shadows each took a piece of the snapper sashimi. The freshness of the snapper danced upon their tongues. It felt as if they were consuming not just sashimi, but a whole live snapper. Such fresh snapper. It was as though it had just been caught from the sea. The first water shadow was utterly astonished. As the water shadow, he is an expert in sashimi. Yet, he had never tasted such fresh snapper before. This is not merely a matter of the snapper. It is the chef's technique. This young man is a genius, a culinary prodigy. This dish of grilled fish fillets draws upon the culinary traditions of the Wind Country. Due to its arid climate, enveloped by deserts, the Wind Country seldom has the opportunity to enjoy seafood. Thus, transforming fish into dried fillets allows for longer preservation. It is one of the most popular dishes in the Wind Country. The first Wind Shadow, Reto, nodded in acknowledgement, as he was well aware of this. He picked up a piece of grilled fish fillet and placed it in his mouth. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. The delicate grilled fish fillet resembled a crispy rice cake, yet its texture was subtly distinct. The faint char did not diminish the snapper's freshness, Rather, it accentuated it. The first wind shadow's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the grilled fish fillet on his chopsticks. The Wind Country is the master of grilled fish fillets. What kind of grilled fish fillet has Redo not tasted? Yet, the fillet before him evoked a sense of wonderment. Indeed, he had never savored such exquisite grilled fish fillet. It was utterly captivating. In just 3 bites, the grilled fish fillet, measuring a good 10 centimeters, was consumed by Redo. The lingering flavor was delightful. The Land of Lightning, due to its geographical features, is blessed with numerous hot springs. In the past, they would utilize the temperature of these springs to steam fish. This dish of steamed snapper fillets perfectly preserves the snapper's freshness while using fish soy sauce to further enhance its flavor, creating a harmonious balance that can only be described as perfection. The first lightning shadow, without reservation, picked it up and took a hearty bite, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Excellent. The Land of Earth is characterized by high mountains and abundant rubble, with a cuisine that leans towards light flavors. This dish of snapper sushi exemplifies a delicate approach to snapper. The snapper is lightly grilled, combined with specially crafted rice and a sheet of seaweed, merging into a harmonious blend that is subtly flavored yet distinctively delightful. The Earth shadow savored the dish in silence, eyes closed as if indulging in some exquisite pleasure. Ultimately, the Land of Fire, situated at the heart of the ninja world, boasts fertile soil and abundant resources, offering a cornucopia of diverse culinary delights. This miso soup, a harmonious amalgamation of various ingredients, is enriched by a broth meticulously crafted from the head of Red Sea bream, culminating in an unparalleled flavor. It tempts one to indulge before and after a meal, elegantly concluding the dining experience. A true depiction of the sea bream within the ninja realm. This dish conceals 5 distinct preparations of bream, aptly referred to as the 5 delights of sea bream. While the concept may appear straightforward, the essence lies in the meticulous care infused into each dish. 5 culinary creations embodying the customs and cultures of the ninja world are the fruits of Shinshu's travels over the past 2 years. He has cultivated a nuanced understanding of the culinary preferences of each region within the various countries. Without these enlightening journeys, Shinshu could not have transformed this dish in such a remarkable way, though it remains uncertain whether the taste surpasses the original masterpiece, the map of true bream. Shinshu has undeniably achieved his utmost in presentation, a testament to the pinnacle of a 3-star chef. The 5 dishes were savored by the 5 shadows, each experiencing a sensory delight akin to waves crashing in succession. Grilled bream, sashimi, sushi, steamed bream, and miso soup, all crafted from the same fish, yet yielding distinctly different flavors. Even more astonishing, these flavors harmoniously complement one another, creating an impression that any combination would enhance the overall taste. The map of true bream is grand, yet it is quickly devoured by a gathering of 10, namely, the 5 shadows and their escorts. To the unknowing observer, they might resemble a pack of ravenous wolves. Among them, the first rakage consumed nearly a third. With wine in short supply yet bellies full, the shadows and their guards displayed expressions of utter satisfaction. The desire for culinary pleasure is universal. Indeed, to forego it is to diminish the joys of life significantly. One may choose not to overindulge, yet one must appreciate the beauty of exquisite flavors. Indifference towards gastronomic delights is not inherently negative, but it does result in the loss of abundant enjoyment. After the meal, Tobirama turned to Shinshu. Much like the recently presented cosmic dumplings, the map of true bream undoubtedly carries Shinshu's profound intentions. Tobirama comprehended the significance behind Shinshu's culinary creation, but chose not to vocalize it. Some matters require Shinshu to articulate himself. Indeed, the map of true bream symbolizes the preservation of uniqueness and the celebration of diversity. Only through the collision of differing flavors can new sparks ignite. Akin to the relationship between sushi and sashimi, seemingly similar yet fundamentally distinct. This reflects the cultural interplay between 2 divergent traditions. Even the simplest grilled bream can be prepared in myriad ways, reminiscent of the dried fish from the Land of Wind contrasting with the grilled bream atop sushi from the Land of Earth. It is essential to retain individual characteristics while pursuing a common path, ensuring that uniqueness is not extinguished. Such an approach fosters mutual enhancement. Shinshu's culinary philosophy is encapsulated in this moment, presenting 2 distinct yet intertwined ideologies, the pursuit of commonality and the preservation of differences, 2 remarkably simple yet profound concepts. At this moment, a profound impact struck the five shadows. It was akin to a moment of enlightenment. To foster the better development of one's nation in interactions with others, such methods are essential. A look of admiration emerged on Hashirama's face. Indeed, it was admiration. Hashirama seldom revered anyone in this world. Only two individuals have earned his respect: Madara, who shares his ambitions and prowess, and Tobirama, whose extraordinary talent is unparalleled. Now, however, there was a third person he admired, Shinshu, not for any other reason but for his ideals. Those succinct words encapsulated the model of coexistence among the five great nations. As the shadows pondered, Hashirama spoke again. Esteemed shadows, we have indeed harbored many conflicts in the past, all born from our desire to protect our respective clans and kin, actions taken out of necessity. Even with the signing of a peace treaty today, we cannot predict its longevity. Yet, I have always dreamt of a world where ninjas transcend village and nation, aiding one another and uniting as one. This is my vision for the future. Therefore, I earnestly beseech you all to make today the first step towards this dream. I implore you, I implore you, I implore you. Let us weave our true aspirations as ninjas from the pain, anguish, and setbacks we have endured. As Hashirama spoke, he bowed deeply to the four shadows, his sincerity palpable and his demeanor humble. This was Hashirama, willing to relinquish the pride of being the so-called god of shinobi for the sake of peace. This time, Tobirama did not intervene. He sensed Hashirama's unwavering resolve. After a moment of hesitation, the four shadows nodded in varying sequences, and a smile finally returned to Tobirama's face. The five Kage summit concluded here, far more splendidly than Tobirama had envisioned. Shinshu, you have been an immense help this time, Hashirama remarked, his face adorned with a smile as he gently removed the black forehead protector from his brow, holding it in hand. The gathering concluded successfully under Shinshu's culinary prowess, with the five Kage officially signing a peace treaty and allocating the tailed beasts. The demands put forth by the Wind Shadow were also alleviated. Ceding land from the Land of Fire was out of the question, but Hashirama offered 20% of the funds for purchasing the tailed beasts, which the Wind Shadow ultimately accepted. Refusal was not an option, as the other three shadows harbored thoughts of collective retribution should matters escalate. The 20% funding was also deemed acceptable by the other three shadows, thus culminating the discussion smoothly. While the outcome appeared joyous for all, Shinshu harbored concerns about the Sand Village's naivety, stemming from their underestimation of the tailed beast's significance. What does it mean to possess a tailed beast? It guarantees the village at least one elite ninja of shadow-level capability, one capable of large-scale destruction. Two tailed beasts equate to two shadows, combined with the shadow itself. That totals 3. This reflects the average strength of each ninja village thereafter. As for Sunigakure, it simply has one less member. It is no wonder that during the subsequent Ninja World War, they faced repeated defeats. Their elite combat power diminished significantly. In pursuit of immediate gains, they forsook long-term development, revealing the short-sightedness of Sunigakure. Moreover, the strength of the Kazekage ranks as the weakest among the five Kage. The third Kazekage is hailed as the strongest, yet his prowess is rather modest. This indicates that the strength of the first Kazekage is even lesser. In summary, Sunigakure's plight is quite dire. At last, it has come to an end. Hashirama let out a deep sigh of relief in the room. For the past few days, he had been anxious about the possibility of the conference failing. Now that a favorable outcome has been achieved, it can be said that his efforts have borne fruit. Brother, this is merely a temporary peace. Should any imbalance arise, war will inevitably ensue. I understand, but this marks a positive beginning, and I am quite content. Indeed, Tobirama, one must take life one step at a time and savor each moment of progress. Haha, Shinshu, you truly understand me. Tobirama, you are simply too rigid, always fixating on the negatives. Humph, Tobirama huffed, choosing not to elaborate further. Now is indeed a time worthy of celebration. There is no need to remain perpetually tense. Shinshu, today I owe you a great deal. Otherwise, those individuals would not have acquiesced so readily. Feeling a bit bashful, Shinshu scratched his head and smiled. Not at all. I merely prepared some dishes. Shinshu, don't be modest. You have indeed rendered tremendous assistance this time. The concepts you proposed left me astounded. If the countries can adopt your suggestions in the future, the ninja world may truly achieve peace. However, Shinshu shook his head. Humans are driven by desires. And as power increases, so do those desires. Thus, Absolute peace is unattainable. Our only feasible goal is to minimize the occurrence of war and, moreover, to protect the innocent civilians. Both Tobirama and Hashirama nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the topic. Following the conclusion of the conference, the Kage from each village planned to depart the following day. With all 5 Kage gathered, the next meeting remains uncertain. The first Reikage turned to Hashirama and Tobirama, glancing at Shinshu, and remarked with a smile, "Young Shinshu, what has brought me the most joy at this 5 Kage summit is not merely the signing of the peace treaty, but rather the delightful dishes you prepared. They were truly exquisite. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Reikage." "It is my honor," Shinshu replied with a smile, graciously accepting the compliment. "Haha, I truly envy Lord Hokage for having such a talented chef in Konoha. If only you could be in my land of lightning, it would indeed be a blessing." The first Reikage laughed heartily, unabashed in his admiration for Shinshu. "Lord Reikage, should you desire, you are always welcome to visit Konoha for a taste. I will ensure you receive a warm reception." "Ha ha ha, it is settled then. I shall certainly visit Konoha at the first opportunity." The first Reikage expressed his goodwill before turning his gaze back to Shinshu. "Little brother Shinshu, although Lord Hokage has expressed such sentiments, it may not be soon. I must admit, I am feeling a bit peckish now. Would you demonstrate your culinary skills once again?" "Lord Reikage, your suggestion is quite commendable. The Thai sashimi from yesterday left me yearning for more. Shall we indulge once again?" The first Mizukage could not resist proposing. Sashimi exquisitely showcases the flavor of the Thai, and it was the highlight of yesterday's feast for the first Mizukage. The other Kages nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of such a delightful taste. "Indeed, what you say holds merit," remarked the first Wind Kage, who seldom has the opportunity to savor such delicate dishes in the arid desert. "We are also eager to witness how Brother Shinshu crafts such culinary delights. Upon our return home, perhaps we could encourage our village's less skilled chefs to practice a bit more." The first Suchikage chuckled, appearing much more amiable than the previous day. All 4 Kages expressed their anticipation for Jinshu's cooking, though it remained uncertain whether their desire stemmed from genuine interest or a strategic gesture towards the Land of Fire, or perhaps a blend of both. "No problem at all. However, there is no Thai available here. I can prepare it immediately." At that moment, the leader of the Iron Country, who had been rather inconspicuous, finally spoke up. "That would be much appreciated, Mr. Dachan." "Not at all, not at all." Dachan gently clapped his hands, and 2 samurai wheeled in a magnificent Thai, rivaling the one from yesterday in quality. Gazing upon the exquisite fish, the anticipation for Brother Jinshu's skills grew palpable. The first Reikage's face lit up with excitement, as if he could hardly contain himself. Jinshu's culinary creations possess an enchanting allure, leaving an indelible mark on one's memory. There exists no other in this world who can replicate such artistry. With a faint smile, Jinshu reached into his tool pouch and remarkably produced a long, ice-cold blade, the North Star Sky Wolf blade. The onlookers were taken aback. How had he extracted this formidable weapon from his pouch? Furthermore, it appeared to emanate an intense chill. The first Mizukage was slightly astonished. The sensation was reminiscent of the ice techniques from their own Yuki clan. Possessing such a blade in summer would undoubtedly be an exquisite experience. As he stared at the enormous Thai, Jinshu took a deep breath. "Would you like to witness a culinary performance? Then prepare yourselves to behold the first technique I mastered after perfecting my basic knife skills, the dreamlike blade technique." With a firm grip on the astonishingly frigid North Star Sky Wolf blade, Jinshu lunged toward the Thai. Slicing through with a sharp sound, the Thai was cleaved in 2, transforming into several elongated pieces of fish flesh. Jinshu seized one of the strips and placed it upon the cutting board, unleashing a flurry of precise cuts with the North Star Sky Wolf blade. Slices of sashimi soared through the air, gliding past the 5 Kages. Remarkably, the translucent fish slices were so thin that one could see a face reflected within. The Thai fillets were as delicate as gossamer wings. The sheer mastery of his knife skill surpassed that of yesterday's sashimi. Had Jinshu been concealing his true prowess yesterday? No, it was not the case. The sashimi from yesterday and what Jinshu was preparing now were not of the same caliber. Perhaps it may seem peculiar to some. After all, it is all sashimi. How could there be any distinction? Yet, sashimi indeed presents a vast array of variations. Consider the most common misconception. Many believe that only raw fish can be deemed sashimi. However, this is not entirely accurate. Some sashimi undergoes a slight heating process. For instance, fish slices may be briefly immersed in hot water, and then swiftly plunged into ice water, resulting in a delicacy that is cooked on the outside yet retains its raw essence within. This style of sashimi offers a distinct texture. The thickness of sashimi also contributes to its differing sensations. Thinly sliced sashimi dissolves upon contact with the palate, emphasizing the lingering aftertaste, while thicker slices provide a satisfying chewiness, enhancing the overall experience. The sashimi prepared by Shinshu yesterday was of the thinner variety, though not excessively so. This was partly due to its combination with 4 other dishes. Overly thin slices would easily crumble and blend in flavor. Additionally, to maintain harmony among the dishes, Shinshu opted for a slightly thicker cut, sacrificing the immediate melt-in-your-mouth experience for a more substantial sensation. Today, however, is different. Today, it is solely about the sashimi, and thus, perfection must be attained. Each slice of sea bream gracefully arcs through the air, forming a flawless trajectory. These sashimi pieces, reflecting the faces of onlookers like a mirror, evoke tremendous awe among the 5 shadows. If this were ninjutsu, such seasoned individuals would remain unfazed. Yet, this is purely a culinary skill, one that even they have never witnessed before. It appears as though the sashimi is frozen. No wonder it can mirror human silhouettes. The astonishing freezing capability of this knife is remarkable. The first water shadow discerned the truth, marveling at the ice knife. The hidden mist possesses families dedicated to crafting ninja tools, and the water shadow has some knowledge in this realm. He recognized that Shinshu's ice knife was entirely fashioned from ice, and not just any ice. However, even extraordinary ice succumbs to melting under heat. In such a tempered environment, this ice knife will not endure for long. It is a disposable implement. With this realization, the water shadow's interest in the North Star Heavenly Wolf blade diminished significantly. Shinshu's hand, the first lightning shadow, with keen eyesight, was the first to notice that Shinshu's right hand, which gripped the knife, was red and swollen. More precisely, it was frostbitten. He had been harmed by the icy blade. Grasping the knife directly, without any protective measures, and even neglecting to channel chakra, how could bare flesh withstand the invasion of such chilling air? The first water shadow clicked his tongue in astonishment, revealing a hint of admiration in his eyes. Such dedication to the art of cooking is commendable. Why does Shinshu not utilize chakra to fend off the cold, or at least wrap the knife handle in cloth? Pondered the first lightning shadow. At that moment, Tobirama interjected. Indeed, chakra could repel the cold, but it would hasten the melting of the ice knife. As for wrapping the handle, those present are well versed in wielding long blades and should understand that any such obstruction would impair the feel of the knife. The shadows and skilled guards nodded in agreement. Any slight hindrance could disrupt the communication between a ninja and their blade. Even the minutest interference could yield entirely different outcomes. At present, Shinshu is meticulously slicing the snapper with unparalleled precision. The onlookers' gazes towards him have shifted. Initially, they perceived Shinshu merely as a young lad with a passion for cooking, innocent and carefree. However, they now realize that he possesses a fierce determination. This almost self-mutilating approach to culinary art is not something an ordinary person could achieve. He truly invests his heart and soul into his cooking. Tobirama is further moved. He had intended to steer Shinshu away from the culinary realm and into the construction of Konoha. Now, he understands that such a notion is futile. Shinshu's love for cooking mirrors his ardor for forbidden techniques, an unwavering obsession that will not be swayed by any circumstance. This young boy's resolve has been underestimated. Tobirama observes Shinshu diligently slicing the snapper, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Those who dedicate themselves earn respect, regardless of their pursuits. Crack. As Shinshu slices through the final piece of sashimi, the Beichin Tianling blade shatters with a resounding sound, leaving only the handle in his grasp. His right hand is now stained with crimson. The ice blade's handle clings stubbornly to Shinshu's hand. With a swift motion, he uses his left hand to wrench it away. The moment the handle is torn free, it takes a significant portion of skin from his right hand, blood spilling onto the ground. Yet, Shinshu remains unfazed. The 5 Kages regard him with growing admiration. He is indeed formidable. Tobirama shakes his head and remarks, Shinshu, your method of cooking is exceedingly reckless. As he speaks, he gathers a surge of green chakra in his right hand and sends it floating towards Shinshu's injured hand. Upon contact, Shinshu's right hand miraculously restores itself, as if the previous injury had never occurred. Shinshu is momentarily stunned, not expecting Tobirama's medical ninjutsu to reach such heights. executed without the need for hand signs. He flexes his right hand, identical to its former state. "Thank you, brother-in-law." The other four Kages display expressions of trepidation. The might of Senju Tobarama is indeed formidable. This casual display of skill sets a standard that is daunting to behold. Jinshio's performance continues. Although the ice blade has shattered, it is not without purpose. He swiftly gathers the fragments of the ice blade and launches them with remarkable speed. His technique is so proficient that it earns a commendation. Is that the throwing technique of shuriken? Tobarama muses in surprise. This young lad has adapted the skills of a ninja for culinary purposes. For a moment, Tobarama finds himself both amused and exasperated. With both hands, Jinshio works swiftly, and soon the shattered ice coalesces into a miniature iceberg. The slices of snapper are then artfully placed atop this icy formation. A chill emanates from the creation. The delicate, translucent slices of snapper blend seamlessly with the surface of the iceberg, almost invisible unless closely scrutinized. A veil of white shrouds the mountain. Jinshio retrieves an array of condiments, primarily sesame oil and soy sauce, mixing them together. In no time, the dipping sauce is complete. Jinshio glances at the sun. The timing is impeccable. It is the very moment when the snapper is at its most delectable. Esteemed guests, my culinary creation is now complete. The method of preparation is nothing short of astonishing. Who could believe that such a dish could be crafted through such intricate techniques, if not witnessed firsthand? The first Hokage gazed at the small iceberg veiled in white fabric, his astonishment evident and unmasked. With a subtle smile, Jinshio dramatically unveiled the white cloth covering the icy mountain. A wave of cold enveloped the room, akin to opening 10 freezers simultaneously. Jinshio's signature dish, the icy fresh sea bream mountain, a 3-star culinary masterpiece. Jinshio relied solely on his own abilities, recreating it without the aid of any system. The challenge of the icy fresh sea bream mountain lies in the wielding of the Beichin Tianlang blade and the art of knife skills, both of which Jinshio possesses. The replication posed little difficulty. In Jinshio's understanding, this dish epitomizes the peak of sea bream sashimi, pure perfection. Sashimi emphasizes freshness, thus the moment the sea bream meets its end, it must be swiftly and meticulously preserved in ice, only to be released at the moment of consumption, ensuring the ultimate flavor. The icy fresh sea bream mountain encapsulates the essence of the fish's taste, coupled with a specially crafted sesame oil sauce. A single bite will enlighten you on what constitutes true perfection in sashimi. 10 dipping sauce bowls were presented before the esteemed guests. I invite you all to indulge in this creation. The assembly lifted their chopsticks, scrutinizing the icy fresh sea bream mountain as if it were a work of art. It was hard to fathom that this delicate iceberg had just been sculpted with an ice knife. How could such a small instrument yield so much crushed ice? Could it possibly reproduce itself? Upon closer examination, the translucent sashimi atop the iceberg exuded an unrelenting chill, though devoid of any discernible flavor. Those who appreciate sashimi could instantly recognize its exquisite allure. Without further ado, the first Hokage ceased to wait, his chopsticks gently brushing against the sashimi atop the mountain. The thin slices of fish were as delicate as parchment, nay, even more transparent than paper. Dipping it in the sauce, he placed it in his mouth. It was an icy sensation, akin to the frigid winds of the Arctic sweeping over his palate. It resembled an ice pop, yet was far gentler in its embrace. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the refreshing feeling of a thin sheet of ice melting in the mouth, reminiscent of the crystalline frost upon an ice pop. Soon, that sensation of cold dissipated, overtaken by the warmth of his mouth. This warmth melted the icy coating enveloping the sashimi, revealing the true flavor of the sea bream, silken and refreshing. The exquisite taste could only be articulated with that singular term. The texture was remarkably smooth, as though the frozen sea bream had been revived at that moment. Dancing upon his tongue, the essence of freshness was unparalleled. This sensation resonated within the mouths of all who tasted the sashimi. The first Hokage could not help but close his eyes, savoring the delightful flavors. Though he was not typically an aficionado of sashimi, in that moment, he discovered a newfound love for this exquisite taste, just as Ajun fell headlong in love with Acham. How lamentable it would be if such exquisite delicacies could never be savored again. Contemplating this, the heart of the first Hokage, recently filled with culinary delights, felt a sudden void. Hashirama and Tobarama had relished many of Jinshio's dishes, Yet each encounter brought forth a unique gustatory experience. Such delectable flavors never tire the palate. Hashirama began to rejoice, for he knew that in the days to come, he would not be deprived of such culinary treasures and could indulge in them frequently. Alas, the first Mizukage sighed deeply, a visage marred by regret. Shinshu, perplexed, inquired, "Mizukage, might I ask what displeases you about this sashimi?" The first Mizukage shook his head. "No, I find no fault. Our land of water, being coastal, relies heavily on seafood. Yet, I never anticipated that a chef from the land of fire could surpass us in the art of sashimi by such a wide margin. It is indeed a source of embarrassment. This sashimi is nothing short of perfection." Upon hearing this, Shinshu's confusion dissipated. "As long as you are satisfied, that is what matters. Young Shinshu, I extend an invitation on behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village. Should you have the time, we would be honored to host a culinary competition, and our village will lend its full support." "Ah, Lord Rakage, you are quite astute. In that case, the Hidden Mist Village shall not lag behind either. Young Shinshu, we too welcome your presence. The Hidden Stone extends the same invitation to you, young Shinshu. The Hidden Sand does as well." In an instant, all four Kage directed their invitations toward Shinshu. Culinary delights possess the power to elevate one's sense of happiness, and these Kage wished for their villagers to experience such joy. Shinshu was taken aback by the unexpected invitations. Could this be an unforeseen boon? He glanced at Hashirama and Tobarama for their counsel. While this might seem like a mere culinary invitation, as a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, any journey to another village would require the Hokage's consent to avoid any suspicion of defection. Tobarama maintained his usual stoic demeanor, while Hashirama burst into hearty laughter. "Shinshu, accept their offers. This is a splendid opportunity." Seeing Hashirama nod, Shinshu smiled and replied, "I shall certainly honor the invitations of all esteemed Kage. In due time, I will visit each of your villages." The four Kage beamed with delight upon hearing this. Ding! Main quest activated. Leave behind a culinary legend in the 5 great shinobi villages. Reward: 1 9-star recipe experience card. The system's voice invigorated Shinshu instantly. A 9-star recipe experience card. This was a reward unprecedented thus far. The 5-star dish, the soulful dish, already possessed an almost illusory quality. What then could a 9-star dish entail? Shinshu's anticipation grew. However, it was clear that this task could not be accomplished in the short term, and such a remarkable reward would likely take a considerable time to obtain. The 9-star recipe stood as the pinnacle of known recipes, and to receive it as a reward underscored the challenge's enormity. It was evident that merely preparing a dish in the 5 great shinobi villages would not suffice. However, the true chef remained unhurried. After all, time was abundant. The lifespan of the Uzumaki clan was inherently long, and as a non-combat ninja, living to the age of 100 posed no challenge for him. The 5 Kage summit had concluded splendidly, with the true chef successfully conquering the palates of the 5 Kage, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by the system, earning 1,000 points. His previously depleted points, drained by the pursuit of the true Taiyaki Ninja world map, were now replenished. Consequently, the true chef's spirits were exceedingly high, perhaps due to Tobarama's favorable mood. He chose not to rush back using the Flying Thunder God technique, but instead opted to return with Hashirama and Tobarama in a carriage. Enjoying hot pot and singing merrily, the trio embarked on their journey back to the village. Host: Uzumaki Masaru. Basic Knife Skills Proficiency 100,100. Perfect Illusory Knife Skills Proficiency 10,100. Sharpening improved by 9 points. Can use Illusory Knife Technique. Arhut Crystal Slash. Superb Knife Skills Proficiency 0,100. Spoon Skills 70100. Strength 15,100. Sharpening improved by 3 points. Seasoning 70100. Creativity 50,100 points. 1,001 items. Dragon Pattern Griddle 7-star Knife. Talent: Divine Tongue 30100. Overall Evaluation 3-star. Chef Date: February 15th, Year 1 of Konoha. Weather: clear. Together with my brother-in-law and Tobarama, we returned from the 5 Kage summit. The 5 original Kage, along with their future successors, recognized my culinary skills. A sudden premonition washed over me. Perhaps one day, I could achieve unprecedented accomplishments in this world through the power of cuisine. With the conclusion of the summit, the entire ninja world entered a phase of rapid development. The Kage and their advisory councils exerted every effort to formulate development plans. In this regard, Konoha was spearheaded by Tobirama, with the Nara clan assisting in implementation. As for Hashirama, he comfortably took on the role of a mascot. Specialization in various fields was beyond Hashirama's capabilities when it came to village development. Under Tobirama's initiatives, Konoha's Ninja Academy, and police department were established in quick succession. Konoha began to progress in the direction that Masaru envisioned. Naturally, Masaru did not take an active role in these developments. Aside from occasional survival drills at the ninja school, he tended to his small establishment. Unlike before, improvements in Masaru's operating hours led to the rising fame of Shichimi throughout Konoha. Delicious food has an everlasting allure for food enthusiasts, and Shichimi was no exception. Of course, another reason for Shichimi's renown was its price. At 5 in the morning, the 3-egg shao mai would be available punctually. Even at that hour, before dawn had fully broken, customers were already lining up. The rotund figure was unmistakably from the Akimichi clan. It was Akimichi Torikase, the very chubby fellow with squinty eyes who had first tasted Masaru's perilla grilled meat during the survival drill. Ever since that day, Akimichi Torikase had been fixated on Masaru. Originally, Masaru's operating hours were in the early morning, making it impossible for Torikase to visit. At last, the renowned Kaiju, which opens its doors at 5 in the morning, has become a daily haunt for Akidu Tokafu. Master Shinshu, a serving of 3-egg shao mai, please, Tokafu exclaimed, drooling as he gazed at the fragrant steamer while handing over his payment. Ah, Tokafu, your timing is impeccable, Master Shinshu replied with a smile, subsequently placing a basket of 3-egg shao mai on the table. The shao mai crafted by Master Shinshu is simply exquisite. Every day around 4, my stomach awakens me from slumber, Tokafu remarked, eagerly devouring the shao mai. No, it wasn't devouring, it was inhaling. The flavors of the 3 eggs danced upon Tokafu's palate. He felt utterly enchanted. In that moment, Tokafu believed he was the happiest person in the world. With each delectable bite, the experience was unbroken. However, when Tokafu finally regained his senses, the steamer was empty. His eyes widened as he reached out toward the steamer in vain and sighed deeply. It was all gone. Glancing at his round belly, he mused, not quite full. Though he yearned for another serving, he knew it was impossible, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a shortage of funds. A serving priced at 200 taels was already an extravagant indulgence for him. Even as the son of the clan leader, he could not afford 2 baskets of 3-egg shao mai. While this portion might suffice for an ordinary person, it barely filled the gaps for the Akidu clan. Patting his belly, Tokafu wandered off, despondent. He still needed to return home for a more substantial breakfast. The first customer of the morning always radiated such vitality. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Watching Tokafu depart, Master Shinshu was reminded of Akidu Dingtsi, who would come later. The Akidu clan is inherently kind-hearted and possesses a love for food, which truly appeals to Master Shinshu's own palate. Observing the chubby boy leave in a state of melancholy, Master Shinshu found him quite endearing. The 200 taels earned marked Master Shinshu's first income of the day. As dawn broke, more patrons began to appear, and the commercial street gradually awakened. A variety of breakfast items filled the windows, awaiting passers-by eager to indulge. Of course, payment was required. Yet, the number of customers at Master Shinshu's establishment remained scarce, primarily due to the high prices. However, those who visited were certainly not ordinary folk. Enter the spirited trio, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Banshu. Uncle, we've come for breakfast, Banshu declared with a grand gesture. As per usual, payment first. I know. Such a miser. I'm your nephew, and you still charge me so much, Banshu grumbled as he handed over the money to Master Shinshu. Then claimed 3 baskets of shao mai. Banshu devoured 1 in a single bite. Hizashi savored 2 bites per piece, while Danzo took 3 bites for each. The manner of eating can reveal much about one's character, and these 3 youths were certainly distinct personalities. Delicious, delicious. Uncle, your egg shao mai is truly delightful, Hizashi remarked, his face reflecting pleasure as he nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Danzo was lost in thought, gazing at the menu item called National Heroes Unmatched Noodles. After finishing their meal, this second wave of customers departed. The ninja school commences its classes at 7 o'clock, and the current time is just right. Shinshu glanced at the clock. It was nearly time to close. The hours of operation are from 5 to 7, 11 to 13, and 17 to 19. These are the current business hours of Shinshu, perfectly aligned with meal times. The number of patrons does not concern him. Rather, it is their feedback that truly matters. However, when customers utter the word delicious, Shinshu feels that becoming a chef was indeed the right choice. Bringing joy to people through culinary creations is his genuine aspiration. Yet, he understands that this is insufficient. He must also prove his worth to a certain individual, Fei Jian. When Fei Jian inquired about the value of a culinary ninja, Shinshu felt bewildered. But now, he has discovered his first answer, the market. Shinshu procured the necessary ingredients. Throughout the day, the sound of pounding resonated within the room, leading any outsider to believe that Shinshu's home was undergoing renovations. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shinshu gazed at the minced meat before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This would suffice. As night fell, Jiwei Restaurant welcomed Fei Jian. "Shinshu, what prompts you to summon me at this late hour?" he inquired. "Hee, brother Fei Jian, do you not recall your previous question regarding the value of a culinary ninja? I now have an answer prepared for you." "Oh," Fei Jian expressed surprise, not expecting Shinshu's invitation to revolve around this matter. "What is your answer? Still about cuisine?" "Of course. If it's not about cuisine, how could it be deemed my answer? Quite intriguing, do present it." "Hee, brother Fei Jian, as per our usual arrangement, payment first." Fei Jian, slightly exasperated, did not press further, asking how much. 600 taels. Once the payment was completed, Shinshu unveiled the dish he had meticulously prepared. This was a 3-star culinary creation that he could have crafted upon obtaining the recipe. Yet he refrained from showcasing it to Fei Jian for a very important reason. He wished to present it only after mastering its preparation entirely. This dish demanded immense skill. And now, Shinshu had finally reached that standard. "Brother Fei Jian, this is my answer." A bowl of soup filled with broth, afloat with 5 meatball-like morsels, was presented. The appearance was unimpressive, lacking any enticing aroma, utterly unremarkable. "What is this? Beef balls?" Fei Jian frowned, his interest piqued only slightly by the lackluster meatballs. Unlike Shinshu's previous creations, the presentation of these beef balls was decidedly poor. They appeared to be nothing more than ordinary beef balls. Shinshu smiled subtly, declaring, "Shinshu's special. Exploding beef balls. Isn't that still just beef balls? Brother Fei Jian, you'll understand after tasting one." Fei Jian remained skeptical, his interest in the beef balls tepid at best. Yet, since Shinshu had made such a claim, it seemed unreasonable not to sample one. He retrieved chopsticks, picked up a ball, and took a small bite. The firm beef burst open in Fei Jian's mouth. Tobarama squinted slightly, gazing at the half-eaten beef meatball resting upon his chopsticks, a look of perplexity crossing his face. How could it possess such remarkable chewiness? The answer lay in the process of pounding. Pounding? Indeed. Each piece of beef must undergo more than 26,000 strikes to become part of this meatball. There can be no pauses in between, necessitating immense strength in both the arms and wrists. Tobarama nodded slightly, understanding this point. Not to mention the act of pounding beef. Even swinging one's arms over 20,000 times is no feat for the average person. Even a low-ranking ninja would find it somewhat challenging. The beef, while excellent, seemed irrelevant to his inquiry. Tobarama had savored many delectable dishes in his time, and while he found the beef tasty, he was not overly enamored. "Tobarama, you are not eating the bursting shrimp meatball correctly. You must pop the whole thing into your mouth and bite down with force to truly appreciate its exquisite flavor. It rivals even the renowned national dish." "Oh." Tobarama raised an eyebrow at this assertion, and upon hearing it, tossed the remaining meatball into his mouth. With a gentle bite, an astonishing scene unfolded. As Tobarama bit down on the bursting shrimp meatball, it released a torrent of juices, akin to a water gun being activated. Shinshu had already crouched down to avoid being splattered by the sauce. Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the broth spraying from his mouth, utterly astonished. However, what stunned him the most was the sensation within his mouth. The meatball detonated like a miniature bomb, releasing an explosion of flavor. The aroma wafted through the air, the savory essence of beef mingling with the sweetness of the shrimp, creating a taste more poetic than that of first love. Of course, Tobarama had never experienced first love, so such thoughts did not cross his mind. Instead, he recalled a day spent running beneath the setting sun, reminiscent of a youth long past. That feeling was both elegant and sweet. Unable to suppress a look of enjoyment, Tobarama's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating an awe-inspiring energy. "What a marvelous bursting shrimp meatball," he exclaimed, utterly impressed by the astonishing texture and flavor, which rivaled even the national dish. In fact, it was even more delectable. as the national dish was lacking in flavor apart from the pork fat, while this bursting shrimp meatball was rich in meat. Generally speaking, meat dishes tend to be more delicious. Jinshio stood up, remarking, "So, Tobarama, what do you think? I told you this would not disappoint." While the taste was indeed exceptional, it remained merely a dish, devoid of any connection to the value you associate with culinary ninjas. Could it be that the broth which just sprayed could be utilized as a form of water release? Oh, Tobarama, that's an intriguing idea. It's worth considering. Stop jesting and tell me the true purpose of this bursting shrimp meatball. All right then, but before we discuss that, allow me to show you another characteristic of the bursting shrimp meatball. As Jinshio spoke, he deftly plucked a beef ball from the bowl and tossed it onto the table. Thud, thud, thud. The beef ball bounced energetically on the surface, showcasing an impressive elasticity that surpassed that of an ordinary rubber ball. Feijian observed the peculiar sphere, sensing that it was not merely sustenance, but also a delightful toy. How was this achieved? Quite simply, the beef ball was hollow, reminiscent of the flexible shoes worn by ninjas. Jinshio, with a dragon-patterned spatula drawn from behind, delivered a sharp strike to the explosive beef ball. Bang! The spatula made contact, sending the beef ball soaring out of Shichimi restaurant, where it struck the opposite wall with enough force to create a small dent. Feijian's pupils dilated in surprise. "Brother Feijian, look, this explosive beef ball can also serve as a ninja tool. A gentle tap unleashes tremendous destructive power. If it were to strike a ninja, it would surely create a grievous wound." Of course, this was merely one of the beef ball's supplementary values. What else does it offer? Feijian inquired, intrigued. Jinshio, now serious, elaborated. "Observe this beef ball. It is large and round, akin to a bouncy ball. Consuming one ensures a day's worth of energy. Should one eat these regularly, it can enhance both intelligence and physical prowess. Though the improvement may be modest, it provides a solid foundation for students at the Ninja Academy." Feijian was taken aback. "Enhance intelligence and physique? Jinshio, are you jesting? Just from this beef ball?" While the promise of a day's energy had kept him composed, this claim was beyond his grasp. What did this imply? With this beef ball, Konoha could elevate the abilities of all its ninjas. Though the enhancement may be slight, it was indeed a formidable asset. The thought was daunting. "It is indeed true, Brother Feijian. I wouldn't dare to speak falsely." Feijian fell silent, contemplating the implications. If this were accurate, he would need to re-evaluate Jinshio's worth, as well as the concept of culinary ninjas he had proposed. No, this was not mere cuisine. It was akin to medicine. Feijian regarded Jinshio with a penetrating gaze before securing the bowl of explosive beef balls. "I shall take this for further examination and inform you of the findings tomorrow." "Very well," Jinshio replied, having no objections. Such matters could not be confirmed solely through words. As Feijian departed, Jinshio stealthily retrieved a camera from the side. "Heh. Brother Feijian, you have fallen into my trap." The footage displayed on the camera captured the moment Feijian had sprayed broth, immortalizing the whimsical encounter. The cold demeanor left no trace. Jinshio covered his mouth, revealing a smile laden with significance. He extracted the card from the camera, documenting Tobarama's disgraceful moments before carefully returning it, safeguarding it as a prized possession. This would serve as a delightful source of amusement alongside Mito and Hashirama, mocking Tobarama together. The mere thought of that scene brought Jinshio immense joy. Tobarama's expression at that moment would undoubtedly be utterly amusing. Such simple, monotonous pleasures were all Jinshio sought. Meanwhile, Tobarama returned to his laboratory with the explosive meatball, commencing an analysis of its components. Among the various advantages Jinshio had mentioned, the claim of enhanced intelligence seemed the most outlandish. Yet, after his research, Tobarama surprisingly discovered that it indeed possessed such effects. Intelligence is generally regarded as innate. However, certain substances can indeed aid in brain development and enhance cognitive abilities. Compounds such as taurine, lecithin, triglycerides, yolk phosphoprotein, and omega-3 fatty acids are known to exhibit such effects. The explosive meatball contained these very substances. Prolonged consumption could genuinely yield the results Jinshio had asserted. This revelation filled Tobarama with exhilaration. What remarkable thoughts resided in that impish mind of Jinshio's that could concoct such a creation? It was not a drug, but rather a food item, implying the absence of adverse effects, merely nutritional supplementation. Food is imbued with considerable energy. Why is the Akimichi clan so formidable? It is due to their relationship with food. Food transforms into body fat, which then converts into chakra. Jinshio's culinary creations bypassed this step, allowing the body to absorb energy directly, facilitating a subtle transformation. Naturally, such changes are minimal and come with limitations. If this substance were to be mass-produced, it could indeed enhance certain qualities of a ninja. The effects may not be immediately apparent in one generation, but over time, astonishing results would undoubtedly manifest. With this thought in mind, Tobirama eagerly anticipated the prospect of having Jinshio continuously produce this remarkable item. However, he soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could this truly be mass-produced? He would need to consult that impish boy. With this resolve, Tobirama swiftly exited the laboratory in search of Jinshio, despite the clock striking 3 in the morning. Tobirama paid no mind to the hour. Who could afford to sleep at such a pivotal moment in humanity's evolution? Thus, when Jinshio was yanked from his slumber, clad in dinosaur pajamas, he bore an expression of sheer resentment. Tobirama, what are you doing? Can't a person sleep at this hour? Tobirama dismissed his protests. Sleep? What time is it? Jinshio glanced at the clock beside his bed, sulking. It's only 3 o'clock. What's the problem? Enough with the chatter. I have a single question for you. Can the beef balls you just gave me be mass-produced? Huh. Is that what this is about? Yes. Can it? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have brought it out? If it were another 3-star dish, Jinshio might not have achieved mass production yet. But the explosive meatballs can certainly be produced in abundance. These explosive meatballs originate from the film The God of Food. The protagonist's resurgence is attributed to their delectable taste and the potential for mass production. The previously mentioned enhancements to physical strength and intelligence are indeed functions referenced in the original film. Of course, the original movie may have exaggerated to some extent, yet the recipes emerging from the system are undeniably trustworthy. Not only do they restore the effects mentioned in the original work, but they also possess the extraordinary attribute of sustaining one for an entire day. Furthermore, these explosive meatballs can be crafted by others as long as they adhere to Jinshio's method. This is the reason Jinshio asserts that mass production is feasible. Although classified as a 3-star dish, the technical complexity of the explosive meatballs is rather minimal. The most crucial step involves vigorously pounding the beef. Any average ninja, with sufficient training, can accomplish this task. Upon receiving Jinshio's response, Tobirama was elated. Excellent. If you can indeed cultivate ninjas skilled in crafting these meatballs, I shall authorize you to establish a culinary ninja unit, comprising 3 members. They will specialize in creating similar dishes, enjoying the same privileges as medical ninjas. From the meatballs provided by Jinshio, Tobirama discerned the significance of culinary ninjas. However, their numbers should remain limited, as the current demand in Konoha is not substantial. The primary consumers will be the students of the Ninja Academy. Indeed, Tobirama plans to incorporate these explosive meatballs into the luxurious lunches at the academy, establishing it as a tradition. As for other ninjas, they may dine at Shichimi if they wish. This will become one of Konoha's secrets. Only 3 individuals? Tobirama, you are being rather stingy, Jinshio remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Tobirama, however, replied solemnly, Jinshio, if your talents were to become widely known, it would lead to significant complications. A smaller number is not necessarily a drawback. After contemplating, Jinshio conceded that there was merit in this reasoning. More importantly, he did not wish to take on too many apprentices at the moment. 3 individuals would suffice, allowing him to conserve considerable energy. Tobirama placed his hands on Jinshio's shoulders and said earnestly, Jinshio, this matter is of utmost importance. You must personally select these 3 individuals. Additionally, the unique characteristics of the explosive meatballs must remain undisclosed. Understood? All right, I understand, Tobirama, Jinshio replied. These explosive meatballs are merely a starting point. In the future, I have even more extraordinary dishes planned. Jinshio's assertion held truth. While these explosive meatballs are remarkable, they are classified as a star-rated recipe rather than a dream recipe. The primary reason for this classification is that the ingredients for explosive meatballs are ordinary, not fantastical. In terms of effects, they could indeed be considered dream cuisine. According to Jinshio's calculations, the essence of his system lies within the dream recipes. However, he has yet to redeem any dream recipes. Previously, he lacked sufficient points, but now, indeed, he can redeem them now. The dream culinary skills have been unlocked, and Jinshio now has the means to acquire dream recipes. How frustrating. He had forgotten about this. Jinshio suddenly recalled this matter, and his spirit jolted. Meanwhile, Tobirama, Upon hearing that Jinshio could develop other similar cuisines, also perked up. Jinshio, young lad, is it truly possible? How confident are you? 100%. Tobarama, hearing this, was even more elated. This treasure of yours truly seems destined to defy the heavens. Tobarama, if you are not in a hurry, we can discuss this another day. No, I wish to know now if you have already developed another dish of this kind. Oh, well. Jinshio chuckled awkwardly, stroking his crimson hair. He felt an urge to activate the system to exchange for a dreamlike recipe, but with Tobarama present, he hesitated to make a move. Jinshio, stop jesting with me. Tobarama's demeanor turned serious. Jinshio was momentarily taken aback, losing his balance and crashing onto the bed. Upon impact, the camera perched on the headboard toppled to the floor. Perhaps due to the jolt, the camera inexplicably began to play back footage. Sizzling. That was the sound of the explosive soup bursting forth from the meatballs. This noise emanating from the camera quickly captured Tobarama's attention. His brow furrowed as if a realization struck him. He bent down and gently picked up the camera, all while Jinshio looked on in horror. Jinshio hurriedly attempted to snatch it back, but Tobarama restrained him with a hand on his head. Jinshio struggled futilely. His short arms could not reach Tobarama's body. Tobarama, this is my private matter. You cannot look. Jinshio made one last desperate attempt, but it seemed in vain. Tobarama held Jinshio's head with one hand while scrutinizing the camera with the other, watching intently. Jinshio's face turned pale, his complexion a peculiar blend of white and red, with hints of black, green, blue, and purple. Jinshio, attempting to sneak away, was thwarted as Tobarama appeared before him in an instant. Where do you think you are going, young lad? Ah, Tobarama, look at the beautiful night. It is perfect for hunting. I plan to go out for a look. Jinshio scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Yet, it was evident that Tobarama was not easily deceived. Is that so? Tobarama's expression darkened ominously. Do you not think you should provide me with an explanation? He held the camera, which displayed footage of him devouring the explosive meatballs. The once revered ninja's dignity lay shattered. Ah, well, you see, Tobarama, today a customer visited my establishment, and he left this camera behind. Quite coincidentally, it was still recording. I only noticed it at the end of the day and was just about to delete the footage. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Did you not just claim that this was your private matter? Is your privacy merely a recording of me consuming explosive meatballs? As Jinshio struggled for words, a sudden inspiration struck him. Tobarama, that remark is rather distant. We are like family. Your privacy is my privacy. Would I allow something like this to circulate? I would never clandestinely view or chuckle in the dead of night. Nor would I consider showing it to my brother-in-law or sister. I am certainly not that kind of person. Now, I shall assist you in erasing it. As Fei Jian listened, his expression darkened. When he observed Jinshio's hand reaching out, Fei Jian coldly uttered, no need. Subsequently, with a slight exertion of his right hand, the camera was crushed to smithereens, reduced to a state indistinguishable from flour. Gulp. Jinshio swallowed hard, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He watched as Fei Jian extended his right hand, grasping the Thunder God's sword, crackling with electricity. Jinshio's eyes widened in disbelief. Must you escalate things to this level? Fei Jian, what are you planning? Please, remain calm. We must not succumb to impulsiveness. The world is already rife with violence. We cannot allow it to govern us further. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so tempestuous. This is not right. Fei Jian's lips curled slightly as he replied, I find your words quite reasonable. Thus I have decided to make your privacy mine. What? Jinshio was baffled, but then he saw the Thunder God's sword sway gently, unleashing a powerful lightning strike that enveloped him. Ah! Jinshio instinctively closed his eyes and screamed, only to quickly realize there was no pain whatsoever. What was happening? He suddenly felt a chill. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. Where is my dinosaur pajamas? They had vanished, leaving only a pile of black ashes. Fei Jian had obliterated Jinshio's dinosaur pajamas with the Thunder God's sword, without inflicting any harm on him. Such terrifying control. Jinshio swayed in the breeze, feeling even cooler. As the Thunder God's sword retracted, Fei Jian produced a camera from seemingly nowhere. With a few clicks, he declared the task complete. Jinshio quickly raised his hands to shield himself, but it was too late. He felt tears welling up. Fei Jian, what are you doing? I am not that kind of person. To enhance our mutual understanding. Not bad. There's something to it, Fei Jian stated coldly before stowing away the camera. Jinshio hurriedly dove under the covers, wrapping himself tightly, resembling a sulking bride. Ah, my poor virtue. Shinshu, I will return tomorrow to collect the other similar dishes you mentioned. If not, rest assured I shall not show these 2 photos to my brother and sister-in-law. For I am not that kind of person. I merely heard that the village has recently established a bulletin board, yet there have been no announcements posted. The content is lacking in excitement. I wonder if anything else might appear. What do you think, Shinshu? Fei Jian. I promise to present you with such a dish tomorrow. Fei Jian smiled with satisfaction. The night is damp. Do take care not to catch a cold. With that, he departed. As Shinshu watched Fei Jian's retreating figure, regret washed over him. How could he have forgotten to back it up? Cursed be this misfortune. I must reclaim my dignity. Shinshu silently vowed, though whether he could achieve it remained uncertain. Sighing, he began to reminisce about his dinosaur pajamas. Summon system. Activate interface. Shinshu directly navigated to the page of the dream recipe. The basic dream recipe required 500 points for each dish. Fortunately, Shinshu currently possessed over 1,000 points. Otherwise, he would face considerable difficulty the following day. System, I wish to exchange for the basic dream recipe, stir-fried okra. After reviewing the options, Shinshu ultimately settled on this choice. Very well, host. 500 points have been deducted, and you have acquired the basic dream recipe, stir-fried okra. Please note that the ingredients for the dream recipe must be purchased independently. The stir-fried okra was not an ordinary okra. It was the ethereal ingredient, water-drained okra, which required 10 points. The system also operated as a business. Such ingredients would not be provided alongside the recipe. Shinshu selected this recipe, clearly attracted by its benefits. Stir-fried okra enhances water attribute chakra concentration, facilitating the use of water techniques. Note, the duration of the effect is variable, depending on the consumer's innate talent. After perusing the instructions for the stir-fried okra, Shinshu felt immensely satisfied. The dish was not particularly difficult to prepare. The key lay in the ingredients. The water-drained okra could only be exchanged within the system, and Shinshu was uncertain whether it existed in this world, as he had never encountered it before. Nonetheless, he thought to himself, regardless, I have already found it. If Brother Tobarama deems it inadequate, I shall resort to my final gambit. Shinshu's expression turned grave, as if this last resort was exceedingly formidable. Glancing at the time, he believed he could afford to sleep a little longer. Thus he wasted no time and promptly fell asleep. It was indeed a long night. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the Seven Flavors restaurant opened as usual. Today, Akimichi Torafu was absent, likely due to the exorbitant price of the daily breakfast, which had emptied his wallet. However, it was fortunate that as long as he wasn't physically depleted, he would eventually have money to dine again. System. Must the pricing at the Seven Flavors restaurant be so exorbitant? This seems contrary to my original aspiration of becoming a chef. I am not so superficial. I have no interest in money, and I do not intend to be entangled with finances in the future. Shinshu had contemplated this issue for quite some time. The charges at the Seven Flavors restaurant were indeed rather steep. 100 taels equated to 60 yuan, and the cheapest 3-egg dumpling cost 200 taels, or 120 yuan. Who among ordinary folk would indulge in such an expensive breakfast? Not to mention the other dishes, which were even pricier. If this continued, it would surely become a luxurious cuisine. Shinshu did not desire such a fate. As he had previously stated, he was indifferent to wealth. His culinary creations were meant to bring happiness to people. Expensive happiness was not something everyone could enjoy. Receiving the host's request, the system shall render a judgment. Please hold on. After a brief delay of 3 seconds, the system finally delivered its verdict. The host's request has been approved. Given that the host shows no fondness for wealth, all income from the Seven Flavors restaurant for a certain period, both past and future, will be confiscated by the system, providing only the cost of ingredients. Shinshu was taken aback and quickly glanced at his cash register, only to find it utterly empty. System, are you pulling a prank on me? The system reminded the host once more, the system does not recognize foster parents. Your words are rather harsh. You. Shinshu was seething with rage. What is this nonsense? I merely wish to be low-key, and you seize all my funds. How am I to navigate the ninja world in the future? You mentioned that you accepted my request. So does that mean I can set my own prices from now on? Shinshu suddenly realized this. No, host. Then why are you still charging me? Host. You are still young, and having this money is of little use to you. The system does not require your money. It simply helps you hold on to it for now. Once you grow into a 5-star chef, not only will all the funds be returned, but you will also gain the power to set your own prices. Shinshu felt a wave of frustration. Why did this sound so familiar? It was reminiscent of his childhood when his mother spoke similarly about his New Year's money. He could almost visualize the expression of the system at that moment. Shinshu suddenly felt a tinge of regret for pretending to be this currency. Sighing, he resolved to set a modest goal for himself, to become a 5-star chef. Currently, he was a 3-star chef, with 2 levels to ascend. It shouldn't be too far off. Soon, I will be a carefree, independent chef. The journey ahead was not too distant. Just as Shinshu was lost in thought, someone approached. The newcomer was a young boy, his features refined and promising to blossom into a handsome young man. Shinshu's eyes lit up. He found the situation particularly intriguing. The boy wore a badge, a white and red fan emblem. The Uchiha clan. Although Shinshu's 7 Flavors restaurant had been open for over a month, no members of the Uchiha clan had ever visited. The reason was simple. Everyone knew Shinshu was the brother of Tsunade, and while other clans were indifferent, the Uchiha held a certain wariness. The long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Shinshu clans was not something that could simply be resolved, especially after Uchiha Madara's departure. The Uchiha were always concerned that Hashirama might take the opportunity to act against them. Even after Hashirama disbanded the Shinshu clan, their unease persisted. Thus, they were reluctant to engage with Shinshu, who was so intricately connected to Hashirama. Oh, and that person who dined and dashed didn't count as a customer of the 7 Flavors restaurant. However, this young boy seemed somewhat different. Hello. I would like an order of 3 egg xiaomai. His voice was soft, and one might mistake him for a girl if not listened to carefully. The boy appeared to understand the etiquette. After placing his order, he placed 200 taels in front of Shinshu. Shinshu appreciated discerning customers. Certainly. It will be ready shortly. Shinshu took the money and placed it in the cash drawer, where it vanished upon entering. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but could do nothing about it. After washing his hands to rid himself of the impurities of money, he placed the 3 egg xiaomai before the boy, who was still gazing around. The exquisite and tasteful decor immediately captivated him. He suddenly understood why a trend had emerged in his class, where dining here conferred a sense of prestige. This place was indeed worth visiting. Of course, more importantly, was the delicious food. A poorly made dish would remain unappetizing regardless of the grandeur of its presentation. A pile of excrement would not become delectable simply because it was served in a golden bowl. Before him lay 3 delectable dumplings. And the young lad offered a slight nod, whispering, "Thank you, esteemed proprietor." His words, though soft, resonated with an air of refined etiquette. Hailing from a distinguished lineage, he exhibited an unspoken nobility in his demeanor. It was evident that he was no mere idle scion, but rather an elite emerging from a venerable family. Even Banju, when compared to him, seemed somewhat lacking, for Banju's disposition mirrored that of his mentor, with a carefree attitude devoid of any semblance of grandeur. Perhaps if it were Tobarama's offspring, they might have stood on equal footing with this youth. Yet alas, Tobarama held no fondness for women, nor did he for men. With no other patrons in sight, Shinshu silently observed the young man. The lad seemed vaguely aware of the scrutiny, but chose to disregard it. The shopkeeper regarded the sole customer with an air of acceptance. The youth picked up his chopsticks, softly declaring, "I shall begin." It was unclear whether he spoke to himself or to Shinshu. As he savored the dumplings, his eyes widened with delight. After consuming 2 in quick succession, he exhaled a sigh of satisfaction, the joy evident in his expression. Delicious. These words were conveyed with remarkable restraint, though his pace was neither hurried nor languid. Within mere minutes, he had polished off the entire steamer of 8 dumplings. He then reached for a napkin, gently wiping the corners of his mouth, as if still yearning for more. "Proprietor, your dumplings are exquisite," he remarked, rising to offer Shinshu a faint smile, timid yet devoid of any semblance of effeminacy. He was a gentle soul. Shinshu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your kind words. Should you wish to return, you are always welcome." "I shall," the young man replied, departing as quietly as he had arrived. How intriguing it was that such an exceptional member of the Uchiha clan existed in this era. Who could it be? As Shinshu pondered this, a boisterous voice shattered his reverie. "Uncle, I've come for your dumplings." The raucous tone disrupted all of Shinshu's contemplations. He cast an annoyed glance at Banju, who had appeared at the entrance seemingly out of nowhere, feeling exasperated. "Could you not be a bit quieter? The previous guest was quite courteous." "The previous guest?" Banju inquired, glancing toward the direction Shinshu had just been observing, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. "You mean that Uchiha Kagami fellow? He is rather dull, always adhering to the rules." Not much fun. At this, Jinshio's interest peaked. Uchiha Kagami. So it was he. Uchiha Kagami, the only Uchiha acknowledged by Tobirama. Destined to form an elite guard alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Midogate, and Akimichi Torafu. He could be deemed the first Uchiha to penetrate the upper echelons of Konoha's hierarchy. Alas, he met an untimely demise. From today's encounter, it was clear that this Uchiha Kagami was indeed distinct from the typical members of his clan. Jinshio shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. The fate of the Uchiha clan bears little significance to him. He is not well acquainted with the Uchiha clan, and one might even say there exists animosity. The former clan leader still owes him a meal, a grudge that one cannot easily forget throughout a lifetime. Uncle, forget about that fellow and give me 2 baskets of shumai to take away, Banshu said, handing over 4 bills. Huh, aren't you going to class today? Uncle, have you lost your mind? Today is the weekend. What class? Jinshio smacked his forehead, realizing the truth. He had been so startled by Feijin yesterday that he lost track of time. On days off, one can easily forget the specific date. What are you packing for? Shumai should be savored immediately to appreciate its finest flavor. I have no choice. Chi Feng is ill, and I plan to pay him a visit. I thought to bring some shumai as a token of consolation. Upon hearing this, Jinshio's mind conjured the image of that little chubby boy. How could such a robust physique fall ill? Quite peculiar indeed. So that's the case. You are quite loyal. All right, Uncle will pack it for you. Once the packing was complete, Jinshio handed the shumai to Banshu. Thank you, Uncle. Banshu departed with a spring in his step, and Jinshio chuckled to himself. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. With friends, ideals, and aspirations, one is free from many burdens. Jinshio suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for his school days, but alas, those memories belong to a distant past. The faces of his classmates have gradually faded from his recollection. The breakfast business continued as usual, and just before 7, Feijin arrived. His eager demeanor suggested he had not slept well the previous night, though it was unclear whether it was excitement or frustration. Jinshio, the time has come. You owe me an explanation, Feijin stated coldly, his arms crossed before him, his gaze fixed on Jinshio. Brother Feijin, is there a need to be in such a hurry? What? Are you not prepared? Feijin's fingers lightly tapped on Jinshio's bicep, his expression rather unfriendly. Jinshio chuckled awkwardly, quickly responding, Hee, of course, I'm ready. Brother Feijin, please come in to talk. Feijin entered Kaiju, and Jinshio shut the door behind them. The interior was brightly lit, devoid of any shadows. Brother Feijin, let's settle the bill first, 600 taels. Feijin snorted, but did not refuse. After the payment was completed, Jinshio officially began his preparations. Stir-fried okra. Stir-fried was a common term. But the okra was anything but ordinary. It was the waterly okra that Jinshio had purchased with 10 points. What does 10 points signify? Even the encouragement from the god of ninjas costs only 10 points. With the 7-star knife at hand, Jinshio selected the most suitable chef's knife and began to wield it skillfully against the 10 okras before him. The blade gleamed, concealing formidable power within. Feijin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Jinshio's deft hands. This technique was far from a mere vegetable chopping method. It rivaled the lethal techniques of battlefield combat. Feijin, himself a master of swordsmanship, wielded the legendary Thunder God sword, renowned throughout the ninja world. At this moment, upon witnessing the exquisite technique of Jinshio's swordplay, Tobirama couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Such a skillful display of swordsmanship seemed almost a pity to be used merely for culinary purposes. Tobirama was presently engaged in cataloging all the sword techniques within Konoha, with the intent of creating a distinctive style of Konoha swordsmanship. Jinshio's method appeared remarkably refined, and perhaps it could be integrated into his own repertoire. Before Tobirama could fully contemplate this, Jinshio had already prepared the okra, deftly slicing it into 20 equal portions. Now, bring the water to a boil, he commanded, adding a pinch of salt. As the water reached a rolling boil, he introduced the cut okra for blanching, ensuring it would cook more evenly and retain its vibrant color, while minimizing nutrient loss. During this process, Jinshio produced 2 cloves of garlic, and with a swift motion, transformed them into a fragrant paste. Once the okra was blanched, he drained it and set it aside. In another pan, he heated oil, added the garlic paste, and sautéed it until aromatic before tossing in the okra, ensuring even distribution of heat. He then seasoned the dish with salt, soy sauce, and steamed fish soy sauce, giving it another vigorous toss before serving it up. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, culminating in the fragrant stir-fried okra. Yet, it appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any dazzling presentation. Only a subtle aroma lingered. "Is this the dish you prepared for me?" Tobarama raised an eyebrow, visibly unimpressed. It seemed even more modest than the previously extravagant deep-fried meatballs. "Come on, Tobarama. Give it a try?" Jinshio replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Tobarama perplexed. Considering Jinshio's reliable nature, Tobarama ultimately chose to trust him. He picked up his chopsticks and gingerly sampled the unassuming okra. It was crisp and tender, infused with the essence of garlic. Everything was quite perfect, yet it failed to leave a lasting impression on Tobarama. The simplicity of the okra limited its flavor potential, rendering it rather ordinary compared to Jinshio's previous flamboyant culinary creations. This stir-fried okra merely matched the level of the sautéed bok choy Jinshio had prepared earlier. In the realm of culinary artistry, the essence lies in its dreamlike quality. Flavor serves only as a supplementary element. At least, the taste of elementary dream cuisine pales in comparison to that of five-star dishes. Nevertheless, the texture was delightful, and Tobarama swiftly consumed the entire serving of okra. Setting down his chopsticks, he turned to Jinshio. "Now, can you enlighten me on the benefits of this dish?" "Hey, Tobarama. Let's change our location for this discussion. It's a bit cramped here," Jinshio suggested. "Too small. Not very convenient." Tobarama regarded Jinshio with suspicion, wondering what he was up to. Eager to uncover the dish's effects, he firmly grasped Jinshio's shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they had traversed beyond the borders of Konoha. That was fast. Jinshio exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. "Is this space-time ninjutsu? Truly extraordinary." "Now then, Jinshio, what about your water technique?" Tobarama inquired. "Water technique?" Tobarama was momentarily taken aback. This dish appeared to be connected to water release. Thus, water release. Water surge wave. With hands clasped together, Tobarama summoned forth a tremendous torrent of water that spiraled upwards like a tornado. It resembled a magnificent waterfall. Tobarama was astounded. His water release had unexpectedly become far more potent. The transformation of chakra properties is a fundamental discipline that ninjas above the Chunin rank must master. Only through the alteration of chakra properties can one truly harness elemental ninjutsu effectively. Without engaging in the training of chakra property transformation, even if one could wield elemental ninjutsu, its power would be diminished, resulting in inefficacy. In other words, while others might expend a mere unit of chakra to ignite a great tree with fire release, one might require 10 times that amount to achieve a similar effect. This illustrates the matter of chakra purity. The training of chakra property transformation is, in essence, a process of refining one's elemental chakra. It is a lengthy endeavor, and even with the appropriate methodologies, it demands considerable time. Typically, only Jonin can develop one type of elemental chakra to its utmost limit before pursuing another. Indeed, it is a matter of limits. Every ninja possesses their own threshold. Yet, in terms of water release, Tobarama had long since reached his limit. However, he now discovered that his maximum capacity seemed to have elevated, though it appeared marginal. The implications were astonishing. One must consider, what caliber of water release does Tobarama possess? It is rumored to be known as ocean release. While there may be elements of exaggeration, it nonetheless attests to Tobarama's water release being at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Under such circumstances, the purity of his water attribute chakra could be further enhanced. This amplification is truly formidable. Tobarama gazed intently at Jinshio, as if beholding a rare treasure. Jinshio shivered and said, "Tobarama, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me." "Ha." Tobarama laughed heartily, having not felt such joy in quite some time. Observing Tobarama's unusual demeanor, Jinshio suddenly felt a twinge of fear. What was this fellow planning? "Jinshio, enlighten me. What is the significance of this okra? How does it enhance the purity of water attribute chakra?" Tobarama inquired earnestly, eager for an explanation. "Tobarama, this okra is no ordinary okra. It is water-separated okra. It contains a wealth of water attribute chakra. After my special processing, once consumed, it can elevate the purity of water attribute chakra within the body. However, the duration of this effect remains uncertain. Each individual is different. Based on my estimation, it likely correlates with the consumer's innate talent for water release." Jinshio's explanation gradually tempered Tobarama's excitement. Water-separated okra? Time limitation? Tobarama quickly distilled the essence of Jinshio's words. water-separated okra, a term he had never encountered. Thus, it must be a rare or uncommon ingredient. A time limitation. This implies that the enhancement of water attribute chakra purity is finite. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, once the body has experienced this level of chakra purity, it can subsequently be enhanced through diligent practice. This implies that it serves as an alternative means to elevate the upper limits of chakra purity. Merely this aspect renders the value of this water-laden okra immeasurable. While it may only provide a slight enhancement, that minor increment signifies a considerable difference between life and death for elite shinobi. Shinshu, how much of this okra do you possess? Brother Tobirama, you wouldn't be contemplating a heist, would you? Shinshu cast a dubious glance at Tobirama, pondering that if he were to rob him, he would simply claim he had none, as others could not exchange points for it. Shinshu, such items hold great significance for Konoha. They can elevate the upper limits of numerous water-style jonin, enabling them to enhance their abilities significantly within a short span. Tobirama's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Shinshu was well aware of the truth in his words, yet the cost of such items was exorbitant. Brother Tobirama, I do not possess much of it either. Even if I were to relinquish all, you wouldn't be able to prepare many dishes. However, should you be able to procure the corresponding ingredients, the efficacy could indeed be significantly amplified. With a glint of inspiration, Shinshu articulated a plan he had long harbored. Dreamlike ingredients were prohibitively expensive, and with his current points, he could scarcely exchange for a substantial amount. However, seeking them within the shinobi world presented a different narrative. Shinshu held the belief that ingredients linked to chakra purity must exist within the shinobi realm. Yet, relying solely on his own efforts to locate these ingredients would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, enlisting the power of Konoha would drastically improve efficiency. This was Shinshu's scheme, to leverage Konoha's strength to seek out dreamlike ingredients, subsequently crafting exquisite dishes to bolster Konoha's power while reaping personal profit, a truly symbiotic arrangement. As he spoke, Shinshu retrieved a tome from his robe and handed it to Tobirama. Brother Tobirama, within this book lies an illustrated guide to various ingredients akin to water-laden okra. It includes items that enhance the purity of wind, fire, earth, and lightning chakra attributes, as well as those that boost mental acuity and physical strength. If you can locate them, coupled with the necessary expenses, I assure you satisfaction. What do you say? It's a business proposition that benefits both parties. Tobirama accepted the book and casually flipped through a couple of pages, discovering an array of ingredients he had never encountered before, igniting his curiosity. This venture would not be a loss for him. Very well, it is a deal. Without hesitation, Tobirama concurred, and thus, their collaboration was established. In the subsequent days, Konoha's successive Hokage maintained this cooperative relationship with the Seven Flavors restaurant, which gradually evolved into a well-guarded secret passed down through the generations of Hokage. After bidding farewell to Tobirama, Shinshu felt elated as he prepared to return home, reveling in his cleverness. However, at his doorstep, he unexpectedly encountered an unanticipated visitor, a colossal figure. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing an impressive 300 pounds, resembling a small mountain. Upon examining the attire, particularly the conspicuous character emblazoned upon the clothing, one could easily deduce the identity of the individual before him, a member of the Akiyama clan. Upon catching sight of Shinshu, the stranger's anxious expression swiftly transformed into one of elation as he hurried towards Shinshu, his bulk jiggling with each hurried step. "Are you Master Shinshu?" he inquired eagerly. Shinshu nodded in acknowledgement, perplexed, and replied, "And you are?" With Shinshu's affirmation, the man grew even more animated, exclaiming, "Greetings. I am Akiyama Takashi, the father of Kaifeng. I have come specifically to invite you to my home to prepare a sumptuous feast." "To your residence?" Shinshu was taken aback. This was indeed his first request for an external engagement. "Yes, indeed. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but today my son Kaifeng fell ill, and his classmate, the esteemed Master Banshu, presented us with 2 steaming baskets of shaomai. Upon catching a whiff of their enticing aroma, my wife could not resist sampling them, and alas, they vanished in an instant. Consequently, Kaifeng was disheartened, and my wife, too, was left craving. They are both clamoring for your culinary creations. Thus, I had no choice but to seek you out at Chiwaiju, only to find it closed. After some inquiries, I learned that you only open during meal times. Unfortunately, My family could not wait, so I resorted to waiting for you here. I sincerely apologize for my boldness. Might I request that you accompany me? I assure you, the remuneration will be most satisfactory. For an external engagement, a gratifying reward is customary. Yet, it is not merely the monetary aspect that holds significance. Rather, it is the fervor for exquisite cuisine that truly excites a chef. Such patrons inspire unparalleled creative passion within the culinary arts. Shinshu regarded Akiyama Takashi with keen interest and, without hesitation, replied, "My fees are rather steep." Akiyama Takashi showed no hesitation and promptly produced a wallet, presenting it to Shinshu. "Master Shinshu, this contains 10,000 taels. I implore you to showcase your culinary prowess." Shinshu's eyes gleamed with joy as he accepted the wallet, revealing a beaming smile. "Very well, let us set forth at once." "Excellent. Please, follow me," Akiyama Takashi exclaimed, overjoyed by Shinshu's consent. Regardless of Shinshu's culinary skills, the mere act of visiting would alleviate his domestic troubles. His wife and son were both demanding, and even the head of the household could find such situations quite taxing. The Akiyama clan has flourished since the village's inception, characterized by their robust physiques and modest appearances. However, their gentle and kind nature has often won them the affections of many. In this world, not all women are swayed by looks. Many prioritize character. Those who spend time with the Akiyama clan inevitably find it difficult to harbor any dislike towards them, ultimately concluding that they are delightful, portly individuals. The Akiyama clan has maintained a steady lineage through customary marriages. Would you prefer a gentle, affluent, and accommodating husband who is plump and endearing, or a cold, handsome partner who is rarely home, financially neglectful, and devoid of survival instincts? Many would undoubtedly choose the former. Following closely behind Akiyama Takashi, Shinshu soon arrived at the residence of the Akiyama clan. As the current leader of the Autumn Path clan, Chiu Dao Tong resided in a rather spacious abode. "Uncle, you've arrived." At the entrance, Ban Shu greeted the arrival of Shirtong with open arms. "Haven't you returned home yet?" "Not yet. Since there are no classes today, I thought I'd linger here a while longer. Besides, I heard you were coming to cook, and I couldn't resist the opportunity to bask in your culinary glow." Ban Shu chuckled, resembling a mischievous little fox. "You're quite clever. Never one to miss a chance for a free meal. Thank you for the compliment." As the two conversed, a woman in her 30s rushed out from the house and stood directly in front of Shinshu. "Are you Master Shinshu?" the woman exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shinshu, momentarily taken aback, felt a bit overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. "Yes, that would be me." "Wonderful. You're finally here. Chi Feng and I have been nearly in tears from longing." The woman exaggeratedly grasped Shinshu's hand, shaking it vigorously, causing him to wince in pain. This young lady certainly possesses considerable strength. Ahem. Chiu Dao Tong awkwardly intervened, pulling the woman back. "Huizi, calm down a bit. You've reddened Master Shinshu's hand." Upon hearing this, Chiu Dao Huizi realized her fervor, looking somewhat apologetic. "Master Shinshu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, truly." Shinshu discreetly hid his reddened hand behind his back, giving it a gentle shake. "Please, come in." Chiu Dao Tong gestured, leading Shinshu into the courtyard. The courtyard was expansive, though the number of rooms was limited, the kitchen being the largest. The Autumn Path clan had a penchant for food, and those who enjoyed eating often possessed a modicum of culinary ambition. Of course, there were exceptions for pure gluttons who were also indolent. Yet, such individuals were few among the Autumn Path clan, who were known for their industriousness. Their robust physique was merely a necessity for battle. Shinshu wandered around the kitchen, nodding in satisfaction. He had never encountered a household with such a well-equipped kitchen. Truly, the Autumn Path clan deserved their reputation. "Master Shinshu, do you find the kitchen satisfactory?" Chiu Dao Tong inquired. "Excellent. With a kitchen like this, any dish can be prepared as long as the ingredients are available." Upon hearing this, Chiu Dao Huizi beamed. "Then Master Shinshu, please showcase your culinary skills." The xiaomai I had previously was absolutely delectable. I could eat 10 baskets. "No, 20. Is it merely xiaomai you desire?" Shinshu's lips curled into a smirk as he removed the black headband from his wrist and tied it around his forehead. "You are unaware of the true essence of gourmet cuisine. That humble 3-egg xiaomai is but an ordinary dish from the 7 Flavors Inn. Today, I shall enlighten you on what constitutes true delicacy." In that moment, the diminutive Shinshu appeared as imposing as a 1,000-armed deity before Chiu Dao Tong and Chiu Dao Huizi. Such was the remarkable aura of a master chef. Xiao Dao Huizi was about to say something more when Xiao Dao Tong swiftly pulled her aside and turned to Jinxiu, stating, Master Jinxiu, we leave everything to you. We shall await your exquisite dishes in the living room. No problem. I shall create a culinary masterpiece worth 10,000 taels. After Jinxiu finished speaking, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Uncle, do you need any assistance? Yes. What can I do? Leave the kitchen. Huh. Ban Shu felt the sting of Jinxiu's dismissive tone. Reluctantly, Ban Shu exited, seeking out Xiao Dao Qifeng, who lay in bed. Qifeng, are you feeling any better? Xiao Dao Qifeng shook his head, his complexion notably pale. Not really. I wasn't too hungry. But just smelling the aroma of the 3-egg dumplings without being able to eat any has made me feel quite ill. Qifeng, just wait a little longer. My uncle is here, busy in the kitchen. Soon, you'll be able to feast on an abundance of delicious food. Besides the 3-egg dishes, my uncle possesses many exceptional culinary skills. Really? Xiao Dao Qifeng's spirits lifted instantly. Why would I lie to you? I just came from the kitchen. That's fantastic. Qifeng exclaimed with delight, attempting to rise from the bed, but his frail body prevented him from doing so. Take it slow. You shouldn't push yourself like this. Ban Shu said helplessly. Qifeng chuckled foolishly, his thoughts drifting towards the kitchen. What on earth happened to you? How did you become so weak? You were always the healthiest among us. How could you suddenly fall so gravely ill? Ban Shu expressed his confusion as he observed Qifeng's feeble state. Ninjas rarely fall ill, and such severity is even more uncommon, Ban Shu pondered. Qifeng sighed and replied, Ban Shu, I'm not actually sick. Not sick. Then what is it? Injured. Injured? Ban Shu's eyes widened with a flash of anger. Who did this? How dare they harm you like this? I will make sure to beat them to a pulp for you. Qifeng awkwardly smiled, scratching his head. Well, it's not that someone hurt me. I got injured while eating. Huh. Ban Shu's anger dissipated, replaced by confusion. Injured while eating? What kind of person are you? In the kitchen, the glint of the 7-star knife flashed continuously. Jinxiu had all the necessary ingredients at hand, working with exceptional skill. Creating a dish worth 10,000 taels is no simple feat, however, given the appetites of the Qiudao clan. Jinxiu was confident he could provide them with a memorable culinary experience. The terror of cuisine lies in its ability to linger in one's memory, leaving one yearning for more, even in the depths of night, resulting in a pillow drenched in drool. Shadow clone technique. 3 figures shot forth, each entering the fray. Grind the wheat. Smash the beef. Steam the rice. Slice the century egg. With 4 tasks underway, this was the trio of dishes Jinxiu intended to prepare. To captivate the Qiudao clan, it sufficed to present them with the signature dishes of Chiwei residents. 3-egg dumplings, juicy beef balls, unparalleled noodles, soul-stirring rice. Incomplete version, these 4 dishes would surely win over the hearts of the Qiudao trio. In a corner, Jinxiu was murmuring to himself. 3 portions of 3-egg xiaomai totaling 600 taels, 3 servings of explosive beef balls amounting to 1,800 taels. 3 bowls of unparalleled noodle dish also costing 1,800 taels, and 3 servings of soul-stirring rice priced at 3,000 taels. The total sums to 7,200 taels, leaving a deficit of 2,800 taels. Then let us order 14 more portions of 3-egg xiaomai, bringing the total to exactly 10,000 taels. I truly am a mathematical prodigy. Ha ha. Jinxiu laughed heartily, filled with pride. Half an hour later, in the living room. Xufeng, do you not wish to rest a while longer? There's no rush to eat. You can hardly sit steadily, Ban Shu remarked with a hint of exasperation. It's quite all right, Ban Shu. Once I have something to eat, I shall feel revitalized immediately. Upon hearing this, Ban Shu appeared even more resigned. How can that be? It's food, not medicine. You're speaking nonsense just for the sake of eating. Besides, if I don't hurry, my mother will devour everything. After saying this, Xufeng cast a glance at Akiyama Keiko. She awkwardly looked away, swiftly changing the subject. Darling, where were you last night? Why did you return so late? Akiyama Takumo, caught off guard, hurriedly replied. Ha ha ha, Nara and Yamamoto invited me for drinks, so I returned a bit late. Akiyama Keiko shot a significant look, prompting Takumo to immediately assume a contrite posture. Wife, I shall never do it again. Ban Shu's lips twitched slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for his familiarity. Yet, Takumo seemed to relish it all the more, and Xufeng bore an expression of indifference. Before the Akiyama couple could continue their antics, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening their appetites. What a fragrance! The medley of scents intertwined harmoniously, not chaotic, but rather invigorating, igniting their hunger. Shinshu entered the room. 3 shadow clones, each bearing a dish. Thank you for your patience. The dishes are now served. Each dish traced elegant arcs through the air, landing gracefully on the dining table of the trio. 17 portions of 3-egg xiaomai, 3 bowls of unparalleled noodles, 3 servings of soul-stirring rice, and 3 explosive beef balls. Bon appetit! The culinary delights unfurled. Steam billowed toward the ceiling. The unparalleled noodles radiated a striking golden light, leaving everyone in awe. The exquisite aroma and presentation had already stirred the appetites of the Akiyama trio, their mouths watering incessantly. However, Banshu turned to Shinshu with a puzzled look. Uncle, what about mine? Did you pay? Shinshu replied without turning around. Uncle, how can you say that? I am your nephew. Isn't my presence more valuable than money? No. Shinshu stated bluntly. Banshu felt deflated. Uncle, you've changed. You weren't always this money-minded. Banshu, on the verge of tears, glanced at Xiufeng, who, typically a friend, was now entirely ignoring him, picking up chopsticks to dive into the unparalleled noodles first. Swish, swish, swish. As the noodles disappeared into his belly, Xiufeng wore a blissful smile. So delicious. Do you know what it means to eat ravenously? The Akiyama family embodies the very essence of that phrase when they dine. Shinshu had witnessed ravenous eaters before, but this was a spectacle to behold. Yet, it was his first time witnessing someone eat with such fervor, akin to a grand battle. The technique of multiplication. With a swift motion, Akidu took hold of the distant 3-egg dumplings and, without hesitation, poured them into his mouth with great vigor. In an instant, all 8 dumplings vanished into his mouth, seemingly swallowed without even a moment of chewing. Although the expression of bliss was the same, Shinshu could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Were these individuals not mere mortals? This beef ball looks utterly delicious. Akidu's gaze settled on the explosive soup-filled beef ball, and he could not resist the urge to grab one. Xiufeng, you should indulge a bit more. It will be beneficial for your health and may even lead to a complete recovery, Shinshu suddenly remarked. Really? Xiufeng asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Yet he still popped the explosive beef ball into his mouth. Uffed. The broth burst forth within his mouth, and Xiufeng's eyes widened as he quickly closed his mouth to prevent an embarrassing spill. His concern was not for his appearance, but rather for the fear of wasting such exquisite broth. With a gentle bite, the elasticity of the beef and the freshness of the shrimp mesmerized him. Even more astonishingly, his previously weary body was suddenly reinvigorated. His pallid complexion regained a healthy flush. Xiufeng's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. This sensation, it was utterly sublime. He devoured the explosive beef balls with fervor, leaving not a trace of broth behind. The previously weak Xiufeng was instantly revitalized. Akidu Keiko and Akidu took note of this shift and paused in their indulgence, their faces painted with astonishment. Darling, look at Xiufeng. He has recovered. It seems so. How is that possible? He consumed that. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. Yet, Xiufeng paid them no heed. With his restoration, he unleashed his appetite upon the banquet before him. Akidu's gaze, however, grew grave as it turned towards Shinshu. Shinshu was acutely aware of such scrutiny. Their eyes met, and Shinshu inquired, What troubles you, clan leader Akidu? Master Shinshu, does the explosive beef ball contain something extraordinary? It has astonishingly healed Xiufeng's weakness. It is truly remarkable. Shinshu offered a faint smile. This dish possesses restorative properties. It is not surprising that it yields such effects. From Xiufeng's state, it appears he previously consumed something that severely depleted his strength. The explosive beef ball is precisely what he needed to replenish that loss. Akidu, upon hearing this, was even more astonished. Master Shinshu possesses an extraordinary insight. Xiufeng inadvertently ingested a secret medicine of our Akidu clan, the spinach ball. The spinach ball is one of the 3 great secret medicines of the Akidu clan, alongside the curry ball and the chili ball. All 3 of these pills share a singular ability to convert fat into chakra. The existence of these pills is due to the Akidu clan's secret technique, metamorphosis. For centuries, no one has mastered this arcane art. At most, they relied on 3 types of pills to briefly attain such a state. The Akimichi clan, unlike other bloodline families, possesses a bloodline that is not an extraordinary ability, but rather a scientifically grounded transformation of fat into energy. Their fondness for food is not solely for pleasure, but also for the purpose of fat storage. Fat is their formidable secret. In battle, they can freely convert fat into chakra, augmenting their strength. However, an ordinary member of the Akimichi clan can only transform 1% of their body's fat into chakra, which is already considered a significant talent. Yet, this is still far from being able to utilize their clan's butterfly transformation secret technique. The spinach pill can enhance the efficiency of this transformation, elevating the conversion rate from 1% to 5%. Nevertheless, consuming the spinach pill would plunge them into a state of extreme weakness. The curry pill is more aggressive, directly boosting the conversion rate to 10%. Upon ingesting this pill, they unleash tremendous power, with chakra manifesting visibly, enveloping their body akin to a tailed beast's cloak. After a brief period, however, their muscle tissue becomes damaged, leaving them paralyzed and incapacitated, entering a state of severe injury. Fortunately, this condition can be recovered from after some time. The most perilous of the three pills is the chili pill. The red chili pill symbolizes life. It is exceedingly domineering. The chili pill can forcibly convert all excess fat of the Akimichi clan members into chakra, amplifying their strength 100-fold. A person who originally weighed over 300 pounds could, upon consuming the chili pill, transform into someone weighing less than 100 pounds. Simultaneously, blue chakra wings would materialize behind them, signifying the Akimichi clan's butterfly transformation. However, this drug-induced state of transformation is lethal. It serves as the last resort for the Akimichi clan, one not employed lightly. According to records, no one who has consumed the chili pill has survived. With this ability, the Akimichi clan has firmly established themselves in Konoha, commanding respect from other clans. Additionally, their strong camaraderie with the Nara and Yamanaka clans fosters a familial bond among the three. Their united front rivals that of the prominent Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Uchiha clans. At this nascent stage of Konoha's formation, every clan is eager to secure a more advantageous position within the village. Thus, upon witnessing that Master Shinshu's culinary creations could instantly heal Kifu's weakness, Akimichi Toru was invigorated with hope. If such remedies could be widely disseminated, the Akimichi clan could utilize their secret pills without the risk of weakness. At that juncture, the Akimichi clan would become even more formidable. This is a matter of great significance to the clan, which is why Akimichi Toru is deeply invested in it. Master Shinshu, this spinach pill is exceedingly potent. Given Kifu's physical condition, he will require at least 3 days of rest to fully recover. However, it was merely a bowl of beef meatballs that invigorated him, which was indeed a tremendous boon for the Akimichi clan. Therefore, I boldly sought the secret recipe for these meatballs. Akimichi Tokumaru adopted a very humble demeanor, as this matter held immense significance for the Akimichi clan. Being a member of this esteemed lineage, Akimichi Tokumaru was inherently gentle. He could not resort to threats. Moreover, even in the presence of a true master, he would not dare to intimidate anyone. Upon hearing this, the true master did not respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing the silence, Akimichi Tokumaru hastily continued, "I understand that this request might be excessive, but if you, master, agree, the Akimichi clan will be your eternal friends. Whatever may arise in the future, as long as it is within our capabilities, we shall serve you." Akimichi Tokumaru's words astonished the true master. He had not anticipated such terms from Tokumaru. To be candid, the explosive beef meatballs were not of great importance to him. In due course, this dish might transcend the confines of Shichimi, becoming as vital as military rations. His initial hesitation stemmed from contemplating whether agreeing would absolve him of payment for the ingredients used in his previous cooking. He was taken aback by Akimichi Tokumaru's eagerness, as he promptly presented such generous conditions. Although these terms did not appear overly extravagant, the integrity of the Akimichi clan assured their exceptional quality. The clan leader exaggerates. "I am merely a chef. The explosive beef meatballs are not a rarity, and the recipe holds little value. If the Akimichi clan desires it, I can provide it immediately." "Really? Thank you, master." Akimichi Tokumaru was elated, surprised by the true master's amiability. As a food enthusiast, Tokumaru understood the significance of recipes to chefs. Some chefs would go to extreme lengths, even betraying their own schools, for a mere recipe, illustrating the formidable nature of such knowledge. For a chef, a recipe is akin to advanced ninjutsu for a ninja. "However, I have a small request," the true master suddenly stated. "Please, master, do speak." Without hesitation, Akimichi Tokumaru responded to the true master's proposal. I would like to know the materials used by the Akimichi clan to create their secret elixirs. They must be extraordinary ingredients capable of producing such formidable effects. Surely, they are not simply spinach, curry, and chili. If the true master was not mistaken, these three ingredients were likely dreamlike components. That is no problem at all. The spinach, chili, and various spices used for our secret elixirs are cultivated within the sacred grounds of our Akimichi clan. If you are interested, I can arrange for someone to take you for a visit. Should you require these materials, feel free to gather them at your leisure. Upon hearing this, the true master felt a surge of joy. This could very well become his first acquisition of dreamlike ingredients within the ninja realm. Through this culinary feast, the true master laid the foundation for a friendship with the Akimichi clan, simultaneously enhancing his reputation among them. There is no need for further elaboration. Henceforth, the members of the Akimichi clan will undoubtedly regard the Shichimi house as a sanctified place. The offerings here not only satiate their cravings, but also replenish their combat prowess. The concept of the culinary ninja, as proposed by Shinshu, is gradually taking shape. The enhancement of battle strength is indeed one of the culinary ninja's functions. While this may appear trivial, it bears a resemblance to the role of medical ninjas. Is there a distinction between a weakened ninja rapidly regaining combat capability and a severely injured ninja swiftly recuperating? Thus, this will become the core competitive advantage of the culinary ninja. Upon the departure of the Akimichi clan, Banshu gazed curiously at the jubilant Shinshu. Shinshu, in high spirits, initially had no intention of acknowledging Banshu. However, the prolonged scrutiny made him somewhat uneasy. "Hey, Banshu, why do you keep looking at me like that?" Banshu replied earnestly, "Uncle, I used to think you were just an ordinary chef, but now it seems you are quite extraordinary. What? Have you been awed by my prowess?" Shinshu chuckled heartily. Banshu shook his head. "Not exactly. I just didn't expect your culinary skills to possess such peculiar effects. Had I not witnessed the frail Tsufing suddenly return to normal, I would find it hard to believe. You truly lack experience. This is merely the beginning. In time, you will come to understand your uncle's capabilities." Banshu nodded thoughtfully, then donned a sycophantic smile. "Uncle, could you take me with you to Butterfly Valley tomorrow when you go with Tsufing?" "Take you? What for?" Shinshu inquired. "Uncle, you see, ever since I enrolled in ninja school, I haven't left the village for ages. I'm practically suffocating. Since I have some free time, why not let us go together? This is not within my purview. If your sister finds out, she will surely reprimand me, and I will not take the blame for that. Please, uncle, I have been so good to you. You should repay my kindness now." Upon hearing this, Shinshu scrutinized Banshu from head to toe, making Banshu feel a twinge of guilt. "Banshu, one must uphold integrity. Have you truly been good to me? Do not forget the last time you tricked me into making lunch. I have not overlooked that." After saying this, Shinshu prepared to leave. Uncle, don't run away." No matter how Banshu pursued, he soon lost sight of Shinshu. What kind of body flicker technique is this? He runs so fast." Banshu looked around in confusion, but he could no longer sense Shinshu's presence. "Damn it. It seems there is no hope." With a sigh, Banshu reluctantly returned home. The following day, at the village entrance, Akimichi Tsufing had been waiting there for quite some time. Indeed, it was Akimichi Tsufing who would accompany Shinshu to Butterfly Valley today. As the clan leader, Akimichi Tong had numerous responsibilities and could not leave the village to escort Shinshu. In contrast, Akimichi Tsufing had a much more leisurely schedule. Furthermore, the journey to Butterfly Valley was not far. A round trip would take just half a day, and it lay within the safe confines of Konoha, posing no significant danger. Thus, Akimichi Tong entrusted the task to Tsufing. However, at this moment, there was another person beside Tsufing, dressed in blue. This individual bore the distinctive mark of a fan on his back. It was none other than Uchiha Kagami, whom Shinshu had encountered previously. As Shinshu arrived, he happened upon the two. "Ah, good morning, Tsufing." "Good morning, Master Shinshu." Tsufing displayed an endearing smile, yet Shinshu cast a curious glance at Uchiha Kagami. His expression tinged with perplexity. "Why is there an additional person?" Noticing Shinshu's confusion, Tsufing hastily explained. "Kagami came to see me yesterday and was quite intrigued upon discovering my recovery. He inquired about the situation and expressed a keen interest in Butterfly Valley. So he intends to accompany us. Is that acceptable, Master Shinshu?" Tsufing looked at Shinshu with earnest pleading in his eyes. Although it was not a significant matter, the gentle-hearted Tsufing feared inciting Shinshu's displeasure, prompting him to speak with caution. Upon hearing this, Shinshu's bewilderment faded, and he bore no ill will. Though he was somewhat intrigued by the friendship between Chiefing and Kagami, it was indeed surprising to see Uchiha Kagami, a person of broader social connections than he had initially presumed. "Boss, it is good to see you again." Kagami smiled faintly, reminiscent of a youthful, innocent boy. "It is quite all right. Having more company makes our journey all the more lively." Jinshio held a favorable impression of Kagami, and the prospect of traveling together seemed agreeable. Upon hearing this, Chiefing exhaled in relief, genuinely concerned about displeasing Jinshio, especially since he was now a benefactor to the Akimichi clan. Butterfly Valley. The sacred ground of the Akimichi clan corresponded with the Nara clan's forbidden area, the giant deer plain, and the boar forest, the forbidden territory of the mountain clan. Each area corresponded to the emblems of the three families: boar, deer, and butterfly. Butterfly Valley was abundant with various ingredients. Giant Deer Plain was rich in medicinal herbs, and Boar Forest was home to countless wild boars. These three sacred sites were not too far from Konoha, requiring roughly 3 hours of travel to reach. Chiefing, Kagami. Are you classmates? Not quite, Master Jinshio. Kagami and I are not in the same class, but we share a fortunate connection. We met one day while traveling. Throughout the journey, most of the conversation flowed between Jinshio and Chiefing, while Kagami quietly listened, only interjecting with polite responses when the discussion turned to him. He appeared to be an introverted individual, yet there was no sense of discomfort present. Overall, their interaction was remarkably pleasant, neither forced nor overly distant. Master Jinshio, Kagami. The valley ahead is the sacred ground of our Akimichi clan, Butterfly Valley. Upon hearing this, Jinshio and Kagami raised their gazes and beheld a vast valley a few dozen meters away. The entrance to the valley was a crack in the land, resembling a line of sky, which appeared immensely grand. From within this fissure, butterflies of various colors occasionally fluttered out. The ambience was filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, a veritable paradise on earth. What a splendid place. It is truly a hidden utopia. Jinshio marveled. Having traversed the ninja world for 2 years, he had yet to encounter a location more beautiful than this. Chiefing proudly declared, "This sacred ground was meticulously cultivated by our Akimichi clan over the course of several centuries, on the foundation of preserving the ecology. The environment has been enhanced to an extraordinary degree. Thus, it now serves as an especially suitable habitat for the growth of exquisite ingredients." Jinshio nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significant environmental demands of rare ingredients. Just as Jinshio was about to step forward, he suddenly halted. "What is it, Master Jinshio?" Chiefing inquired, puzzled. Jinshio remained silent. But Jing spoke gravely. "There are people in the valley." "People in the valley? How is that possible?" "This Butterfly Valley is accessible only to members of the Chodao clan. Others must be accompanied by one of our clan to enter." Jinshio did not respond. Instead, he brought his 2 fingers together in front of him, closed his eyes, and began to keenly sense his surroundings. Shinlasinyan. His formidable perception abilities immediately radiated outward, enveloping the entire Butterfly Valley. Chiefing and Jing were taken aback by this display. They exchanged glances, astonished by the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Such terrifying perceptive prowess. In that fleeting moment, both felt as though their very souls were laid bare. This was without Jinshio directing his abilities toward them. Had he intended to, they would surely have felt utterly exposed. Jing was even more astonished. Just moments ago, Jinshio had detected the anomaly with greater swiftness than he had. Now, this alarming level of perception surpassed anything Jing could fathom. Observing Jinshio's profile, Jing's mind swirled with thoughts. This proprietor of Chiwei-ju, appearing merely as a young chef, exuded an air of mystery. His power was astonishing. Merely his perception exceeded that of most sensory ninjas. Truly, he was worthy of being Lord Mito's brother. As Jing contemplated, Jinshio opened his eyes. There are 3 individuals within the valley, each possessing considerable strength. They seem to be searching for something, digging around. Is it true? But the Butterfly Valley is protected by our Chodao clan's barrier. Chiefing questioned, increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the barrier has been breached? Jinshio pointed to a certain area of the valley, stating, "There, a small breach has occurred in the barrier. It appears to have been forcefully damaged. The destruction is concentrated at a single point, indicative of a powerful jutsu, likely of A-rank. A-rank ninjutsu. Such a high degree of difficulty. Those who master such techniques are typically elite ninjas, or worse, aberrant beings. Individuals of that caliber are not common in any ninja village." Upon hearing this, both Chiefing and Jing wore expressions of heightened vigilance. How could such formidable beings appear here? At merely 10 years of age, they had already surpassed the strength of their peers in the ninja academy of later generations, possessing the prowess of Chunin. Yet, against elite ninjas, they stood little chance. How could such strength manifest here? I must swiftly assess the situation, Qifeng declared, attempting to dash forward, only to be restrained by Jing. Jing, why are you holding me back? Qifeng turned, perplexed. Jing shook his head, cautioning, Qifeng, do not act impulsively. If what the master has said is true, those three possess formidable skills beyond our capacity to confront. They may not even choose to engage us. No, the disruption of the barrier to enter Butterfly Valley in search of something seems far from benevolent. As Jing aptly noted, the presence of a barrier within Butterfly Valley indicates that it is a domain owned by someone. Had there been no malicious intent, one would not resort to breaching the boundary to enter. Currently, the three individuals within the barrier are evidently searching for something with prior preparation. To intrude at this moment would likely result in an unavoidable confrontation. It is possible that they possess the strength of upper ninjas, rendering a battle perilous for them. Even though Chu Feng and Jing are youths forged in the crucible of war, brimming with combat experience, those three are surely formidable as well. Coupled with the undeniable disparity in strength, compensating for it would not be an easy feat. Chu Feng hesitated. The most prudent course of action now would be to swiftly vacate this place and summon reinforcements from the village. Perhaps they could arrive in time to deal with the intruders. Reluctantly, he conceded that there was no other option. His desire to venture inside was strong, but he could not bear the thought of endangering Shinshu and Jing. That would be a grave sin. His concern for his friend's safety outweighed his worries about the forbidden area. At that moment, Shinshu furrowed his brow. This is bad. They are destroying the resources in Butterfly Valley. What? Chu Feng gasped in shock, ready to rush into the entrance of the barrier. Yet, thinking of Shinshu and Jing, he clenched his teeth and pondered for a moment, devising a plan. Shinshu, Jing, you both hurry back to the village and find someone to come. I will go in and take a look first. Butterfly Valley is of utmost importance to the Qiu Dao clan. It must not be easily desecrated. He did not wish to place his friends in peril, but he also could not allow Butterfly Valley to be ruined. Thus, this was the only solution he could conceive at that moment. With his abilities, perhaps he could stall the three for a while, allowing Jing and Shinshu to return with assistance, thereby saving Butterfly Valley. However, even with their swiftness, the round trip would take at least 2 hours. In 2 hours, if Chu Feng could not endure, his life would be forfeit. Yet again, Jing restrained Chu Feng. Turning back, Chu Feng looked at Jing in confusion. Chu Feng, I will not allow you to walk into death's embrace. Butterfly Valley can be rebuilt, but a life lost is irretrievable. I stand by my words. Entering now would be unwise. However, while they deliberated, Shinshu charged into the entrance of the barrier without a second thought. How dare you touch my resources? You have crossed the line, Shinshu exclaimed, running ahead, leaving Chu Feng and Jing in a state of disarray. Though it seemed unrelated to Shinshu, he was the most agitated of them all. Master Shinshu. Chu Feng cried out in alarm, attempting to stop Shinshu, but it was too late. Shinshu paid no heed to the two and plunged into Butterfly Valley. Jing, what should we do now? Chu Feng asked, a bitter smile gracing Jing's lips as he replied, there is no other choice. We must go in together. Otherwise, our friend will be in danger. If the three of us unite, we may stand a chance. Jing could have opted for the most strategic course, yet he was unwilling to abandon his companions. For the sake of his friends, he was willing to engage in what might seem like folly. To be candid, his relationship with Shinshu was rather ordinary, barely qualifying as companionship. Nevertheless, he proceeded with his actions, not for Shinshu, but for Qifeng. He understood that Qifeng's temperament would never permit Shinshu to venture alone into danger. Initially, there might have been a chance for Qifeng to hesitate regarding Shinshu and himself, opting to withdraw. However, with Shinshu having already plunged into the fray, Jing's plans were rendered futile. He had not anticipated Shinshu's fervent reaction. Thus, the only viable course of action now was for the three of them to enter together. Whether they would triumph or engage in conflict could only be discerned upon confrontation. Jing possessed alternative strategies, albeit potentially fraught with peril. Although he seldom undertook risky endeavors, he was not averse to doing so. All right, let us proceed. Qifeng hastened his pace, charging into Butterfly Valley, with Jing closely trailing behind. Brother, these vegetables appear quite peculiar, don't they? Over there are black potatoes, and here are purple tomatoes. while those are white peppers. Why concern yourself so? Our employer tasked us with locating certain ingredients, and that is our sole focus. I am merely curious about the taste of these vegetables. I have never sampled them before. If you wish to taste, go ahead. These vegetables seem harmless, though I am uncertain of their flavor. Fair point. I shall try this white tomato. Within Butterfly Valley, the trio of ninjas appeared rather eccentric. They were known as Nanshi, Xiang Tong, and Mi Fan. Nanshi, being the leader, possessed the greatest strength, while the other two were somewhat weaker, yet comparable in ability. It was just then that a conversation transpired between Nanshi and Xiang Tong. Xiang Tong, I believe it is best not to eat them. They look unappetizing, Mi Fan remarked disdainfully. I find them rather appealing. They are worth a try. Xiang Tong eagerly picked up a white tomato and took a gentle bite. Uffed. The juice that emerged was surprisingly black. Xiang Tong's expression changed instantly. How revolting. He spat it out, his face contorted in disgust. Ha ha. Mi Fan erupted into laughter upon witnessing this. You dare laugh. You shall also partake. In a fit of anger, Xiang Tong shoved the remaining half of the tomato into Mi Fan's open mouth. Whoa. Mi Fan was caught off guard. The bizarre taste of the entire white tomato spreading through his mouth. Uffed. He immediately expelled it, casting a resentful glance at Xiang Tong. Are you seeking your own demise? It was not my suggestion to eat it. I warned you it looked unappetizing. You. The two engaged in a childish quarrel, while Nanshi observed them with exasperation. Aware that these two subordinates were a constant source of concern, suddenly his eyes lit up. I found it. The blue spinach our employer requested. Nanshi plucked the blue spinach, securing it in his ninja pouch. All right, we have gathered the items. Our mission is complete. Let us prepare to depart. It is unwise to linger here. Understood, brother. However, considering how unpalatable these things are, perhaps we should simply destroy them. Otherwise, they might become a nuisance to others. The memory of that dreadful taste left Xiang Tong feeling quite indignant. Gastronomy has transformed into a culinary abomination, inciting ridicule, and Xiang Tong now seethes with fury. Let us not dawdle. We must depart swiftly. This place undoubtedly has an owner, and it would be troublesome if we were discovered. Fear not. It is merely a matter of igniting a fire. Witness my prowess, Xiang Tong declared, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release. Fireball technique. As he spoke, Nanshi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A fireball erupted from Xiang Tong's mouth, engulfing the entire vegetable garden. Haha, brother, see? I told you it was simple, Xiang Tong boasted, brimming with pride as if he had accomplished something monumental. Nanshi was rendered speechless. Had he known his younger sibling was so lacking in judgment, he would not have anticipated such foolishness, quarreling with mere vegetables. Bad news. Someone is approaching. Mi Fan exclaimed suddenly. What? Nanshi's expression darkened immediately. With a barrier outside, anyone appearing at this moment must surely be the garden's owner. Being caught pilfering by the master would be utterly humiliating. Water release. Water surge wave. Before Nanshi could ascertain the identity of the newcomer, a powerful torrent of water surged from the distance. Such formidable water release. Nanshi's expression turned grave. There was little water flow present. Yet the assailant could wield such a grand scale of water release, indicating an abundance of chakra, at least at the level of a jonin. The water cascaded fiercely, extinguishing the flames in an instant. A figure clad in red descended beside the garden, anguish etched across their face. What a waste. Is that a sorrowful tomato? A despondent potato? A cheerful chili? Good heavens. All of these are points. Shinshu lamented as he gazed upon the charred ingredients, his heart aching. Collectively, these items represented a significant number of points, now rendered into mere ash. Fortunately, the flames were doused in time, sparing the garden from catastrophic loss. Only 1/10 of the yield was sacrificed. Xiang Tong, you have caused a calamity, Nanshi admonished in a hushed tone. Xiang Tong stuck out his tongue, feigning embarrassment but devoid of true remorse. Brother, what does it matter? It's just a bunch of worthless ingredients. If they were so dreadful, they would only bring misfortune. This fellow hardly seems virtuous either. What do you know? Nanshi shot a glare at Xiang Tong, who fell silent. Stepping forward, Nanshi addressed the young brother. I sincerely apologize for my brother's recklessness, which has led to your loss. I hope you will forgive us. I come to offer my apologies. Shinshu lifted his head, fury radiating from him as he glared at the trio. Do you even comprehend what you have done? These are precious ingredients. You 3 imbeciles. Hey, who are you calling an imbecile? Looking for a fight? Upon hearing Shinshu's insult, Xiang Tong immediately retorted. He could tolerate many things, but being labeled a fool was not one of them. It is you I speak of. How dare you touch my ingredients? I shall show you the wrath of a chef. Shinshu was seething with anger. It was the first time he had felt such fury. A chef could not stand idly by while ingredients were squandered. As he spoke, Shinshu drew forth a dragon-patterned frying pan from behind him. Ha ha, is this your weapon? Ha ha. Xiang Tung laughed heartily, as if he were witnessing a comedic performance. Using a frying pan as a weapon was indeed rather unseemly. However, those who underestimated this humble utensil often found themselves in dire straits. My dear brother, we are merely executing a mission. What transpired earlier was simply an unfortunate incident. There is no need to let such trivial matters disrupt our peace. The ever-cautious Mi Fan interjected, sensing the escalating tension. Shinshu brandished the frying pan before them, his presence undeniably imposing, yet the trio before him showed no signs of fear. They simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications, which was why they refrained from attacking outright. While Mi Fan and Nan Qi shared this sentiment, Xiang Tung regarded Shinshu with blatant disdain. Brother, Mi Fan, this fool is clearly an imbecile. Why do we coddle him? In my opinion, we should eliminate this nuisance and depart immediately. Nan Qi shot Xiang Tung a glare and retorted, silence. Xiang Tung was perplexed by Nan Qi's unexpected courtesy towards Shinshu, especially since he had received 2 sharp glares. Over the years, the three had depended on each other, and Nan Qi had never reprimanded Xiang Tung for the sake of a stranger. What was amiss today? The trio had been war orphans, brought together by fate. They were fortunate to have received guidance from a wandering ninja, gaining the powers of a ninja, which gradually improved their lives. Their means of survival involved accepting commission-based tasks from underground organizations. They were not reckless. Rather, they chose only simple tasks to make a living. This time was no different. They had accepted a mission from the underground organization to locate blue spinach, with the precise location provided. The reward was substantial, amounting to 300,000 taels, enough to sustain them for a while. However, upon arriving in the valley, Nan Qi sensed a problem. It was due to a barrier. A ninja capable of casting such a barrier was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also held significant influence. A ninja without heritage could never master such jutsu. Barrier techniques required a solid theoretical foundation and were even more intricate than sealing techniques. Generally, wandering ninjas would not invest time in learning such slow-to-master, low-damage jutsu. Moreover, most individuals found it exceedingly difficult to learn barrier techniques. Only those from prestigious clans possessed the resources and strength to do so. Thus, Nan Qi concluded that this place must belong to a formidable power. Initially, he intended to leave, but upon observing the deserted valley, he thought it prudent to take a single spinach and depart without incident. Consequently, the three worked together to create a small opening in the barrier to search for the blue spinach. To their astonishment, just as they were about to finish, they encountered Shinshu, along with Xiang Tung, who was eager to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. In response, Nan Qi felt an overwhelming headache. What was wrong with Xiang Tung today? Though typically impulsive, he had never been this reckless. Were it not for their long-standing friendship forged since childhood, Nan Qi would have been tempted to slap some sense into Xiang Tung. What a foolish ally. Such minor ninjas should never provoke powerful factions, for that could lead to dire consequences. The atmosphere grew tense and silent until Jing and Chu Feng arrived in succession. Master Shinshu, Chu Feng exclaimed loudly, relieved to see that no violence had erupted between the parties. Jing, however, scrutinized Nan Qi and his companions, though their strength was difficult to gauge. It was apparent they were formidable. All three appeared to be over 20, and such prowess at their age was hardly surprising. Upon seeing Jing and Chu Feng, Nan Qi and his companions were taken aback, particularly Nan Qi, whose expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the clan's symbols emblazoned on their attire. The Chiu Dao clan, the Uchiha clan, both were renowned families from the Warring States period. Even these wandering ninjas were well aware of the reputations of such powerful clans. Yet, that was not the most alarming aspect. The most terrifying revelation was that these clans had united to form Konoha Village, an unprecedented and colossal entity. A bitter realization washed over Nan Qi. He had inadvertently offended one of the most fearsome forces in the entire ninja world. He began to understand why a mere spinach had warranted a bounty of 300,000 ryo. What he had initially believed to be an easy task now seemed perilous, potentially costing him his life. Indeed, nothing in this world came without a price. Chu Feng, Jing, Your arrival is fortuitous. These three scoundrels have stolen ingredients from Butterfly Valley and even attempted to set this place ablaze. They must not be allowed to escape, Shinshu proclaimed with fervor, his dragon-patterned spatula raised for what felt like an eternity. Were it not for his profession as a chef, his remarkable strength would have already left him fatigued. Who are you? Jing inquired, his gaze fixed upon the trio. None of your concern, Xiang Tung retorted, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him at the sight of the Uchiha emblem. The memories of past grievances flooded back, prompting Xiang Tung to strike without hesitation. Die! He shouted, his feet propelling him forward with startling speed. A kunai suddenly gripped in his hand as he lunged toward Jing. No one anticipated Xiang Tang's sudden aggression. Nanshi's face blanched in shock. What was Xiang Tang thinking? Had he lost his mind to attack at such a moment? Yet, it was too late to intervene. Damn it! Nanshi cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to prepare for battle. Despite his fury towards Xiang Tang's reckless actions, he could not abandon his comrade. Xiang Tang's speed was remarkable, even among Chunin, making him a formidable opponent. As the distance between them closed, a grimace of lethal intent appeared on Xiang Tang's face. Mom and Dad, I shall avenge you now. First, I will slay this Uchiha wretch as an offering to the heavens. The debts of blood owed by the Uchiha during the Warring States era were not insignificant. Within the Land of Fire, casting 10 bricks in a densely populated area is likely to strike someone harboring a grudge against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha bear a heavy burden of bloodshed, which is a significant reason why no one in Konoha supports Uchiha Madara in his aspiration to become Hokage. Among the victims is Xiang Tang. Clang. Xiang Tang's ferocious assault was met head-on by the True Repair's dragon-patterned hammer. Get out of my way, Xiang Tang seethed, redirecting his kunai to aim directly at True Repair's neck. The speed was swift, the stance formidable, the attack ruthless. Yet, what resonated was merely another clang. Get lost. Xiang Tang was further enraged. The kunai in his hand continued to change direction, launching a barrage of strikes against True Repair. Again, the crisp sound echoed. Clang, 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 clang. Damn it. Watch as I smash your wretched pot. Xiang Tang gritted his teeth, preparing to strike once more, but at that moment, the dragon-patterned hammer came crashing down upon his face. Boom. The immense force impacted his visage, causing a sharp crack in his nose, and he was sent flying, crashing against a nearby stone wall. True Repair did not pursue, but instead rested the dragon-patterned hammer upon his shoulder, his expression cold and indifferent. TCH, I have found you displeasing for quite some time, he remarked, pointing the hammer towards Xiang Tang and muttering, You have a long way to go. Seeing Xiang Tang embedded in the stone wall, Nanshi and Mi Fan were both taken aback. As they moved to assist, Xiao Dao Chu Feng and Jing interposed themselves. Apologies, but I believe you owe me an explanation, Jing spoke softly, appearing gentle, yet his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. The Sharingan. The double Tomo Sharingan. At the tender age of 10, Uchiha Jing had awakened the double Tomo, a testament to his remarkable talent, placing him among the illustrious in Uchiha history. Nanshi was astounded, the apprehension on his face deepening. He understood well what the Sharingan signified. An Uchiha who awakens the Sharingan undergoes a transformative change in power. Even a Chunin can contend with Jonin-level foes through the prowess of the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao Chu Feng had also barred Mi Fan. We do not wish to resort to violence, but now you must bear the consequences of your actions. Accompany us back to Konoha. You are liable for the lost provisions. Chu Feng said softly. This demand was not unreasonable, yet for Nanshi and his companions, it was unfathomable to trust Chu Feng's words. In such circumstances, what chance did they have to return to Konoha alive? In the Warring States period, offending a clan, whether justly or unjustly, often resulted in complete annihilation. Clans relied on protecting their own to foster unity. This truth was well understood by Nanshi, who had lived through the tumultuous era. Then I have no choice but to take action, Nanshi declared, exchanging a glance with Mi Fan, who understood the implication. This confrontation had become inevitable. In an instant, the four clashed. Mi Fan's strength was slightly inferior to Chu Feng's, yet Nanshi was indeed a formidable Jonin. Jing could barely hold his ground, relying on the Sharingan. As the battle reached a stalemate, True Repair became the critical point of breakthrough. Regardless of who emerges victorious, the landscape of battle shall undoubtedly transform. With a loud crash, Xiang Tang pushed aside the debris clinging to him and emerged from the stone wall, blood streaming from his nose. He pinched his nose gently, staunching the flow. Remarkably resilient. Shinshu mused, somewhat taken aback. A frying pan to the face is no trivial matter. You bastard. I shall slay you. And then that Uchiha brat. Xiang Tung's visage twisted in rage, consumed by hatred. Shinshu furrowed his brow, sensing the peculiarity of this individual. It seemed that upon seeing the mirror, his malevolence intensified significantly. Is there a vendetta? Shinshu shook his head. Hatred is all too common in this world. Something he had long since grown accustomed to over the years. Die. Xiang Tung formed hand seals, fire chakra rapidly coalescing in his mouth. Fire release. Fireball technique. Although it was the same technique as before, this time, Xiang Tung evidently summoned all his strength. The flames coalesced into a fireball. Smaller than before, about the size of a basketball, but far more solid. The fireball shot forth like a comet, aimed directly at Shinshu. Come at me. Shinshu bellowed, brandishing his dragon-patterned frying pan to intercept the attack. The base of the pan met the scorching fireball directly. Bang! The flames blazed fiercely, their impact overwhelming. Even as he blocked the attack, Shinshu found himself pushed backward, leaving 2 long trenches in his wake. Disperse. Shinshu commanded, and the flames instantly dissipated, their heat absorbed by the dragon-patterned pan. What? Xiang Tung stood agape, astonished. What kind of pan is this? How could it achieve such a feat? That was my strongest fire technique. It seems your performance has reached its conclusion. Now it is my turn. Shinshu grinned, reaching into his tool pouch at his waist. Though not a ninja, he carried a pouch containing various necessities. Occasionally, he would retrieve items from the system, and possessing a tool pouch helped to conceal his actions. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Tung heightened his vigilance. What will he produce? Kunai? Shuriken? Shuriken? Or perhaps other ninja tools? However, the next scene left Xiang Tung utterly bewildered. It was a ball. No, more accurately, a large meatball. Indeed, Shinshu had pulled out a sizable explosive meatball from his tool pouch, 4 to 5 times larger than a standard meatball, nearly the size of a tennis ball. Before Xiang Tung could comprehend Shinshu's intentions, Shinshu had already tossed the massive explosive meatball high into the air. With a swift motion, Shinshu drew back his dragon-patterned pan and leapt upward, striking the descending meatball toward the upper right. Go! External spin serve, Shinshu shouted, as the explosive meatball transformed into a vibrant arc, hurtling towards Xiang Tung's feet. Whoosh! The meatball landed, spinning furiously beneath Xiang Tung, as if attempting to burrow into the ground. Did I miss? Xiang Tung's expression was one of utter confusion. What manner of attack is this? A slapping ninja tool? I have never encountered such a thing. A new invention from the Hidden Leaf Village? Yet, this red-haired boy seems inept at wielding it. Striking the ground beneath his feet. What nonsense is this? What on earth do you intend to do, you red-haired lad? As Xiang Tung pondered, the explosive meatball surged forth. With formidable elasticity and terrifying rotational force unleashed simultaneously, the explosive meatball sprang from the ground like a bullet, aiming straight for Xiang Tung's cheek. This blow was formidable and unyielding, striking true. The sheer force lifted Xiang Tung off his feet. Shinshu, adjusting an imaginary hat, remarked, not bad at all. But this was not the conclusion. After colliding with Xiang Tung, the explosive meatball soared through the air. Shinshu narrowed his eyes, and the dragon-patterned spatula in his hand shot forth. Culinary manipulation. The spatula deftly intercepted the rebounding explosive meatball. It seemed as though the spatula was guided by invisible strings, forcefully slapping the meatball away once more. Bang! Xiang Tung had yet to regain his composure from the previous strike when the massive explosive meatball charged at him anew. This time, it targeted the back of his head. Thud! Xiang Tung's body, still reeling from the earlier impact, lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Shinshu swiftly turned, employing the body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the explosive meatball. With a flick of his right hand, the dragon-patterned spatula returned to him. Energy sphere. Shinshu gripped the spatula with both hands and swung down heavily. The spatula struck the explosive meatball again, accelerating its velocity. This blow was even more forceful than the last. The explosive meatball undoubtedly collided with the small of Xiang Tung's back. Crack! A faint sound, reminiscent of bone snapping, echoed. Ah! Xiang Tung cried out, as if racked with unbearable agony. In an instant, the attention of the 4 combatants nearby was drawn to this spectacle. What kind of battle is this? A Chunin-level fighter has fallen, unconscious and unaware. Nanshi and Mi Fan swallowed hard. What manner of monster is this? What technique was that? Hitting a person with a ball? No, that was no ball. It was a meatball. What a savage method of attack. Nanshi had traversed the land for many years and had never witnessed such a display. Jing and Chu Feng were equally astounded. How powerful, even without direct confrontation. Based on Zhenxiu's performance, the two concluded they were no match for him. It was not merely the peculiar attack method, but the ninja qualities exhibited by Zhenxiu. The body flicker technique. While not particularly difficult, any technique capable of rapid movement is considered a body flicker technique. This type of technique possesses a characteristic: easy to learn, difficult to master. The speed demonstrated by Zhenxiu was astonishing. At least, Chu Feng and Jing believed they could not replicate it. Coupled with the might of his slapping strikes, Zhenxiu's strength was formidable. A chef's arm strength is already remarkable. Each toss of the pan is a form of physical training. Speed and power. Zhenxiu possessed an abundance of both. Wandering through the chaotic ninja world for 2 years, Zhenxiu's prowess was not something an ordinary ninja could rival. Had it been otherwise, his life would have long since been extinguished, particularly in terms of speed. Zhenxiu adhered to a singular principle in combat. If one cannot win, one must flee. Hence, while he could remain ignorant of various ninjutsu, mastering the body flicker technique was imperative. With a slight lift of his left hand, the explosive meatball rebounded back into Zhenxiu's grasp. The result was quite satisfactory, as a smile of contentment graced his face. The elasticity of the explosive meatball was astonishing. In the original narrative, it could even be employed as a ping-pong ball. Under Zhenxiu's modifications, using it for tennis was hardly an issue. If he felt particularly jubilant, he could adapt it further for basketball. A chef, after all, possesses the freedom to innovate at will. As for his recent tennis prowess, well, that was not tennis skill, but rather a technique for dispatching foes. Having mastered the art of manipulating pots, Zhenxiu wielded the dragon-patterned pot with remarkable ease. He could strike the meatball as he wished. Had it not been for Xiangting falling too swiftly, a waltz toward destruction could have been an option. The successful application of his lethal tennis technique left Zhenxiu exceedingly pleased. His efforts in mastering the technique were not in vain. The system's gift of the art of manipulating pots had transformed into a skill of lethal precision. Truly a misdeed. Zhenxiu turned to Nanshi and Mi Fan, inquiring, "Do you wish to continue?" Nanshi's expression darkened as he glanced at Mi Fan. To retreat now would mean certain death. Both recognized the implications in each other's eyes. The flames of battle had not yet been extinguished. In this chaotic era, believing in the enemy's deceit was tantamount to sealing one's own fate. No, we shall never surrender. What of great clans? What of large villages? Are we mere orphans of war to be enslaved at will? Even if it leads to death, I will fight to the bitter end. Nanshi bellowed, embodying the essence of one abandoned by the world. Zhenxiu was taken aback. Why did it seem as though he had become the villain? This narrative was askew. Those words ought to have been his. Die. Nanshi cast aside his mirror and lunged directly at Zhenxiu, this time without restraint. With Xiangting incapacitated, if he did not swiftly defeat these three, they might all find themselves trapped here. Zhenxiu narrowed his eyes, his golden pupils radiating a profound brilliance. He launched the explosive meatball high into the air and struck with the dragon-patterned pot. Bang! The explosive meatball shot forth, aimed directly at the oncoming Nanshi, however. Nanshi, being a jonin, evaded the strike with ease. He merely tilted his head, allowing the explosive meatball to soar past him, serving only to ruffle his hair without any other effect. In the blink of an eye, Nanshi was upon Zhenxiu, kunai poised to pierce his throat. "Watch out!" Mi Jing exclaimed, filled with concern. The speed and ferocity of the attack left even Mi Jing uncertain of his ability to evade. Yet for Zhenxiu, the outcome was a resounding clang. The dragon-patterned pot protected him. The kunai struck the pot's bottom, failing to advance an inch. He had blocked it. Nanshi widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth was this pot? It appeared heavy, yet it reacted with astonishing swiftness. Could it possibly be the fabled technique of perfect defense? Zhenxiu slightly raised his head, his golden pupils locking onto Nanshi. "Hey, you've destroyed so many things and still act so domineering. Your temperament is rather poor. Come back to Konoha with me, and I shall help you reform," Zhenxiu declared, a victorious smile gracing his face. "Dream on. Not a chance. That is not up to you, White Whale," Nanshi retorted. But before he could voice more, he suddenly sensed a rush of air behind him. Then came the chorus of alarm. "Big brother, watch out." Yet, He had no time to react before a sharp pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. Thud! Another one fell. It turned out that the explosive urine ball had rebounded back, striking Nanshi squarely on the back of his head. Despite Nanshi's considerable strength, he was rendered unconscious by that blow. The back of the head is notoriously vulnerable. I told you, it's not up to you. The trio was now reduced to a single member. Shinshu, Jing, and Chu Feng turned their gazes towards Mi Fan, who felt the weight of mounting pressure. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I send you a parting gift as well? Shinshu asked kindly. Mi Fan wore a pained expression, ultimately collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Escape? Impossible. His two brothers were still here. Besides, judging by the speed of the three just now, he knew he couldn't flee. Fight. He was outmatched. Surrender? He was unwilling. His spirit crumbled entirely. Finally, Mi Fan weakly uttered, then just give me one, and don't hit my face. No sooner had he spoken than the explosive urine ball delivered a critical strike, landing squarely on his face. Unconscious across the board. Mission accomplished. Shinshu returned the dragon pattern pot to his back and addressed the still-stunned Jing and Chu Feng. Bind them up. We'll take them back to Konoha for thorough interrogation later. Oh right. Chu Feng snapped back to reality, responding immediately. Then, a look of surprise and curiosity crossed his face as he exclaimed, Master Shinshu, I had no idea you were this formidable. I thought you were just a chef. Your combat style was truly impressive. Haha, impressive? Not at all. Just a bit flashy, rather average. Or no, just slightly above average. Shinshu laughed heartily, the pride on his face unabashed. Jing, however, regarded Shinshu with a contemplative expression. His strength was unfathomable. Though Nanshi ranked low among the Jonin, he was still a Jonin. For Shinshu to defeat him in a single move was astonishing. Even if he had taken advantage of a surprise attack, it was still fearsome. This chef is no ordinary individual. Jing mused inwardly, suddenly curious as to why someone with such prowess would willingly choose to be a chef. The bindings were categorized into large and small. The term 5 flowers did not refer to the meat, but rather to 5 knots. The large bindings secured the neck and arms, while the small bindings restrained only the hands. In the present moment, Sanchi, Xiangting, and Maifan found themselves thoroughly bound, unable to move anything but their legs. Moreover, all three had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. The binding techniques learned at the Ninja Academy employed by Jing and Chu Feng proved remarkably effective. However, Shinshu harbored little interest in this predicament. The sight of 3 robust men restrained held no intrigue for him. His attention was entirely captivated by the verdant expanse of the vegetable field before him. As he had anticipated, this patch was abundant with dreamlike ingredients, over 20 varieties, to be precise. Although they were all merely elementary dream ingredients, their worth in points was substantial, and Shinshu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, he lamented the loss of some due to a recent fire ignited by Xiangting, which pained him greatly. His greater concern, however, lay in the identity of those who had dispatched these 3 individuals. Could it be that others were aware of the existence of these dream ingredients? This prospect piqued his interest. It must be noted that without the appropriate methods for their preparation, even the acquisition of these dream ingredients would render them nearly useless. Take, for instance, the Akimichi clan, who had procured these dream ingredients for centuries, yet had only managed to develop concoctions with severe side effects, such as spinach pills, curry pills, and chili pills. Had Shinshu been in charge, he would have long since created variants devoid of adverse effects. As for the chili pills, that would pose a considerable challenge, as they involved extracting all the fat from the Akimichi clansmen to transform it into chakra, amplifying their strength 100-fold. Should such a process be capable of mass production, it would surely throw the entire ninja world into chaos. A procession of Akimichi members could potentially trample scores of individuals. Was it possible that other culinary ninjas existed in this world? Shinshu mused, his mind racing back through the narrative of the original work. The concept of culinary ninjas was not an invention of Shinshu. Traces of them existed in the original storyline. Handa and Bajiao were the only 2 culinary ninjas mentioned. Handa was the proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen, known in later generations as the miraculous figure Otsutsuki Handa. Bajiao, his apprentice, indicated that an organization was indeed cultivating culinary ninjas. Culinary ninjas had once thrived within the ninja realm, but were swiftly abolished due to their delectable creations hampering the efficiency of ninjas on missions and leading to weight gain. Shinshu regarded such culinary ninjas as decidedly inadequate. True culinary mastery ought to empower ninjas rather than burden them with excess weight. Could it be that they were linked to the culinary sect that Handa had joined? Jinshio contemplated this possibility with a sense of heightened likelihood. Nevertheless, no conjecture would suffice until he could extract information from these three captives. If this organization truly existed, it might represent the pinnacle of culinary excellence in the ninja world. Aside from Jinshio himself, he was genuinely eager to discover the extent to which they could elevate gastronomy. Master Jinshio, when shall we depart? Chu Feng inquired softly, his gaze toward Jinshio imbued with a newfound respect, a stark contrast to prior encounters. A formidable individual commands respect wherever they may be. Previously, Xufeng admired Jinshio's culinary skills. But this time, he reveres Jinshio's strength. I will gather some ingredients and be on my way. With a contented demeanor, Jinshio collected an assortment of fantastical ingredients. This journey was indeed worthwhile. Xufeng seized one person with remarkable strength for his age, while Jing held on to Nanshu. Jinshio's hands were laden with various ingredients, a bountiful harvest. Outside the Butterfly Valley, Jinshio gazed anxiously at the vast gorge. What troubles you, Master Jinshio? Xufeng inquired. You mentioned that the barrier has been breached. What if others come? Do not fret, Master Jinshio. Once we return to Konoha, I will promptly ask my father to send someone to repair the barrier. That is not sufficient. Your barrier is too weak. An upper ninja managed to breach it. What if another upper ninja arrives? How about this? I will assist you in creating a new barrier. Master Jinshio can perform barrier techniques? Xufeng exclaimed in surprise. Merely a trifle. I dabbled in it as a child. If you have no objections, I shall proceed. And no objections. Upon hearing this, Jinshio rolled up his sleeves, his fingers dancing in the air as he inscribed something. Although Jing and Xufeng could not comprehend, they recognized the symbols as those of barrier runes. They exchanged astonished glances, realizing the proprietor of the 7 flavors possessed considerable hidden talents. While it is known that the Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques, the number of individuals capable of wielding powerful sealing and barrier arts within the clan is limited. Yet, Jinshio, merely 5 years their senior, had evidently mastered an impressive array of intricate skills. Truly astonishing. Before they could ponder further, Jinshio completed the runes. Crimson Barrier, he proclaimed, as the runes instantly dispersed and enveloped the entire gorge. Clapping his hands together, Jinshio expressed his satisfaction. This will suffice. Upon returning to Konoha, I will collaborate with the barrier specialists of the Akimichi clan for a replacement. Haha, now this vegetable garden is rightfully ours. Unless a master of the Hokage caliber arrives to wreak havoc, these fantastical dishes shall remain untouched. Stealing vegetables. What a deplorable act. Jinshio recalled his teenage years in his previous life, vegetable theft, ranches, and parking disputes. Shaking his head, he dispelled the memories and returned to Konoha with the others. In the Hokage's office, Jinshio addressed Tobarama. Are you saying that the secret medicinal materials of the Akimichi clan are the fantastical ingredients you mentioned? Tobarama furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Indeed, indeed. I recently examined them, and their quality is quite commendable. However, I encountered 3 reckless individuals attempting to steal vegetables. Is there more thievery? Yes, indeed. It appears they were employed by someone. I am quite intrigued by this individual. I wonder if you, Brother Tobarama, could assist me in investigating. To inquire about this culinary organization, there is no one more suitable than Tobarama. Jinshio felt that such support should not go to waste. After a moment of contemplation, Feijian remarked, Are you curious to see if that individual possesses any other enchanting ingredients? Jinshio feigned surprise, expressing admiration. Brother Feijian, you are truly astute. I cannot believe you uncovered this. You are my idol. Spare me the flattery, Feijian retorted, though a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Flattery may be insincere, but it still resonates. I understand. I shall assist you in uncovering the truth. Thank you, Brother Feijian. In the 7 Flavors Pavilion, under the veil of moonlight, Jinshio held a rusted kitchen knife, diligently scraping its surface. The whetstone was smooth, yet the knife was heavily corroded. Progress on the sharpening task stood at 50, with the dream culinary skill at 5100. Having acquired the secret technique, Mighty Ox Azure Dragon Slash, the familiar sound of the system brought a smile to Jinshio's face, as he finally glimpsed a hint of success. The Mighty Ox Azure Dragon Slash was indeed a remarkable skill, capable of slicing through an entire cow in an instant, rivaling even the legendary Butcher-S technique. Jinshio gazed at the rusted knife in his hand, though he had sharpened it halfway. Its original form remained elusive, proving the task to be quite challenging. Stowing away the knife, he returned to the kitchen, where blue spinach lay before him, the primary ingredient for the Akimichi clan's spinach balls. After returning from the clan's forbidden grounds, Jinshio had begun to study this peculiar spinach. In the system's catalog of dream ingredients, it was identified as blue heart spinach, known for its ability to temporarily unlock latent potential, albeit only for the portly. In terms of culinary applications, the basic dream recipe featured a dish called cold spinach salad. However, this dish did not possess the potency of the Akimichi's spinach balls. Thus, Jinshio deduced that the spinach balls were likely an intermediate dream dish, albeit one that had not been fully developed, resulting in significant side effects. Should he succeed in refining it, those effects would undoubtedly vanish. Ding! A system task was activated. Develop the perfect spinach balls, with a reward of kitchenware, a steel rod. Jinshio was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of the system task. A steel rod? Was this a sign to venture into the world of pastries? He pondered for a moment, but dismissed the thought. The development of the perfect spinach balls was already on his agenda, a matter he had discussed with Akimichi Tong, who had been highly supportive, recognizing the benefits it would bring to their clan. In the following days, Jinshio lived a fulfilling and joyful existence, with regular meals, the pursuit of perfecting spinach balls, and sharpening his knife. However, there remained one pressing issue: the supply of bursting beef balls. Ordinary bursting beef balls could not be stored for extended periods, prompting Jinshio to convert them into canned goods, significantly extending their shelf life to a decade. These canned products would serve as supplies for the Akimichi clan, and naturally, Jinshio would fulfill the quantity requested by Feijian. In this endeavor, Jinshio earned a substantial profit, ensuring financial security for an extended period. Certainly, it is inconceivable that a solitary individual could possibly strike all these meatballs. Such a laborious task is beyond his capabilities. Thus, 3 laborers are required. These 3 are none other than Nanshi, Mi Fan, and Xiang Tong. All 3 are itinerant ninjas, devoid of allegiance, making them remarkably suitable for the task. Following a psychological evaluation conducted by a clan in the mountains, it was determined that Nanshi and Mi Fan posed no issues. However, Xiang Tong harbors a grudge against the Uchiha clan, which indeed presents a dilemma. Nonetheless, this does not hinder the trio from serving as laborers for Jinshio, provided that they are each bound by sealing curses. Should they dare to act out of line, their lives would be forfeit without question. There is no doubt that the Uzumaki clan possesses such means. If the Hyuga clan can maintain caged birds, surely the Uzumaki, skilled in sealing techniques, would have similar curses. At that moment, the trio was laboriously pounding the meat, their faces etched with bitterness. "I can't go on, brother. I feel utterly drained," Mi Fan lamented, his hands faltering as if all strength had been sapped from him. "Mi Fan, hold on a bit longer. We are close to completing today's quota," Nanshi urged. "Brother, this leaf village is utterly inhumane, forcing us to pound so much meat daily," Mi Fan replied, on the verge of tears. "Sigh, being alive is already a blessing." Nanshi sighed. "Indeed, surviving is something to be grateful for." Meanwhile, Xiang Tong relentlessly pounded the meat with fervor, as if each strike were directed at the members of the Uchiha clan. "Xiang Tong, are you still fixated on revenge?" Nanshi inquired. At this, Xiang Tong's hands slowed momentarily, and he fell into silence. Nanshi placed a comforting hand on Xiang Tong's shoulder. "Xiang Tong, cease your thoughts. The Uchiha clan currently reigns supreme in the Leaf Village. With your strength, seeking vengeance is utterly impossible. Moreover, the Uchiha who killed your parents over a decade ago has long since perished. I don't care. That individual may be dead, but their kin still exist. I will make the Uchiha clan pay for this blood feud," Xiang Tong declared, a killing intent radiating from his eyes. "Pay for what?" Bang! Jinshio suddenly struck Xiang Tong on the head with a dragon-patterned pestle. "Why have you stopped? Get back to pounding the meat. This meat must be struck 26,800 times before it can be used, and you've barely begun before attempting to slack off? Get to work." Xiang Tong glared fiercely at Jinshio. "You, stop your whining. Is pounding a bit of meat such a monumental task? Hurry up and finish so we can leave, otherwise. Who knows when we'll be done?" Jinshio retorted, his tone more akin to that of a colleague in an office rather than a warden addressing prisoners. "And you too, why have you also stopped?" Yes, we'll get back to it immediately," Mi Fan promptly replied, his hands resuming their vigorous pounding. Nanshi too quickened his pace. Now that's more like it, Shinshu remarked, turning his attention back to Xiangtong. Hey, you two, get back to work. Once we finish, I'll treat you all to a late-night snack. Xiangtong paused, his earlier murderous intent gradually dissipating. Faced with Shinshu's demeanor, he found it difficult to muster any anger. 26,800 strikes were not a daunting task for them. However, by the time they completed their labor, the night had already deepened. After delivering the final blow, the three of them resembled exhausted children. The sensation was akin to starting work at 9 in the morning and toiling until the early hours of the next day. I can no longer bear to see beef in my lifetime. Sprawled on the ground, he felt utterly spent. With his level of strength as a chunin, he should not have been reduced to this state. Yet, with all his chakra confined, he found himself genuinely fatigued, relying solely on his physical strength. Nanshi and Xiangtong were not faring much better. For a ninja, chakra is life. Once it is lost, one becomes significantly weakened. Just as the three of them were on the brink of exhaustion, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The scent was subtle, yet imbued with a delightful sweet and sour essence. It immediately awakened their appetites, prompting Mi Fan to rise from the ground. How fragrant! What could it be? Their curiosity was soon satisfied as 3 bowls of vibrant red noodle soup appeared before them. The soup was adorned with green scallions, creating a striking visual contrast. It was as if a living scene from a classic play had come to life. The bearer of this feast was none other than Shinshu. Seeing your hard work, I've brought you a late-night snack, tomato and egg noodles. How does it smell? Mi Fan gulped eagerly, nodding vigorously. Yes, it smells incredible. Is this really for us? Are there no others here? Well then, I shan't hold back. Upon hearing this, Mi Fan lifted his bowl and took a hearty sip. Wow, so delicious. The tanginess was exquisite. The warm red broth washed away all his fatigue in an instant. The sour flavor was appetizing, awakening his taste buds and igniting his hunger. Slurp. The white noodles slid effortlessly into his mouth. Their elasticity and texture, infused with the rich tomato broth, burst open within him. Even the slightly reddened egg contained a hint of tanginess, yet it was not overpowering. Delicious, delicious. This is the finest noodle I have ever tasted. Big brother, Xiangtong, don't just stare, hurry and eat. Among the trio, Mi Fan had the most carefree disposition. Xiangtong appeared somewhat foolish, yet harbored a chilling depth within, born not of nature, but of animosity. Nanshi, on the other hand, exuded maturity and steadiness, embodying the role of a guardian. Seeing Mi Fan relish his meal, Nanshi set aside his reservations and took up his bowl to join in. However, noticing Xiangtong's immobility, he furrowed his brow and said, Xiangtong, don't dwell on those thoughts. Surviving is of utmost importance. If one dies, nothing else matters. After speaking, Nanshi took a sip of the soup and suddenly widened his eyes. Earlier, he had deemed Mi Fan's enthusiasm exaggerated, but now it seemed entirely warranted. Perhaps even restrained. This soup, it is divine. The tangy and savory sensation transported him to what felt like paradise. The warmth of the noodle soup heightened the essence of its flavor to perfection. The delicate green scallions atop the surface served as the finishing touch, their subtle aroma elevating the entire dish. Nanshi, unable to resist, took another sip, feeling invigorated. The sound of slurping filled the air as the noodles entered his belly, transforming the once empty void into warmth and satisfaction. The two enjoyed their meal heartily, but even the reserved Xiangtong found it difficult to maintain his composure. Gazing at the vibrant red and green of the tomato and egg noodles, he swallowed hard. The tantalizing fragrance lingered teasingly in his nostrils. Hunger gnawed at his belly, rendering even the divine powerless against such temptation. Without further ado, Xiangtong abandoned his restraint, lifting the bowl to take a hearty sip. The warmth enveloped him, softening his gaze in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he was transported back to his childhood, when his mother would serve him a steaming bowl of noodles whenever hunger struck. Though not as exquisite as this, the memory remained etched in his heart. As he continued to eat, tears began to cascade down his cheeks, glistening as they fell into the soup. Plop! In the stillness of the room, the sound resonated distinctly. Nanshi and Mi Fan paused, turning their attention to Xiangtong, who remained oblivious, relishing his bowl of noodles. At that moment, the noodles transcended their physical form, transforming into a poignant memory, a deeply ingrained reminiscence. Nearby, Shinshu silently observed the scene, aware of the multitude of stories that exist in this world. Often, These stories can be evoked simply by presenting a warm bowl of soup noodles in the quiet of the night. It is not merely the dish's delectable nature, but rather the fragility of the hearts behind the cooking that resonates. In the depths of night, there are countless who find themselves weeping while eating, for the night is cold, the soup is hot, and the heart is in turmoil. Watching the three enjoy their meal, Shinshu smiled broadly. Yet, soon he pondered another matter. System, will they pay me? As the host, you have the freedom to decide. Huh, suddenly so generous? The system only mandates the host to charge for the culinary creations produced by the Seven Flavors Tavern. For all other dishes, regardless of where the host prepares them, the system will not interfere with the pricing. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't inquire. That seemed to be the case. Wait, have I just uncovered a loophole? System, does that mean I won't be charged for the money I earn from selling other dishes? Correct. A sly grin spread across Shinshu's face as he glanced at Nanshi and the others. Is it delicious? Yes, it's absolutely divine. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Mi Fan exclaimed, completely forgetting his current identity. It truly is delightful, Nanshi affirmed, while Xiang Tong, fully engaged in his meal, remained too proud to admit it. Hee, as long as you're satisfied. That was my treat for your late-night snack. What do you think? I didn't shortchange you. Did I? From now on, if you work diligently with me, you shall have plenty of delicious food. Really? You're too kind, boss. Mi Fan exclaimed with excitement. What is the purpose of living in chaotic times? Nature exists for the sake of peaceful and tranquil living. Yifan now perceives that being brought to Konoha by Shinshu may not be such a misfortune after all. He has long grown weary of a life of wandering. The prospect of spending the latter half of his days in a stable environment is indeed appealing. Shinshu affirms this sentiment. Yifan, I am truly disappointed in you. You were swayed by a mere bowl of noodles? Have you forgotten who captured you in the first place? Xiangting exclaims, his expression one of exasperation. Xiangting, you are such a nitpicker. It was just a beating. If I could enjoy such delicious food every day, I would gladly endure it, Yifan retorts. You, what ambition? Xiangting scoffs. I'm content, Yifan replies, and both of them hum in unison, lapsing into silence. Nanshi, observing the two, can only smile wryly, feeling somewhat helpless regarding his companions. Yet, Shinshu's offer has struck a chord within him. He too yearns for a stable life. But can Xiangting truly adapt to life in Konoha? Without heeding the bickering trio, Shinshu emerges from a jar bearing a platter of food. Yifan's interest is piqued immediately. Boss, what is this? My newly invented dish, Gathering of Heroes. Gathering of Heroes? That sounds impressive. Yifan exclaims, his eyes fixated on the platter. It is adorned in hues of white, green, and red. Indeed, the colors are splendid. May I have a taste? As he gazes at the tantalizing dish, Yifan feels his mouth watering. Certainly, but payment is required. Payment? Yifan is taken aback. Of course. I already incurred a loss by treating you to noodles. This dish necessitates a fee. You've seen the pricing on my menu. That bowl of noodles should have cost at least 200. Yifan and Nanshi exchange glances, realizing the logic in his words. Then, how much for this dish? Not expensive at all, 80. 80? That doesn't seem too steep. Reflecting on the menu's lowest prices being 200, 80 indeed appears reasonable. The enticing aroma stirs Yifan's appetite anew. Boss, I'll buy it. Yifan proclaims, retrieving his wallet and producing 80 coins. Fortunately, Konoha had not confiscated their wallets. Otherwise, Shinshu would currently have no funds to collect. Splendid. Here you go. Upon receiving the payment, Shinshu beams with delight. It has been quite some time since he last held such a sum after being exploited by the system. Originally, he had assumed that the profits from the explosive meatballs would be credited to him, but instead, a significant portion was taken by the system. Although it promises to return the funds in due time, the current situation is of little consequence to him. This 80 coins, however, represents genuine profit entering his pocket. The feeling of having money is exquisite. I shall no longer pretend. Shinshu silently weeps with joy. Boss, how do I eat this? Is there a special way? Yifan inquires curiously. There is no special method. Just pick it up and enjoy. I guarantee your satisfaction. All right, Yifan responds, unceremoniously seizing a piece of the white morsel with his chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. Crunch. With a crisp sound, juice splattered everywhere. So crunchy, exclaimed Mi Fan. Of course, there is also a refreshing aroma and a unique sauce fragrance. What is this made of? You'll know if you take a few more bites. Upon hearing this, Mi Fan indulged in the red and green pieces once more. The delightful crunch persisted, and with each bite, the juice burst forth, exuding an unparalleled freshness. Mi Fan was utterly absorbed, feeling as if his recently satiated stomach had awakened anew. This was indeed an appetizing dish. Observing Mi Fan relish the food with such delight, Nanshi and Xiangting couldn't help but swallow hard. Big brother, Xiangtung, you should try some. It's truly delicious. This is worth every bit of the 80. Then I shall taste it as well. Nanshi, unreserved, picked up his chopsticks and joined in. Crunch. It remained just as crisp. What a refreshing texture. It resembles radish somewhat. The flavor was exceptional, leaving Nanshi thoroughly satisfied. Unlike Mi Fan's obliviousness, Nanshi immediately recognized the similarity to radish. Yet it was far superior to any he had tasted before. This sparked a hint of doubt within him. Big brother, this isn't radish, is it? Radish isn't this delicious. We had our fair share of radish. That's true, Nanshi chuckled, taking another couple of bites. The crunching sounds were continuous. Each sound a pleasure to the ears. Yet for Xiangtung, it felt like a torment. Should I eat? It feels a bit embarrassing. But to not eat while these two enjoy it so much seems unjust. Xiangtung, are you really not going to try? You'll regret it if you don't. Mi Fan waved the white strips in front of Xiangtung, feigning pride as he spoke. Humph. Fine, I'll eat. With that, Xiangting opened his mouth and bit down, capturing the white strip from Mi Fan's chopsticks. Crunch. Another crisp sound filled the air. So crunchy. Xiangting couldn't help but agree. However, it indeed tasted remarkably like radish. Humph. Mi Fan scoffed lightly, knowing Xiangtung's reluctance was hardly genuine. The three of them dove into the dish simultaneously, and soon, the colorful platter was devoured clean. Delicious. Mi Fan patted his stomach, expressing his satisfaction. It is excellent. But I'm curious, why is this dish so crunchy? And why does it taste so much like radish? Boss, can you enlighten me? Certainly. That's a plate of Deluobe. Zhenxiu's words left the three of them astounded. You scoundrel. Xiangtung instantly turned indignant, feeling a surge of righteous indignation. How am I a scoundrel? Is it not tasty? Have you ever tasted such delightful radish? That's not merely radish. It's called kuning huichui. Scoundrel. Zhenxiu shrugged, seemingly unfazed. 80? That's hardly expensive. In Zhenxiu's view, it was well worth it. This radish had been pickled since his arrival in Konoha, and it had been 3 months. What was wrong with charging 80 for the labor? Is it not crunchy? It is indeed a bit crunchy. But why is it so crunchy? Isn't it normal for radishes to be crunchy? No. It is merely due to my exceptional culinary skills. By extracting the moisture while preserving the radish's delightful fragrance, I have marinated it in a sauce, creating a unique texture that differs from the typical pickled radish. But that was 80. I could have purchased an entire basket of radishes for that price. All right, let us not dwell on such trivialities. The most important aspect of dining is to find joy in it. A hearty meal ensures a good night's sleep. I have secured an apartment behind the Shimiya for the three of you, spacious enough for your accommodation. Henceforth, you shall assist me in this culinary establishment. As for wages, there are none at present, but I shall provide you with food and lodging. Should you prove yourselves worthy, I may consider compensating you later. Shinshu deftly shifted the topic. I never agreed to work for a merchant like you, Xiangting retorted, expressing her refusal. I'm afraid you cannot decline. To be precise, you are not merely working for me. You are undergoing labor rehabilitation. You trespassed upon the forbidden grounds of the Okamoto clan, infringing upon the interests of Konoha. So you shall remain here to repay your debt through service. We can repay the debt, Xiangting asserted. Apologies, but the meager funds you possess are insufficient. Isn't it merely some odd ingredients? How can it be inadequate? They collectively claim to possess a total of 10,000 ryo. Shinshu scoffed slightly. 10,000 ryo? That wouldn't even suffice to buy a single spinach leaf. What? Why is spinach so exorbitantly priced? This revelation astonished not only Xiangting, but also the bystanders. Myfin and Nanshu. It's an astronomical price for spinach. What does it matter what kind of spinach it is? That's simply the cost. I've calculated it for you. The ingredients you damaged amount to 3,600,000 ryo, and your labor would be compensated at 5,000 ryo per month. The trio's minds began to whirl. No need to calculate. You will have to work for me for 20 years to settle this debt. The three were taken aback. 20 years. Good heavens. How many 20-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Shinshu revealed a cunning smile. Fear not. 20 years will pass in the blink of an eye. You scoundrel. Xiangting seethed. Do not even think of escaping. The seals upon you not only restrict your chakra, but also confine your movements. Should you attempt to leave Konoha, the seals will activate, claiming your lives. A chill ran down the spines of the three upon hearing this. What a terrifying tactic. Do you think we would believe your fabrications? Xiangting summoned her courage. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. I shall not be held responsible for your demise. The three exchanged glances, ultimately yielding. For Nanshu and Myfin, remaining in Konoha was not an unbearable prospect. In fact, it could be advantageous. As for Xiangting, she contemplated that staying in Konoha might provide a greater opportunity for revenge. Thus, they struck a deal. Shinshu was not fully aware of their thoughts, but he did not concern himself with it. As long as they were in his establishment, he was confident in his ability to keep them under control. When the time came, Shimiya closed for the day. Shinshu returned home alone and encountered an acquaintance along the way. Brother Tobarama, out for a stroll at this late hour? In the corner cafe, Tobarama suddenly appeared. Much to Masashi's surprise. Have you closed for the night after handling your duties? Indeed, it's nearly midnight. Naturally, I must return home to rest. Tobarama nodded. And what of those three individuals? I intend to recruit them into my culinary team. Tobarama raised an eyebrow slightly. With so many from Konoha available, you choose 3 wandering ninjas? Quite the bargain. No. It's that the villagers are not yet ready to accept culinary ninjas. And exposing the advantages of culinary ninjas would deter anyone from wanting to join. These 3 are just right. They possess decent abilities and are not malevolent. After a period of evaluation, if they prove satisfactory, they may indeed be useful. Well, your decisions carry their own rationale. Just ensure you deliver results. Rest assured, Tobarama. The outcome is guaranteed. The promised burst of succulent fish balls will be completed by tomorrow. Excellent. The two engaged in casual conversation, appearing hardly to be separated by a decade in age. Tobarama, have you developed any new jutsu lately? Tobarama shook his head. Why have you ceased your development? Are you too busy? No. Then what is the reason? I have lost my enthusiasm. Why? The other day, I developed the multiple shadow clone technique and eagerly sought out my brother, only to receive a mere 3 utterances in response. What were they? Masashi inquired with curiosity. Was it water release? No. Then write it in the seal book. Masashi could not suppress his laughter. Tobarama shot him a cold glance, prompting Masashi to stifle his amusement. Tobarama, that was merely a lack of appreciation on your brother-in-law's part. I genuinely believe your jutsu to be remarkable. The shadow clone technique is nothing short of genius. Well, I suppose you possess discerning taste. Tobarama, would you be interested in researching ingredients? Researching ingredients? Yes, for instance. What substances are found in those mythical ingredients, and how they benefit ninjas? Wouldn't you want to unravel such mysteries? Upon hearing this, Tobarama paused. It did sound somewhat reasonable. If you were to develop new mythical ingredients, we could potentially collaborate to create strategic materials even more effective than the burst fish balls. Wouldn't you agree? Masashi said with a smile, resembling the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Tobarama pondered briefly before replying, I will consider it. I knew you were a person who loves to learn, Tobarama. Tomorrow, I shall deliver some mythical ingredients to your lab. For now, I shall take my leave and head home to sleep. Farewell. Before Tobarama could respond, Masashi vanished. Tobarama shook his head helplessly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That little rascal has learned to scheme against me. Sister, what has brother-in-law been busy with lately? I haven't seen him around. Only Tobarama is in the Hokage office. At the Senju household, Masashi munched on crystal cakes as he inquired. Mito wore a gloomy expression and remarked, a small town in the land of fire has recently suffered a disaster and is now facing famine. Hashirama has gone to assess the situation. Famine. Shinshu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such an occurrence. The land of fire had always been prosperous, and such a calamity was typically unheard of. If it were the land of wind, however, it would be a different story. Indeed, I wonder how many lives have been lost this time. I've heard it was a man-made flood that destroyed numerous homes. Upon hearing this, Hashirama immediately set out to offer assistance. Your brother-in-law is quite proactive, Shinshu noted. With nothing pressing to attend to, and with Tobarama managing affairs in Konoha so efficiently, Hashirama found himself at a loss for where to begin. Mito sighed with a hint of resignation. Speaking of which, Tobarama truly excels in comparison to your brother-in-law. If Konoha were managed in your brother-in-law's manner, its progress would likely not be as remarkable. As Shinshu spoke, he reached for a piece of crystal cake. only to have it snatched away by Mito. How much have you eaten already? Save some for Banshu. He'll be done with class soon. With that, Mito popped the piece of cake into her mouth. Quite delicious. Shinshu pouted, but made no protest. All right, I suppose I'm accustomed to this by now. Sister, I've taught you how to make this crystal cake countless times. Why haven't you learned yet? You always need me to come back and make it again. Oh dear, I simply wish to spend more time with my beloved brother. Truth be told, I have mastered it long ago. Shinshu rolled his eyes. Were it not for the sight of a gooey mess in the kitchen earlier, he might have almost believed her words. What? You don't believe me? Mito feigned a threatening demeanor, prompting Shinshu to quickly respond. Of course I believe you. Your culinary skills are undoubtedly impressive. Naturally, Mito beamed with pride, while Shinshu internally criticized her. Sister, are our parents truly intent on staying in the land of whirlpools? Yes, why do you ask? The land of whirlpools is remote, surrounded by numerous small ninja villages, which is rather unsafe. I think we should persuade our parents to move to Konoha. Do you think I haven't tried? I've urged them countless times, but father and the clan are unwilling. After living in the land of whirlpools for so long, they are reluctant to leave their home. Moreover, the daimyo of the land of whirlpools would never agree. This is quite troublesome, Shinshu expressed, feeling a sense of unease. If memory served, decades from now, the land of whirlpools would meet its demise, leaving the Uzumaki clan with only a handful of survivors. Shinshu held a deep affection for the Uzumaki clan, and the thought of witnessing its extinction was unbearable. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was unaware of when the fall of the land of whirlpools would occur or which forces would bring about its ruin. Even if he wished to prepare in advance, it was impossible. The only viable solution was to integrate the Uzumaki clan into Konoha, yet that path had been blocked. Thus, it would prove to be a most vexing situation. Fortunately, there remained approximately 30 years, allowing for a bit of time to breathe easy. Mother, I'm back. Banshu called out loudly from the entrance. Oh, Uncle is here as well. Are you here to make crystal cake again? Splendid. Banshu rushed forward and snatched a piece of crystal cake, savoring it with great satisfaction. You little rascal, you never hesitate to indulge when there's food. Haha. That's all thanks to my uncle's exceptional culinary skills. Banshu chuckled, licking his fingers that had just held the cake. You gluttons must be longing for my roasted meat. Ha ha ha. Uncle, you speak the truth. Everyone finds you particularly handsome, so they wish to behold you a little longer. You have no idea. Many girls in our class harbor secret crushes on you. Really? Shinshu's eyebrows perked up with excitement at such delightful news. But those are just 10-year-old little sisters. That seems rather inappropriate, he pondered, despite being only 15 himself. No, that is too beastly. Shuehu, however, was intrigued. Oh, little Jun, you're not so young anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend. When I was your age, I had already promised my heart to Zhujian. Shuehu declared proudly, completely oblivious to the notion that such commitments at 15 might be premature. Not in a hurry, Shinshu chuckled awkwardly, showing little interest in romance. Women? Cooking is far more enjoyable. Shuehu regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Having spent nearly half a year in Konoha, he had yet to see Shinshu interact with any girls. Could it be that his brother simply did not fancy women? The gravity of this realization dawned upon Shuehu. Feeling the weight of Shuehu's strange stare, Shinshu excused himself and made a hasty retreat. Why do I feel as if my parents in a past life are urging me to marry? Even if they were, this seems a tad too early. With a sigh, Shinshu began to contemplate this matter seriously. Dating? It is utterly impossible. I shall never entertain such notions. Shinshu, just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he found it was Sarutobi Hizashi. Ah, Hizashi, what were you just pondering with such a serious expression? Contemplating the philosophy of life. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow older. Hizashi regarded him with skepticism, but refrained from probing further. Shinshu noticed Hizashi carrying a small backpack and was curious. Hizashi, where are you headed? Tuanzong has been feeling under the weather recently. That stubborn fellow insists on pushing through. So, I plan to gather some herbs from the nearby mountain to help him recover swiftly. Oh, I see. You and Tuanzong share quite a bond, Shinshu remarked with a smile. Yes, we've practically grown up together. He may seem awkward, but he is genuinely kind to his friends. When I was ill, he brought me medicine. Shinshu was surprised to discover this tender side of Tuanzong, reflecting on how Hizashi's enduring friendship must stem from their childhood camaraderie. Indeed, but I mustn't linger. I need to set off quickly, or I won't return before sunset. How fortuitous. I have nothing to do, so I shall accompany you. That is splendid. I happened to encounter some peculiar plants earlier and am eager to seek your guidance. Master Shinshu, with you by my side, it could not be better. The environment of Konoha is delightful, surrounded by forests and hills, concealing a wealth of exquisite ingredients and medicinal herbs. It is akin to a treasure trove of nature, awaiting discovery by humankind. Master Shinshu, I have heard from Jing that you are exceptionally powerful, even capable of besting elite shinobi. As the conversation flowed, Hiruzen and Shinshu grew increasingly familiar with one another. As the future third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed remarkable social skills. The art of communication has always been one of the essential qualities of a leader, a trait that would be masterfully exemplified by the seventh Hokage in later years. Well, I suppose it was merely luck the last time. That elite shinobi was quite overrated. He is currently working for me at my Seven Flavors establishment. Master Shinshu, with your extraordinary abilities, why not pursue a career as a shinobi instead of running a restaurant? Hiruzen inquired, perplexed. Because many can become shinobi, yet not everyone can open a restaurant, especially not one that serves my cuisine. There exists no other in the shinobi world capable of replicating it, Shinshu replied confidently. Upon reflection, Hiruzen recognized the validity of this statement. He had tasted Shinshu's culinary creations, which were indeed delectable. It would be a significant loss if Shinshu did not operate a restaurant. Hiruzen, what do you wish to do in the future? Me? At this. Hiruzen's gaze radiated a sense of hope. I aspire to be a hero like the first Hokage, safeguarding this village and ensuring that all its inhabitants can lead peaceful and stable lives. The youthful boy already harbored thoughts of dedicating himself to Konoha. Indeed, one must instill such ideals from a young age. You will succeed, Shinshu said with a smile. Hiruzen beamed at the words, looking at Shinshu with gratitude. Thank you. Master Shinshu, let us proceed. The herbs you seek are just ahead. Indeed, Shinshu held a great admiration for Hiruzen. In the original narrative, after the passing of the second Hokage, he managed to lead Konoha to victory against the assaults of 4 shinobi villages, demonstrating remarkable skill and wisdom worthy of commendation. In that era, one could hardly find a more suitable candidate for Hokage than him. The hills were enchanting, with a plethora of scenic views along the way. Truly a testament to the saying that every 10 steps reveals a new sight. The gathering of herbs was quite successful. Once their small basket was filled, they intended to return to the village. However, they did not retrace their steps, but chose a different path down the mountain. Master Shinshu, I've heard you once traversed the shinobi world. It must have been fascinating, no? Not particularly, he replied. At that time, the entire shinobi world was engulfed in conflict. What I witnessed was more of a brutal reality than any form of beauty. At this point, Shinshu's expression turned somber. Those 2 years were indeed far from pleasant. What began as a quest for exquisite cuisine transformed into a harrowing scene of devastation and cannibalism. Such an experience is one that Shinshu would find impossible to forget throughout his lifetime. Surviving during that time was an exceedingly arduous task. However, in this tumultuous era, Zhu Jian emerged as a true savior. Despite the establishment of ninja villages by the 5 great nations, conflicts continued to arise. Yet, when compared to the previous chaos, the situation had improved significantly. The formation of ninja villages heralded the advent of regulations, which provided a measure of protection for the common folk. While it cannot be asserted that civilians were completely safe, their circumstances were undeniably more fortunate than during the Warring States period. Master Shinshu, were the survival techniques you imparted to us during the last exercise derived from your own experiences? In a sense, yes. When journeying in the outside world, the paramount objective is to ensure one's own survival. It is essential to discern what is edible and what is not, as this knowledge enhances one's survival skills. Master Shinshu, I believe you could compose a wilderness survival guide. It would undoubtedly serve as a fascinating course for the students at the Ninja Academy. Nikon proposed. That does hold some merit. I shall consider it when time permits, Shinshu replied. As the two continued their stroll, they came upon a vast field of rapeseed flowers, their golden blossoms carpeting the landscape for hundreds of square meters, presenting a breathtaking vista. How beautiful! I never anticipated such a stunning sight here, Nikon exclaimed. The sheer scale of the wild rapeseed flower field was indeed rare. Suddenly, after a day of exertion, Nikon's stomach rumbled. Given a ninja's superior digestive capabilities, the climbing had left him feeling rather famished. He scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. I too find myself a bit hungry, Perhaps we should dine here before returning, Shinshu suggested. That sounds splendid, but there's nothing here to eat. What shall we have? Nikon inquired, glancing around with curiosity. Just a few moments ago, we passed a river, did we not? Go catch a fish, and we shall prepare a fish soup right here, with the beauty before us and a warm soup in our bellies. Such indulgence is a rare delight, Shinshu encouraged, stirring Nikon's enthusiasm. All right, I shall go at once. Master Shinshu, please wait, Nikon replied, setting down his small backpack and racing towards the river. Meanwhile, Shinshu turned his gaze back to the flourishing rapeseed field. Utilizing local resources to prepare a meal could also be a source of joy. In a flurry of motion, Shinshu gathered fresh rapeseed flowers. Earth release. Earthen stove technique. A stove emerged from the ground, leaving only the firewood to be procured. Unlike sautéing, fish soup requires a gentle simmer rather than fierce flames. Thus, firewood played a pivotal role. For all culinary endeavors, fire is an indispensable element. Should the heat be improper, all efforts would be in vain. Water release. Water bullet technique. Shinshu concentrated, conjuring droplets from the air to wash the freshly gathered rapeseed flowers. The glistening beads of water on the golden petals sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, creating an enchanting sight. Master Shinshu, I have caught a carp. The day was bright as Ryzen eagerly approached, cradling a lively carp in his arms. The fish was quite substantial, appearing to weigh around 3 or 4 pounds. I never knew you were so adept at fishing, Shinshu remarked with a smile. This fish is more than enough for the two of us. Indeed, Ryzen replied, handing the carp to Shinshu. However, this fish has a strong, earthy smell, and we lack the necessary ingredients to eliminate the odor. Can we truly prepare a soup with it? Although Ryzen hailed from a prominent family and was not skilled in cooking, he had some understanding of culinary matters. Rest assured, with my expertise, I will ensure you do not taste anything unpleasant. The earthy odor you mentioned can be perfectly eradicated with just 2 simple steps. Is that so? Ryzen blinked his curious eyes at Shinshu. Watch closely. Shinshu retrieved a weapon from his pack, wielding the blade of his 7-star knife, and struck the carp's head with the back of the knife. With that formidable force, the once lively carp instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness rather than death. The blade shimmered, and the scales vanished completely. Ryzen blinked in astonishment, witnessing the scales neatly arranged in a separate location, as if the fish had shed its skin. Such remarkable knife skills, he thought, utterly amazed. Although removing fish scales is not an exceptionally difficult task, achieving such finesse was undoubtedly unprecedented, at least for Ryzen. This was a first. He may not be well-versed in culinary arts, but he could not help but admire the elegance of the process. Yet, this was merely Shinshu's preparatory work. Next, we must remove the gills. Ryzen, the earthy taste of the carp is largely due to a particular sinew. Sinew? What sinew? The acidic sinew, also known as the fishy sinew, is located just behind the gills of the carp. Many recipes for carp soup neglect to remove this, leading to the persistent earthy odor. Even the addition of cooking wine or ginger slices cannot fully eliminate it for this very reason. Ryzen appeared to grasp only part of this, but Shinshu was already in motion. He deftly sliced the carp behind the gills and near the tail, then gently tapped the blade against the fish's body. In that moment, a white sinew emerged from behind the gills. Shinshu narrowed his eyes and swiftly captured it. With a quick motion, he extracted the sinew with his left hand. He then flipped the fish and performed the same procedure on the other side. Soon, both sinews were removed. This is the primary source of the carp's earthy taste, Shinshu explained, holding up the 2 sinews. Curiosity piqued. Ryzen leaned in to take a gentle whiff. Indeed, a pungent, fishy odor surged into his nostrils, overwhelming him with a wave of nausea. Ugh, how disgusting, he exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively, as if to disperse the stench from his nostrils. Delicious cuisine often emerges only after enduring such unpleasant processes. Much like a ninja, true strength is forged through relentless training and perseverance, gradually growing through hardship. Nothing worthwhile is ever obtained without effort. The things obtained without effort are akin to castles in the air. Upon hearing this, Rijan fell into contemplation, while Shinshu merely spoke in passing. The iron pot had already been prepared, with firewood added, and the temperature of the pot gradually rose. With the sizzling sound of the well-prepared carp being gently placed in, the frying commenced. To achieve that coveted milky white fish soup, this step was crucial. If the fish were to be directly boiled in water, no matter how long it was cooked, that desired whiteness would remain elusive. After frying both sides to a golden brown, clear river water was poured in. In that world, industrial pollution was minimal, rendering the river water exceptionally pure. Under the heat of the firewood, the river water began to boil. The next step involved eliminating the fishy odor. Shinshu, speaking as he went, picked up the rapeseed flowers he had previously gathered. Rapeseed flowers? Indeed. They possess a potent fragrance that can mask the lingering fishy scent of the soup. Additionally, the essence of the rapeseed flowers would infuse the broth, enhancing its flavor and elevating it to excellence. The golden rapeseed flowers swirled into the gradually whitening fish soup, dyeing it a rich yellow. The floral aroma melded seamlessly with the fresh scent of the fish broth, already evoking an irresistible salivation. Rijan felt the saliva pooling in his mouth. A good dish, even in its aroma, can awaken one's appetite. Shinshu, is the fish soup nearly ready? Rijan inquired, barely able to contain his eagerness. Shinshu shook his head, replying, "Not yet. The flavors have yet to be fully elicited. However, if the soup is boiled for too long, it will lose its appeal." To his surprise, Rijan realized he had a good understanding. "Thus, I must infuse the soul of this fish soup," Shinshu said. "Soul?" Rijan questioned, even more astonished. Shinshu then picked up 2 dry twigs and removed 2 river stones from beneath the stove. These stones had been there from the outset, heated to a high temperature. Under Rijan's astonished gaze, Shinshu tossed the scorching stones directly into the fish soup. Sizzle! The soup erupted into a vigorous boil. The flames in the stove were extinguished in an instant. "It's done." Shinshu's special rapeseed carp soup. A rich fragrance wafted through the air, floral notes, fish essence, and a hint of char. If the previous aroma was a mere 1, then now it had multiplied to 5. The fragrance intensified. All of this was attributed to those 2 heated river stones. How remarkable! These stones can wield such tremendous power? Is this what is called the soul of cooking? Rijan marveled. Enough with the astonishment. Let us taste it, Shinshu urged, as he placed his right hand on the ground, conjuring a clay bowl, and served a bowl of fish soup for Rijan. The original golden hue had faded, leaving the soup pure and immaculate white. Golden rapeseed flowers adorned the surface, creating a stunning visual. A great dish is not only about taste. The visual presentation holds immense significance as well. If it fails to evoke appetite at first glance, even the most delectable dish would be deemed a failure. With both hands, Risen held a clay bowl, the steam rising and the enticing aroma wafting into his nostrils. He swallowed hard, no longer hesitating. "I shall begin my meal now." Gently blowing on the fish soup, he took a careful sip of the scalding broth just served. How to aptly describe this experience? What could possibly serve as a comparison that would do it justice? The feelings it evoked were profound yet elusive. Instinctively, it felt akin to the warmth of being cocooned in a blanket, yet as intangible as the wind. Risen exhaled deeply. It was an unprecedented experience. In just 3 seconds, anyone would find themselves enamored with this bowl of fish soup, a novel rendition unlike any they had previously tasted. A single sip would linger in memory for a year. It cost not a penny to create this soup. If you are a brother, come and share the broth. By the time Risen regained his senses, the bowl was nearly empty. Even the golden rapeseed blossoms had been consumed. The initial hunger vanished, replaced by the soup's lingering sweetness. A warm sensation enveloped his lower abdomen. How delightful it was. This was the finest fish soup he had ever savored. If it's delicious, indulge a little more. Bring me another bowl. Shinshu promptly served Risen another helping while also filling his own bowl. As a chef, sourcing ingredients locally was an essential skill, regardless of the materials at hand. A true chef could craft a perfect dish. It was truly remarkable. This was no ordinary fish soup. Both the fragrance and the freshness were incomparable to any he had previously experienced. Could it be due to that stone? Risen wondered aloud. Shinshu nodded and replied, "Indeed. The high-temperature pebble can cause the fish soup to boil instantly, allowing the fish to cook while locking in its tenderness. Not just the broth, but the fish itself becomes exquisitely tender. So that is how it works. High temperature has such an effect." Strangely enough, even the bitterness of the rapeseed blossoms melded perfectly with the fish soup. There was no sense of discord. Rather, it enhanced the soup's flavor. Culinary creations embody 7 tastes: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, numbing, and fresh. Bitterness is but one form of deliciousness, yet most people struggle to appreciate it. This method conceals bitterness within the realm of freshness, allowing the latter to shine while the bitterness serves as a backdrop, creating a contrast akin to that of a king and his steed. A king and his steed? Risen mused, intrigued by such an analogy. Indeed, in the culinary world, there are two interpretations of flavor. One is complementary, a grand fusion where all tastes meld harmoniously, each showcasing its strengths. The other interpretation is that of a king and his steed. Both flavors can stand alone, yet if they clash, each will lose its essence. Thus, one must have a king and a steed. The latter supports the former, allowing the deliciousness to flourish more intensely. A fascinating notion, indeed. This principle applies equally to the governance of a village. One operates in the shadows while the other stands in the light. In cuisine, it is for the sake of flavor. In village governance, it is for the prosperity of the community. No wonder Master Tobirama chose to establish the umbu. Hiruzuru, brimming with exhilaration, felt as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Shinshu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the profound connections Hiruzuru was capable of making. Legends tell that Uchiha Itachi could reason with the mindset of a Hokage by the tender age of 7. It appears that the 10-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzuru is gradually acquiring this remarkable ability as well. Indeed, tumultuous times breed exceptional talents. The prodigies of this era are markedly more precocious than the warriors who emerged during times of peace. Not only Hiruzuru, but also individuals like Danzo and Kakashi possess distinct thoughts at such tender ages. It is no wonder they are able to forge friendships. Lonely like Itachi, without peers to confide in, he could only find solace in his friendship with Shursui, who was several years his senior. Is this not a poignant form of isolation? Yet, Hiruzuru and his companions are fortunate. They share the experience of embarking on their journeys together. Presently, they are mere youths, but in the future, they shall undoubtedly rise to prominence. After finishing 3 bowls of fish soup, Hiruzuru abruptly set down his bowl. What troubles you? Teacher Shinshu, Danzo is afflicted with a cold, and this fish soup would greatly benefit him. I would like to bring a bowl to Danzo, if that is permissible. Hiruzuru's expression was one of earnest pleading. Shinshu found himself both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought their bond was so strong that even while savoring fish soup, Hiruzuru would not forget Danzo? Of course. But the soup will cool if left too long. That matters not. I shall deliver it to Danzo before it cools, Hiruzuru declared, rising to his feet. Very well. If you insist, take it with you. Indeed. Hiruzuru promptly chopped a section of bamboo, filling it with approximately 2 bowls of fish soup before he ceased. Teacher Shinshu, I shall take my leave. It has been a pleasure to be out with you today. We must return here again when the opportunity arises. Agreed. Farewell. Hiruzuru waved his hand and sprinted towards Danzo's residence at the base of the mountain. Observing Hiruzuru's departing figure, Shinshu chuckled and shook his head. In their youth, such a deep concern for one another surely foreshadows a future of love and conflict. Surely, Danzo is aware of Hiruzuru's kindness. These two are indeed fascinating individuals. Reflecting on their fates, Shinshu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Life is truly wondrous. Who could foresee that childhood friends would one day find themselves at odds over power? The distinctions of right and wrong are seldom clear-cut. Kings and their steeds possess similar capabilities. It is merely their willingness that defines their roles. Should the steed ever turn against its master, the king's stability is compromised. Hiruzuru. Danzo, may you not tread the path of the past. Witnessing the divergence of dear friends is undeniably disheartening. As the sun sets, Shinshu's shadow stretches swiftly. After tidying up, he departed alone, his silhouette tinged with solitude. This sense of loneliness may accompany him for a considerable time. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Uchiha clan, Danzo was reading on the balcony. His handsome features appeared even more exquisite in the lingering glow of the sunset. The youth shone like a star. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, ruffling the boy's hair. Huh. The youth slightly raised his head, only to see a familiar figure bounding towards him from afar. He was quite taken aback, but relaxed once he recognized the visitor. It was Danzo. The newcomer, Hisashi, appeared disheveled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Looking rather worn out. What brings you here? You seem awfully impatient, Danzo remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Hisashi hurriedly handed over a bamboo tube filled with fish soup. Here, Danzo, this is the fish soup freshly made by our true master. It's exceptionally delicious. You must drink it. It will help with your cold. You went through all this trouble for that. Danzo gazed at Hisashi incredulously, as if looking at a fool. Hisashi chuckled awkwardly, appearing somewhat foolish. Idiot, Danzo muttered lightly, accepting the fish soup and gulping it down without a second thought. Not bad, he acknowledged. Right? I knew it would be great. This should help your cold recover faster. Observing the boy's silly grin, Danzo felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps the soup had cooled long ago, but within Hisashi's stomach, it felt warm. Or perhaps it had not cooled at all. As the sun set, both their faces were bathed in its hues. Night fell, and Hisashi lay alone on his bed, reflecting on the words spoken by their true master earlier that day, the king and his steed. Danzo, in the future, who will be the king, and who the steed? Hisashi clenched his small fists, momentarily at a loss for an answer. As friends, both Hisashi and Danzo understood each other's aspirations deeply. Unlike the carefree Banshu, they were acutely aware of the world's dangers and the significance of their village's existence. This awareness fueled their desire to protect their tranquil lives. Their hearts beat as one, both for the sake of Konoha. Yet, there was only one position of Hokage. In the future, one would undoubtedly become the visible Hokage while the other would serve as support. Hisashi was quite aware of this dynamic. He had confidence in himself and in Danzo. As long as they lived, they would become the pillars of Konoha. Just as their true master had said, one would be king while the other would be the steed. Danzo, regardless of who becomes the king or the steed in the future, I hope our bond remains as it is today. With this sentiment, Hisashi drifted into a deep slumber. In the Uchiha clan, Danzo gazed at the empty bamboo tube that once held the fish soup, warmth flickering in his eyes before swiftly transforming into determination. Hisashi, I will not relinquish the position of Hokage easily. In similar circumstances, sharing the same dreams, their differing personalities would lead them down divergent paths. At the Shichimi restaurant, the owner exclaimed, "Boss, we've sold several portions of radish today. I never expected such an expensive radish would attract returning customers." Mifune reported on the day's earnings. With employees now at Shichimi, their true master no longer needed to remain there constantly. However, without his presence, many things could not be acquired. However, akin to the delectable steamed dumplings and succulent beef balls that can be prepared in advance and merely heated for consumption, such items are certainly marketable. Once more, I emphasize, they are not mere radishes. They are a gathering of exceptional talents. Indeed, boss, Mifune responded with a smile. After more than a month of camaraderie, the bond between Mifune and the others with Shinshu has grown increasingly harmonious. Both Nanshi and Mifune have seamlessly integrated themselves as members of Kaiju, seemingly on the verge of forgetting their identities as ninjas. Their time at Kaiju has been the most joyous period they have experienced in years. They no longer worry about where their next meal will come from, nor do they fear encountering enemies that might obscure the dawn of a new day. Such a life, for them, is akin to paradise. Aside from the occasional awkwardness with Xiangtung, both Nanshi and Mifune wish to remain here for eternity. Only those who have experienced turmoil truly appreciate the beauty of tranquility. It's merely because the people of Konoha are excessively affluent that they are willing to spend so much on radishes. Out there, 80 Ryo could buy an entire basket of radishes, Xiangtung remarked, arms crossed and a displeased expression on his face. His statement holds a kernel of truth. Nowadays, those residing in Konoha are largely not impoverished. The destitute are hardly capable of journeying from afar to settle in Konoha. The disparity between rich and poor exists everywhere. Hence, one ought to express gratitude to Konoha for providing such a stable environment. Otherwise, one might never encounter someone willing to spend 80 Ryo on a plate of radishes. Boss, it is indeed a gathering of exceptional talents, Mifune interjected at an opportune moment. Shinshu shot Mifune a glance, pondering what these individuals signify. In observing them, one comprehends what life ought to be. Enduring the elements, facing life and death. These do not encapsulate the essence of living. To savor the dishes I, Shinshu, have crafted. That is the true essence of life, he declared with a hearty laugh, feeling quite proud. Xiangtung scoffed, but refrained from engaging further. Nanshi, witnessing Xiangtung's demeanor, inwardly chuckled. Understanding Xiangtung's character, he recognized that this fellow had already come to accept Shinshu, albeit begrudgingly, as he enjoyed playing the contrarian. Nanshi suddenly felt a wave of relief. Had they not undertaken that particular mission, they might still be adrift in the ninja world, far from the comfort they now enjoy. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Kaiju extinguished its lights, and everyone dispersed. Shinshu ambled through Konoha, observing the transformations around him. In the span of 6 months, Konoha had matured significantly compared to when he first arrived. The commercial street had been fully developed, with various shops opening one after another. Jinshio's Kaiju was merely one among many. This place might very well become the commercial hub of the entire ninja world. He pondered about the progress of Tobarama's investigation into the employer behind that mission and felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of meeting those individuals. Perhaps it was the culinary organization that had trained Otsutsuki Yuki. He was quite eager to encounter them. As Jinshio approached his doorstep, he was astonished to find a familiar figure standing there. Keijo-jan, brother-in-law? Jinshio exclaimed, gazing at the figure with surprise and curiosity. Upon hearing the voice, Hashirama turned his head and was greeted by the sight of Jinshio's delighted expression. Jinshio, brother-in-law, what brings you here? When did you return? Jinshio inquired, his curiosity evident and joy uncontainable on his face. Although his bond with Hashirama was not as intimate as that with Tobarama, it was still quite amicable. Not to mention, Hashirama held the title of his brother-in-law. I came to find you. I had just reached the entrance, intending to go inside, when I unexpectedly saw you return. Looking for me. What is it? There is no time for elaborate explanations. Let us talk as we walk. Come with me. Huh. Hashirama formed hand seals and exclaimed. Wood release. Wheelchair technique. In an instant, a wooden wheelchair materialized beside Jinshio. With a gentle push, Hashirama placed Jinshio onto the chair. The astonishing scene unfolded as the two-wheeled contraption began to race forward. Ah! Jinshio cried out, feeling the surroundings blur past him at an exhilarating speed, rivaling that of an elite racing car. Hashirama closely followed. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I dislike being restrained. However, Jinshio soon acclimated to the pace. Jinshio, here is the situation. A severe famine has struck the city of Sand, with people dying of hunger every day. I need a chef to assist in preparing disaster relief meals. Given your culinary skills, I trust you, which is why I came to you. Jinshio understood. Even so, this method seems rather excessive. Your speed is too slow. We must reach our destination before dawn. So, I appreciate your endurance. Bear with it. We will arrive shortly. Very well. Jinshio acquiesced, feeling as if he had become a mere pawn, to be moved wherever needed. The city of Sand, bordering the land of wind, occupies a considerable area, though much of it is desert, a land ravaged by the sands of the wind country. The emergence of famine in such a place indeed poses a significant dilemma. However, it is peculiar that the daimyo remains indifferent while Hashirama takes such initiative. The city of Sand occupies a geographically precarious position. It is not only at the intersection of the land of wind and the land of fire, but also at the junction of the land of rain and the land of rivers. In essence, this city is surrounded by four nations. More accurately, it exists in a zone of neglect, as it does not belong to any of these countries. This gray area explains why the disaster here has gone unattended by the daimyo. It is not their territory, and thus they have no motivation to extend aid. Disaster relief is not a matter to be taken lightly. It requires substantial human and material resources. With the ninja villages of the land of wind and the land of fire newly established, the daimyo have numerous concerns to address. As for the land of rain and the land of rivers, their national strength is already mediocre, making them even less inclined to invest effort in this region. Only Hashirama would take such matters to heart, and the reason is simple. He has the leisure to do so. Within the city of Sand, numerous wooden houses have recently been constructed, sheltering civilians who have lost their homes. A fortnight ago, an inexplicable deluge suddenly struck this place. The flood devastated a considerable number of houses and fields, resulting in an abrupt decline in food supplies. More than half of the population found themselves not only homeless, but also without sustenance. The food reserves in the city of Sand were barely sufficient for a fortnight's expenses. This city was already impoverished, and even if they sought to purchase food from other cities, financial resources were severely lacking. To make matters worse, merchants from neighboring cities, taking advantage of the disaster, inflated their prices exorbitantly. Rice that previously cost 2 taels per pound surged to 20 taels, a tenfold increase. This impoverished city could hardly withstand such oppression, leading to widespread hunger among the populace. Upon witnessing this dire situation, the lord of the city of Sand gritted his teeth, gathered a sum of funds, and, with a spirit of tentative hope, sought assistance from Konoha. The ninja mission system had been proposed by Konoha 6 months prior. Yet few had placed their trust in this new framework, resulting in a limited volume of missions. Consequently, this S-rank mission found its way to Hashirama's desk. Both Hashirama and Tobarama regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. Hashirama's concern stemmed from the fact that many lives were at stake, and he could not stand idly by. Tobirama, on the other hand, recognized that successfully addressing this issue could significantly enhance Konoha's reputation, leading to an increase in requests for assistance, thereby alleviating the common people's fear of ninjas and truly establishing the ninja business. This would ensure the complete implementation of the mission system. Thus, when the unencumbered Hashirama volunteered for this task, Tobirama did not refuse but rather offered robust support. However, Konoha's financial resources were not abundant, making it unrealistic to allocate a significant amount of supplies. After all, Konoha's resources were contingent upon the Fire Country's daimyo, who had little inclination for such indulgences. Until the mission system was fully operational, Konoha's finances remained under the control of the Fire Country's daimyo. Even once operational, support from the Fire Country remained crucial. Konoha and the Fire Country maintained a cooperative relationship, with the daimyo needing to witness Konoha's contributions before deciding how much aid to allocate annually. To make such demands of the daimyo would likely yield not only a denial of resources, but also disdain. This was a course of action Tobirama would not pursue. Therefore, any hope of aiding the city of Sand relied solely on Hashirama's capabilities. Hashirama first traveled to the city of Sand, witnessing the plight of its people. After employing his wood-release techniques to address the housing crisis, he realized that the issue of food was beyond his capacity to resolve. At this juncture, his thoughts turned to Jinchuriki. Thus arose Hashirama's journey to Konoha to seek Jinchuriki's assistance. Jinchuriki, food is extremely scarce in the city of Sand, and approximately 800 souls require nourishment. Do you possess any means to remedy this situation? On the way, Hashirama posed this question to Jinchuriki. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jinchuriki's mouth. After all, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients, and he was certainly no skilled cook. Feeding 800 people was no trivial matter. Wait, without ingredients? Shinshu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Brother-in-law, I do have a method to increase the quantity of food, although the flavor might be somewhat lacking." Upon hearing this, Hashirama felt a surge of hope and replied, "At this point, who cares about the taste? As long as it's edible and won't cause harm, we should proceed with your plan." "Very well," Shinshu responded with a confident smile, which eased Hashirama's concerns. His search for Shinshu had been a desperate measure, yet it turned out Shinshu truly had a solution. Initially, he had merely wanted Shinshu to assist in managing the remaining ingredients in the Sand City. After all, Shinshu's explosive meatballs had once sustained them for an entire day, leading Hashirama to speculate that Shinshu might possess other similar methods to handle the ingredients. It appeared now that he indeed did. Suddenly, Shinshu had another thought and said, "Brother-in-law, I urgently need to relieve myself. May I be let down for a moment before we set off?" Hashirama found it difficult to refuse such a request. Shinshu descended from the wheelchair and moved behind a large tree, calling back to Hashirama, "Please, do not peek." Very well," Hashirama replied as he turned his back. Why would Shinshu harbor such an idea? Did he hold some misunderstanding about himself? Hashirama's mind began to race, sensing something was amiss. Shinshu glanced around and felt a sense of relief. In being bound by his brother-in-law, he had nearly forgotten to write in his diary. Thankfully, he remembered. Summoning the diary panel, Shinshu meticulously penned, July 28th, Year 1 of Konoha, weather, clear. Today, I engaged in a cordial and friendly conversation with Hisashi, and his bond with Danzo surprised me. Who could have imagined that their future would evolve into such a state? This evening, my brother-in-law kidnapped me. I gradually realized that although I am a chef, there are many matters I cannot escape. After writing 100 words, Shinshu exhaled a sigh of relief. Having maintained this habit for over half a year, he noticed it was becoming a routine. He also recognized that he was becoming increasingly irreverent. After all, who writes a diary but a serious person? Concluding his entry, Shinshu adjusted his pants and returned to the wheelchair. "Brother-in-law, I'm ready." "Good, let us continue our journey." The wheelchair spun swiftly, and before long, the night had passed. By dawn, the two had arrived at the Sand City. Although aware of the city's poor environment, Shinshu was taken aback by the reality of its desolation. Much of the city lay engulfed by desert, surrounded by swirling sands. It was perplexing that such terrain could succumb to a water release technique. Who could possibly be so bored as to execute a water jutsu in such a place? Moreover, it was a large-scale water technique. Few possessed such mastery of water jutsu in this era. Unless several water ninjas collaborated, this made even less sense. What could this small city possess that would warrant such a display from multiple water masters? The situation grew increasingly bizarre. Ding. The host has activated a mission to alleviate the famine in the city of sand. Mission reward, a 4-star recipe for golden ratio shumai. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, instantly invigorating Shinshu. Golden ratio shumai, the proud creation of Master Xie with his steel rod. Previously, for the spinach ball task, I had to provide a steel rod, and now, it's the golden ratio shumai. The system is indeed considerate. However, my research on the spinach balls is still a bit lacking. With another 10 days to half a month, it should be complete. Shinshu mused, sitting in his chair, already envisioning the gates of the city of sand. At the gates, a young woman was anxiously scanning the surroundings. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that they won't come at all? What will happen to the city of sand then? This woman was none other than the city's ruler. Shabuji. A frown marred her features as she contemplated the bleak future of the city of sand. A catastrophic flood had devastated countless homes and fields. Yet the loss of life was minimal, a fortunate circumstance, one might say. However, with the population intact, the food supply had significantly dwindled, leading to famine. Famine at any time is a dire threat. Were it not for desperation, Shabuji would not have sought aid from Konoha. Konoha did not disappoint, although only one individual arrived. It was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. His presence alone underscored Konoha's commitment to the cause. Upon his arrival, he immediately secured hundreds of houses, a truly grand gesture. Nonetheless, when it came to the issue of food, even he appeared troubled. Reluctantly, Hashirama proposed returning to Konoha to fetch someone. Shabuji was unaware of his intentions, but did not oppose, feeling unqualified to do so. The compensation she could offer was hardly sufficient to address the needs of the 800 people for food and shelter. Securing accommodation would be a considerable gain. As for the remaining food issue, even if Hashirama were to disregard it, she felt no right to complain. That night, sleep eluded her. The guards at the gate had changed thrice, yet she remained steadfast. My lady, you should return to rest. I will promptly inform you when the Hokage arrives. One guard suggested, concern etched on his face. Shabuji shook her head, insisting, no, I must see the Hokage at the earliest opportunity. The lives of 800 people depend on us. The Hokage is our only hope. My lady, enough. I understand your resolve. Wait, my lady, someone is approaching. At this, Shabuji swiftly lifted her gaze towards the horizon. Indeed, 2 figures were rapidly advancing. One was Hashirama, who had departed just yesterday, while the other sat in a wheelchair. Why has Lord Hashirama brought a cripple with him? Can he truly save our city of sand? Shabuji pondered, perplexed. Just then, Hashirama and Shinshu arrived before her. Hokage-sama, you have returned. And who is this? Haha, Your Excellency, this is the chef Shinshu, whom I mentioned could save the city of sand. He has devised a culinary technique utilizing the ingredients meant for 3 individuals to create a feast sufficient for 10. Consequently, with the grain storage capacity of Sand City, this could potentially extend their provisions by 2 to 3-fold. Such a duration would indeed allow for new crops to flourish. Is that true? Shaji was overjoyed upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that Hashirama would truly find a solution. But is this genuinely feasible? To conjure such an abundance of food from thin air? Rest assured, Miss City Lord, my culinary skills are impeccable, Shinshu replied with a confident smile, appearing quite gallant, though his position in a wheelchair lent an air of awkwardness. You have worked hard, Mr. Shinshu. It touches my heart that you traveled here through the night despite your physical limitations for the sake of Sand City. Physical limitations? Shinshu was momentarily taken aback before quickly rising. There are no limitations. I am quite healthy. My brother-in-law merely insisted on using the wheelchair because I walked too slowly. Haha. Shazi felt a twinge of embarrassment at this. I apologize. I assumed Mr. Shinshu was. It's quite all right. It was merely a misunderstanding. Now, let us not linger any longer. Shinshu, Miss City Lord, we must hurry to prepare food for the refugees. Absolutely. Shaji had no objections and promptly led the 2 to the kitchen. This is the last of our provisions in Sand City. Based on the needs of 800 individuals, this stock will last them only a month. Shinshu surveyed the supplies, fully aware of their precarious situation. A significant portion of Sand City's funds had been converted into this grain. Fortunately, due to Hashirama's intervention, unscrupulous merchants dared not take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, their provisions would have dwindled further. I believe I have grasped the situation, Miss City Lord. On my way here, I noticed ample hay surrounding Sand City. Would it be possible for you to send someone to gather some for me? The more, the better. Hay. Ah, I see. You require it for kindling, correct? I shall summon someone to cut it for you immediately. Thank you. Mr. Shinshu, you are too courteous. All of this is for the sake of Sand City. You are our savior. Shaji wasted no time and dispatched the remaining soldiers to collect hay from the desert surrounding Sand City. Shinshu, what do you plan to do? Brother-in-law, do not concern yourself with me. Focus instead on how to use wood release to expedite the growth of the crops. Oh right, I shall attend to that now. Hashirama suddenly realized and rushed towards the fields. The land, submerged by floods, could be revitalized swiftly with Hashirama's wood release technique. Replanting the crops would be crucial in resolving Sand City's predicament. Who could possibly be targeting Sand City? Shinshu had his suspicions, yet they felt too far-fetched to accept. For now, he had no choice but to suppress them. Should this conjecture prove true, Hashirama would likely be infuriated. System. Exchange for a 3-star culinary recipe, Voidless Pancakes. The Voidless Pancakes, originating from the legendary tale of the knight-errant, Louis Show, are not ranked among the top 3 stars due to their extraordinary flavor, but rather due to the remarkable technique employed in their preparation. Of course, the taste is also superior compared to ordinary pancakes, but the emphasis lies upon the artistry of the method. However, for the true master chef of Samsung, the technique is not difficult to execute. The master carefully perused the recipe and felt confident. Soon, Shaji led a multitude of soldiers into the room, each carrying an abundance of dried grass. Master, this is the hay we have managed to gather. Is it sufficient? The master nodded in affirmation. For now, it will suffice. Please fetch me some guanine soil. Guanine soil? What is that? Shaji inquired, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. It is clay. Clay? What purpose does that serve? Shaji's confusion deepened. Yet she refrained from probing further and instructed her subordinates to promptly procure the clay. The so-called rice-less quankoin cake necessitates 3 essential ingredients. First, leftover rice. Second, dried wild grass. And third, guanine soil. The dried rice and wild grass serve as the primary nutritional sources for the quankoin cake, while the guanine soil functions more as a filler, merely satiating hunger without providing any nutritional value. After all, guanine soil is indigestible and devoid of any nutrients for the human body. In times of famine, the impoverished used guanine soil to stave off hunger, which indeed imparted a sense of fullness, yet it did nothing to address the lack of nutritional intake. Overindulgence could lead to dire consequences, with countless victims perishing from such substances. This reality was not lost on the master. However, with his method of preparation, such a fate would be averted. Once the guanine soil was gathered, the master secured a room and began his preparations. The cake could be preserved for an extended period and at his pace. He could produce enough quankoin cakes to sustain 800 people for 3 months within 3 days. By that time, his task would naturally conclude. Yet, relying solely on quankoin cakes was not ideal. The master intended to dispatch a supply of succulent beef meatballs to provide the common folk with essential nutrition. Of course, that was a matter for later. The immediate priority was to craft the cakes. The master reached into his system backpack and retrieved a pouch, aptly named the quankoin bag. It was merely a large pocket. He poured the leftover rice into it and began to whirl the pouch with grace. In his hands, the pouch transformed into a long staff, swirling like a miniature tornado. After sufficient movement, the master took a bowl and poured out the powdered remnants of the rice from the pouch. Then, with a vigorous flick of his wrist, the pouch unfurled to an impressive length of 5 meters. 2 immortals of harmony, the master exclaimed, as the expanded fabric pouch surged towards the heap of dried wild grass. With the grass insufficient, the pouch enveloped it entirely. Simultaneously, the master combined the crushed leftover rice, a dash of flour, and the guanine soil into the pouch with swift and precise motions. 3 stars shine bright. He swiftly secured the pouch with a rope and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. The pouch collided with the wall, resulting in a thunderous sound. Waiting outside the door, Shaji felt a tightening in her heart at the sudden commotion. What could be causing such a stir? What was Shinshu up to? Concerned, Shaji contemplated peeking inside but ultimately decided against it. It would be disrespectful to intrude on Shinshu's intentions. Still youthful, she chose to place her trust in him and continued to wait at the threshold. Her curiosity piqued by what Shinshu could possibly create with just a small amount of flour and leftover rice. Inside the room, Shinshu picked up a basin of water and poured it over the bag. Add water. Let the chaos commence. After dousing the bag, he seized the rope and began to spin it vigorously, transforming the bag into something akin to a processing machine. With a powerful tug, the bag soared into the air, revolving around Shinshu like a celestial body. Seasoning. Shinshu grabbed a handful of spices and tossed them into the bag. The aroma of 5 spices filled the air as the bag absorbed every bit of the seasoning. He then delivered a fierce kick, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the swelling bag. The strikes were relentless, as if Shinshu harbored an ancient grudge against it. His hands struck the bag with fervor, and suddenly, it shot skyward. With great satisfaction, Shinshu yanked the rope, which fell away, leaving just the bag on the ground. When the bag was opened, it revealed an abundance of freshly baked sesame cakes, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. The 5-meter-long bag contained enough cakes to feed 800 people for a day. Success! Shinshu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. This 3-star recipe was indeed remarkable. Despite not fully comprehending the mechanics behind it, he had miraculously produced warm cakes. Who could he possibly share this astonishing feat with? It was simply surreal. Come in. Shinshu softly called out. Upon hearing his voice, Shaji stepped inside without hesitation. Mr. Shinshu, she began, but her words faltered as she beheld the enormous bag of cakes. Warm and fragrant, they were utterly irresistible. Did you make this? In less than 2 minutes, Shinshu had managed to create such a bounty of cakes? Shaji was astonished. What kind of chef was he? A celestial being, perhaps? Shinshu nodded, clearly pleased with her reaction. Indeed, it is I. This cake is called Shinkuen cake. 1 per person suffices for a meal. You may taste it. As he spoke, he handed her a piece of the Shinkuen cake. Shaji accepted it without hesitation. Taking a hearty bite, the exterior was crisp, while the inside was soft. She heard a satisfying crunch as she bit through the flaky crust, revealing an interior that resembled the texture of cake. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the Shinkuen cake in her hand. Delicious. This may not be considered a luxurious dish, but for those who are famished, it is undoubtedly delightful. Mr. Shinshu, did you make these pancakes with the ingredients you just mentioned? Indeed, he replied. Mr. Shinshu, you are truly remarkable. Oh, it's nothing. Please take these pancakes, but remember, 1 per person is sufficient. Eating more would not only be wasteful, but also detrimental to their digestion. Understood, Mr. Shinshu. Shaji did not inquire further. In these times, as long as food does not endanger one's life, it is deemed satisfactory. What does poor digestion matter? Watching Shaji depart, Shinshu murmured to himself. This must be what it truly means to eat dirt. Host. Vortex Shinshu Basic Knife Skill Proficiency 100-100 Perfect Dreamlike Knife Skill Proficiency 55-100 Can utilize dreamlike knife techniques. Arhut Crystal Slash Fierce Bull Azure Dragon Slash Super Divine Knife Skill Proficiency 0-100 Spoon Skill 72-100 Strength 20-100 Seasoning 72-100 Creativity 50-100 Points 788 Items Dragon Pattern Pan 7-star Knife. Available Recipe Experience Card. 4-star Culinary Golden Ratio Xiaomai. 0-1. Talent. Divine Tongue. 31-100. Overall Evaluation. 3-star Chef having completed the task of saving the city of sand. Shinshu sighed in relief. This mission was unlike any before, involving the lives of 800 individuals. Thus, even Shinshu dared not approach it with a frivolous attitude. For 3 consecutive days, he diligently crafted Shinkuen pancakes, a monumental undertaking. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in completing this task. Of course, the hay and guanine clay from the city of sand were also extensively consumed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the hay had been entirely depleted. It is not easy for grass to grow in the desert. Brother-in-law, are you preparing to do some windbreak and soil stabilization work for them before you leave? Outside the city of sand, Hashirama summoned a wood release technique, instantly surrounding the city with a forest. This forest, however, was not extensive. Compared to the vast forests outside of Konoha, it was quite limited. The geographical changes induced by ninjutsu would not disappear if one possessed sufficient mastery over the earth release techniques, such as Hashirama's wood release. In the original narrative, when Hashirama and Tobirama besieged the third Hokage, the trees remained even after Sarutobi's demise, demonstrating that Hashirama's wood release could persist as long as no other factors interfered once it was unleashed. Yes, the geographical position here is not particularly favorable. Introducing some trees could enhance the yield. Moreover, Lord Shaji has already consented to join the Land of Fire. Although he is reluctant for personnel from the Land of Fire to take over, I can simply inform the daimyo of this. The City of Sand agreeing to join the Land of Fire? That is indeed a positive development. Hashirama nodded solemnly. Brother-in-law, what troubles you? You seem rather pensive, Shinshu inquired. Puzzled. Shinshu, do you believe that one can justify actions that contradict their true intentions for the greater good? Hashirama suddenly regarded Shinshu with a serious expression, as if seeking answers within his eyes. A chill ran through Shinshu's heart. He understood the gravity of the question. It was evident that Hashirama had discerned the subtle nuances of the situation, which was reflected in his expression. In truth, Shinshu had conducted a brief investigation over the past few days, coinciding perfectly with his suspicions. Although the evidence was scarce and had already vanished, Shinshu's formidable perceptive abilities, inherited from the Whirlpool clan, enabled him to sense the lingering traces of chakra. Naturally, Hashirama's prowess was beyond question. Confronted with the solemnity of Hashirama, Shinshu felt a sense of discomfort. He understood that although Hashirama often appeared carefree, he possessed a highly sensitive nature. There were certain principles he held sacred, which he could not bring himself to abandon. Consequently, Shinshu had long believed that someone like Hashirama was ill-suited to the role of Hokage, for he was too soft-hearted, not in terms of strength or temperament, but rather in compassion. The adage that great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles is not merely a saying. Hashirama was too idealistic. Had it not been for Tobirama's presence, it is likely that the vast village of Konoha would not have developed as methodically as it has. Brother-in-law, you already have the answer in your heart, do you not? Shinshu refrained from responding, merely offering a smile. Hashirama paused, playfully rebuking, you rascal. If only you had been born 20 years earlier, I would have surely had father-in-law impose rigorous training upon you. Shinshu chuckled. Brother Hashirama, that sounds like an act of ingratitude. Ha ha ha. Very well, let us return. The sand village will soon return to its former state. Thankfully, despite some injuries, there were no fatalities. Otherwise, I would not have let that reckless young man off easily. Hey, brother-in-law, it seems you were no match for him. Hashirama flexed his fist, declaring, I can take him. The duo, brother-in-law and brother-in-law, ambled back to Konoha. News of Konoha accepting S-rank missions to rescue the Sand Village swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. Those who had previously harbored doubts about the mission system began to waver, with increasingly bold individuals willing to venture into the ninja village. Once they tried, there was no turning back. The volume of missions in Konoha began to soar at an astonishing pace. What had once yielded no more than a single mission a day now saw hundreds being accepted daily. What joyous news! Konoha ninjas finally had work to do. Tasks that once required over 5,000 or 8,000 ryo now only demanded 3,200. Indeed, you heard correctly. Just 3,200. At that price, one could not be at a loss or be deceived, yet they could acquire the attentive services of Konoha's lower-ranking ninjas. In no time, the fervor for missions swept across the Land of Fire, with even some smaller neighboring nations beginning to hire Konoha ninjas for various tasks. As the mission mechanism operated with fervor, certain ninja villages began to harbor doubts regarding the Sand Village incident. However, they possessed no evidence. Voicing their suspicions might jeopardize their standing with the populace and offend the god of ninjas, so they chose silence. In summary, following the events in the Sand Village, Konoha's mission system finally commenced its operations. Regardless of the world, marketing holds immense significance, particularly the value of reputation. The completion rate of the Leaf Village ninjas is exceptionally high, and their commendations are nothing short of astonishing. In a fleeting moment, employing ninjas for various tasks has become a new trend among the nobility of the Land of Fire. The aristocrats have taken to comparing themselves with one another, zealously hiring ninjas for trivial matters. Among the most peculiar instances, some even hired a few lower-ranking ninjas from the Leaf Village to deliver paper, specifically the kind required in the cycle of life and death. However, this trend has brought considerable profit to the Leaf Village, and even Tobirama, with his usually cold demeanor, managed to display a rare smile. At the Shichimi restaurant, the owner remarked, all tasks for today are complete. We shall take our leave now. Mifune waved his hand, showcasing a satisfied smile. Very well, go ahead. I will tidy up and follow shortly, came the reply. As the moon hung over the treetops, and dusk settled after the day's work, Tobirama entered. Shinshu, what brings you here today? He inquired after the departure of Nanchi and his companions. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you. Oh, what kind of business? You seem rather courteous, Shinshu responded with curiosity. Please assist me in delivering 800 cans of explosive meatballs to the Sand Village as part of my disaster relief supplies, Tobarama stated, placing a stack of bills upon the table. Shinshu was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. What's this? Isn't it supposed to go through the village's accounts? No need for that. This is a personal donation, and involving the village's accounts would be troublesome. Is this out of guilt then? Shinshu inquired. Tobarama lifted his gaze, a hint of scrutiny flickering in his indifferent crimson eyes. He did not deny it, but simply remarked, in my realm, the concept of guilt has never existed. Even if it concerns the lives of an entire city? If necessary, I would not hesitate to annihilate them all. His words were chillingly ruthless, sending a shiver down Shinshu's spine. After all, how many among the warriors who emerged from the Warring States period were compassionate? Tobarama was not Hashirama, in his eyes. Many things could be obscured, with only profit holding paramount importance. For a village to thrive, such matters must be prioritized. While unscrupulous methods may be comprehensible, not everyone can accept them, especially when they affect their own lives. Do you deem it worthwhile? Absolutely. A flood left 800 homeless yet spared lives, enabling the swift operation of the Leaf's task mechanism. This grants the village financial autonomy, liberating it from the economic constraints of the Land of Fire. It is indeed worthwhile. Should the situation arise again, I would act the same way, even if it involves casualties. Tobarama is a true politician, embodying a blend of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Decisive and ruthless, yet capable of gentleness when the occasion demands. Had anyone else asked him about this matter, he would vehemently deny it. However, in Shinshu's presence, he chose not to refute, knowing that Shinshu comprehended him. He was also aware that since Shinshu had been to the Sand Village, he would certainly uncover the clues. This understanding of Shinshu was a testament to Tobarama's confidence in him. Simultaneously, he knew Hashirama had visited and would likely notice discrepancies as well. Yet, he harbored no fear of this. He even encouraged Hashirama to go and anticipated that he would seek out Shinshu. All of this was within his expectations. Yet, he was unafraid. He did not fear being known by Hashirama, nor did he dread the awareness of Shin, for they were all his kin, and they would comprehend him. The most daunting plight for an individual is the absence of understanding, the lack of someone to confide in, and the void of trust. However, he had Hashirama. Even if Hashirama would be displeased with him for a time, or if Shin might add an excessive amount of spice to his meals, he remained undeterred. In fact, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Shin and Hashirama were expressing their grievances, yet this also indicated that they were on the path to forgiving him. Knowing this was sufficient. Upon hearing Tobarama's response, Shin shook his head. You must be exhausted. Tobarama's pupils dilated suddenly. You must be exhausted? The words sounded so alien, for no one had ever uttered such a phrase to him. Yet, inexplicably, it stirred a melange of emotions within Tobarama. Exhausted? He was unsure. No one had ever inquired. He existed in a tumultuous era, having grasped the essence of life and death at a tender age, not merely the deaths of clan members and foes, but also the demise of his own brother. He had once buried his younger sibling, who was only a few years his junior, and yet Tobarama did not weep. He understood that tears were futile. Only peace could mend the fractures. It is widely acknowledged that Hashirama and Madara harbored ambitions to quell the chaos of the world. Yet few are aware that Tobarama shared similar aspirations, perhaps even more profoundly than they did. Unlike Hashirama's idealism or Madara's arrogance, Tobarama was engaged in pragmatic endeavors. Various considerations, intricate plans, and calculated sacrifices were all crystallizing and refining in his mind. The Konoha Ninja Academy, the Special Operations Unit for Assassination Tactics, the Konoha Police Department, the Medical Division, the Intelligence Department, each was a testament to Tobarama's intellect. Hashirama left behind the title of the God of Shinobi, but Tobarama gifted Konoha a robust system for prosperity. Was he weary? Undoubtedly. Even an Iron Man would feel fatigue after accomplishing so much in a span of 6 months. Yet, no one perceived it that way. When Tobarama unveiled these achievements, they could only exclaim in admiration, truly, Tobarama-sama is remarkable. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Naturally, Tobarama was indifferent to such accolades. All he desired was an era of flourishing peace. On this night, the atmosphere was somewhat gentle, and Tobarama suddenly felt parched. Shin, do you have any wine? Tobarama seldom indulged in alcohol, for intoxication could lead to mistakes. Yet, at this moment, he yearned for a drink, for a taste of inebriation. Indeed, what kind of wine? Imperial jade liquid. Tobirama frowned. What is that? Overly ornate. If you wish to drink with me, it's complimentary. But the Imperial jade liquid is 180 per cup, no bargaining. You rascal. Tobirama tossed a bill onto the table before Shin. Haha, coming right up. As he spoke, Shin presented a large goblet, one so vast it could be likened to a vat. Here, 180 for a cup, you cannot lose. Tobirama paused for a moment, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Shinzo produced 2 small wine cups. Here, one for you, one for me. 1 cup to whet your appetite, 2 cups to ensure your kidneys remain unscathed. What absurdity. Silence, drink. Tobirama accepted the cup and downed it in one go. The liquor flowed into his mouth, sliding down his throat. Excellent wine. Indeed, of course. This is my special brew. I told you, you wouldn't regret it. That night, he did not refuse the drink. That night, he simply wished to become intoxicated. In adulthood, such occasional indulgences felt exceptionally rare. When Tobirama succumbed to inebriation, Shinzo chuckled softly. Perhaps it was indeed difficult to find someone in Konoha who could truly understand Tobirama. Yet, at the very least, he could enjoy a drink here. Alleviating his weariness, a stroke of fortune, indeed. In the vastness of Konoha, Tobirama and Shinzo shared the deepest bond. What a source of concern. After closing the shop, Shinzo carried Tobirama back to his residence. The spacious but desolate house lacked warmth. Its simple layout revealed the abode of a solitary, science-minded individual. Yes, Tobirama could be considered one of those, and notably, one without a spouse. Perhaps that point need not be overly emphasized. Rather, it should be his lack of baldness that warrants mention. After laying Tobirama on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Shinzo took his leave. The night was tranquil, and this weary man deserved a proper rest. After a good night's sleep, he would temporarily forget his troubles and continue to strive for his ideals. Not just him. Every individual burdened by life's oppression in this vast world finds solace in such forgetfulness. People often cannot change their circumstances and choose to forget. For that is the easiest path to redemption and the simplest means to attain joy. Beneath the moonlight, Shinzo quietly penned his diary before retrieving a rusted kitchen knife. Beginning his sharpening endeavors, his sources of happiness were manifold, and sharpening knives was among them. Of course, he relished witnessing the joy in his patrons' faces when they savored exquisite dishes. To achieve that, he needed to exert more effort. The evaluation for becoming a 4-star chef was nearing its schedule. In the deep of night, within a pitch-black room, Shinzo busied himself with an array of test tubes. Blue spinach juice flowed within them. In the dim light, Shinzo gently swayed a test tube in midair, watching as the blue liquid gradually transformed into green. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes as he poured the green liquid into a bowl. With the steamer boiling, he placed the bowl inside. After 10 minutes of steaming, he removed the bowl, revealing a solidified green substance that resembled a crystal. Inverting it, unveiling it. The green spinach cake lay glistening on the cutting board. With a 7-star knife, Shinzo selected a fruit knife. The blade flashed. The bowl-shaped crystal cake was instantly divided into numerous equal portions, each appearing identical. The spinach cake danced in the air before cascading down, stacked neatly. Setting aside the 7-star knife, Shinzo conjured crimson flames from his right hand. Fire cloud palm. The fire attribute chakra coalesced in the palm and then gently brushed over the spinach cake. Under the intense heat, the moisture within the cake evaporated, transforming it into a substance resembling seaweed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Flour. Add water. Knead the dough. Roll out the pastry. Subsequently, the spinach leaves were enveloped within it, akin to wrapping dumplings. Soon, small spinach balls, comparable in size to chocolate chips, were formed. With another motion of the fire cloud palm, the spinach balls were roasted to perfection, releasing a subtle aroma. Shinshu slammed his right hand on the table, causing all the spinach balls to leap into a nearby gourd. Task accomplished. Ding. The host successfully crafted the perfect spinach balls and received a reward, a steel rod. In the next moment, a dark steel rod materialized before Shinshu. The rod was entirely ebony, with numerous tiny yellow stars adorning its upper end. One star bore a mark, but lacked color. Shinshu's eyes brightened as he extended his right hand to grasp it. It felt somewhat heavy. Furrowing his brow, Shinshu discovered that he could barely lift the rod. To wield it with ease seemed beyond his current capabilities. System, Is this steel rod so heavy? It is not the weight of the rod, but rather the host's insufficient strength. When the host's strength reaches 30, he will be able to wield this rod as effortlessly as Master Xie. 30? I only have 20 now. I am still 10 points short. This enhancement will not be easy. Shinshu felt helpless. He had not anticipated such a predicament. The host's strength indeed falls short of the basic requirements. A standard 3-star chef should possess 30 points of strength. The host is severely lacking in this regard. Each star in the chef ranking represents 10 points of foundational attributes. Shinshu's skills in spoon techniques, seasoning, and creativity far exceed the basics. Yet, his strength remains below the standard level. If not for this deficiency, Shinshu could easily ascend to the pinnacle of a 4-star chef. Achieving 5 stars, however, requires more than just foundational attributes. One must also comprehend the true essence of cooking, much like the profound meaning behind the soul-stirring rice. These matters are for another time and shall be set aside. Is there a way to swiftly enhance my strength attribute? The host possesses the whirlpool physique, a rare quality in this world. With diligent practice, attributes can be increased. The simplest method is to wield the steel rod. 1,000 repetitions daily for 6 months will suffice to reach 30. Additionally, honing skills can provide slight increases in strength. Very well. With the training method revealed, Shinshu felt no urgency. He was young and had ample time to refine his abilities. At the Akimichi family residence, Akimichi Takaku gazed at Shinshu in astonishment, as if unable to believe his ears. Just moments ago, Shinshu had declared that he had developed spinach balls with no side effects. What astonishing news this was. Indeed, Master Akimichi, this is the spinach ball I have created. Its enhancement effect is identical to that of the previous spinach balls, yet it possesses no adverse effects whatsoever. In addition to blue spinach, I also incorporated honey, chuanbei, platycodon, and tianshan snow lotus. Beyond their potent medicinal properties, they possess a delightful taste. If Master Qiu Dao is skeptical, he may wish to sample it. The true practitioner handed a gourd filled with spinach pills to Qiu Dao Tong, who accepted it with trembling hands, as if it contained a rare treasure. Pouring out a spinach pill, he noticed it differed slightly from the previous ones. The original spinach pills were green, while this one was black. More accurately, it was charred black. This coloration was the result of the true practitioner's final fire cloud palm technique, intended to seal in the medicinal effects and extend the shelf life. Remarkably, the shelf life of this spinach pill was an impressive 20 years. Qiu Dao Tong gazed at the dark spinach pill with a hint of skepticism. Although he trusted the true practitioner, such matters could only be confirmed through experience. I shall not hesitate then, he declared, placing the spinach pill directly into his mouth. With a crunch, the rich, smoky flavor burst forth, followed by a strong taste of spinach, refreshing and delightful. Swallowing the pill, a powerful warmth spread from his stomach. In an instant, Qiu Dao Tong felt himself slim down slightly, followed by an exhilarating surge of strength. This sensation was familiar to him, as he had previously used spinach pills in battle. A mere elite jonin, he now approached the prowess of a shadow-level ninja, showcasing the extraordinary power of the Qiu Dao clan's secret medicine. In the original narrative, when Ding Xi consumed a spinach pill, he, a mere chunin, was able to contend with the ordinarily formidable Jirubu, illustrating the significant enhancement offered. Though Jirubu ranked as the weakest among the Sound Five, he still possessed the capabilities of a chunin in his normal state. Ding Xi effectively leaped a rank in combat. For elite jonin like Qiu Dao Tong, such a dramatic increase was improbable, yet the results were nonetheless astonishing. Clenching his fists, he realized that the usual muscle soreness accompanying the consumption of spinach pills was absent. Truly, there were no side effects. Qiu Dao Tong's spirits soared with excitement. 5 minutes later, the enhancement began to wane, yet he remained invigorated. The results were undeniable. This spinach pill had no negative repercussions whatsoever. How marvelous! Master Shinshu, you are indeed the finest chef in Konoha. Had my Qiu Dao clan encountered you sooner, we would surely have flourished even more. It's never too late, Shinshu replied with a smile. Indeed, Master Shinshu, from now on, you shall be our clan's most esteemed guest. Whatever assistance my Qiu Dao clan can provide, we shall gladly oblige. That sounds splendid. The exquisite cuisine had won over the hearts of the Qiu Dao clan, while the research achievements surrounding the spinach pills had captivated their loyalty. At that moment, the Qiu Dao clan stood as the most fervent supporters of Shinshu. As he strolled along the village path, early risers moved about in small groups. The sun gradually ascended, casting its radiant glow. Shinshu secured a black headband around his right wrist and donned a complete set of black attire before stepping out. Each day began with a motivational phrase to himself. Another day brimming with vitality. At the entrance, Shinshu stretched languidly, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. The leisurely and carefree days were truly splendid. Ah, the nation is prosperous. The citizens live in peace and contentment. Life is indeed beautiful. In the tone of Captain Shing, the hour was still early, and the streets were relatively deserted. As Shinshu strolled along, the thoroughfare appeared remarkably spacious. Suddenly, ahead, an unexpected sight emerged. Two striking youths approached, Tawanzo and Jing. Ah, Tawanzo, Jing, where might you be headed so early? Shinshu inquired with curiosity. Ordinarily, one would expect Tawanzo to be accompanied by his Ashi. Why was Jing now by his side? Good morning, boss. Today, I plan to visit Granny Cat to adopt a Nico. Tawanzo happened to be free to accompany me, Jing replied. Oh, Granny Cat. The Nico, a summoning beast of the Uchiha clan, is similar to the ninja dogs raised by Kakashi. Both excel in reconnaissance, though they are rather mediocre in combat. Shinshu regarded Tawanzo with intrigue. Was this fellow genuinely kind-hearted, or did he harbor ulterior motives? At such a tender age, could he already hold grievances against the Uchiha clan? Noticing Shinshu's gaze upon him, Tawanzo nodded slightly. Despite his aloof demeanor, he could not disregard Shinshu's status. He was well aware of Tobi's admiration for Shinshu, understanding that their relationship was anything but ordinary. It's getting late. I must set off. Boss, see you later, Tawanzo declared. Very well, travel safely, Shinshu replied. As Jing and Tawanzo resumed their journey, Shinshu pondered their departing figures. Judging by Tawanzo's demeanor toward Jing, he seemed to hold him in considerable esteem. In this era, the only individuals likely to earn Tawanzo's respect were Hisashi and Jing. As for Banshu, Shinshu could only speculate on Tawanzo's thoughts. Shaking his head, Shinshu decided to put these musings aside. The Chiwei restaurant required his attention. Upon arriving at Chiwei, he found Nanshi and the others already hard at work. After a month of labor, they had become quite familiar with their respective roles. Even the somewhat awkward Xiangting was diligently fulfilling his duties. Thanks to their efforts, Shinshu found himself considerably relieved. Ah, everyone is here. Boss, you're quite late. We've prepared all the ingredients for you. Hurry and get started. Soon, we'll have a throng of customers, Myfin remarked. All right then. With the black headband now secured on his forehead and his red hair tied back, Shinshu rolled up his sleeves and began his culinary endeavors. The destiny of a chef begins with the preparation of food. At this juncture, Nanshi and the others could only observe silently. First, he crafted 3-egg xiaomai. Next came the soy milk with youtiao. Following that, he prepared steamed buns and mantou. Finally, he concluded with congee and side dishes. Except for the 3-egg xiaomai, which was a system-produced dish, the rest were products of Shinshu's own culinary skills. Although these were merely ordinary homestyle breakfasts, they were sufficient to delight the palates of the common folk, earning a modest 1-star rating in the culinary realm. Regarding the customary breakfast fare of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish in Konoha, Shinshu had prepared none of it. It was not that he lacked the ability to cook, but rather that he had no desire to do so. Such breakfast establishments were plentiful in Konoha. Yet Shinshu yearned to create a breakfast that bore his own unique signature. His signature dish, the 3-egg xiaomai, was unwaveringly priced at 200 ryo, while other breakfast items were offered at a modest price of around 10 ryo, making them quite accessible. Nevertheless, the 3-egg xiaomai was the best seller, prompting a reflection on the wealth of Konoha's elite. Perhaps traditional Chinese breakfast simply did not align with the tastes of the Konoha populace. As the sun set, the bustling day came to a close. Goodbye, boss, said Nanshi and his companions as they departed. Shinshu approached the cash register, delighting in the prospect of counting his earnings. Today's revenue was remarkably pleasing, totaling 30,000 ryo. After deducting the system's cut of 20,000 ryo, the remainder was all his. He chuckled, feeling considerably more affluent. His next goals were to swiftly pay off his mortgage and to acquire the location of Kawujia. At this pace, it would not be long before he achieved his aspirations. Boss, a familiar voice interrupted his musings about whether to become a landlord or a traveling chef. It was the gentle youth, Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, what brings you here? Shinshu wiped away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, stashed the money away, and approached with curiosity. Boss, I'm so glad to find you here. I have a little cat that is quite famished. Could you prepare something for it to eat? A cat? Jinshio noticed then that Kagami was cradling an orange kitten in his arms. Meow. The little orange cat mewed softly, opening its eyes to reveal heterochromatic irises of purple and blue. A heterochromatic cat? Quite a rarity, Jinshio remarked with mild surprise. Is this the cat you adopted from Granny Cat today? Kagami shook his head. No, it's another one I adopted. Granny Cat said this kitten's parents died shortly after its birth, and it has refused to eat ever since. It was on the brink of death. I thought perhaps it didn't find the food appealing, and since your culinary skills are exceptional, I thought you might be able to satisfy its palate. Ah, I see. Jinshio replied, looking at the petite cat with a surge of compassion. Cats are creatures that are difficult to resist. Just a moment. As Jinshio prepared to make some cat food, the little orange kitten suddenly leapt from Kagami's arms like a bolt of lightning, catching both Jinshio and Kagami off guard. In a swift motion, the kitten pounced on the remaining explosive meatballs, devouring them with gusto before displaying a contented expression and patting its belly in a human-like manner. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds, utterly contradicting its earlier portrayal of near starvation. Kagami, didn't you just say it was on the verge of starvation? Kagami appeared somewhat embarrassed. The reality was starkly different from his earlier description. Boss, I believe it simply adores your cooking, which is why it reacted that way. Very well. I reluctantly accept this explanation. It seems there is no need for me to intervene any further. It appears to be quite full. Jinshio chuckled helplessly. Boss, I believe it has formed a bond with you. Why not let you adopt it? Adopt? Isn't this cat a ninja cat of the Uchiha clan? That's not a concern. The ninja cat merely collaborates with my Uchiha clan, and it is not a necessity for us to adopt it. I see, that works. Looking at the adorable little orange cat, Jinshio did not refuse. Being alone, having a cat would indeed be a delightful choice. Those who own cats can take pride in it. What shall we name this little one? It hasn't been named yet. Why don't you name it, boss? Jinshio glanced at the little orange cat, then at the emptied plate of explosive meatballs. Since it loves those explosive meatballs so much, why not call it? What about Meatball? Meatball? That sounds quite plump and tender. But it is still just a little one, Jing replied, appearing somewhat troubled. That name is far from adorable. It does not suit the little orange cat's appearance. It should evoke that feeling. This is an orange cat, after all. There's a saying that among 10 orange cats, 9 are fat, and 1 is especially so. It will surely grow to be quite hefty. This name is most fitting, is it? Jing looked at Jinshio with skepticism. Of course. In my hometown, there is another saying. A silly name brings good fortune. Many people name their pets things like dog egg, dog remnant, or second dog. If we name this little one Meatball, it will surely thrive. Does such a custom exist in the land of whirlpools? It's not the land of whirlpools. Isn't your hometown the land of whirlpools, boss? Oh. It doesn't matter. We shall call it Meatball. Look, Meatball, Meatball. How adorable that sounds, doesn't it? Right, Meatball? The orange cat glanced at Jinshio without uttering a word. You see, it has also tacitly agreed. Jinshio said contentedly. Very well, then I entrust Meatball to you, boss. Rest assured, I will ensure it grows plump and healthy. Jing smiled and nodded. As night deepened, Jing departed alone. The little orange cat remained on Jinshio's dining table, its orange fur and mismatched eyes giving it an extraordinary appearance. Meatball, after consuming so many explosive meatballs, will you be able to digest them? The little orange cat shot Jinshio a glance and gently shook its tiny paw. Jinshio was not surprised by this. In the world of ninjas, can cats be ordinary? Not to mention, their growth cycle is quite unusual, having just been born. Its teeth are already strong enough to bite. The elasticity of those explosive meatballs is exceptional. How could a cat so recently born manage to bite into them? It remains uncertain whether the shake of its paw signifies an inability or simply a lack of concern. Seeing Meatball's aloof demeanor, Jinshio was undeterred. After tidying up the Shichimi restaurant, he prepared to leave. Noticing this, Meatball leapt onto Jinshio's shoulder, its petite and delicate form utterly charming. Ding! The orange cat, Meatball, has consumed a serving of explosive meatballs from Shichimi. The host must promptly pay a fee of 600 ryo. Jinshio's foot, poised to step forward, immediately recoiled. System, have you made a mistake? Must this adorable fur ball pay for its food? All beings are equal. How could you possibly charge for such a charming cat? It is necessary. The system replied. Please remit 600 taels or face penalties in accordance with the rules against dining and dashing. If you're trying to swindle me, just say it outright. Jinshio retorted, exasperated. Reluctantly, he produced 600 taels, and in a flash of white light, the money vanished. The fluffy ball resting on his shoulder looked utterly perplexed, as if it could not comprehend where the money had gone. Little furball, you must be cautious from now on. That explosive meatball is simply too extravagant for us. I'll prepare something else for you. Meow? The fluffy creature protested, anger flickering in its heterochromatic eyes. Hey, don't get feisty. Do you realize that 600 tails could feed an average person for 5 or 6 days? Meow? Was its only retort. Meow? 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 Shinshu rubbed his ears, feeling close to deafness, and helplessly gazed at the little orange cat. All right, you are the master. Shall we negotiate? How about 2 pieces in the morning and 3 in the afternoon? The furball's eyes darted, and its tiny paw resolutely shook in disapproval. Shinshu donned a troubled expression, portraying himself as the one at a disadvantage. What if we do 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon? The cat's eyes brightened, and its little head bobbed enthusiastically. Then it settled. Meow? This time, the sound was gentle, as if it had struck a grand bargain. Shinshu feigned distress while secretly reveling in his cleverness, thinking, you're still too naive. It's all just a bowl less worth, ha ha ha. While Shinshu felt triumphant, the furball pondered differently. This master seems rather dim-witted. He fell for my pretense so easily. Nonetheless, 1 bowl a day is sufficient for me. Let him be happy. After all, he is my new master. Besides, it appears there are many delicious things here. Grandma Cat is truly wonderful. Both the man and the cat felt content, each believing the other to be a fool. As they walked along, Shinshu suddenly recalled something. Oh right, we don't have a cat bed at home. It seems I must find a place to purchase one. Is there a shop selling pet supplies in Konoha? Shinshu's expression turned contemplative, but soon he devised a plan. He hurriedly made his way to a shop. Inuzuka Pet Store, this is it, Shinshu thought, his heart lifting at the sight of the still-open store. Welcome, greeted a young woman named Amenotejikara. Beside her stood a silver-haired boy selecting a puppy from a nearby cage. Hello, Shinshu nodded slightly, smiling. Good day. How may I assist you? Amenotejikara beamed warmly. I recently adopted this little cat, and I'm looking to purchase a bed for it. What an adorable cat. Amenotejikara exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the little orange creature. However, we only sell dog beds here. In a state of distress, Amenotejikara remarked, it doesn't matter. A dog bed or a cat bed is the same. Just bring me the finest one. Certainly, no problem. Please wait a moment while I fetch it for you. Thank you for your trouble. As Amenotejikara stepped inside, only Shinshu and the silver-haired youth remained in the store. The silver-haired boy's gaze flitted back and forth between the corgi and the pug, seemingly in a quandary over which one to purchase. What should I choose? The silver-haired youth murmured, appearing quite troubled. Shinshu observed him with curiosity. The boy bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. He appeared to be of a similar age to Shinshu, with a resolute countenance that exuded an air of decisiveness. Silver hair? Shinshu's eyes then fell upon the short dagger at the boy's waist. Enlightenment dawned upon him. So, he hails from the Hitaki clan. At this age, he must be from Kakashi's generation. Customer, your cat bed is ready, Amenotejikara announced, interrupting Shinshu's reverie as she returned with the bed. Thank you. Shinshu accepted it, casting a satisfied glance at the item. After settling the payment, he intended to leave, but noticed the silver-haired youth still in a state of indecision. Opt for the pug. Corgis have short legs and can't run quickly, Shinshu suggested. The silver-haired youth's eyes lit up at the remark. Right. I almost forgot. I shall choose the pug. He seemed relieved, as if he had just resolved a significant dilemma. However, he soon turned to Shinshu, inquiring, Who are you? Wanxiang Shinshu, a chef. A chef? The silver-haired youth hesitated, as if recalling something. The red-haired chef? Are you the owner of that notorious establishment? He pointed at Shinshu, taken aback. Shinshu replied, Notorious? Why does such an odd rumor circulate in Konoha? It's utterly unfounded. I believe there's a misunderstanding. Shichimi is certainly not a black market establishment, isn't it? I heard that a bowl of plain noodles costs 600 ryo. Could that possibly be false? Well, that part is true. Then isn't that a black market? The silver-haired boy's expression conveyed a sense of vindication, as if he were scrutinizing a nefarious merchant. Amenotejikara let out a laugh. Shinshu felt a twinge of embarrassment. See, even the shopkeeper finds it amusing. Amenotejikara's smile faltered. Am I, a blossoming beauty of 18, being referred to as shopkeeper? This time, Shinshu chuckled. The boy was indeed amusing. Straightforward to the point of exasperation. You, how could you? Amenotejikara exclaimed, pointing at the silver-haired youth, her eyes reddening with anger. She looked on the verge of tears. The silver-haired youth panicked. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Shinshu patted the boy's shoulder, shaking his head. You've really made a blunder. Huh? The youth appeared flustered, uncertain of where he had erred. Leaning closer to his ear, Shinshu whispered, remember, when encountering a girl of this age, simply compliment her on her cuteness. The silver-haired youth's eyes sparkled with understanding. I'm sorry, shopkeeper. You are simply too adorable. Shinshu suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his stomach, suppressing laughter. Upon hearing this, Amenotejikara burst into tears. With her gentle disposition, she could hardly withstand such a blow. You are bullying me, she exclaimed, wiping her tears, appearing utterly pitiable. The silver-haired youth was taken aback. Had he truly misspoken? Could it be that this shopkeeper was deceiving him? As this thought crossed his mind, he fixed his cold gaze on Shinshu. Don't look at me like that. This is not my fault. You are truly adorably straightforward. Why do you refer to the shopkeeper as Auntie? She is not older than you. Is it wrong to call her Auntie? My father said one must be polite to shopkeepers. He also said that one should show respect to elders. Since shopkeepers are equivalent to elders, does that not mean I should call her Auntie? Shinshu was astonished. This logic was impeccable. He had learned to make inferences. A genius indeed. Amenotejikara was equally surprised. This fellow was somewhat adorably oblivious. With a soft laugh, she exclaimed, You are such a big fool. In an instant, her fondness for the silver-haired youth surged from negative numbers to 50. Indeed, she had no resistance against boys with a natural cluelessness. Shinshu was once again taken aback, scrutinizing the silver-haired youth. Was he a master or genuinely oblivious? So unfathomable. The silver-haired youth scratched his head, utterly bewildered by the situation. I would like to buy that pug, is that all right? He pointed to the cage housing a pug that appeared to be only a few months old. Amenotejikara glanced at it and nodded. Yes, but you must take good care of it. Every ninja dog here has been meticulously nurtured by the Inozuka clan. If you train it well, it will not only be adorable, but also provide assistance. The pug is not a combat dog, but it possesses a keen sense of smell and is more intelligent than the average ninja dog. It is quite suitable as a scout. Amenotejikara elaborated on the characteristics of the pug, while the silver-haired youth listened attentively. Shinshu observed the pug, noting its resemblance to Pakin, the dog Kakashi would later care for, realizing they must belong to the same breed. He was surprised that the Hitaki clan began raising ninja dogs so early. Had Kakashi's ability to cultivate 8 ninja dogs something to do with this? Yet, where did the Hitaki clan acquire such expertise? Shinshu pondered, glancing at the interaction between Amenotejikara and the silver-haired youth, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. My eyes see through so many things. Do you remember? I think I understand. If you have any questions, feel free to come back and ask me. Our after-sales service is excellent. All right. What is your name? Hitaki Rin. Then I shall call you Rin. I am Amenotejikara. Pleased to meet you. I am also very pleased to meet you. Aunt Ray. The previously light atmosphere abruptly fell silent once more. Shinshu suddenly felt that this place was rife with trouble, and it would be best to leave quickly. You. In a fleeting moment, Amenotejikara's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Within a short span of time, she felt she had endured 3 distinct injuries. What was the matter? Hitaki Rin's expression was one of kindness intertwined with confusion. Why was she angry again? Observing the scene, Amenotejikara felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps this fellow was not acting with malice. You can simply call me Ray. There's no need for the honorific Auntie. Is that so? Hitaki Rin furrowed his brows in earnest contemplation. Wouldn't that be somewhat impolite? Not at all. That would be quite fine. Amenotejikara replied with utmost sincerity. Seeing her steadfastness, Hitaki Rin conceded, Very well, I understand. Thank you, Ray. The dynamics shifted once more. Shinshu suddenly felt as if he were an unwarranted third wheel. However, upon reflection, he realized he was far more handsome than Hitaki Rin. Surely, he should be the center of attention in this scenario. Coughing lightly, Shinshu attempted to assert his presence. Oh, black shopkeeper, you haven't left yet? Hitaki Rin delivered another jab. An impulse surged within Shinshu to strike Hitaki Rin's silver-haired head with a dragon-patterned spatula. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his rising temper. The world is so splendid. Yet I find myself in such a state of agitation. This is not good at all. Amenotejikara stifled a giggle behind her hand. Humanity is a peculiar species. When one discovers another in a similarly unfortunate predicament, one's own plight seems less burdensome, even amusing. Amenotejikara found herself in such a situation. It was comforting to know she was not the only one driven to the brink by Hitaki Rin. Even the small orange cat perched on Jinshio's shoulder displayed a hint of comical mirth. Ah, Rin, do visit Shichimi house sometime. I shall assure you that my establishment is not a black shop, but rather offers value for money. I wouldn't go, I'm broke. Others must be fearful of you reporting to Lord Hokage, hence compelled to pay you for your black market wares. I am not so foolish. As long as I refrain from visiting, let us see how you manage to swindle my money. Hatake Rin raised his chin, feeling that his cleverness had soared to new heights. Jinshio clenched his teeth. Indeed, he was still very much inclined to teach this fellow a lesson. Little pause. Why do you think I, with my striking looks, failed to surpass the goodwill that Hatake Rin inspired in Inuzuka Rei during that earlier encounter? The small orange cat rolled over, ignoring Jinshio entirely. Its round belly was beginning to take shape. Why are you still ignoring me? Have you become aloof after a hearty meal? Truly, a cat's nature is hard to change, Jinshio remarked. The little orange cat turned its back on Jinshio, wiggling its rear without offering a response. Hey, my little tempestuous friend. Just as Jinshio contemplated reprimanding the little creature, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Jinshio momentarily set aside his feline affection and approached the entrance. Pushing the door open, he was met with another figure clad in red. Sister? What brings you here at this late hour? Upon seeing Mito's furious countenance, Jinshio was utterly baffled. Which brave soul had provoked this lady's ire? She appeared quite incensed. Let me in. I am overwhelmed with a surge of discontent. Oh, very well, come in. Jinshio quickly stepped aside, eager to avoid the fallout. A philosopher once remarked that when a woman is enraged, it is best to distance oneself as far as possible. If she happens to be your girlfriend, be prepared for a barrage of shouts and perhaps a few blows. Remember, do not attempt to reason with her, otherwise, the repercussions could be far graver. Of course, many individuals may never find themselves in such a situation throughout their lives, which is indeed a stroke of luck. As Mizuhara stormed into the house like an infuriated tomato, Ryo suddenly found himself concerned about his furniture. After all, these items were newly acquired. What if they were shattered? Sister, who has angered you this time? He asked. It's that Banshu. That guy drives me up the wall. What has Banshu done? Ryo was astonished. Since when did Banshu exhibit such backbone? How dare he provoke Mizuhara? Normally, it was Mizuhara who would submissively offer a bamboo rod whenever she was upset, bracing herself for punishment. Had he truly changed? It seemed that he was approaching the rebellious phase typical of his age. Next year, this troublesome lad would graduate, and I had intended for him to avoid overly perilous tasks, suggesting instead that he spend 2 years in the land of whirlpools with his father to learn traditional sealing techniques. Yet, this boy had the audacity to refuse, claiming that non-dangerous missions were devoid of excitement. Truly, a little talent had led him to overestimate his own capabilities. Mizuhara fumed, her anger and worry evident in her eyes. After listening to her, Ryo began to grasp the situation. Banshu was carefree and easygoing at first glance, yet once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. It was only natural for Mizuhara to wish to shield Banshu from hazardous undertakings. No mother would desire her child to engage in excessively dangerous work. Little Jean, do you know what infuriates me the most? Hashirama is actually supporting Banshu, claiming that the boy is quite responsible and should be encouraged. It's the spirit that a child of Senju Hashirama ought to possess. It drives me to the brink of madness, Mizuhara exclaimed, her frustration escalating with each word as she teetered on the edge of a meltdown. Ah, sister, please calm down. It's really not that serious. Graduation is still some time away. Can you believe those two? They are determined to drive me insane. I cook, clean, and do their laundry every day, and yet they conspire against me. This life has become unbearable, Mizuhara lamented, her face a picture of grievance and sorrow. Ryo scratched his head, puzzled. But I distinctly saw Hashirama washing dishes earlier. However, that seemed to miss the crux of the matter. Domestic disputes are notoriously difficult to navigate. Suddenly, an idea struck Ryo. Sister, you've been angry for quite a while now. You must be hungry. How about I prepare you a bowl of noodles? I'm not hungry. I'm too full of anger. Please, this is a new dish I've developed, and I guarantee it will please you. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? When people are consumed by rage, they often exhibit one of two extremes. Either they develop a hearty appetite or lose all desire to eat. Mizuhara leaned toward the latter. Absolutely not. Sister, if you starve yourself, you won't have the strength to deal with Banshu later. If you don't punish him, how will you teach him a lesson? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Mito's eyes brightened. In the distance, Banshu felt a sudden chill. You are right. I shall give it a try. All right, sister. Please wait a moment. Without delving into the circumstances surrounding Shinshu, the scene at the Shinshu household was starkly different. Father, where have mother and father gone? Banshu appeared anxious. They have gone to Shinshu. The sensing ability of Hashirama subtly radiated as he detected Mito's whereabouts. Father, is it truly all right if we do not seek out mother? She seems quite angry. When she returns, will we not be in for a severe scolding? At these words, Hashirama felt a shiver run down his spine. The wrath of Mito was feared even by the deity of ninjas. It should be fine, right? Despite his words, Hashirama's demeanor conveyed a lack of confidence. Father, do you think mother will prepare a month's worth of devilish cuisine for us? Cold sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead. That prospect was more daunting than battling Madara for 300 rounds. It should be fine, right? The father and son exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound worry reflected in the other's eyes. Banshu, from now on, make sure to appease your mother a bit. Some things should not be said too directly. I can communicate effectively with her. Father, if not for the frequent instances of mother kicking you out of bed, I would indeed prefer you to handle the communication. How can you speak like that, child? I have a respectable standing when speaking before your mother. Hashirama wore an expression of utmost authority. Banshu regarded him with skepticism. I believe your fanciful words. One could easily tell who was treated like a well-behaved child by mother daily. Shouldering the household chores of washing dishes and laundry, a clear indication of a man with a diminished standing at home, perhaps feeling somewhat guilty under Banshu's scrutiny. Hashirama cleared his throat twice. Ahem, what? Do you not trust your father? Did you not see me supporting you just now? Upon hearing this, Banshu immediately replied, Father, you looked so impressive when you supported me just now. I've never seen you so dashing. Ha ha, of course. This is the true essence of your father. My demeanor towards your mother is merely out of compassion for her hardships. I do not hold it against her. Do you understand? Father, you are truly wonderful. Oh, mother, when did you return? Upon hearing this, Hashirama jumped up. Dear, I was wrong. I should not have contradicted you just now. As he spoke, he turned around. But there was no trace of Mito to be seen. Ha ha, father, you are so timid. Banshu laughed, clutching his stomach. Hashirama's expression darkened. You little rascal. How dare you deceive me? Ah, father, I didn't mean to. Please put away the wood release. Ah, wood release. Vine technique. In the room, Banshu's cries echoed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Shinshu was kneading dough. The system exchanged a 3-star recipe, soul-settling noodles. Instantly, the method for making soul-settling noodles materialized in Shinshu's mind. Let us begin. As the dough was kneaded, it began to take shape. Shinshu seized a nearby steel rod and commenced a furious beating of the dough. Tap, tap, tap. During this period, Shinshu has been fervently practicing with the steel rod, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Though he has yet to master its use like Master Xie, it proves sufficient for kneading dough. Soon, under the vigorous strikes of the steel rod, the dough transforms into a flat sheet. With a deft flick, the dough soars into the air, landing at one end of the rod. The steel rod spins wildly. The dough becomes increasingly thin, ultimately becoming a large sheet. But the process does not conclude there. Setting down the steel rod, Shinshu seizes the enormous sheet of dough and swiftly withdraws a 7-star knife with his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. The knife dances upon the surface of the dough, transforming the vast sheet into a single long noodle. Much like a pasta machine, noodles continuously emerge from the knife's deft cuts, arching gracefully through the air before landing in a pot of soup that has been prepared in advance. This single, lengthy noodle fills the bowl to the brim. The piping hot broth instantly cooks the freshly made noodle. Completed, Shinshu carries the soul-soothing noodle to the living room and presents it to Mizuho. Already? In just a minute? Mizuho exclaims in astonishment. How could it be done so swiftly? Hee, my brother has always been quick in the kitchen. Do give it a try. I assure you, you will be pleased. Upon hearing this, Mizuho, who typically harbors doubts, is compelled to believe, for Shinshu's culinary creations have always been delectable. However, this time feels remarkably different. The aroma of the noodles surprisingly calms her previously furious demeanor. There seems to be an irresistible allure to this dish. What was once an absence of hunger now transforms into a sudden appetite. Here I go, she declares, picking up her chopsticks to grasp the noodle. The unbroken strand proves challenging to consume in one go. With a reluctant bite, she snaps the noodle and begins to savor it. A refreshing and delightful sensation envelopes her mouth. It feels as though she is not eating noodles, but rather mint. Yet, this experience is far gentler than mint itself. The noodle glides within her mouth, caressing her palate. This sensation is akin to a gentle massage rather than discomfort. It bears resemblance to the vibration of an electric toothbrush, yet with a more comforting force and direction. A look of sheer delight spreads across Mizuho's face as her earlier irritation dissipates entirely. The soul-soothing noodle, a legendary dish said to quell even the wrath of an emperor, is the remarkable creation of the renowned noodle master, Logan, from the culinary world of Chinese cuisine. Its swift preparation and exquisite flavor contribute to its reputation. The secret to its calming effect lies in the inclusion of refreshing ingredients such as mint. After tasting it, Mizuho finds herself utterly unable to stop, continuously drawing in the noodles, overwhelmed by the delightful experience. It is simply too delicious. Every time the culinary creations of the talented chef bring forth a new experience for Mito, today's soul-calming noodles are particularly profound. In an instant, the previously raging anger dissipates, replaced by a serene tranquility. Such a sensation has become rare for Mito since she has been acquainted with Banshu. At this moment, Mito perceives the fragrance of flowers, the lushness of grass, the azure of the sky, the melodious chirping of birds, and the harmonious serenade of cicadas at night. Sister, how do you feel? Has your anger subsided? Xiaojin, this dish is truly remarkable. Not only is it delectable, but it has also miraculously obliterated my earlier ire. Truly outstanding. Mito gazes at the empty bowl, still in disbelief. Despite not being hungry, she managed to consume an entire bowl of noodles, leaving her astonished. Not to mention the extraordinary effect of alleviating her anger. Such is not a typical trait of a dish. Hee, sister, now you recognize my prowess, do you not? This is called soul-calming noodles, which means that even the most furious of souls can be instantly subdued. You feel much better now, don't you? Indeed, I do. However, the thought of that father and son duo still irritates me, Mito retorts. Sister, there is no need to be angry. Your brother-in-law and Banshu must be quite frightened about what awaits them. Just imagine their cowardly faces. Doesn't that bring you joy? Upon hearing this, Mito conjures an image in her mind and bursts into laughter. Seeing Mito smile, Shinshu breathes a sigh of relief. As for the matter of Banshu, you both should deliberate on it further. It is commendable that Banshu has his own aspirations. Of course, one must also be wary of potential dangers. Yet, as the son of your brother-in-law, Banshu is inherently different from others. Sometimes, the desire to remain low-key does not guarantee that one can actually do so. Mito nods thoughtfully, understanding this principle well. However, it is precisely this understanding that causes her concern. The child of the Hokage, the offspring of the god of ninjas, what immense prestige. Yet, such prestige also brings forth responsibilities. Regardless of Banshu's desires, he will inevitably be compared to others, becoming the child of someone noteworthy in the eyes of his peers. This pressure is sufficient to make Banshu tread carefully. Shinshu is powerless in this regard. Some individuals are destined from birth to stand apart from the rest. In the original narrative, there is not a single word recorded about Banshu. However, one can infer from the details that his lifespan is certainly not as prolonged as that of Hiruzen or Danzo, though the exact timing of his demise remains unpredictable. At the very least, he will not pass away until after Tsunade and Shinsuke have come into existence. From this perspective, Banshu is safe for at least the next decade or so. All right, sister, let us not dwell on this too much. Let us head home quickly, otherwise, your brother-in-law will surely be unable to sleep. He might even be trembling in fear right now. Shinshu chuckles. Mito slightly nods, reluctantly putting down her chopsticks. Just then, a knock resounds at the door. That must be your brother-in-law, Shinshu remarks as she opens the door. Sure enough, standing at the entrance is Hashirama. Shinshu, is Mito here? Yes, brother-in-law. You've come to fetch my sister, Haven to you? Indeed. Zukian entered with a smile that sought to placate. Mito snorted disdainfully, turning away. Mito, calm yourself. I've already taught Banshu a lesson. That brat's backside is quite sore now. What? Mito immediately stood, glaring at Zukian. Zukian was taken aback. You actually struck Banshu. Truly. I mourn for you, Zukian. Alas, domestic life is indeed a battle of wits and courage. While Zukian reigns supreme in the world of ninjas, at home, he is evidently a defeated foe. Yet perhaps this is his form of happiness. Meatball, your appetite is impressive, even at such a tender age. You possess such a substantial belly. Shinshu poked the little orange cat's belly, his face beaming with admiration. The little orange cat shot Shinshu a disdainful glance, ignoring him, yet offering no resistance. When one dines at another's table, it is wise to offer a token of gratitude. Meatball, with such an appetite. It is a pity you haven't been reborn into the Aikido clan. Meow. The little orange cat disdainfully rolled over, pushing away Shinshu's mischievous hand. Do not be like this. I have not had enough petting yet. The little orange cat waved a paw, indicating that the day's feline affection session had reached its conclusion. Such a miser. After devouring so much of my money, you only allow me a few strokes. Shinshu expressed his dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless. Cats are notoriously aloof creatures. Seeing Meatball still disregarding him, Shinshu clapped his hands in resignation. Fine, I shan't stoop to your level. Whistling softly, Shinshu made his way to Shichimi restaurant. As usual, he busied himself cooking and earning a living, feeling content. Hello, 100 taels please. Hello, 1,000 taels please. Hello, 80 taels please. Coins clinked as they entered the coffers, and Shinshu began to relish this sensation, reminiscent of the satisfaction felt when receiving a salary in a past life. Thankfully, in this world, there is no need to repay any debts. 2 hours of business swiftly passed. Shinshu stretched lazily and announced the end of the workday. Boss, we've run out of wild mushrooms, Nanchi stated while checking the ingredients. Wild mushrooms? You and Yifun should go gather some. Boss, I have no time. I have an appointment. Yifun replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. An appointment? Shinshu regarded Yifun with suspicion. Who could you possibly be meeting? In this village, we know but a few. Nanchi chuckled. Boss, spring is approaching, nature is awakening, and it is time for Yifun to consider romance. Romance? Shinshu was even more astonished. Your boss, have yet to experience love, and you dare to pursue it? Oh dear brother, it is not yet settled. Do not speak so carelessly. Yifun's face flushed, although the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. What unfortunate girl has caught your eye? Shinshu expressed his shock. Boss, how can that be unfortunate? It is fate, Yifun retorted, visibly displeased. Is it? Allow me to pose a few inquiries. Do you own a house? A car? Do you have an income? How can you dare to seek romance? How can any girl envision a life with you? The 3 fundamental questions of existence. Yifun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shinshu with a look of bewilderment. The enigmatic nature of true cultivation deepens. Boss, who claims that romance relies on such things? Huh, is that not true? Certainly not. Love is founded upon charm and eloquence. Charm and eloquence? Indeed. One's appearance captures a girl's initial fondness, while sweet words enhance her affection, ultimately leading to victory. With unwavering confidence, he declared, with my handsome visage and silver tongue, I am assured of success. Shinshu felt a wave of dismay. Engaging in romance in such a manner makes marriage rather elusive. Why pursue marriage? Boss, for us young people, the essence of romance lies in the journey, not the destination. We cherish the moments we have, rather than obsessing over eternity. Boss, your question is rather peculiar. Have you never experienced love? A soul-stirring blow. Shinshu was momentarily rendered speechless. The notion echoed in his mind. Have you never experienced love? He fell into a state of introspection, reflecting on a past life devoid of sweet romance, and a present life lacking in charming companions. Shinshu suddenly perceived a monochromatic world. Observing Shinshu's stunned silence, the trio exchanged glances. Xiangtung sneered, so? You are still a virgin. His words dripped with disdain. You. Shinshu yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. There seemed to be no flaw in that statement. Ha ha, boss, I shan't linger further. I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, Yifun shed his apron and hastily departed. Caught in a state of self-reflection, Shinshu was momentarily unresponsive. Boss, I too have matters to attend to today, hence I cannot accompany you to forage for mushrooms. Nanchi remarked. You wouldn't happen to have a date, would you? No, it's simply that the goods are arriving at the shop, and I must receive them. Indeed. That is the priority. Then, Xiangtung, you shall join me in mushroom foraging. Shinshu turned to Xiangtung, who merely snorted in response, offering no explanation before striding away. Hey, where are you going? Shinshu called out, but Xiangtung did not look back. What a fellow, showing no regard for his boss. Boss, Xiangtung is in a foul mood today, so he cannot accompany you either. In a foul mood? That's quite an unusual excuse, Shinshu replied, resigned. It is true. Today marks the anniversary of his parents' passing. He typically isolates himself during this time to honor their memory, Nenshi said, his expression somber. Shinshu found himself at a loss for words. The 3 employees of the shop were indeed individuals with profound stories. Well then, you all seem to be quite occupied. I shall venture alone. It is not a far distance, after all. We appreciate your sacrifice. Boss, I will take my leave first. In the blink of an eye, Nenshi had vanished as well. These 3 fellows are increasingly treating me as one of their own, Shinshu mused with a smile, not taking offense. In a small establishment, if hierarchies are rigidly defined, it can render operations rather peculiar. Small businesses thrive on interpersonal relationships, while larger corporations rely on systems, a management philosophy Shinshu has always upheld. Certainly, the aversion to imposing one's will is a significant reason as well. With a small backpack, Shinshu ascended the mountain in earnest. As a humble chef, he prepared meals for others. Fresh ingredients are paramount, and culinary skills require diligent practice. When customers are satisfied, one's spirits soar. Without cooking, he feels lethargic. The art of cuisine is truly remarkable, allowing for delightful indulgence. Soon, when I become a culinary deity, everyone shall be well fed. As he meandered along, Shinshu recited playful verses. Taking his time, observing the dogtail grass by the roadside, he plucked a stem, casually chewing it with a carefree demeanor. The weather was splendid, with the wind rustling energetically. Gradually, Shinshu emerged from his earlier gloom. Suddenly, he halted. Wait, why am I withdrawing? I have no desire for romance. That rascal Myphon is truly a scoundrel. I'll have a word with him next time. With this clarity, Shinshu's spirits lifted once more. Oh, is someone over there? While strolling, Shinshu sensed the presence of another in the forest. Approaching closer, he was met with flashes of blades, silver gleaming blades. The Kimu sword technique. The silver glimmer sparkled. With a low shout, Kimu launched his blade, unleashing a brilliant surge of light toward a massive tree, its trunk thick enough for 5 people to encircle. Crack! The white blade pierced the tree's trunk, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. The power was indeed formidable. Yet, Kimu shook his head. It's still insufficient. I have yet to master this technique fully. A wave of frustration surged within him. This technique, comparable to an A-class ninjutsu, had taken him years to refine. Yet he had only achieved minor success. Had he succeeded, the struck tree would have been completely severed, rather than merely punctured with a significant hole. The strength still fell short. Suddenly, Kimu squinted and called out, "Who goes there?" The short knife slipped from his hand, hurtling towards the source of the sound, none other than Shinshu. Reacting swiftly to the sudden assault, Shinshu did not flinch. The knife whizzed past his ear, leaving him unscathed. Impressive control, he noted. With a swift motion, he managed to pinch the knife between his middle and index fingers as it passed by. Kimu's throw was merely a warning, devoid of any intent to harm. Thus, the knife was intended for intimidation. However, Shinshu's effortless catch took Kimu completely by surprise. The knife had not been thrown with great force, yet Shinshu's nonchalant grasp of it was quite extraordinary. Such finesse required keen perception, judgment, and speed. That a peer, especially a chef, could accomplish this astounded Kimu. My apologies for the intrusion. I noticed some commotion and came to investigate, unaware it was you practicing your swordplay, Shinshu remarked. Stepping beside Kimu and offering the short knife back. Kimu accepted the knife, glanced at Shinshu, and said, "Ah, it is you, the proprietor of the black market." Shinshu. 3 black lines etched across Shinshu's forehead as he shook his head in exasperation. He reiterated that he was not a proprietor of an illicit establishment, and his shop was by no means a shady one. Please refrain from calling me the black shop owner. Very well, black shop owner, came the reply. Shinshu felt a wave of despair. How could this fellow be so obstinate? He bore no resemblance to his grandson, Kakashi. With a dismissive gesture, Shinshu resolved to ignore the man and prepared to leave. Yet, Kikimuran had no intention of letting him depart so easily. Wait, what is it? Shinshu retorted, annoyance evident in his voice. Black shop owner, do you possess any knife skills? Huh, what knife skills? Your earlier maneuver, where you deftly caught my short blade, was executed with remarkable agility and swiftness. The positioning was impeccable, ensuring no harm came to your fingers. Achieving such a feat requires not only extraordinary reflexes, but also a profound understanding of blades. Otherwise, it would be impossible to execute such a motion in an instant. Shinshu, bewildered by Kikimuran's exposition, replied, I don't quite grasp what you're saying, but I am a chef. And it's quite normal to have a good understanding of knives. I assure you, I excel at chopping vegetables and meats. He spoke with a hint of pride. For as a chef, this was indeed a point of pride for him, and he had ample grounds to boast. Shichimi furrowed his brow. Why did this fellow always relate everything back to his culinary skills? Can you fell that tree? Shichimi pointed to a tree nearby that resembled the one he had just pierced. Cutting trees? Not interested. It would be a disrespect to the kitchen knife, Shinshu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Does that imply you can? Is cutting a tree really that difficult? Shinshu shot a puzzled glance at Shichimi, finding him rather peculiar. Yet Shichimi remained unconvinced. Could this chef's knife skills truly be exceptional? Black shop owner, would you demonstrate for me? I am currently honing my knife techniques and seek a bit of inspiration. Huh, you truly are bothersome. However, I have no interest unless what? Unless you cease calling me black shop owner from now on. Agreed. It's a deal. Hand me your knife. Shinshu took the short blade from Shichimi's hand and said, cutting trees is much simpler than slicing vegetables. There's nothing to consider. One simply cuts through. As he spoke, Shinshu gripped the short knife firmly. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he declared, Arhut crystal slash. With that, the short knife glimmered with a flash of white light as Shinshu swiftly approached the towering tree. Crack! It was a clean and decisive cut, leaving only a silver flash in its wake. The tree appeared unscathed at first, yet soon the trunk began to tilt. And gradually, it toppled over. Shichimi's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Speed, power, the cut, the direction. Each element was executed with near perfection. Such knife skills could only be described in 2 words. Magnificent. Shichimi had practiced with a blade for a decade, yet had never achieved such mastery. His intuition was not misplaced. Shinshu's mastery of blade techniques was truly astonishing. It is no wonder, as even the likes of Hashirama and Tobarama held his skills in high regard, let alone the discerning eye of Blade. Having settled the matter, Shinshu turned with a smile, signaling victory with a gesture. Yet, he noticed Blade gazing intently at him, a look that sent a shiver down his spine. Hey, there's no need to look at me like that. It's rather intimidating. If you admire me and wish for an autograph, I'm open to that. My signature is quite nice, and I wouldn't mind it becoming a family heirloom. Ignoring Shinshu's frivolous banter, Blade spoke earnestly. Black shopkeeper, I request a duel. I wish to confront a master of swordsmanship to uncover my shortcomings and enhance my abilities. Why do you still call me black shopkeeper? Did you not just say that if I severed this tree, you would stop? And as for a duel, I have no interest. I am merely a chef. Shinshu retorted, tossing the short blade back to Blade. Please, I implore you. This is very important to me. Blade's expression was serious, devoid of any jest. Shinshu scratched his head, sensing he had stirred up trouble. Such a request was indeed difficult to refuse. All right, how do you wish to compete? Upon hearing Shinshu's agreement, Blade was elated. A one-on-one duel of sword techniques, solely with blades. Now, right now, Mr. Black Shopkeeper, you must have a weapon, yes? Indeed, I do. Then let us begin. Blade grasped his short blade, eager for the challenge. Shinshu, feeling somewhat resigned, reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving the 7-star blade. This collection comprised 7 blades, corresponding to the Big Dipper, each varying in size. Aside from the commonly used dual-purpose sword, there was a large cleaver for smaller knives, and a curved dagger. The dagger, approximately 40 centimeters long, was named Tianling. Its length was comparable to the short blade Blade wielded, which was precisely the 7-star blade Shinshu chose to draw. The curved dagger was significantly larger than what could be concealed within the tool pouch, indicating that it was extracted from a system backpack. Just to clarify, let us keep it civil. Fighting with blades is rather brutish. Rest assured, Mr. Black Shopkeeper, I shall remain restrained. Very well, let us commence. Shinshu brandished a kitchen knife. No, a curved dagger, appearing devoid of any martial prowess. In stark contrast, Blade emanated a palpable aura of menace. At the tender age of 16, Blade had already faced life and death battles. Before the establishment of Konoha, the Kiki clan, to which he belonged, was a formidable force during the Warring States period. The Blade techniques were renowned throughout the ninja world. While not as famed as those of the Senju or Uchiha clans, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary families. Blade was a prodigy of the Kiki clan, possessing the strength of a jonin at such a young age. His dark eyes were filled with a grave intensity. Were there flaws everywhere? No, it seemed there were no apparent weaknesses, Kiki Blade found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Shinshu appeared to stand casually. Yet he exuded an air that left Kiki Blade feeling uncertain about his next move. It seems as though every flaw is intentionally crafted to lure him into a trap. Should he strike at that point, he would undoubtedly face a terrifying counterattack. This left Kiki Blade in a state of apprehension, reluctant to act recklessly. A stalemate ensued, and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Their gazes locked, swords rendered useless, yet the brilliance in their eyes appeared to clash midair. Each glance felt akin to a blade. The consciousness flowed through the exchange. Of course, this was merely an illusion experienced by Kiki Blade. On the side of the true cultivator, a question lingered. What was this fellow waiting for? After such a lengthy pause, why had he not made a move? Cold sweat trickled down Kiki Blade's forehead, revealing the strain he was under. Suddenly, the demeanor of the true cultivator shifted to one of gravity. Kiki Blade's pupils constricted, feeling an overwhelming surge of pressure. Was he finally going to strike? Kiki Blade silently mused, gripping his short blade even tighter. At that very moment, the true cultivator made his move. With a swift push of his toes, his speed surged dramatically. Before Kiki Blade could react, the true cultivator had already arrived at his side, passing through him without the slightest contact. Yet, a terrifying aura of blade intent erupted around him, not aimed directly at Kiki Blade, yet rendering him utterly defenseless. He had not even drawn his short blade. Rather than being a lack of action, it was a paralysis of sorts. The sheer momentum evoked a sense of dread, even in a master swordsman like Kiki Blade. Was this murderous intent? Kiki Blade was astounded. How could a mere chef exude such potent killing aura? Could it be that slaughtering chickens and ducks could accumulate such a presence? The reality was far from this notion. Having navigated the tumultuous ninja world for 2 years, the true cultivator, despite his desire to avoid conflict, could not guarantee safety in a world rife with chaos. Over these 2 years, numerous ninjas had provoked him, only to meet their demise at his hands. Although the true cultivator's earlier antics against Nanshi and his comrades had seemed absurd, they were the result of combat honed through those 2 years. His lethality was not to be underestimated. While Kiki Blade had seen the battlefield, it had always been alongside his clan. The true cultivator, however, had ventured alone into the ninja realm. His wounds would be no less than Kiki Blade's, perhaps even more, along with the lives he had taken. Just as Kiki Blade's emotions swirled, the true cultivator's greedy wolf blade slashed through the air. It traversed Kiki Blade's form without inflicting a single injury. The reason was simple. The target of this assault was not him. Instead, it was what lay behind him. The rampaging bull azure dragon slash. A gust of wind-infused chakra suddenly enveloped the curved blade. With a fierce slice, the slender blade struck forth, targeting a wild boar that had just burst onto the scene, charging directly at Kiki Blade. Under normal circumstances, Kiki Blade would have detected it immediately. However, he had been so immersed in the true cultivator's overwhelming aura that he had failed to notice the wild boar's approach. Seeing this, the true cultivator acted decisively. The rampaging bull azure dragon slash. This technique, acquired but never before utilized, was unexpectedly unleashed against a wild boar rather than a bull. The curved blade plunged into the boar's body, delivering a swift and fatal blow. Yet, this was not the end. The curved blade deftly changed direction, slicing through the air with a flurry of dozens of strikes in an instant. After this onslaught, the wild boar collapsed with a resounding thud. As the reverberations faded, Shimu Rin turned to observe. Surprisingly, the boar appeared unscathed, yet in the next moment, it seemed to disintegrate like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The thick hide of the boar unfurled, revealing exquisite cuts of meat within. The legs, ribs, chops, and tail were all meticulously severed, astonishingly without a single drop of blood oozing forth. Such skill was extraordinary. Even the legendary butcher of oxen would pale in comparison. No, it was a butcher of boars. The fresh pork looked utterly delectable. How could this be? Shimu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. A living wild boar had been completely dismantled in the blink of an eye. This technique was refined to an unparalleled degree. Shimu Ren felt that even with decades of practice, he could never attain such finesse. It required not only immense control, but also an intimate understanding of every inch of the boar's flesh. He shuddered to think how terrifying it would be if such a technique were applied to a human being. He never anticipated encountering wild boars here. It was a fortunate find. This boar could yield numerous delightful dishes. In stark contrast to Shimu Ren's astonishment, Shinshu was thoroughly delighted by the sight of the disassembled boar. Among pork varieties, wild boar is considered a delicacy. Whether fried, boiled, or braised, it is simply exquisite, far surpassing that of common domestic pigs. As he contemplated this, Shinshu could barely contain his saliva. Such a treasure. Turning to Chimu Ren, he said, "Shall we call it a day? You seemed disinterested earlier, so I'll take care of this boar. Let us leave the competition for another time." Chimu Ren nodded numbly, momentarily at a loss for words. It was the first time he had witnessed someone his age wield such formidable skill. No, it was not just his age. Even the elders of the Chimu clan could not match such meticulousness. While they may possess greater strength, none could rival Shinshu in precision. This technique was truly terrifying. Watching Shinshu, who was joyfully preparing the boar meat, Chimu Ren found himself momentarily perplexed. Which was the true face of Shinshu? A chef? A master of the blade? Today was indeed fortuitous, for this was top-tier wild boar meat, perfect in both size and maturity for consumption. If prepared as braised pork, steamed ribs, char siu, roasted trotters, marinated ears, stewed heart, or fried meatballs, the dishes would undoubtedly be exquisite. It seemed imperative to quickly devise a menu to make the most of these culinary treasures. Shinshu felt that this journey had been immensely worthwhile. With such bounty, why bother foraging for mushrooms? He was no mere mushroom-gathering girl. Observing Shinshu's foolishly blissful demeanor, Chimu Ren found it difficult to accept. Why had he lost to someone like this? Of course, he held no disdain for Shinshu. He simply felt that the latter's demeanor did not align with his preconceived notions of a master. Upon careful reflection, it appears that the original master also possessed such qualities. Could it be that this is the inherent temperament of their lineage? The more Chimu Ren contemplated, the more he found this notion to be quite plausible. Indeed, it is a unique mastery of character. Chimu Ren mused silently, observing the extraordinary presence of Shinshu as he stood in the background. Suddenly, while Shinshu was joyfully preparing the wild boar meat, an inexplicable chill crept down his spine. This sensation prompted him to glance back slightly, only to meet the intense gaze of Chimu Ren, who was looking at him with fervent eyes. Instantly, Shinshu turned away. What is this fellow up to? Why is he staring so tenderly at my back? Could he be a pervert? Reflecting upon Kakashi's life, Shinshu's expression grew increasingly grim. Could this be a tradition of the Chimu clan? No, that can't be right. Traditions should embody affection towards comrades. Relieved, Shinshu stood up and turned to Chimu Ren. "Arun, this wild boar is rather heavy. Could you lend me a hand in bringing it back?" "Sure," Chimu Ren replied without hesitation. Had it not been for Shinshu's intervention, he might have sustained an injury from the boar. Moreover, after the recent ordeal, he lacked the enthusiasm to practice his swordplay. When the two returned to the Seven Flavors restaurant, each bearing half of the wild boar, night had already fallen. "Phew, this is indeed heavy. But it will provide us with several days' worth of ingredients," Shinshu remarked, his satisfaction growing as he gazed at the pile of boar meat. As they hurried along, Chimu Ren felt quite fatigued. Having already been somewhat weary from practicing his swordsmanship, the subsequent sprint had nearly exhausted him. Shinshu, noticing this, promptly said, "Arun, you've worked hard this time. To show my gratitude, I shall treat you to some noodles and let you sample the culinary delights of my establishment. So you no longer think of it as a shady place. Is that really appropriate? No worries. It's not during business hours. I will prepare my own dishes for you at no charge." "All right." Upon hearing that there would be no cost, Chimu Ren readily agreed. As the saying goes, a free meal is a meal well worth having. Perfectly timed, they had wild boar at hand, and Shinshu decided to prepare a pig bone broth as the base for the noodles. Speaking with enthusiasm, he retrieved 2 pig bones, washed them thoroughly, and placed them into a large pot for simmering. This will need to cook for quite a while, won't it? Though Chimu Ren was not particularly skilled in cooking, he understood that simmering pig bones takes a considerable amount of time. At this rate, he would not be able to eat until dawn. That is the conventional method. Here, a minute is all that is required. A minute? So quick? Chimu Ren was taken aback. Indeed, Shinshu replied, inhaling deeply as he directed his hands towards the pot of simmering broth. Fire-style chakra infuse. The flames surged immediately. What is this? Chimu Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing such a culinary technique. The powerful infusion of fire-style chakra elevated the flames to an astonishing intensity. The broth, which typically requires hours to simmer, could now be ready in just a minute. Not only that, the extraordinary heat would extract all the nutrients from the pig bones, yielding results superior to those achieved through traditional long simmering. However, this technique is not something an ordinary chef could accomplish, nor even the esteemed Hataki blade. The reason is quite simple. It necessitates an exceptionally powerful chakra to sustain it. The chakra of the Hataki clan is rather conventional and lacks true strength. Even in later generations, Kakashi left behind a chakra unit that was limited in its potency. This illustrates that the chakra of the Hataki clan is inherently constrained. The demands of formidable knife skills on chakra are not excessively high, yet this particular technique, even if it were to exhaust the Hataki blade's chakra, would still elude his grasp. While Hataki blade was momentarily lost in thought, the pork bone broth had nearly reached perfection. A rich aroma began to permeate the seven flavors establishment. Hataki blade, suddenly invigorated, became intrigued by the impending dishes. Could it be that this was not a seedy establishment after all? Was there truly exquisite cuisine to be had? What kind of culinary creation could possibly justify such a steep price? A minute swiftly elapsed. Shinshu retracted his hands, causing the flames to diminish immediately. However, the fragrance of the pork bone broth had fully blossomed. He retrieved a prepared dough from the adjacent refrigerator, gently patting it to assess its softness. The dough was precisely as it should be. As he spoke, Shinshu placed the dough in his left hand and retrieved a second qishing knife from his tool pouch with his right. This knife, broad and imposing, was named Juman. Just as Hataki blade pondered Shinshu's intentions, Shinshu made his move. The gleaming qishing knife sliced through the kneaded dough with remarkable precision. Each cut sent a sheet of dough flying, one after another, in an unbroken rhythm. The seamless flow of his actions resembled a celestial dance, with each sheet of dough elegantly arcing through the air before descending into the bubbling pork bone broth. The broth eagerly enveloped the sheets, then churned them out, akin to silver fish frolicking in the water. Such prowess. To an onlooker, it might seem merely entertaining, but to a connoisseur, the finesse of this knife work was awe-inspiring. Steady, precise, and fierce. Light yet thin, every ounce of force was utilized to its utmost, with not a single trace of waste. In the span of a mere minute, Shinshu had crafted over 200 slices from the dough, depleting it entirely. A closer inspection would reveal that each sheet measured 6 inches in length, neither more nor less. Perfectly uniform. Knife-shaved noodles. One of the traditional wheat dishes, typically requiring a specialized blade. Yet for a chef of Shinshu's caliber, such a blade was not an absolute necessity. The Juman knife proved to be exceedingly suitable. The essence of crafting knife-shaved noodles lies in the dexterity of the wrist, the steadiness of the force, and the uniformity of application, all of which Shinshu executed to perfection. In the boiling pork bone broth, the knife-shaved noodles rapidly cooked. With a gentle scoop, he retrieved the noodles, sprinkled them with a handful of green onions, and then poured the pork bone broth over them. The mingling aromas of scallions and pork wafted forth, creating an intoxicating bouquet. Delight in this culinary creation. Shinshu's special pork bone knife-shaved noodles await your indulgence. As the black headband danced in the air without a breath of wind, the flavor of the pig bone knife-shaved noodles was elevated to its zenith. There were no excessive seasonings, only the most robust pig bone broth. This exquisite broth, worthy of a 3-star distinction, paired perfectly with the precisely crafted knife-shaved noodles. If this bowl were to be sold, 600 taels would be a bargain, for it offers an experience unparalleled even in 5-star establishments. Of course, since realizing that the culinary system beyond this realm does not interfere, Shinshu managed to create a humble menu. The knife-shaved noodles are one such offering from this modest selection. A rich aroma surged from the bowl, assaulting Chimujin's nostrils. So close was the bowl that Chimujin could almost feel the saliva quickly accumulating in his mouth. How fragrant! After a day of training, coupled with the recent sprint, Chimujin was indeed ravenous. The enticing aroma was irresistible. He began to partake. Rather than immediately grasping his chopsticks, Chimujin first retrieved a spoon. One must sip the broth before consuming the noodles. The gentle soup swirled around his mouth, awakening every taste bud on his tongue and warming his parched mouth. He swallowed, allowing the broth to glide smoothly down his throat, through the esophagus, and into his stomach. The once empty belly now felt supported, no longer frail. In that moment, his entire being was revitalized by the soup, as if it were announcing the arrival of a sumptuous feast. The warmth of the broth even stimulated beads of sweat on his forehead. There was no discomfort, only a profound sense of comfort. akin to a fresh morning's first release for a man or the satisfying click of a woman's hands reaching behind her back upon returning home. Refreshing. Instantly, the world seemed to brighten. The richness of the pig bone lingered on his tongue, refusing to dissipate, while the crisp aroma of scallions followed suit. Though less enduring than the pig bone, it imparted a refreshing sensation. In this moment, the two distinct flavors intertwined seamlessly, without any jarring contrasts, only perfect harmony and enhancement. A singular dish, no matter how delectable, can appear insipid, hence, culinary creations often feature both main and supplementary ingredients. The main ingredient guides the overall flavor profile, while the accompaniments serve as embellishments and enhancements. Simply put, amidst a sea of green, a single splash of red stands out. The emphasis is on the red, not the multitude of greens. Delicious, Shimujin exclaimed, before finally picking up his chopsticks. In the world of Naruto, the soup is the soul of the dish. While expectations for the noodles are significantly less stringent, the most common scenario allows for an abundance of noodles, yet only one bowl of broth. This is due to the overwhelming reliance on the broth's flavor in this world of noodle cuisine, often neglecting the texture of the noodles. However, for Shinshu, such neglect was absolutely inconceivable, for in his previous life, adding noodles incurred a cost. And with cost comes skill. Without delving into the intricacies of hand-pulled noodles, let us consider the knife-shaved noodles before him. Each slice bore the weight of Shinshu's culinary mastery accumulated over more than a decade. Each strand of noodle was neither too thick nor too thin, but perfectly balanced. Kakashi lifted a slice of the knife-cut noodle and placed it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a delightful flavor this noodle possessed. The taste of the pork bone infused in the noodles was even more robust than that of the broth itself. Noodle soups often face a dilemma. They are limited by the time they spend in the broth, resulting in a rather bland flavor. When paired with soup, it is still acceptable, yet when consumed alone, it can feel rather insipid. This was a point that Shinshu had struggled to accept during his previous encounters with knife-cut noodles. The noodles themselves are far more challenging to absorb flavor than regular noodle soups. If the broth is lacking, these knife-cut noodles can become exceedingly difficult to swallow. As someone who has experienced this, Shinshu knew how to address this issue. During my final kneading of the dough, I incorporated pork bone powder. The crushed pork bones, akin to fine flour, became enveloped within. As I kneaded the dough, it gradually melded together. When slicing, I infused my chishing knife with a fiery chakra, causing it to emit a gentle warmth. In that fleeting moment of cutting, the flavors of the pork bone powder and noodle were locked together. After simmering in the pork bone broth, the entire essence was released. How intriguing! I had not noticed this at all. Kakashi was astounded, beginning to question his own discerning palate. You still have much to learn, Shinshu chuckled softly. Kakashi shook his head slightly, his expression tinged with bitterness. Suddenly, his mood soured. Yet, gazing at the knife-cut noodles before him, he thought, well, if I'm feeling down, I should eat more. His pace of eating quickened. In just 2 minutes, the bowl of knife-cut noodles was devoured, leaving not a drop of broth behind. What a satisfying meal. Kakashi patted his slightly bulging belly, a look of contentment gracing his features. Shinshu removed his black headband, holding it in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips as he playfully remarked, my hospitality has been lacking. No, it has been splendid. That is not what I meant. But that is precisely what I meant, Kakashi replied, puzzled. Shinshu momentarily faltered on how to explain. Surely he confessed to having an outburst of his youthful spirit and indulging in cosplay. Could he? Perhaps it was best to let it be. If I've made a misstep, so be it. After all, we are alone. Now, do you see the deliciousness of my cooking? You can no longer call me a black market chef. All right, Mr. Black Market, I would like to inquire about something. Shinshu suddenly felt a sense of helplessness akin to Jiraiya facing Naruto, who called him a perverted sage. Initially, he could not comprehend it, but now, he felt he had delved deep into the character of Jiraiya. Alas, speaking too much only brings tears. Indeed, Kakashi's preconceived notions of Shinshu loomed like an insurmountable mountain, one that no amount of effort could shift. Go ahead, what is your question? Mr. Black Market, I wish to ask how you have honed your swordsmanship. How have you achieved such mastery at this age? I began practicing with a blade at 6 years old, and after 10 years, I still find myself far beneath your level. Kakuki's expression was imbued with eagerness. He yearned to uncover the answer to this question, for he had reached an impasse in his swordsmanship. Should he fail to break through this barrier, he would likely remain a mere jonin throughout his life, never attaining the status of an elite jonin, much less becoming a formidable figure like a Hokage. As for this inquiry, Masaru displayed a contemplative demeanor. Kikuki gazed at Masaru with even greater fervor. Honestly, I do not possess the answer. I merely slice vegetables each day. If you seek to advance, why not come to my establishment and assist me in my culinary endeavors? Slicing vegetables? Kikuki was taken aback. This was an answer he had never anticipated. Could there be a connection between vegetable cutting and swordsmanship? If you were to ask me whether culinary arts could alter one's fate, I would be at a loss. However, Kikuki's destiny was to slice vegetables at Shimiya. After Masaru's persuasive words, Kikuki perceived working at Shimiya as an exceedingly arduous form of training. Ah, Kikuki, you cannot fathom it. In the beginning, my knife skills were subpar, but after practicing with radishes for a time, my technique ascended rapidly. Observe how effortlessly I chop trees and butcher pigs today. It is all thanks to the practice I garnered from slicing radishes. With that, Masaru produced a radish, grasped the Chishin knife, and demonstrated the art of lunar crescent slicing before Kikuki. Thin, delicate slices of radish flew from the blade, glistening in the moonlight streaming through Shimiya's skylight. That moment of the moon's halo was breathtakingly beautiful. Even many years later, Kikuki would vividly recall that radiant luminescence. Kikuki, I see extraordinary potential in you. You are destined to become a master of swordsmanship. However, one must tread the path step by step, and your journey begins with slicing vegetables. Mr. Masaru, I am eager to come to your establishment and practice slicing vegetables. Kikuki was on the verge of kneeling in reverence. Of course, that was an impossibility. Kikuki was a ninja of principles and would never stoop to such an act. His eyes brimmed with earnestness. Masaru nodded in satisfaction. Very well. However, my vegetable slicing apprenticeship does not come cheaply. I shall pay no fee. No, I mean you must pay me. Kikuki momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained his composure. He was not genuinely seeking employment as a vegetable cutter. This was training. How could one undergo training without compensation? Mr. Masaru was not his master, and it was entirely reasonable for him to charge for guidance. Furthermore, even if Mr. Masaru wished to take him on as an apprentice, Kikuki would actually be reluctant. The reason was simple: age. They were contemporaries. How could he claim that someone his age was his master without tarnishing his reputation in the community? Kikuki was quite clear on this matter. Of course, if it were a female peer, this issue would not arise. A female master? That is a master. That is a potential conquest. For further details, refer to the Return of the Condor Heroes. Mr. Masaru, I understand. May I inquire as to the fee for your guidance? Given your sincerity, I shall charge you 50,000 ryo per month. Very well, Mr. Masaru. Observing Kikuki's prompt agreement, Masaru was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, this sum of money for a jonin merely equates to the undertaking of a B-rank mission. D-rank missions range from 1,000 to 5,000 ryo. C-rank missions span from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. B-rank missions vary from 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. A-rank missions extend from 80,000 to 200,000 ryo, and S-rank missions fluctuate between 150,000 to 1 million ryo. As a jonin, Hatake Rin would certainly execute at least one B-rank mission each month, and may even tackle an A-rank mission. To him, 50,000 ryo is but a trifling matter. Indeed, jonins are wealthy individuals. Accepting the payment, Shinshu felt a surge of delight. This was an additional source of income. Splendid, your awareness is commendable. Given your aptitude, I believe you could master the moonlit blade technique within a month or two. When that time comes, you shall experience a significant transformation. Yes, Mr. Blackstore, Hatake Rin responded, brimming with anticipation. Of course, Shinshu was not simply feeding Rin empty promises. Practicing the moonlit carrot slice genuinely enhances one's control over blade techniques. And this method of cultivation indeed focuses on that aspect. With a heart full of excitement, Rin returned home, while Shinshu did not linger long. Hastening back to indulge in some time with his cat. What is the experience of petting a cat? It is an endeavor one cannot cease. Those without cats can only imagine it in solitude. Upon opening his door, darkness enveloped him, yet two pairs of differently colored eyes glared back at him, wide-eyed as if they were brass bells, exuding a keen alertness akin to a flash of lightning. The ears stood erect like antennas, attuned to every suspicious sound. Their gazes met. The once vigilant heterochromatic pupils quickly relaxed, revealing a languid demeanor. Click! The light flickered on. The owner of those eyes was, of course, the little orange cat, Meatball. Meatball, I am utterly exhausted today. Come here and cuddle with me, Shinshu pleaded with a face full of yearning for affection. But Meatball merely turned away in disdain. Don't be so aloof. It wasn't my intention to leave you alone. How about we sleep together tonight? Wouldn't that be delightful? Suddenly, the little orange cat perked up, scrutinizing Shinshu with a watchful gaze. What is it? Are you overly ecstatic? Meow, meow, meow. The little orange cat pointed its paw at Shinshu's clothing, its expression one of indignation. What is this about? Shinshu inquired, perplexed by the cat's accusatory demeanor. Meow? You meow? Steal meow? Eat meow? What meow? Thing meow? East meow? The little orange cat chattered, interspersing its meows with vague phrases. Shinshu's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! The cat is speaking. Wait, that's not right. This cat is a ninja beast. It's quite normal for it to converse. You've developed rapidly. It hasn't been long since you could speak. Shinshu exclaimed in wonder. You. Meow steal. Meow eat. Is your nose akin to a dog's? How can you detect that? Is it because the pig bone soup smells too enticing? The little orange cat's eyes reddened as it swiftly replied, This cat wants some too. In its haste, even the feline language became more fluid. We agreed you would only have 5 juicy meatballs today. Wanting a second serving is simply not right. Regardless, the small orange cat, with its paws on its hips, appeared quite indignant. Shinshu scratched his head and remarked, You little rascal, you are truly difficult to please. I didn't bring that item back. It's still at Chiwaju. In a swift leap, the small orange cat landed atop Shinshu's head. Let us go now. Shinshu conceded, You've bested me this time. Very well, let us set off. The night stroll with the cat seemed to possess its own charm. Shinshu traversed the desolate streets with an air of indifference. Before long, he found himself once again at Chiwaju. That's odd, someone else here. Shinshu furrowed his brows. His heightened perception revealed that there was indeed another presence in Chiwaju. The sensation of chakra, was it Xiangting? What could he possibly be doing here at this late hour? Puzzled, Shinshu pushed the door open. In the dim light, he beheld Xiangting, his face marred with blood, appearing rather ferocious. Shinshu was taken aback. Xiangting, startled, met Shinshu's gaze. And the atmosphere turned slightly tense. Xiangting, what has happened to you? Shinshu's expression shifted, a surge of anger rising within him. Who could have inflicted such harm upon Xiangting? After all, Xiangting was part of Chiwaju. To treat him so ruthlessly was a grave insult. Xiangting averted his gaze, his voice cold yet strained. It's none of your business. His typically indifferent tone sounded peculiar due to his swollen lips. In the dead of night, Xiangting did not return to his dormitory, wishing to avoid South Red and Myfin seeing him in such a state. Yet, within the Hidden Leaf Village, he had no other refuge. Apart from the dormitory, Chiwaju was his only sanctuary. His injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds. Though he could not fully recover overnight, he could at least clean away the horrific blood that stained him. Unfortunately, he had been lost in thought and had not yet had the chance to tend to himself. He hadn't anticipated Shinshu's arrival at this hour. Meow? The atmosphere grew somewhat stagnant as the small orange cat let out a sound. Leaping from Shinshu's head to the side of the pork bone soup pot. Skillfully, it pushed the lid aside and extended its delicate tongue to begin feasting. Meow? The sound emanating from the cat was one of bliss and delight. What is this? Offending someone? Getting beaten up like that? Xiangting remained silent, appearing quite withdrawn. Shinshu sighed in exasperation. This fellow was still in such a state. His gaze wandered over Xiangting, noting odd details. There were traces of red soil on his shoes, indicating he had been near Hokage Rock. That area was the only place within the village with such red earth. What could he have been doing there? His clothing bore excessive creases and some yellow mud, suggesting he had been forcefully pressed to the ground. If he had merely fallen, such deep wrinkles would not have formed. Unless he had employed a grappling technique repeatedly, but Xiangting was not one to engage in such antics, making that possibility nearly non-existent. Moreover, Xiangting's clothing exhibited irregular water stains. It had not rained today, and there were only a couple of places near Hokage Rock with ponds and yellow mud. Combining the expression of rage and lingering resentment on Xiangting's face, the truth is singular. You have clashed with a member of the Uchiha clan? This abrupt inquiry left Xiangting wide-eyed with astonishment. How do you know? Shinshu shook his head. Indeed, it was as he suspected. This individual was evidently unable to relinquish his hatred. Today marked the anniversary of his parents' demise, and surely, his emotions were heightened. Yet, The chakra coursing through him was sealed, rendering him incapable of vanquishing even a lowly member of the Uchiha clan. Shinshu understood this predicament well. He held little interest in thwarting another's quest for vengeance. To put it plainly, he had no stake in the matter. This world breeds enmity, akin to an unbreakable chain of cause and effect. One cannot expect a sudden severance from any particular point. Few possess the magnanimity to transcend such feelings. Xiangting was evidently not one who could abandon his vendetta. He yearned for resolution, whether it be through his own hand or by succumbing to his foe. This was his inner turmoil. Frankly speaking, with his adversary deceased, projecting that hatred onto the adversary's kin felt somewhat forced. Yet, this was Xiangting's sole means of alleviating his anguish, and he did not contemplate further. Moreover, in the Warring States period, personal hatred and familial enmity were seldom distinctly delineated. Shinshu refrained from addressing Xiangting's confusion, merely retrieving a black radish from the refrigerator. A dreamlike ingredient, the blood-replenishing radish. With the 7-star knife, he deftly diced the black radish into fine pieces, enveloping it with the fire cloud palm. The radish emitted a tantalizing aroma before being submerged in boiling water. After a minute, the radish soup was served. A culinary marvel. Blood-replenishing radish soup. Drink this first. It will aid your injuries. Xiangting hesitated momentarily. The color seemed excessively dark. Was Shinshu attempting to trick him? Given Xiangting's understanding of Shinshu, such a possibility was not entirely implausible. Rest assured, it is not toxic. You wouldn't want Nanshi and me fan to see you tomorrow bearing a visage marred with wounds, would you? Upon hearing this, Xiangting dispelled his doubts, seizing the blood-replenishing radish soup and downing it in one gulp. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on Xiangting's body visibly began to heal. He could even feel a tingling sensation at the site of the injuries, a sign of impending scabbing. Shinshu handed him a clean towel, dampened and wrung out. Urging him to wipe away the blood, it was rather unsightly. Then, he suggested cleaning the bloodstains from the floor, lest patrons assume that Kaiju was a den of iniquity. Staring at the towel, Xiangting was momentarily taken aback. What? Do you want me to assist you in wiping? No, I can manage it myself. After a brief bout of cleaning, the bloodstains were eradicated, though the garments he wore were likely beyond salvage. Without the gruesome aspect of the blood, Xiangting felt considerably better. How does it feel? Is fighting like this not exhilarating? Shinshu inquired with curiosity. Xiangting remained silent. This was hardly a matter of exhilaration. Xiangting, do you intend to spend your entire life in conflict with the Uchiha clan, despite the possibility that they may not even comprehend the origins of your hatred? As a child, I am unable to provide for my parents in their old age. Avenging them is the only recourse I possess. As a parent, they might not wish for you to seek vengeance on their behalf, you know? Xiangting fell silent, uncertain of his deceased parents' thoughts. He merely wished to act upon his desires. Often, the inception of a situation stems from an idea, yet it ultimately transforms into an obsession. It resembles the affection one harbors for a girl over many years without ever uniting, a feeling that has long since faded. Yet one stubbornly clings to the belief that love endures. In truth, it is merely an obsession born from unfulfilled longing. When one finally finds themselves together, the likelihood of a swift separation and ensuing disillusionment is high, leading one to lament their own blindness. Presently, Xiangting embodies such a complex. This is not inherently wrong, yet it appears somewhat tragic from the perspective of true cultivation. Xiangting, the animosity you hold towards the Uchiha clan must inevitably reach a resolution. If you place your trust in me, I shall grant you an opportunity to release the chakra seal upon you, enabling you to confront the Uchiha clan with your full might. Afterward, you may contemplate how to address this matter. What say you? Shinshu regarded Xiangting earnestly, awaiting his response. To restore his chakra and engage in a fair battle against the Uchiha clan, Xiangting replied almost without hesitation, I am willing. Very well. We shall meet in 2 days. Prepare yourself adequately. Now, return swiftly. Do not cause Nanshi and me fan undue concern. Xiangting nodded slightly and began to depart. At the threshold, he suddenly turned to Shinshu, expressing gratitude. Thank you, boss. Without a backward glance, he exited. Xiangting was not ungrateful. Through their time together, he recognized that Shinshu had treated him with genuine kindness. Over the years, only Nanshi and Mi Fan had shown him such sincerity. The two had grown up alongside him, while Shinshu shared no such bond. Such generosity could be deemed the pinnacle of benevolence. The night at Kawujia was tranquil and inviting. Within the serene establishment, only the sound of a small orange cat feasting remained. The pork bone soup seemed to possess an inexhaustible enchantment for the little meatball. Shinshu glanced over, a hint of astonishment crossing his features before rubbing his eyes. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed that the small orange cat had grown larger once again. No, it would be more accurate to say it had gained weight. Such rapidity was somewhat alarming, was it not? Little meatball, have you been secretly indulging in food again? The orange cat shot him a disdainful glance, unperturbed, its expression clearly stating, I am in the midst of eating. Can you not show some awareness? Sighing, Shinshu lamented the company of such troublesome individuals. Here I am, playing both father and mother to you all. He felt a sense of helplessness. All he desired was to be a chef and run a quaint little establishment. Why, then, did the cats and employees here prove to be such a source of anxiety? As for Xiangtung's situation, it was essential to consult with Jing. The only Uchiha clansman Shinshu was familiar with was Jing, and it seemed that he would have to seek Jing's assistance in this matter. However, it is imperative to prepare a dish for Xiangtung to enhance the occasion, for only then will the effect be truly splendid. Shinshu murmured to himself, his gaze resting upon the dream cuisine recipe. In such moments, the star-rated recipes become of little use. The dream recipe, however, is most fitting. On the evening 2 days hence, Xiangtung, having abandoned Nanqi and Mi Fan, ventured alone to Chi-Wei-ju. There, Shinshu awaited him, cradling a small orange cat. You've arrived, Shinshu remarked with a smile. Yes, we can set off now. Xiangtung replied, his expression impassive. There's no rush, we still have some time until our appointment. I have prepared a dish for you. Let us dine before we depart, Shinshu said, presenting a plate of dark cuisine upon the table. Xiangtung's countenance shifted slightly. While Shinshu's culinary skills were indeed commendable, he was often perplexed by the occasional emergence of what could only be termed dark cuisine. This dish was quite literally dark, its appearance not particularly appetizing. While the flavor was acceptable, for someone accustomed to the gastronomic delights of Chi-Wei-ju, it was somewhat challenging to accept. It reminded him of the previous bowl of radish soup. Rest assured, it is beneficial for your health, much like the radish soup before. Consuming it will alleviate pain, allowing you to fight to the very last moment, Shinshu assured him. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, boss. Recognizing Shinshu's sincere intentions, Xiangtung promptly consumed the dark dish. Dream cuisine, gong bao iron nails. The essence lies in its hardness. Fortunately, Xiangtung's teeth were strong enough to endure the challenge. As for the taste, it was undeniably unpleasant. Observing Xiangtung finish, Shinshu nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us prepare to depart. Leading the way, Shinshu advanced, with Xiangtung following closely behind, his demeanor grave. This night, he was destined to confront his fate. Whether victory or defeat held little significance. What mattered was the journey itself. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at the third training ground, where a solitary figure awaited them. The moonlight shimmered like water, illuminating the visage of a strikingly handsome youth. As the youth turned to face them, he spoke. Boss, and this esteemed Mr. Xiangtung. The youth was none other than Jing. It is you, Xiangtung remarked, slightly taken aback, yet quickly composed himself. In recent days within Konoha, he had gleaned some information. The individual before him, Jing, was the leading figure of the Uchiha clan in this generation. Should nothing unforeseen occur, he was likely to ascend as the clan's patriarch. To engage in battle with such a person was fortuitous indeed, for Xiangtung was acutely aware that he was no match for the current Uchiha patriarch. However, against the youthful Jing, perhaps he stood a chance. Mr. Xiangtung, I sincerely apologize for the grievances between you and the Uchiha clan. In these turbulent times, we each fight our own battles, and the lines of right and wrong blur. The Uchiha clan is burdened with much blood debt, and we have seldom sought resolution. For we all understand how difficult it is to dissolve hatred. Today, my boss has entrusted me with the task of battling you to put an end to our enmity. After this duel, regardless of life or death, we shall erase our grievances once and for all. If you can kill me, you will have avenged yourself. However, if you cannot, I do not expect you to relinquish your hatred. I merely hope you will cease to provoke the Uchiha clan. For next time, they may very well strike to eliminate you, and at that juncture, I too would be powerless to intervene. I urge you to consider the implications for your superior. Jing articulated each word with clarity, his meaning unmistakable. Xiangting remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Shinshu. Boss, Please release my seal. Shinshu did not speak, but formed a series of hand seals. Chakra confinement, release. He placed his right hand upon Xiangting's abdomen, and a surge of formidable chakra flooded in, shattering the seal within. The long-awaited chakra surged forth. Xiangting closed his eyes, savoring the return of that familiar power. He even sensed an enhancement in his strength. His time spent working at Chiwai-ju was not in vain. His physical prowess had been genuinely improved. Crafting meatballs was no trivial task. In that moment, Xiangting felt an unprecedented surge of power. He believed his chances of victory had escalated from 30% to 70%. No, it was 90%. I can win. This was Xiangting's conviction at that moment. Observing this, Jing assumed a defensive stance. Come forth, Mr. Xiangting. Xiangting turned his gaze to Jing, the flames of vengeance blazing in his eyes. The Uchiha clan emblem on Jing's attire was glaringly conspicuous. The enmity for my parents. All because of that damned Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Xiangting launched himself forward. His speed was remarkable, at least a third faster than before. Clenching his fists, they brimmed with potent chakra. One punch. The Sharingan activated. A crimson hue enveloped Jing's eyes as the double Tomo Sharingan emerged. Xiangting's heart raced, instantly sharpening his senses. The Sharingan, a lethal weapon of the Uchiha clan. Xiangting was well aware of its significance. Yet, in this moment, he felt no fear. His fist descended without hesitation. Jing slightly shifted his body, evading Xiangting's strike, then seized Xiangting's arm, using his momentum to hurl him away. The principle of yielding to overcome force. Jing's martial prowess was formidable. Thud. Xiangting was thrown against a nearby tree, his chakra-infused fist creating a small dent, but nothing more. How infuriating to have evaded so easily. Xiangting seethed but maintained his composure. This opportunity was rare. He was determined not to squander it. There had to be a chance for victory. There must be. Xiangting's gaze darted over Jing, seeking any flaw. Yet he found Jing's defensive posture to be impeccably flawless. At that moment, Jing struck. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A fireball, 5 meters in diameter, surged forth. Even before it approached, the searing heat left Xiangting's lips parched. Is this truly a fire technique that an 11-year-old ninja academy student can wield? Xiangting's spirit sank into despair. He, who was inherently skilled in fire release, understood precisely what such power signified. Abundant chakra, precise control over elemental chakra, and swift hand seals. Each aspect far surpassed Xiangting's capabilities. Although Jing had yet to graduate, his strength was undeniably that of a chunin. Coupled with his double Tomo Sharingan, he held a distinct advantage over Xiangting, even though the latter had grown considerably stronger. As the fireball approached, Xiangting did not yield. At this close range, evasion had become a luxury. Thus, the only option was to confront it head-on. Xiangting formed hand seals. Perhaps it was the eruption born of life and death, or perhaps the culmination of years of enmity. It could also be that he had performed this seal so many times that it had become instinctive, requiring no conscious thought. This time, the speed of his hand seals reached an unprecedented peak. In that moment, all the chakra within him surged forth, racing through his meridians and filling his mouth. Damn you! Uchiha, I'll fight you! He bellowed, his expression turning ferocious. The fireball erupted from his mouth, its size rivaling that of Jing's great fireball technique. An extraordinary display of skill. At this instant, he felt an immense power welling within him. Shinshu narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The time is near." The great fireball collided with Xiangting's fireball. Boom. Their powers were evenly matched, fueled by Xiangting's wrath and hatred. This fireball bore a weight it should not have had. Flames surged forth. Suddenly, Xiangting felt a blur before his eyes, but he quickly regained his vision. In this critical moment of battle, he paid no heed to such distractions. Seizing the opportunity as the flames dispersed, he began to move. I remember, he stood right there. Xiangting recalled Jing's previous position, his hands gripping two kunai. This is the spot. Taking advantage of the lingering heat waves, Xiangting made his move. With his vision obscured, he relied solely on memory. The instant he released the kunai, he felt a surge of certainty. There was no mistake, that was the feeling. Amidst Xiangting's anticipation, a scream pierced the air. Filled with joy, he landed on the ground. As the heat waves subsided and the dust cleared, he beheld Uchiha Jing lying in a pool of blood. The two kunai had struck true, one embedded in his throat, the other in his heart. A mortal wound. I have succeeded. Father, mother, Your son has avenged you. Xiang Tung cried, tears streaming down his face as he knelt upon the ground. Years of resentment had finally come to an end. His long-held wish had been fulfilled. He had slain a member of the Uchiha clan, and a prodigy who was likely to become the next clan leader. At 25, Xiang Tung wept uncontrollably. A man seldom sheds tears, only when deeply moved. The exhilaration of vengeance intertwined with melancholy overwhelmed him. Now are you happy? Zhenxiu's voice resonated at that moment as he slowly approached Xiang Tung, offering him support. Xiang Tung wiped his tears, unwilling for Zhenxiu to witness his sorrow. Thank you, my lord. Were it not for you, I would have never achieved my vengeance. Zhenxiu smiled faintly, gazing upon the lifeless body of Jing, and spoke. Is this truly satisfying? You have slain a youth of the Uchiha clan. At the time of your parents' demise, he had yet to be born. In fact, he may have never encountered the Uchiha who murdered your parents. Yet now, he bears this blood debt. Does your heart find solace in this? Xiangting stood momentarily stunned, observing the young corpse lying in a pool of blood, his face a canvas of astonishment and resentment. At merely 11 years of age, how tender, how vibrant he was. To perish at your hands in such a manner. He had once been a wandering ninja and had indeed taken lives, yet he had never killed anyone younger than 12. For he held his own principles and boundaries. What sin did the child commit? When your parents were slain, were you not also the same age as Jing? Zhenxiu's words struck Xiangting's heart once more like a heavy hammer. How do you differ now from the Uchiha who hunted down your parents? Xiangting hesitated. His words caught in his throat, but ultimately replied, This is fate, the destiny born of hatred. Even if it is an eternal cycle, I hold no grievances, no regrets. His expression was resolute, yet his gaze flickered with evasion. Xiangting. Before Zhenxiu could utter more, Nanshi and Mi Fan rushed in from a distance. Brother, Mi Fan, what brings you here? Xiangting exclaimed in surprise, having concealed this matter from them. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both Nanshi and Mi Fan displayed expressions of astonishment. Nanshi, his demeanor grave, spoke swiftly. Xiangting, you have slain a member of the Uchiha clan. You must leave Konoha at once. Otherwise, the Uchiha will not spare you. Indeed, Xiangting, you must depart quickly, Mi Fan added. No, if I leave, the Uchiha will undoubtedly seek retribution against you, brother, and you may find your lives in jeopardy. Nanshi placed a reassuring hand on Xiangting's shoulder, smiling gently. Xiangting, you have avenged your grievances, and we rejoice for you. This is not the time for such discussions. You must flee now, or it will be too late. No, brother. I shall bear the consequences of my own actions, and will not implicate others. This burden is mine alone to carry. You may find it more than you can bear. At that moment, a sinister voice erupted near them. A figure leapt to Jing's lifeless body, his face twisted with fury. It was a middle-aged ninja, adorned with the Uchiha clan's crest upon his back. You dare to slay Jing. You shall all perish. The air thickened with murderous intent. An elite jonin, at the very least. The sheer aura of hostility rendered them motionless. What do you intend to do? Xiangting's face blanched with terror, not for his own life, but for Nanshi, Mi Fan, and Zhenxiu present. Whoever dares to kill a member of the Uchiha clan shall meet their end. The oppressive force stifled their movements. Swish! A shuriken flew forth, piercing Nanshi's throat in an instant. No! Xiangting screamed, but it was in vain. Nanshi gazed at Xiangting, powerless, as he collapsed. In his eyes, there seemed to linger a multitude of unspoken words, yet they remained trapped within. Whoosh! Another shuriken flew through the air. This time, the one who fell was Myfin. No! Stop! Please, just stop! Xiang Tung cried out in anguish, pleading desperately. However, the middle-aged ninja paid no heed. The slaughter continued unabated. Whoosh! Yet another shuriken was unleashed, this time aimed at Xiang Tung. He did not evade. Instead, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. It was I who caused the demise of Nanshi and Myfin. Let me accompany them on their final journey. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhenxiu standing before him. Leave this place, Xiang Tung. Zhenxiu urged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Boss, the entire army has perished. Witnessing his fallen comrades, Xiang Tung spiraled into despair. Boss, brother, Myfin, those who had played pivotal roles in his life were now departing. The architect of this devastation was his thirst for vengeance. The path of retribution has never been an easy one. The toll of vengeance often outweighs any gains. No one finds happiness through revenge. One could argue that a seeker of vengeance is, at heart, a tragic figure. Tears flowed uncontrollably as Xiang Tung lamented. How perfect were the tranquil days at Shiweiju. How had it come to this? Was it hatred that led to this fate? Or was it his own obsession? Huh, look at you, utterly useless. You dare to seek vengeance against our Uchiha clan? How laughable. The middle-aged ninja scoffed, his gaze dripping with derision. Kill me if you wish, Xiang Tung replied, his expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, he longed to follow in the footsteps of the three. To live on alone in this world was a disgrace he could not bear. Wishing for death? It is not so simple. I will keep you alive, so you can understand the agony of losing your comrades. Ha ha. You. Xiang Tung felt the stirrings of anger, but it quickly dissipated. What good would anger do at this juncture? It would only serve to make him appear foolish. Drawing a kunai, he gripped it tightly in his hand. Oh, you still wish to fight me? With your strength, you are far from my match. Ignoring the middle-aged ninja's taunts, Xiang Tung gazed at the reflective kunai. His face mirrored upon its surface. Tear stains adorned his cheeks, presenting a woeful visage. The exhilaration of revenge, the disquiet of conscience, the self-reproach, the sorrow of losing dear friends. Life is often a turbulent ebb and flow. It seemed that Xiang Tung had reached a realization. Brother, Myfin boss. Do not depart too swiftly. Wait for me along the way, for I will be lonely if left alone. A faint smile graced Xiang Tung's face, his kunai unwavering as it glided towards his neck. He closed his eyes, welcoming death. Yet, at that moment, a powerful hand seized his kunai. Blood dripped down. Xiang Tung opened his eyes in astonishment, for Shinshu, who should have been dead, stood before him, albeit not unscathed. His right hand gripped the kunai, blood flowing freely. Boss. Xiang Tung was filled with both astonishment and joy, hastily releasing the kunai. Xiang Tung, it is time to awaken. As the words fell, the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously. They remained in the third training ground, yet the corpses of Maibin and Nanshu had vanished. The middle-aged ninja had disappeared, and the body of Kagami had been resurrected. Everything dissipated as if it were an ephemeral illusion. What on earth is happening? Could it be an illusion? Xiang Tung exclaimed, his emotions swirling in complexity. Life indeed has its peaks and valleys. Xiang Tung, what you have just witnessed is not an illusion, but rather the reality that will unfold after you have slain a member of the Uchiha clan. Nanshu, Maibin, and I will all face retribution from the Uchiha. Perhaps I may evade the calamity due to my status, but Nanshu and Maibin will certainly not be spared. Konoha would not offend the Uchiha clan for the sake of two outsiders. Do you understand? Xiang Tung fell silent. The reasoning was crystal clear, devoid of any ambiguity. A simmering anger brewed within him, as he felt as though he had been toyed with by Shinshu. Yet, there was also a sense of relief, for everything he had just experienced was but a fabrication. His friends were still alive. Above all, after vengeance, do you truly feel joy? Satisfaction? Or is it merely to vent personal grievances? Personal grievances? Slaying innocent Uchiha members was indeed a matter of personal vendetta. Shinshu's right hand continued to drip with blood. The kunai had struck with considerable force, leaving a deep wound. Yet Shinshu appeared utterly unconcerned. Xiang Tung's gaze shifted. What was the true motive behind his actions? Just as the two fell into silence, Uchiha Kagami approached. Mr. Xiang Tung, Kagami spoke softly, observing the young man who was over a decade his senior. He had witnessed everything and understood Xiang Tung's emotions and suffering. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he wished to resolve the turmoil. Unlike the typical Uchiha, Kagami was a wielder of the Sharingan imbued with profound compassion. Perhaps others believed that ending Xiang Tung's life would resolve everything, but Kagami disagreed. Such an act would merely regress everything back to the Warring States period, without any progress for the Uchiha clan. Kagami spoke, and both Shinshu and Xiang Tung turned their attention toward him. He produced a kunai, prompting a slight frown from Shinshu, while Xiang Tung similarly drew a kunai in defense. Are we to engage in combat? Certainly not. Mr. Xiang Tung, I deeply regret the suffering inflicted upon you by the Uchiha clan. On behalf of my former kin, I extend my sincerest apologies. Xiang Tung remained silent. Could hatred truly be alleviated by a mere apology? I understand. An apology alone is insufficient. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. As he spoke, Kagami suddenly thrust the kunai into his own abdomen without hesitation. The blade pierced deeply, blood splattering forth. Both Shinshu and Xiang Tung were momentarily stunned. This strike is to atone for your deceased father. In the midst of his words, Kagami withdrew another kunai, stabbing it into the opposite side of his abdomen once more. With this strike, I apologize for your deceased mother. A wave of pain surged through, making it arduous for Kagami to speak. Yet, this was not the end. Another kunai pierced through. With this blow, I express my remorse for the tragic life you endured after losing your parents. 3 consecutive kunai plunged into him, blood spilling profusely, rendering Kagami's face a ghastly white. The shock from these 3 strikes left both Shinshu and Sakuto momentarily stunned. I am aware that these 3 blows cannot erase your hatred. But Kagami could not finish his sentence, his body weakening, threatening to collapse. Shinshu transformed into a blur, hastily supporting him. Kagami, you fool, who apologizes like this? Are you seeking death? Kagami offered a calm smile, his pale lips quivering slightly. Shinshu, I do not represent myself, but the Uchiha. The new Uchiha requires not only strength, but also a compassionate heart. Shinshu was taken aback. It was then he understood why Kagami was regarded by Tobirama as the only Uchiha worthy of his acknowledgement. Even the obstinate Danzo held Kagami in high esteem. Mr. Sakuto, I hope you do not harbor resentment towards the Uchiha. During those years, we too were powerless. Kagami feebly extended his right hand, as if to grasp something. Yet it appeared to lack strength. Just as his hand was about to fall, a cold hand clasped it. A long night passed silently. When Kagami opened his eyes once more, it was already midday. With a muffled groan, he slowly rose from the bed. The wounds on his body had begun to form scabs, indicating a recovery. How long was I unconscious? Not long, merely one night and a morning. Came the reply as the door swung open to reveal Shinshu. Boss, what are you doing here? This is my home. Where else would I be? Shinshu replied, somewhat irritably. Your home? Kagami paused, surveying the unfamiliar decor, realizing it was indeed not a room he recognized. Yesterday, you were utterly reckless, inflicting harm upon yourself. If I hadn't treated you promptly, you might still be unconscious. I apologize for the trouble, boss. No need for that. Thanks to your actions. Sakuto has now released his burdens. The past between him and the Uchiha is considered settled. Really? He no longer seeks vengeance against the Uchiha? Kagami exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Shinshu nodded with a smile. This was indeed uplifting news. Wonderful. Kagami exclaimed, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Given your current condition, refrain from unnecessary movements. I have already informed the Uchiha. There's no rush for you to return with news. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. Just rest well. By the way, boss, where is Mr. Sakuto? Upon hearing this, Shinshu spoke softly. He has already departed. Departed? Where to? Kagami inquired, puzzled. To the outside world. He has left Konoha. What? Kagami gasped, unable to fathom such an outcome. The scene shifted back to the morning, where Sakuto sat within the Uzumaki residence. Seemingly deep in thought, Jinshio emerged from the room, and Xiangting's gaze immediately fell upon him. Boss, how is that Uchiha boy faring? His injuries have stabilized. There are no significant issues, Xiangting sighed in relief. That's good to hear. It seems you've come to terms with everything. I expected you to display a look of regret. Xiangting offered a self-deprecating smile. If only all Uchihas were like him, perhaps the world would indeed be different. A fool such as he is one less in this world. Indeed, Jinshio wholeheartedly agreed with Xiangting's sentiments. Individuals like Jing, regardless of their location, are indeed one less in the grand scheme. Moreover, for such a person to survive in chaotic times is nothing short of a miracle. Boss, there is something I wish to request of you. What is it? I wish to leave Konoha for a while. Leave Konoha? Yes. Although that Uchiha boy has alleviated my obsession with the clan, I still prefer not to frequently encounter members of the Uchiha. The only way to resolve this is to depart from here. Jinshio fell silent for a moment, uncertain of how to respond. He had spent nearly half a year with Xiangting and the others, and the thought of leaving stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Before Jinshio could provide his consent, 2 figures pushed through the door, Nanshi and Mi Fan. What brings you here? Jinshio inquired, astonished. Xiangting mirrored his surprise. Boss, with the commotion you and Xiangting caused, how could Mi Fan and I remain oblivious? We didn't sleep last night and went to Kawajiya early. When we found it closed, we knew you were hiding something from us. Indeed, boss, Xiangting, you both have been rather inconsiderate, Mi Fan chimed in. Xiangting appeared quite embarrassed and replied, I apologize. I didn't want to worry you. That's too distant. We've been brothers for over a decade. There's no need for such concern, Mi Fan retorted, delivering a playful punch to Xiangting's shoulder. A hint of a smile graced Xiangting's lips, filled with a sense of comfort. Nanqi added, if you're leaving, Xiangting, then Mi Fan and I will accompany you. Wherever we go, the three of us must remain together. Absolutely, I feel the same way, Mi Fan laughed. Big brother Mi Fan, Xiangting's body trembled slightly. Having friends like them was enough to affirm the value of his life. You seem to have forgotten that you three still owe me 20 years of labor to repay your debts. At that moment, Shinshu interjected at an inopportune time. The trio turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. Mi Fan laughed. Boss, we all know you're not that petty. You figure me out? Shinshu feigned surprise. Of course. We three have traveled far and wide. We've encountered all sorts of people. A kind-hearted, helpful gentleman like you is a rare find, nearly extinct. It wasn't until I met you that I realized the perfect boy my mother spoke of in my childhood truly exists. Mi Fan's words grew increasingly exaggerated, pushing Shinshu to the brink of exasperation. This fellow truly spoke with unfiltered honesty. All right, enough of this conversation, Shinshu remarked, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. He then fixed his gaze solemnly upon the three individuals. Nanqi, a person of steady demeanor and meticulous thought, possessed the greatest strength. Mi Fan, seemingly honest yet full of embellishments, ranked lowest in capability. Xiangting, with a foolish disposition, had harbored resentment, but that animosity had now dissipated, leaving him as a pure-hearted simpleton. Even if these three were to depart from Konoha, they would undoubtedly thrive. Shinshu formed hand seals and, in an instant when the trio was caught off guard, pressed his hands against the abdomens of Nanqi and Mi Fan. Chakra seal, release. In that fleeting moment, the chakra that had been sealed within Nanqi and Mi Fan was liberated. Boss, both Nanqi and Mi Fan were taken aback, not expecting Shinshu to be so forthright. I am genuinely delighted to have you as my employees, having shared this journey together. I believe that each day at Kaiju will become a cherished memory for you in the future. Since our bond has reached its conclusion, as your employer, I can only extend my best wishes for your future endeavors. A lump formed in Nanqi's throat, stirring feelings of melancholy, while Xiangting felt a warmth in the corners of his eyes. Mi Fan, on the other hand, wiped away tears, exclaiming, "Oh wow, boss. You are truly a wonderful person. If I were a woman, I would surely marry you." Shinshu and the others stared at Mi Fan as if he were a fool. What else with that look? Are you all considering marrying the boss as well? Nanqi and Xiangting immediately displayed expressions of disdain. All right, enough joking around. Xiangting, when do you plan to leave? Shinshu inquired. I'll be leaving shortly. I cannot bear to face that Uchiha boy any longer. Very well. If that is the case, as your boss, allow me to treat you to one final meal before your departure. Really? That is wonderful. I've been yearning for the boss's culinary skills. Just thinking about how I might not have the chance to enjoy it for a long while makes me quite sad. What are we having today? Mi Fan said enthusiastically. You'll find out soon, Shinshu replied, as he retrieved a bag from the nearby sofa, then another from the table, and finally a third from under the lampshade. All three bags were identical. Shinshu presented the bags to the trio, stating, though you have been working off your debts in my establishment, you have also been of great assistance to me during this time. Here is some money. Consider it your wages. Boss, how can we accept this? Mi Fan protested, immediately tucking it into his own clothing. Yet Nanqi spoke earnestly. Boss, this is something we owe you. It's all right. You owe me much more than this. So I'm not concerned about this little bit. You are currently without funds, and if you leave Konoha, the initial days will undoubtedly be challenging. Nanqi hesitated, recognizing the truth in those words. Indeed, Xiangting added, brother, just accept it. The boss runs a black market, and he hasn't exactly spared us. That's a valid point, Shinshu mused, suddenly feeling a pang of regret, questioning whether he had overly indulged them. Come, let us go to Kaiju. With Shinshu leading the way, the three followed silently behind, the air filled with unspoken words. The atmosphere of parting always seems somewhat wearisome. At such moments, many people prefer to remain silent. Soon enough, the four arrived at the Seven Flavors Tavern. The door remained closed, yet a number of patrons were already gathered outside, waiting. Shinshu, the owner, you have finally arrived. We can't wait to savor your delicious breakfast, an elderly man exclaimed joyfully. Others echoed his sentiments. I apologize, Grandpa Sanchuan. Today, due to some matters, we shall remain closed. Please come back tomorrow. What? Why is it closed? I'm truly sorry, but there is an obligation I must attend to. All right then. I shall return tomorrow. Upon hearing that the tavern would not open, the others began to disperse. After more than a year of operation, the Seven Flavors Tavern had earned a solid reputation, something the trio from Nanshi had keenly observed. After opening the door, the four entered and closed it behind them. The lighting within the tavern was sufficient for them to see clearly. Removing the black headband from his wrist, Shinshu tied it around his forehead, his flowing red hair adding to his charm. Today, I shall prepare Phoenix Jade dumplings for my 3 esteemed guests. Each portion is priced at 600 taels, totaling 1,800 taels for 3 portions. Please pay in advance. Nanshi, boss, did you not say you would treat us? Indeed, I'm treating you. But you must pay. It is only fair. Do you not wish to enjoy a vibrant breakfast with me before you depart? Shinshu chuckled heartily. What a shrewd businessman. Xiang Tung retorted. Nanshi smiled helplessly. The boss remains true to form. Hand over the money, and he will charge you right after. Boss, you are quite something, they remarked as they obediently handed over the 1,800 taels, prompting a satisfied smile from Shinshu. Next came the moment to witness the culinary delight. Dough. Spinach powder. Knead. Shinshu's hands vigorously worked the dough, his strength having surpassed 30 points after a period of rigorous training. His forceful kneading became even more pronounced, complemented by various techniques that rendered the process remarkably graceful. Kneading dough could indeed be an art form. The trio from Nanshi was left in awe. The boss's kneading skills have become extraordinary. If he were to knead a person's neck, he could snap it in an instant, Myfin remarked. Nanshi and Xiang Ting nodded in agreement. Soon, the dough transformed into a long, green cylinder, appearing rather peculiar. 7-star knife. In a flash, the blade sliced through the cylinder, dividing it into evenly distributed portions on the dining table. Setting down the 7-star knife, Shinshu pressed down upon each portion with his palm, producing a series of dull thuds as they flattened considerably. Then, grasping the 7-star knife once more, he pressed and flicked it against the already flattened portions. From beneath the blade emerged perfectly round dumpling skins, landing gracefully aside. Shinshu's movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, all the portions had transformed into a stack of dumpling skins. Next came the filling. The wild boar meat left from yesterday was an excellent choice. After a simple preparation, the filling was completed. Shinshu held a spoon in one hand and a dumpling wrapper in the other. With a gentle flick of his left hand, the spoon scooped a perfectly sized portion of filling, which then gracefully soared towards the green dumpling wrapper held in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, as the filling made contact, the wrapper folded seamlessly, and with a swift pinch, a dumpling was born. Such speed was astonishing. It was the first time he had witnessed someone wrap dumplings in such a manner. Was this truly the result of the owner's 16 years of singlehood? Remarkable. Shinshu's left hand faltered momentarily, nearly causing a mishap. This mischievous Myfin certainly had a knack for trouble. In just a minute, Shinshu had crafted 90 dumplings. Into the boiling water they went. 3 plates. The verdant dumplings arranged in the shape of a phoenix, and then, with a flourish of his large spoon, Shinshu drizzled red sauce that clung to the bottom like flames. The entire platter of dumplings resembled a jade phoenix reborn from the fire. There was no need to taste them. Merely gazing upon them was akin to witnessing a breathtaking landscape. What exquisite dumplings! Myfin exclaimed, while admiration shone in the eyes of Nanshu and Xiangting. To transform a dish into such a spectacle could only be achieved by Shinshu, in their minds. Quickly, let us taste. They will lose their flavor if they cool down. In my hometown, when bidding farewell, guests are always presented with a plate of dumplings. The saying goes, dumplings for the journey, noodles for the departure, symbolizing a beautiful blessing. Now, I extend this blessing to you. Boss, do people from your hometown charge for sending off guests? Myfin asked with utmost seriousness. Shinshu's forehead darkened, and the spoon came crashing down onto Myfin's head. Bang! Ouch! What are you doing, boss? Your words are too many. Hurry and eat, Shinshu replied, arms crossed, and a look of resignation on his face. Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Eat, eat, eat. Now, Myfin and the others simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, dipped a dumpling into the red sauce, and placed it in their mouths. With a resounding smack, all 3 widened their eyes, as if a wondrous melody echoed in their ears. The flavor was exquisite. At that moment, it felt as though a phoenix soared within them. The rebirth of the phoenix mirrored Xiangting's current state. After enduring the trials of hatred, Xiangting had been reborn. He was neither wholly good nor entirely wicked. In the struggle for survival, he had snatched lollipops from children, scorched fields, and and stolen. He had even taken a life. Yet, as a ninja, how many could claim their hands were free of blood? This world was different. There were no peaceful songs or dances, only the stark reality of life and death choices. At this moment, he set aside the burdens of hatred that had plagued him for over a decade, feeling an unexpected lightness. Some might find it perplexing why Shanting would so easily let go. The reasons were simple, distilled into 3 points. First was obsession. The one who had personally slain Shanting's parents, a member of the Uchiha clan, had long perished in the ravages of war. Thus, the so-called hatred towards the Uchiha clan stems merely from the individual's inability to find solace after that person's demise, ultimately directing their ire towards the Uchiha. This, of course, is not entirely unfounded, for such sentiments were commonplace during the Warring States period. Secondly, there is the matter of camaraderie. Akatang understands clearly that if he persists in seeking vengeance, the Uchiha would not spare him, nor would they show mercy to Nanchi and Mi-Fan. Having experienced the profound sense of loss in the illusion, Akatang comprehends the emotional turmoil that would ensue following the loss of his friends. Thus, he chooses to relinquish his desire for revenge. The third point, and perhaps the most pivotal, is the sacrifice made by Kagami. He exchanged his life for Akatang's forgiveness. It must be said that Akatang's heart softened in light of this. Collectively, these 3 factors were sufficient to dismantle the intense hatred Akatang harbored towards the Uchiha clan. At this moment, accompanied by the ethereal phoenix jade dumplings, Akatang felt a sense of rebirth. He realized that a world devoid of hatred is truly a beautiful one. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the foolishly smiling visage of Shinshu. The 16-year-old proprietor, Shinshu, had never displayed a frown. He seemed perpetually cheerful. Such optimism from the owner made Akatang secretly admire him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Delicious. Exceedingly delightful. Mi-Fan was overjoyed facing the phoenix jade dumplings. His chopsticks danced, dipping each verdant dumpling into the crimson sauce before devouring them. The harmonious combination of red and green was akin to a splendid performance. Nanchi was equally enraptured. Even after having tasted Shinshu's culinary prowess before, he found himself unable to resist this moment. Truly delectable dishes never tire, no matter how often one indulges. Thank you, owner. The bond among the 4 reached a poignant conclusion amidst this plate of phoenix jade dumplings. As the morning sun illuminated their path, the trio set forth. They were originally Shinshu's employees and not bound by the ranks of the Leaf Village ninja. Thus they could depart freely. Shinshu had hoped to cultivate them into culinary ninjas, but alas, given the current circumstances, those aspirations must be set aside for now. Watching the trio gradually disappear into the distance, Shinshu offered a faint smile. Indeed, there are no everlasting banquets in life. Yet he harbored hopes of a future reunion with Nanchi, Mi-Fan, and Akatang. As reminiscences faded, the individual seated before Shinshu was Kagami. Kagami, let us not speak of Akatang's matters to the Uchiha clan. Allow these 3 to live their lives in peace. Otherwise, I fear the other Uchiha may seek retribution against them. Do you not trust the Uchiha? Kagami replied with a tinge of sorrow. It seemed that the entire Leaf Village bore an inherent distrust towards the Uchiha, which pained him. As one of the founding elders of the village, why could other clans integrate seamlessly while the Uchiha struggled to do so? Shinshu did not respond to Kagami directly, but instead gazed intently at him before slowly stating, "Can you trust them?" Kagami paused, then offered a bitter smile. Indeed, if he could not trust his own kin, how could he hope to alter the perceptions of others? Kagami, the Uchiha clan's greatest flaw lies in their excessive pride. Your bloodline limit is indeed formidable. Upon awakening, one becomes so formidable that they can easily surpass their peers. It is precisely for this reason that you harbor such arrogance. The establishment of Konohagakure was envisioned as a means for clans to set aside their individual ideologies in favor of a united village. Although other clans have yet to fully embrace this ideal, they are making strides towards it. However, I see no such enlightenment within the Uchiha clan. You persist in prioritizing your own lineage, considering matters solely from the perspective of your clan, without placing the village in your hearts. The words of the true master resonated in Kagami's ears, each syllable penetrating deeply. Yet, he too was acutely aware of this reality. However, he currently lacks the power to effect change. With a gentle sigh, Kagami rose to depart. Kagami, strive to transform the Uchiha, the master urged. No clan should be allowed to wield undue privilege within the village. The tensions continue to mount. The Uchiha require a leader as exceptional as Uchiha Madara, yet one who will guide them down a path distinct from the past. That is the true road to the Uchiha's revival. I understand, Master Shinshu, thank you. A faint smile graced Kagami's lips as he turned to leave. He comprehended the principles laid before him, yet he harbored uncertainty about his ability to realize them. Watching Kagami depart, Shinshu sighed. Individuals possessing such awareness within a clan are indeed rare. Yet for Kagami, this may only culminate in tragedy. The fate of the Uchiha remains uncertain to Shinshu, and he feels a twinge of regret for the youth. Let us hope he does not meet an untimely demise. Should he ascend to the role of clan leader, he might instigate significant change. Shaking his head, Shinshu resolved to focus on his modest establishment. With 3 employees suddenly absent, he found himself in a predicament reminiscent of his early days in Konoha. Very well, I shall open for business today, he decided, as he had yet to fulfill the required operational hours. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ramen shop, he unexpectedly encountered another individual, silver-haired with vacant eyes. It was none other than Hatake Rin. Rin, what brings you here? Hatake Rin shot a glance at Shinshu, retorting, Mr. Black Market, have you forgotten? I am now the vegetable cutter at ramen shop. Oh, right. I almost overlooked that detail, Shinshu exclaimed, a realization dawning upon him. The recent events had momentarily clouded his memory. Shall we commence? Of course. Come, let us enter and discuss matters in detail. A mischievous smile spread across Shinshu's face, evoking an ominous premonition in Rin. With 3 gone, another had arrived. How delightful. Shinshu's spirits soared. In the kitchen, he gestured towards several cuts of meat on the chopping board. Rin, your first task is to slice 10 pounds of lean meat for the sauce, ensuring not a trace of fat remains. Next, prepare 10 pounds of fatty meat for the sauce, with no lean meat allowed. Finally, cut 10 pounds of soft bones, leaving not a shred of meat upon them. Do you understand? Rin raised his gaze, his vacant eyes fixed intently on Shinshu. Why do you stare at me like that? As if you intend to consume me. Mr. Black Shop, you wouldn't be jesting with me, would you? Of course not. These are all essential ingredients for making dumplings, buns, and xiaomai. Am I not a vegetable cutter? Why must I also handle the meat? Aaron, must you be so calculative? You should realize that this will greatly benefit your knife skills. Really? Chimu Run gazed at Jinxiu, his face a mask of confusion. Indeed, it is true. I am not one to speak without basis. You will understand once you try. Very well, Chimu Rin said, reaching for his short knife to begin slicing the meat. But Jinxiu immediately interjected. Wait, what is it? You cannot use your own knife. Why not? It has been stained with human blood. It would be most inappropriate for the guests to know. Come, take this cleaver, Jinxiu said, handing over a knife from the side. The cleaver was broad, roughly 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long, with a curved edge. Use this. Shouldn't we practice with our own knives to truly grasp the essence of the blade? Chimu Rin questioned, puzzled. Nonsense. What if one day your knife is lost or broken? Wouldn't your strength diminish greatly? At this, Chimu Rin found himself momentarily speechless, as the logic was undeniable. A truly formidable swordsman should be able to unleash their full potential regardless of the blade they wield. That is the essence of true mastery. You are simply too fixated on using your own short knife. I see now, Mr. Black Shop is indeed insightful, and your words resonate profoundly, enlightening me. Enough chatter. For now, make do with this cleaver. Once you have mastered it, I shall provide you with another. Thank you, boss. Chimu Rin responded, grasping the cleaver. He lifted it slightly, only to find it remarkably heavy. How weighty this is, he remarked, furrowing his brow, but with a determined effort, he hoisted the cleaver. What is this knife made of? It is so heavy. This blade is forged from cold iron, weighing 77 pounds, perfectly suited to build your arm strength and knife control. Now commence. Chimu Rin nodded. Gripping the cleaver tightly, he began to chop the pork. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of meat being cut resonated through the air. Jinxiu observed with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Excellent. We have acquired another laborer. The feeling of being a boss is truly delightful. As Chiwai-ju commenced its operations, Jinxiu busied himself. Though short 3 laborers, his workload was slightly increased, yet manageable. The robust physique of the Whirlpool clan was indeed commendable. Chimu Rin continuously alternated between chopping meat and vegetables, seemingly discovering a peculiar sensation amidst this transition, which invigorated him further. Just as he finished cutting the meat filling, Jinxiu approached. Mr. Black Shop, I still haven't managed to fully separate the meat filling. No matter, you shall have further opportunities to practice. I will take this meat filling for now, Shinshu said, combining the 3 types of filling and mixing them thoroughly. This left Chimu Rin astonished. Mr. Blackshop, why have you mixed them all together? To make dumplings. If there were only a single filling, dumplings would lack flavor. So, you still want me to cut them separately? Should there not be a bit of fatty meat interspersed? Is this not contradictory? You practice your knife skills while I wrap the dumplings. Is there an issue with that? Shinshu wore a look of confusion. Chimu Rin chose silence. Well, indeed, there is no contradiction. You are quite an odd individual. Just focus on chopping the vegetables. Yes, Mr. Blackshop. Chimu Rin felt it was best to refrain from speaking, for no matter how he phrased it, there lingered a sense of being teased by Shinshu. Heaven has bestowed the gift of speech upon some, merely to ensure others remain silent. Observing the humbled Chimu Rin, Shinshu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This is what you get for stealing the attention of the ladies before me. Heh. As night fell, Chimu Rin had departed, leaving Shinshu alone in the Chiwai residence. In Jinshu's hands lay a steel rod. He took a deep breath, and the rod began to dance through the air. The shadows of the staff were heavy. It was as though a tempest had swept through the room. Had it not been for the system's reinforcement of the items in Chiwai residence, the pots and pans would surely have shattered upon the floor. Congratulations, host. Your strength has surpassed 31 points, and you can now wield this steel rod with ease. Upon hearing this, Jinshu's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Marvelous. The efforts of these past days have not been in vain. System, with my strength attribute exceeding 30 points, coupled with the overall enhancement of my other attributes, I should now be qualified to take the assessment for a 4-star chef, correct? Indeed, host. Are you ready to undertake the 4-star chef assessment? Yes. Very well. The content of the 4-star chef assessment requires the creation of a 4-star dish, the golden ratio Xiaomai. Jinshu mused, as expected. Having provided himself with the steel rod and the previous experience card for the golden ratio Xiaomai, the assessment was indeed centered around this. The system is quite considerate, practically handing him the answers. With that in mind, he felt no need for restraint. It was time to showcase his skills. Jinshu inhaled deeply, gripping the steel rod in his hand, feeling an exhilarating surge of energy. The recipe for the golden ratio Xiaomai flashed in his mind, and the sensations of the experience enveloped him. Yet, Jinshu remained still. This was a moment for experiencing. Even if he were to create the golden ratio Xiaomai, it would not count as passing the assessment. He was currently absorbing the flow of the recipe. This feeling, even when physically creating the dish, could imprint itself in his memory. 10 minutes passed, and Jinshu suddenly opened his eyes wide. The experience had concluded. He had comprehended the method for the golden ratio Xiaomai. This is the feeling, he murmured, and then the steel rod began to whirl in his grasp. 30 seconds later, warm-up complete. Jinshu retrieved some flour, added water, and kneaded the dough. With a swift motion, he slapped the dough into shape. However, this was not yet usable dough. Jinshu rolled up his sleeves and began to pound the dough relentlessly. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike delivered immense force. Even Jinshu's not-so-muscular arms erupted with terrifying strength. A single punch could likely fell a bull. With such formidable force, the dough is pounded, rendering it more elastic. The art of perfect striking. Huh, Jinshu exclaimed, then abruptly pulled with his right hand, transforming the dough into an elongated strip that soared into the air. A flash of the knife followed closely behind him. At that moment, not far from Chiwei residence, a figure was slowly approaching. Oh, is that little Jinshu still busy at this late hour? Tobian mused, arms crossed, his crimson eyes observing the dim light, and without further thought, he walked over. It had been some time since he last saw the lad. He was curious about what he was up to. Within Chiwei residence, Jinshu remained oblivious to Tobian's approach. At that moment, he was engaged in slicing the dough. The elongated strip soared upwards, and Jinshu, wielding the 7-star knife, leapt into the air as well. The blade shimmered, slicing through the dough with the speed of a whirlwind. His technique differed greatly from that employed previously for the Phoenix Jade dumplings. This dough was more resilient, requiring greater force for cutting. As the whirlwind knife struck the dough, pieces began to fly out in a mesmerizing display. An astonishing scene unfolded. Due to the knife's incredible speed, the pieces remained suspended in the air, even as Jinshu completed his cutting. The blade glimmered, and the 7-star knife, like a tempest, landed on the cutting board with a soft thud. The knife quivered slightly as it embedded itself within the dough. Jinshu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Huh?" As he lifted his left hand slightly, his right hand reached out. At that moment, The pieces began to descend from the sky in an orderly fashion, each landing precisely in place. What remarkable control he exhibited. Just then, Jinshio's right hand sprang into action. His palm moved like a swift wind, as if electrified. At the instant the pieces touched down, he rubbed his right hand vigorously. The cylindrical pieces instantly transformed into small spheres. Through friction, the small spheres rolled across the table, colliding with the seven-star knife, coming to a halt. One after another, the subsequent spheres followed suit, aligning perfectly in a neat row. Truly, they were all of the same dough. Indeed, they were akin to a family, perfectly synchronized. Such exquisite technique would elicit admiration from anyone fortunate enough to witness it. Simply flawless. The speed was so remarkable that only Jinshio's afterimage could be seen. In less than 3 seconds, over 30 small spheres were arranged in a line. That should suffice, Jinshio thought, nodding in satisfaction. The next step was to roll out the dough. His gaze fell upon the steel rod nearby. Now, the main event was about to commence. Jinshio seized the rod and placed it atop the small spheres. Taking a deep breath, he launched himself into the air, his body inverted, forming a right angle with the steel rod. The difficulty level was a staggering 9. 9. The execution level was also at 9. 9. The only thing lacking was a slight fear of becoming too arrogant. Just as the author was about to score, Jinshio sprang into action. His entire body whirled like a miniature whirlwind. The steel rod followed the movement of Jinshio, spinning in tandem. Both the man and the rod transformed into a swirling vortex. Within this downward spiral, the small round ball gradually morphed into a flat disc. No, it ought to be referred to as a dumpling skin. The small spheres slowly spread out, yet the final form had not yet materialized. Once the thickness of the dumpling skin reached the perfect level, Jinshio came to a halt. This dumpling skin was truly remarkable. Upon inspecting his creation, Jinshio was left in awe. It was no wonder it was hailed as the most exquisite dumpling. With the skin ready, all that remained was the filling. Jinshio contemplated, retrieving a substantial piece of Jinhua ham. The steel rod snapped it effortlessly, transforming into 2 steel tubes. Jinshio took a deep breath and struck the Jinhua ham with force. The impact was far greater than when crafting the explosive meatballs. With one strike, the Jinhua ham was cleaved in 2. Strike after strike, there was no pause. In less than 10 seconds, the sizable piece of Jinhua ham had been reduced to minced meat, appearing exceedingly tender and elastic. Fresh shrimp met a similar fate. The so-called golden ratio dumpling consists of 4 different proportions of ingredients. The Jinhua ham amounts to 8, while shrimp, bok choy, and eggs are each 5, maintaining the optimal flavor balance, thus earning the title of golden ratio. It signifies perfection. Under Jinshio's careful handling, the filling was soon complete. Wrapping. Steaming. Once the steamer for the dumplings was placed, Jinshio exhaled in relief. At this point, it was accomplished. He merely needed to wait 5 minutes for the golden ratio dumpling to be ready. Jinshio muttered to himself, "It seems I arrived at the perfect moment." A sudden voice interrupted, causing Jinshio to freeze momentarily. Turning around, he saw Fei Jian standing at the doorway, having appeared without notice. "Brother Fei Jian, why are you here so late instead of sleeping?" "I just finished some errands and was on my way home. Passing by, I noticed the lights were still on, so I thought I would come in for a look." "Brother Fei Jian, you truly are quite busy. It's been over a year since the village was established, yet you still frequently work overtime." Jinshio expressed his sympathy. Remembering his previous life with its grueling 9-to-6 routine made him groan. Fei Jian's schedule was akin to an 8-to-8, far too daunting. Indeed, the freelance life was far more comfortable. Knowing my struggles, don't you think I ought to sample this new dish you've prepared?" "Of course, that is no problem. As per our usual arrangement, payment first, then the meal." 800 taels. Jinshio chuckled, revealing his mercantile nature. Fei Jian, unfazed, promptly paid. "You little rascal are quite peculiar, typically indifferent to money. Yet every time you enter this establishment, you never forget to remind guests to settle their bills." "Brother Fei Jian, you have no idea of my hardships." "What hardships could you possibly have?" "All right, no more banter. Let's serve the dishes." "No rush, no rush. It will take a moment. One cannot savor exquisite dumplings in haste." "Brother Tobarama, what have you been busy with lately?" At this moment, a hint of melancholy crossed Tobarama's stern visage. Although the Hidden Leaf village appeared to be flourishing, tensions among the clans still simmered, with the distribution of benefits proving to be uneven. It is indeed impossible for this distribution to be fair. Each clan invariably feels they have received less than their due. Such inequities are precisely what induces headaches. In former times, the leaders of these clans would have long since met their demise at the edge of my blade. As Tobirama spoke, a palpable aura of killing intent radiated from him. Shinshu felt as if a gust of cool air had swept through the room, though it dissipated quickly. The current Tobirama resembled a veritable powder keg. At that moment, the golden ratio Xiaomai was complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 4-star chef assessment. Reward points, 1,000. Host, Uzumaki Shinshu. Basic knife skills proficiency, 100 perfect. Dreamlike knife skills proficiency, 56 allowing the use of dreamlike techniques. Arhut crystal slash, rampaging bull azure dragon slash. Super divine knife skills proficiency, 0 Spoon skills, 72 Strength, 31 Seasoning, 73 Creativity, 51 Points, 1010. Items, dragon pattern griddle, 7-star knife, steel rod. Talent, divine tongue, 31 Overall evaluation, 4-star chef. Brother Tobirama, let's not dwell on such matters for now. Please, sample the xiaomai I have just prepared. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. As Shinshu spoke, he retrieved the steamer and placed it before Tobirama. Tobirama nodded and was about to lift the lid. Wait a moment. What? Don't you want to try it? No. Just a bit of preparation is needed. Shinshu produced 2 pairs of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere, handing 1 pair to Tobirama. Here. Brother Tobirama, these will protect your eyes. Protect my eyes? Does this dish possess the ability to dazzle? Tobirama mused, recalling previous encounters with luminescent cuisine. This time is different. This time, it is more ferocious. Shinshu donned his sunglasses and, noticing Tobirama's hesitation, urged, Brother Tobirama, quickly put them on. I have read extensively and would not deceive you. Otherwise, you might be blinded for several seconds. Interesting, Tobirama murmured, ultimately acquiescing and donning the sunglasses. Heh, now prepare to be amazed. Shinshu chuckled softly, seizing the steamer with his right hand and lifting the lid. Boom. Steam. Golden light. In an instant, golden radiance enveloped the entire 7 Flavors restaurant. Even the light streaming through the windows illuminated the exterior houses. The fleeting brilliance was so intense that it seemed almost illusory. How blinding, Tobirama whispered, his crimson eyes beneath the sunglasses betraying a faint surprise. This radiance was indeed astonishing. On the battlefield, it could potentially cause widespread temporary blindness among enemies. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a considerable number of foes could be dispatched. Truly terrifying. Were it not for the sunglasses, even Tobirama might have suffered temporary blindness. Although he could compensate with his sensory abilities, it remained an undesirable predicament. Brother Tobirama, did I not tell you? My culinary creation is formidable. Shinshu, brimming with pride, proclaimed his culinary prowess as unparalleled. Tobira nodded slightly in acknowledgement, having never before witnessed such ostentatious cuisine. The golden radiance emanating from the dish was a mystery in itself. Come, taste it, Shinshu said, extending a pair of chopsticks towards Tobira. Upon receiving them, Tobira finally discerned the contents of the steamer, a collection of 6 identical xiaomai, each with an oddly irregular shape that struck him as rather disconcerting, particularly for someone with his penchant for perfectionism. Shinshu, why are your xiaomai wrapped so unevenly? He inquired, his brow furrowed. This irregularity is precisely the dish's greatest allure. Once you take a bite, you'll understand its significance, Shinshu replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. With a touch of skepticism, Tobira took a bite, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. His crimson irises widened in astonishment as enchanting melodies seemed to resonate in his ears, akin to an auditory hallucination. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned the breathtaking landscapes of the Land of Fire. The shrimp, ground to a paste yet retaining its springiness, the vibrant vegetables bursting with freshness, the egg yolks soft, sweet richness, and the smooth, unctuous quality of Jinhua ham combined in a perfect symphony of taste. Is this not the epitome of xiaomai? Tobira turned sharply to Shinshu, who was animatedly explaining the dish while covering his mouth. Shinshu, are you narrating to me what I'm already experiencing? Hee, Brother Tobira. I am merely experimenting with a novel dining approach, where I describe the flavors as you eat. Does it not enhance your impression? Annoying. Shinshu lowered his head at this remark, conceding that perhaps the commentary was ill-timed. Tobira picked up another xiaomai, meticulously tasting it in an effort to uncover the secrets of its deliciousness. The flavors indeed aligned with Jinshio's description, yet the harmony among them intrigued him. Each bite revealed the meticulous balance of the filling, a marvel in its own right. As he pondered, his mouth remained busy, and soon all 6 xiaomai from the steamer had vanished into his mouth. With each bite, Tobira began to grasp the underlying mystery. It was undeniable. The secret lay in the proportions. Aside from the Jinhua ham, which constituted a 62:5 greater ratio than the other ingredients, the remaining components were perfectly balanced at a 1-to-1 ratio. This surplus allowed the Jinhua ham to elevate the other 3 fillings, achieving a remarkable harmony. With this realization, clarity flooded Tobira's mind. During his meals with Jinshio, he had gained a modicum of understanding regarding cuisine. Leveraging his scientific intellect, he swiftly analyzed the components involved. The golden ratio of xiaomai was indeed a fitting title, as the appropriate distribution of ingredients rendered the dish exquisite. Likewise, such meticulous resource allocation could undoubtedly enhance the village's prosperity. However, how can we make the allocation of resources more appropriate? Tobirama furrowed his brow once again. Brother Tobirama, what are you thinking? Why do you keep frowning? What? Is my golden ratio xiaomai not enjoyable? Jinshio inquired in confusion. No, it's not that your xiaomai is unpalatable. Little Jinshio, allow me to pose a question to you. What is it? How do you determine the respective proportions of these fillings? Huh. Jinshio was momentarily taken aback. How to determine? The system provides the recipe. I don't need to figure it out. With such peculiar shapes, you must have experimented with various proportions, haven't you? Oh, right. Jinshio laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling as he continued. Determining the proportions is quite simple. You try them one by one. Jinhua ham combined with eggs makes one dish. Eggs with bok choy create another. Bok choy paired with shrimp forms yet another dish. By combining them in pairs, and then in threes, you derive 9 culinary proportions. Finally, with a simple mathematical formula, you can ascertain the ratios. Combining in pairs and threes to counterbalance each other? Precisely. How did I not think of that? Tobirama exclaimed with delight, suddenly standing up as if a brilliant idea had struck him. Huh. Brother Tobirama, what have you conceived? Jinshio's face was a canvas of confusion. I have devised a method for distributing benefits. The golden ratio must be uncovered through experimentation. Therefore, let these clans engage in a contest. A once stoic expression now bore a sly smile. As Tobirama's mind raced, the heads of all clans in Konoha would draw a sharp breath. Thank you, little Jinshio. I must immediately organize a plan. Farewell. With that, Tobirama vanished in a flash of the flying thunder god technique, appearing in the Hokage's office, where he began to write fervently. Jinshio scratched his head, gazing at the empty steamer and muttering, is the golden ratio xiaomai also intellectually stimulating?